Chang Feng soon appeared in front of the two again. You two, my master asks you to go up. Muyan couldn't wait to ask, is my daughter here? Chang Feng said lightly, you two go up first. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Muyan was very anxious. Song Jingmian pulled her hand and signaled her not to worry and ask again when she went up. The two followed Chang Feng and soon reached the top of the mountain. At this time, Lin Xiao and Moe and others also came in at the foot of the mountain. After Chang Feng brought Mu Yun and others to the top of the mountain, he went down to tell Lin Xiao and others to wait below and not to go up. Looking at the yard on the top of the mountain and the old man sitting in the yard, Mu Yun and Song Jingmian looked at each other for a moment before they greeted each other. Situ he also looked at the two of them a few times. This look is indeed similar to that girl. That's it. I didn't expect that I could find this place. It's also troublesome. I heard that you're looking for someone? Situ he asked. Muyan nodded hurriedly. Yes, Mr. Situ. May I ask if my daughter is here? Her name is Yueya. She'll be 4 years old soon, and she is very cute. Because of an accident, she fell off a cliff. She accidentally fell off a cliff and was washed away by the water at the bottom of the cliff. We followed the water to find Yen State. Situ he was a little surprised. Aren't you from Yen State? The two were wearing Yen State costumes at this time, which made it difficult to distinguish.
Muyun nariz, no.
It's really amazing that he can ask the emperor to help find someone even though he is not from Yen State. Situ he asked curiously, what conditions did you use to make His Majesty agree to help you find someone? I'm very curious. Situ Xuanqi never mentioned this to him. And the name Yueya, the last time that kid came, he said he wanted to give the girl a nickname, Yueya. Could it be that he knew that the girl's original name was Yueya? But why didn't he tell him that Yueya was in Yukon Valley? Situ he was confused, but he was sure that the boy must have concealed the existence of Yueya, which puzzled him. Muyun told Situ he the conditions for the exchange between him and the emperor. Situ he was very surprised after listening. He sighed, I didn't expect that you are so smart at such a young age. Your conditions are indeed enough. Muyun asked anxiously, then can the old man tell me now whether Yueya is here? Situ he sighed in his heart and then nodded. More than a month ago, I picked up a girl in the Tianqi in the back mountain. If I am not mistaken, she should be the one you are looking for. The moment Situ he nodded, Song Jingnian and Muyan almost cried with joy, and their excitement was beyond words. Looking at the two people like this, and thinking about the two of them going all the way from Xia to Yen, and not sparing the trouble to cooperate with the emperor to find their daughter, this kind of heart, even if it is parents, there are not many people in this world who can do it. For this, Situ he admired it very much, and was happy for Yueya. Situ he continued, Yueya went to the mountains to look for medicinal herbs. She is fine, you don't have to worry. When I picked her up, she was almost dead. But with my excellent medical skills, I was able to save her. But she had amnesia after she woke up. There were several blood clots in her brain. She must have been hit by the rocks in the water. She had countless injuries of varying sizes on her body, and it took a long time for her to fully recover. Muyan listened and couldn't help but reddening her eyes. When she thought of her daughter covered in injuries and being hit by the water, her heart ached so much that she could hardly breathe. Situ he saw that both of them had red eyes, and smiled helplessly. Okay, there is no need to feel bad. Yueya is fine now. This girl is very smart. At a young age, she knows a lot of words. She was bored in the mountains, so she followed me to learn about herbal medicine. I saw that she had a keen sense of smell and was smart, so I thought about teaching her medical skills. She also learned very quickly. It hasn't been long since she knew most of the medicinal materials. This morning, she couldn't read the book for a while and wanted to go out. So she went to the mountains to find medicinal materials. Don't worry, there are 2 maids following her, so it's safe. Muyan was very happy. Listening to Situ he's words, she seemed to be able to think of Yueya's naughty look, and the sad emotions in her heart were diluted a little. Song Jingnian pulled Muyan up, bowed deeply to Situ he, and then said solemnly, Mr. Situ, thank you for saving my daughter's life. If you need anything in the future, Song Jingyan promises that I will do my best to help you as long as I can. Situ he was a little surprised. He knew this name. The war god of Xia country was famous. Could it be the person in front of him? Song Jingyan, are you Song Jingyan? Situ he asked in surprise. Song Jingyan nodded. Yes, I am Song Jingyan. Situ he nodded, looked at Song Jingyan carefully, and finally smiled. It turned out to be you. Yueya turned out to be your child. What a coincidence. Situ he also thought that the little girl he rescued casually turned out to be the daughter of the legendary god of war, King Ping. This favor seemed to be quite big. Muyan was puzzled. Mr. Situ, do you know him? Song Jingyan was a little nervous. He had not confessed his identity to Muyan yet. If she knew it now, he didn't know if she would be angry. Situ he nodded. I've heard of this great name. Before he could say more, Song Jingyan interrupted the topic and asked Mr. Situ, I don't know which mountain Yueya went to. We want to go and find her and see her as soon as possible. Situ he pointed to the mountain on the left. The one over there, that mountain has the most herbs, she should be there. Song Jingyan was about to pull Muyan away, but Situ he said, Mr. Song, can you stay? I have something to say to you. Hearing this, Song Jingyan stopped and looked at Muyan. He said helplessly, then Yun, you go first.
Muyan nodded.
At this time, she was full of her daughter and couldn't care about anything else. She let go of Song Jingyan's hand and left. After Song Jingyan sat down again, he asked, What advice do you have, Lord Situ? Situ he smiled and said, It's not about advice, Your Highness Prince Ping. Your wife doesn't seem to know your identity? Song Jingyan was helpless. This old man was really amazing. He saw it in just a moment. He could only nod, yes, she doesn't know yet. Please keep it a secret for now, Lord Situ. It's better for me to tell her this myself. If she hears it from outsiders, she might be angry. Situ he nodded. He was just guessing. Just now when he mentioned knowing Song Jingyan, he was obviously panicked and Muyan was confused. Both of them behaved very strangely. Situ he nodded, okay, I didn't know this was the case just now. Otherwise I wouldn't have said I knew you. Situ he explained, and then asked, Your Highness Prince Ping, you just said that you would repay me. I wonder if you promised it with your identity as Prince Ping? Song Jingyan replied, Song Jingyan is Prince Ping, and Prince Ping is Song Jingyan. Lord Situ, just say whatever you want to say, or if you have any requests, just put them forward. As long as I can do it, I will do it. Of course, if I can't do it, I can't force it. Situ he smiled. I feel relieved with your words. Prince Ping, yes, I do have a condition, but I haven't thought about it yet. I kept you just now just to confirm whether you can keep your word. Song Jingyan said seriously, if it is related to the interests of both countries, then I can't agree rashly. I hope Lord Situ can understand this. Hearing this, Situ he was silent for a moment, and then said, If your Highness feels embarrassed at that time, don't pay attention. When Song Jingyan saw him like this, he knew that it was probably about the matter between the two countries, and he didn't say anything more. The two were silent for a moment, and then Situ he asked again, Does Yueya have a name? Song Jingyan looked at him, not understanding what he meant. Situ he smiled and said, If she doesn't have a big name, can you use the name I gave her? I named her Situ Yueya. If you think this name sounds good, how about calling her Song Yueya from now on? Song Jingyan thought for a while and said, If she likes it and my wife agrees, then it's fine. After all, he was his lifesaver. Song Jingyan was really grateful to Situ he, and he was qualified to name Yueya. Situ he smiled, and seeing that he was a little restless, his eyes occasionally looked towards the mountain where Muyan had just gone. Situ he understood. I have nothing else to say. You go and have a look. That girl has been out for a long time. After Muyan came to the mountain, he looked around, but didn't see anyone. It was not until she had walked for a long time that he vaguely heard a voice. Sister Chun Xing, I found another one. A tender child's voice sounded, with a tone of surprise and joy. Even from a distance, one could feel her joy and happiness. Muyan hadn't heard this familiar voice for a long time. Her eyes immediately turned red, and she quickened her pace towards the place where the voice came from. Her vivid appearance softened Mu Yun's heart, and her eyes were instantly filled with a smile. It's great that her Yueya was fine. She was still alive and well, with all her limbs intact, without any missing parts, and appeared alive in front of her. Mu Yun was thankful to God at this moment. She couldn't bear the pain of losing her daughter. For more than a month, she had never dared to think about the possibility that Yueya was no longer there. Fortunately, she insisted, and her feeling was not wrong. Yueya was really alive and well. Mu Yun raised her hand to wipe her tears and was about to go forward, when suddenly one of her hands was grabbed. It turned out that Song Jingnian had also come. He used Qinggong to quickly catch up with her. Seeing Song Jingnian, Mu Yun spoke excitedly, his voice choking. Song Jingnian, look, it's Yueya, our daughter. She's still fine and healthy there. At this moment, Mu Yun understood what it meant to cry with joy. She laughed and cried, and the tears she shed were not because of sadness, but because of happiness. Song Jingnian's eyes stayed on the small figure on the grass in the distance. The familiar figure also made his eyes red. The two stood there quietly watching until Yueya dug up the herbs, threw them into the backpack, and prepared to go up the mountain again. Mu Yun hurriedly called out, Yueya. Yueya's little body paused. Why did this voice seem a little familiar, like a voice in a dream? She turned around and saw two people in the shade of the trees in the distance. The two faces were unfamiliar, but she felt familiar. Yueya started to think about the past, and her head started to hurt again. She covered her head unconsciously, with a painful expression. Seeing this, Mu Yun hurried over. What's wrong with you? Are you feeling uncomfortable? Seeing her in pain, Mu Yun felt distressed, but before she could get close, she was stopped by Chun Xing and Chunya. Stop, who are you? Don't get close to my little lady. The two were tasked with protecting Yueya. Chun Xing had some martial arts skills, so she stood in front of Mu Yun and didn't allow her to get close. Chunya supported Yueya with concern. Little lady, are you okay? Is your head hurting again? Let's go back to find the adults. Chunya was about to carry Yueya on her back, but Yueya gently pushed her away and said, I'm fine. Sister Chunya, don't be rude to guests. Just ask who they are. Yueya's head still hurt slightly, but it didn't hurt as much. She looked at the two curiously. The way they looked at her made her very confused, and she felt a little uncomfortable in her heart. Mu Yun calmed down and said in a hoarse voice, Yueya, I'm your mother. Don't you remember? I'm your mother. Song Jingnian also looked at Yueya closely and said gently, Yueya, I'm your father. Do you still remember? You said you loved your father the most. You wouldn't have forgotten your father, right? Yueya looked at the two of them in confusion. In those fragmented dreams, she seemed to have a father, a mother, and even a brother, but she couldn't see what they looked like, nor did she know who they were. Those figures were blurry in her dreams. Mother? Father?
I
don't remember. Yueya felt her head starting to hurt again. Her little eyebrows furrowed, her face turned pale, and beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. Mu Yun looked very worried. She explained to the two maids that she was Yueya's mother and that Situ, he had allowed them to come. Thinking that they really couldn't come up without permission, Chun Xing was skeptical. After asking a few questions to confirm, she slowly moved aside. Mu Yun and Song Jingnian hurried over, picked up Yueya and asked worriedly, Yueya, how are you? Do you have a headache? Yueya felt uncomfortable seeing her worried look. Although she couldn't remember, she liked the mother in front of her very much. She made her feel familiar and kind. If she was really her mother, she would be very happy. Yueya shook her head weakly and said softly, I'm fine, don't worry. Mu Yun hugged her daughter tightly in her arms, tears streaming down her face.
YYK, I'm sorry.
It's because your mother didn't protect you that you have to suffer so much.
I'm sorry.
Mu Yun was emotional, filled with heartache and guilt. Song Jingnian reached out and gently embraced the two of them in his arms. He was the one who should feel sorry and guilty because he had failed to protect his daughter. Song Jingnian would never say anything sentimental. He patted Mu Yun's shoulder gently, allowing her to vent her emotions. For more than a month, she never broke down and had been analyzing and searching rationally. Now that she finally saw her daughter, the tension in her heart was completely relieved. The scene of the family of three hugging each other was somewhat touching. Chuanya and Chuanxing felt a little sad when they saw it. They did not expect that Yueya's parents would find here. Both of them were sold when they were young, but they had never seen parents who cared so much about their daughters.
They were all happy for Yueya.
Yueya obediently let Mu Yun hold her. This embrace and the smell made her feel familiar, and she did not resist. She had many questions in her mind, but she felt her mother's mood at the moment, so she didn't ask. Mu Yun cried for a long time. This was the first time she cried like this in her 2 lifetimes. After venting her emotions, she calmed down and let Yueya go. Yueya looked at them with unfamiliar eyes, which made both of them feel a little uncomfortable, but then they felt that it was good enough like this, and they shouldn't ask for too much. Song Jingnian coaxed gently, Yueya, Daddy will carry you. We will go to find your grandpa Situ. He is still waiting for us. You have a headache and you need him to see it. Mu Yun also said, yes, you are not feeling well. Let Daddy carry you. We will go to see your grandpa Situ together. Yueya still had a headache. She wanted to say that she wanted to go by herself, but Mu Yun had already carried her to Song Jingnian's back, without giving her a chance to refuse. Yueya subconsciously hugged Daddy's neck, as if she had remembered such a scene before. Situ was sitting in the yard, and saw the scene of the family of 3 coming back from afar, with a hint of smile in his eyes. It was also good. Following his parents was indeed much better than following him, a dying man. Song Jingnian came to Situ with Yueya on his back and said, Mr. Situ, Yueya has a headache. Please help her. Mu Yun helped to carry Yueya down and put her on a stool. Situ felt her pulse and said, it's okay. The blood clots in her head haven't been cleared yet. She will have a headache if she thinks about the past. It will be fine after a while. Hearing this, Mu Yun and Song Jingnian were relieved. Situ looked at Yueya and smiled kindly. This is your parents. They are here to see you. Do you want to go back with them? Yueya looked at Mu Yun and Song Jingnian.
She didn't know.
She was nervous about the unknown. Although they gave her a familiar feeling, she was still a little nervous and afraid. Seeing her hesitation, Mu Yun smiled and coaxed her. Yueya, it doesn't matter if you can't remember. Mother will protect you well in the future. I haven't told your brothers about finding you yet.
They're all very worried about you.
And your grandmother has been sick since you disappeared because of worrying about you. She hasn't recovered yet. If you can go back, they will be very happy to see you. Brother? It was like a dream. She had a brother. Her brother treated her very well. He would rub her head and give her delicious food. However, she couldn't remember what her brother looked like. Mu Yun nodded, yes, your brother. He followed us to find you for several days, sleepless nights, and finally his body couldn't stand it and he passed out. After that, we forced him to go back and didn't allow him to go out again. That's why he let him recuperate at home. If he knew that we found you, he would want to fly over immediately. Thinking of Yuanbao, Mu Yun felt guilty. During this period, they were focused on finding Yueya and ignored Yuanbao. The child was already upset, and there was no one to accompany him and comfort him. I'm afraid he had a hard time these days. Yueya, you have 3 brothers. One is your brother. You 2 are twins. You grew up together and have a good relationship. One is the brother bought by your mother. He is older than you. He is very caring and treats you very well. The other one is picked up by your mother. He is a chubby little fat boy. You 2 like to play together the most. You both love to be naughty. They miss you very much and are very worried about you. Yueya's eyes were full of curiosity. After listening to Mu Yun's words, she had the idea of going to see them. Seeing the joy of curiosity in Yueya's eyes, Situ smiled and said, it's time to go back and see. Your family has been worried about you for so long. It's time to go back and let them feel at ease. Yueya hesitated, but, Grandpa, I'm gone, and you're the only one here. Yueya was a little reluctant. She didn't have any memory after waking up. She was nervous and scared. It was her grandfather who gave her a sense of security, which made her gradually relax and no longer worry about it. She could live happily here.
She was leaving at this time.
Although she was looking forward to her family outside, she was also a little reluctant to leave her grandfather here. Situ laughed twice, touched Yueya's head, and said lovingly, "We have Chongfeng and Chongping here, not just Grandpa. Why are you worried?" Seeing his granddaughter so reluctant to leave him, Situ he was also happy in his heart, but he didn't show it. Yueya lowered her head, and after a moment of silence, she asked Mu Yun and Song Jingnian, "Dad, Mom, can I take Grandpa back with us?" This was the first time Yueya called Daddy and Mom since she met her. Mu Yun and Song Jingnian were very happy, and the arc at the corners of their mouths could no longer be put down. They both nodded quickly, and Song Jingnian said, "Of course, as long as your grandpa Situ is willing, he can live with us forever." Mu Yun also said, "Yes, your grandfather Situ saved your life and is the benefactor of our family. As long as he is willing, he can go with us at any time." Situ, he was helpless. He had never thought about leaving Yukon Valley. He could only appreciate his granddaughter's intention. Yueya turned her head and looked at Situ expectantly. "Grandpa, can you go with us? You are my grandfather. I will take care of you in the future. I am worried about you living alone in this mountain." Situ touched her head lovingly and explained to her with a smile, "Grandpa has his own things to do and can't leave for the time being. I will come to see you when I am free later, okay?" Hearing this, Yueya was a little disappointed. Seeing that she was unhappy, Situ shook his head helplessly. He took a jade pendant from his waist and handed it to Yueya, saying, "This is the jade pendant I have worn all my life. It can protect you to grow up healthy. Take it. Grandpa will come to see you next year, okay?" Yueya looked at the jade pendant stuffed in her hand and nodded with red eyes. "Then, Grandpa, you must keep your word and come to see me next year." Yueya spoke with a nasal tone, and her sensible appearance made people feel warm. Situ nodded and rubbed her hair lovingly. "Okay, Grandpa will keep his word and will not break his promise." The two talked for a long time. Situ packed all his medical books and gave them to Yueya, asking her to take them back and read them, saying that he would test her when they met next year. Yueya's clothes were all packed up, and Chuanya and Chuanxing were also taken away. Situ told them to go back to their original positions. He stood on the mountain, watching Yueya's back as she walked away. For the first time, he felt reluctant to leave. He thought that he had a deep bond with this child, but he didn't expect that she would leave in just over a month. Chongfeng, send a message back and ask Xianqi to come see me when he is free. This kid, I'm afraid he did something behind my back. Chongfeng nodded, immediately went to write a letter, summoned a pigeon, packed the letter, and let it fly out. On the way down the mountain, Yueya lay on Song Jingnian's back and slowly calmed down. Daddy was very gentle and coaxed her carefully when he spoke. Mommy was also very gentle and always looked at her with a smile. Her eyes seemed to be full of love and concern for her. Yueya no longer felt uneasy and gradually became happy. Her daddy and mommy were very good and treated her very well. She was no longer worried. Song Jingnian and Mu Yun, who were going down the mountain, both had smiles on their faces, and their hearts were no longer empty. When Moe and others who were waiting at the foot of the mountain saw Song Jingnian carrying a child down, they were suddenly very surprised. Their faces were full of disbelief. Moe pinched Moe's hand excitedly and asked in an excited tone, "Is the person on the master our little princess? Is that right?" Moe was also very surprised. After searching for so long, they suddenly found it. They had never seen Yueya and didn't know what she looked like. In addition, Yueya was lying on Song Jingnian's back, so they couldn't see her face clearly, let alone confirm it. Moe did not answer, and Moe said to himself, "It must be the little princess. Apart from the little princess, our master will not carry other children." The group of people were relieved and they finally found it. When Lin Xiao and others saw Song Jingnian and others, they hurried over. "Miss Mu, Mr. Song, have you found your daughter?" Lin Xiao was also surprised. He didn't expect that people were really here. Mu Yun smiled and said, "Commander Lin, thank you for this time. Thanks to you for mentioning this Yukon Valley, otherwise we would have missed it."
Thank you.
Mu Yun thanked him seriously. Moe and others also went up to see Yueya. Yueya had never seen so many people before, and she was a little timid. She carefully raised her head from Song Jingnian's back and looked at everyone with her wet big eyes timidly. This cute little look made Moe and others soften their hearts immediately. Their little princess is too cute. They hurriedly raised a kind smile, trying to make themselves look more approachable. Little princess. Little miss, hello. Moe smiled and wanted to greet Yueya. Yueya saw this and quickly retracted her head, holding Song Jingnian tightly with both hands, obviously nervous. Song Jingnian felt his daughter's nervousness and looked at Moe and others with a cold look. Yueya has lost her memory and is timid now. Don't scare her. Moe felt wronged. How could he scare the little princess? He was obviously greeting her kindly. Moe also gave Moe a cold look and said with disdain, "You are the only one who talks too much." Mu Yun smiled and explained to Yueya, "Yueya, these uncles are all friends of your father. It is thanks to them that they have been helping to find you during this period. Don't be afraid. When you get to know the uncles in the future, you will know that they are all good people." Moe and others were very moved when they heard this. The princess was so nice, smart, and powerful, and she respected them very much. She was more than enough to match their prince. Their prince was still infertile. The princess gave birth to these two little babies. It was really a blessing for their prince to burn incense. Moe and others thought silently, and they were all happy for their prince. The group went out happily. Mu Yun and others didn't want to go to Yizhou anymore. They planned to rest in Yuzhou for one night, and then set off. The family was still waiting for them. Lin Xiao went back to bring a letter to the emperor, and also brought back Mu Yun's thanks. In addition to making soybean oil, Mu Yun also gave them several medicinal herbs that could be planted, all of which were suitable for them to plant and could be planted and sold in large quantities. This was also a great benefit for the people of Yan State. Situ Xuanqi had been waiting for news. When his subordinates sent news that Mu Yun and others were taking a little girl down the mountain, he knew that his thoughts had come to nothing. He was very upset and didn't know how to face Mu Yun and Yueya. After learning that Mu Yun and others would not come to Yizhou and were going to go back directly from Yuzhou, he hesitated for a moment and still drove his horse towards Yuzhou. After resting in the inn for a night, Mu Yun got up with Yueya to eat breakfast the next morning and prepare to set off after breakfast. When going downstairs, Yueya saw Situ Xuanqi sitting in the hall. She shouted in surprise, "Uncle?" Mu Yun was surprised for a moment when she heard this title, and then she saw Situ Xuanqi, and she understood. She had suspected before that Situ Xuanqi must have deliberately concealed Yueya's existence, and now it seems to be true. Anger rose in Mu Yun's heart, and his eyes turned cold in an instant. Yueya had already run towards Situ Xuanqi. "Uncle, why are you here?" Yueya asked in surprise. Seeing a familiar person, there was some joy in her eyes. Situ Xuanqi reached out and touched her head, revealing a slight smile. "I knew you were leaving, so I came to see you." This was the first time Yueya saw such a beautiful smile on his face, and she smiled even happier. "Uncle, thank you for coming to see me. I'm going back with my father and mother. I'll trouble you to take care of Grandpa in the future. Grandpa promised to visit me next year. Can you go too then?" Situ Xuanqi didn't know Song Jingnian's identity yet. Apart from knowing that they were from Xia, he didn't know anything. Hearing this, he nodded, "Okay, if Master goes, I'll go too." Mu Yun walked over with cold eyes. Situ Xuanqi felt guilty and didn't dare to look her in the eye. He lowered his eyes, sorted out his mood, and then looked up at Mu Yun. "Sorry, Miss Mu." Mu Yun did not accept his apology. Mu Yun called Moe and took Yueya to Song Jingnian first. After Yueya left, Mu Yun asked directly, "Situ Xuanqi, you knew about Yueya's existence from the beginning, right? You knew where she was from the beginning, but you didn't say it, right?" Situ Xuanqi was silent. Mu Yun sneered. His tone was cold. "Why did you do this? I have no grudges against you. Why do you want to stop me from finding my daughter?" Situ Xuanqi was still silent. He didn't know how to explain. "You were ordered to find someone, but you knew where the person was and didn't bring her. Do you think you are committing a crime of deceiving the emperor? If your emperor knew, do you think he would still trust you? Mu Yun's tone was threatening. After a long while, Situ Xuanqi said lightly, "Sorry. It's my fault. I just don't want Yueya to leave my master. He is too lonely and has no family." Yueya's appearance makes the whole Yukon Valley lively and lively. Master is very happy. He has no relatives and really regards Yueya as his granddaughter. In order to save Yueya, he gave Yueya the only medicine in the world that can bring the dead back to life. It was the medicine that he didn't take out when the prince was seriously ill. Mu Yun was surprised. Situ, he didn't mention this. My master only has a few years to live. I just want him to be happy in the last few years. I am selfish and concealed Yueya's existence. I apologize to you. I'm sorry. Situ Xuanqi didn't regret it, but felt guilty. Mu Yun had a cold face and an angry tone. You're selfish and only think about yourself. You also saw that we are persistent in finding our daughter, but you still do this. Situ Xuanqi, you are such an indifferent person. There will be no friends who are sincere to you. You are too selfish. Mu Yun was a little helpless. Apart from saying some unpleasant words, she couldn't do anything to Situ Xuanqi. For Situ's sake, she couldn't do anything to Situ Xuanqi. Situ Xuanqi also understood, so he dared to apologize. Okay, I don't want to see you again, get out. Mu Yun said coldly. Situ Xuanqi said, I'm only here to apologize, sorry. After that, Situ Xuanqi left. He didn't go to see Yueya again. After packing up his luggage, Yueya followed him on the way home. After finding the news of Yueya, Mu Yun asked Song Jingnian to pass it back first so that his family could rest assured. In the Mu mansion in Yunzhou, Bai Mu was trembling with excitement after receiving the news, and his face was full of joy. After realizing it, he hurried to the princess's courtyard. Although the princess was in good health, she was in a bad mood. She often leaned on the couch in the courtyard, wanting to know the news about Yueya. She had been expecting and disappointed many times, so her mood swings were not so big now. Seeing Bai Mu running in a panic, she took a look and said lightly, What's the matter? Why are you so reckless? Bai Mu smiled excitedly. Your Highness, Yueya has been found. The master sent a letter saying that Yueya has been found, and they have already set off from Yen State and returned. Bai Mu's words were like thunder, and the princess immediately stood up from the couch, her face full of disbelief. What did you say? Yueya has been found? My dear grandson has been found? The princess looked at Bai Mu in surprise and expectation, waiting for his answer. The princess was so happy that she didn't know what to do for a while, and she was just excited. Bai Mu hurried to tell Yuanbao and others about the news. During this period, Yuanbao was the one who suffered the most, and Bai Mu was also distressed. Arriving at Yuanbao's yard, his small figure was sitting at the desk, writing expressionlessly. For more than a month, he had not smiled again. Bai Mu came in with a smile and said excitedly, Yuanbao, I have good news for you. Yueya has been found. Bai Mu's words startled Yuanbao. His originally calm eyes immediately shot out light and became lively in an instant. Uncle Bai Mu, what did you say? Yuanbao stood up a little bit unbelieving. Bai Mu smiled and said again, Yueya has been found. Your parents have brought her back. You will be able to see her in a few days. Yuanbao's nose was sour and his eyes were red. His voice became trembling, but he still felt unbelievable. Uncle Bai Mu, you didn't lie to me, did you? Yueya was really found?
How is she?
Is she injured? Yuanbao ran over excitedly, holding Bai Mu's hand and asked, his eyes full of worry and excitement. Bai Mu smiled and replied, No, your father said that Yueya is fine. Bai Mu actually didn't know too much, and there were only a few hurried sentences in the letter. Yuanbao was completely relieved after hearing this. He took back Bai Mu's hand. His mind was in a mess for a while, and he didn't know what to do. I'll go clean my sister's room. When she comes back, she can live there. Yuanbao was about to run to Yueya's yard, but Bai Mu grabbed him and said helplessly, Yueya's room is very clean. The old lady has it cleaned every day. You can live there at any time. Yuanbao nodded hurriedly after hearing this. Yes, I almost forgot. Then I'll go to the door to check. Baimu's face flashed with helplessness, and he held Yuanbao's arm again. Little ancestor, it's still early now. If you go to the door and see them until dawn, they won't be back yet. Even if they come back from Yen State, it will take 4 or 5 days even if they rush. You just wait and do your homework. Yuanbao frowned, a little unhappy. It takes so long. He couldn't wait any longer. He wanted to see his sister now to see if she was injured. It was such a high cliff, and he was very worried. Soon, the whole mansion knew the news that Yueya was found. Mu Yang and Hu Tianxi were very happy. They ran to Yuanbao excitedly to tell him, but Yuanbao already knew it. After Lu Yu learned the news, her heart, which had been hanging for a long time, finally fell. If Yueya was really gone, the guilt would torment her for the rest of her life, and she would not be able to live a stable life for the rest of her life. For more than a month, she helped to look after the weaving workshop and tortured Chen Jin's every day when she came back. Now that the Chen family has fallen, Chen Jin's is in trouble, and the Chen family has lost the protection of the prefect, and was soon broken up by Lin Shiruan. Lin Shiruan and Chen Jinxiao's affair was exposed. Although Lin Cixi knew it a long time ago, she was still hurt in the end. Chen Jinxiao fought with his parents and married Lin Shiruan. The two sisters of the Lin family married one husband. This matter caused a lot of discussion. Lin Shiruan didn't care, but Lin Cixi felt ashamed. Lin Shiruan entered the mansion as a co-wife, which made Lin Cixi feel humiliated, so she began to hate Chen Jinxiao and everyone in her heart. She began to plan revenge, so she poisoned everyone in the Chen family. Anyway, her mother and brother were dead, and she had no hope of living now. She dragged everyone in the Chen family to die together, enough to keep her company. Since they all let her down, let's go to Hades together. Lin Cixi poisoned the entire Chen family, except her sister Lin Shiruan. Lin Shiruan cried sadly, and while crying uncomfortably, she held the funeral of the entire Chen family. In the end, everything in the Chen family became hers, and the murderer was Lin Cixi. All of this was designed by Lin Shiruan. She became the biggest winner, using Lin Cixi to make her take the blame, and finally got all the property of the Lin and Chen families, becoming the richest widow in the entire Yunzhou. The news that all the people in the Chen family were dead was also told to Chen Jin's by Lu Yu. Chen Jin's had been locked up in the woodshed of the Mu mansion, neither dead nor alive. The two maids had been suffering with her all the time, and Bai Mu would not allow them to die. The entire Mu mansion was no longer dull and gloomy, and everyone began to have smiles on their faces. When Lu Yu went to the weaving workshop, he met Lin Shiruan. Lin Shiruan greeted her with a smile and said that she wanted to go to the weaving workshop with her. Lin Shiruan now has many businesses, including the textile industry. Ever since Mu Yun's Buxian Junzwang opened, the business has been the best. All other cloth shops in Yunzhou have almost lost their business because Zhangjianzwang has cloth of all price ranges and the price-performance ratio is very high. Cloth of the same quality is much cheaper at Zhangjianzwang, and equally expensive cloth is cheaper and more exquisite at Zhangjianzwang. Whether it is dignitaries or ordinary people, all the business is done by Zhangjianzwang. This caused other cloth shops to lose their business, and they were worried every day. The shop owners under Lin Shiruan's name came to complain to her, saying that the cloth from Zhangjianzwang was too popular and they didn't have any chance to compete. Lin Shiruan is now full of confidence. She feels that she is no worse than anyone else, but she is not as lucky as Mu Yun to meet a noble prince. She now also wants to prove her excellence, and she manages all the businesses she takes over carefully. However, she cannot win over Mu Yun in the textile and restaurant industries. The business is always snatched away by Mu Yun, and her shops are always unable to make ends meet. Now, while Mu Yun is away, she wants to completely take over the business and make herself the richest person in Yunzhou. Lu Yu seemed very cold in response to her greeting.
Now, Lu Yu has changed.
She is no longer that weak and fragile. Instead, she has become much tougher. She no longer avoids people's gazes and has learned to look people straight in the face. She looked at Lin Shiruan with an indifferent gaze and said in a cold tone, "It's inconvenient, Miss Lin. Please don't set foot in Xiangyanfang." Lin Shiruan didn't care about her attitude and still smiled and said, "I just want to see how you weave cloth, and the cloth you weave is so popular." Lu Yu said coldly, "Miss Lin, please respect yourself.
Some things are not for you to see.
See your position clearly and go back." I didn't expect that Lu Yu, a coward, has become sharp now, which is really surprising. Lin Shiruan's smile faded, and she said with some disdain, "Speaking of which, our identities are the same. My relationship with Ayun is much better than your relationship with her. Miss Lu is the one who has no self-knowledge." Lu Yu was too lazy to pay attention to her. The news about the Lin and Qin families was spreading like wildfire. Lu Yu knew that Lin Shiruan was not so innocent. Lu Yu didn't want to associate with people with deep thoughts because she knew that she couldn't play with them, so she had to stay away. Seeing that Lu Yu didn't like her so much and didn't take her to the weaving workshop, Lin Shiruan left by herself. Now that Mu Yun was not there, she didn't believe that she couldn't get in. Lin Shiruan's carriage went to Xiangyanfang. Seeing this, Lu Yu didn't care and went her own way. She was not worried at all because Lin Shiruan couldn't get in. Lu Yu went to the weaving workshop every day, which made Lin Shiruan think that the weaving workshop was now managed by Lu Yu. In fact, it was not the case at all. The two guards at the door of the weaving workshop were arranged by Mu. Sure enough, when Lu Yu arrived, Lin Shiruan was being chased, and the guards did not allow him to enter. Lu Yu gave her a cold look and then went straight into the weaving workshop. Lin Shiruan looked at her disdainful eyes and was very angry, but she could do nothing about it. After that, she asked someone to bribe the people in the weaving workshop to steal the weaving secrets of Xiangyanfang, but no one was willing to cooperate with her. These things had been publicly said internally that anyone who dared to leak any information about the weaving workshop would be sent to jail. It was not worth going to jail for a little money. Moreover, the monthly salary of the weaving workshop was not small, and it was more reassuring to do things steadily. Lin Shiruan had been looking for many people for several days, but she didn't get any useful information, which made her very angry. Finally, she was surprised to learn that Mu Yun had returned. She also gave up the idea of stealing and thought about it in the long run. After running for 5 days, Mu Yun and Song Jingnian finally returned to Yunzhou with Yueya. The moment they arrived at the door of their house, Mu Yun and Song Jingnian were relieved. Since the day Yueya disappeared, they had not been back. Fortunately, they came back with Yueya.
Mu Yun missed home for a long time.
He didn't know how Yuanbao and the others were doing. I'm afraid it was very difficult for them to live these days. Seeing Mu Yun and Song Jingnian return, the guard at the door was also full of surprise, and then hurried in to report. Everyone in the family counted the days and waited, thinking that it would be almost 2 days, and they were all ready and looking forward to it. When they heard the news, everyone rushed out in a swarm. Yuanbao ran the fastest, and his feet seemed to be full of wind, as if he was afraid that he would not see anyone if he was a second late. Mu Yun held Yueya's hand and told her everything about this house. Yueya felt that this place was familiar. She wanted to remember it, but the picture in her mind was still fuzzy. Fortunately, even if she thought about it now, it would not hurt. Yuanbao suddenly ran out and saw his mother holding his sister from outside. Seeing that his sister was still fine, with no missing arms or legs and no injuries, he finally relaxed. He ran over quickly, and his calm eyes showed the only smile in this period of time. "Yueya, you are back." Yuanbao stretched out his hand to touch Yueya's face, but Yueya dodged. Yueya's eyes were timid, and she was subconsciously a little scared when facing Yuanbao's approach. Yuanbao's hand froze, looking at his sister's strange eyes. He looked confused, and then looked at his mother. "Mom, what's wrong with Yueya? Why doesn't she seem to recognize me?" Yuanbao's voice was a little panicked. Mu Yun was also distressed by that look. She reached out and touched Yuanbao's head and explained to him gently. Yueya's head was hit, and there was blood clots inside, causing her to lose her previous memories and forget everything. The Princess Mu Yang, Hu Tianxi and others who came in a hurry also heard Mu Yun's words. Yuanbao heard this. His eyes were full of heartache. He smiled and looked at Yueya, and said carefully, Yueya, I am your brother, and we are twins. They say that twins have telepathy. Yueya, don't you remember your brother? Yueya heard a lot from her mother along the way. Just now, she just hadn't adapted yet, and subconsciously stayed away from her brother, not because she didn't like him. She took 2 steps forward and saw that her brother's eyes were red. She tried to reach out and pull her brother's hand, and said softly, Brother, I'm sorry. I don't remember, but I will try my best to remember. Grandpa said that when the blood clot in my brain is gone, I will remember what happened before. Yuanbao nodded, took his sister's hand, and smiled. It's okay. Think about it slowly. Don't worry, brother will protect you well in the future, and never let bad people bully you again. Yuanbao's eyes became redder as he spoke. Yueya didn't want to see her brother sad, so she smiled. Her eyes were curved, and she still looked familiar as before.
Yuanbao saw her smile, and she smiled too.
The eldest princess looked at this warm scene and smiled with relief, and her face was no longer sad. Mu Yang and Hu Tianxi also hurried over to introduce themselves. Yueya, I'm your brother Tianxi. Yueya, I'm your brother Mu Yang. Do you remember us? The 2 of them were scrambling to get ahead. Yuanbao was afraid of scaring his sister, so he quickly blocked Yueya behind him and looked at them coldly.
You scared Yueya,
Yuanbao said unhappily. Yueya was protected by her brother behind her, and she poked her head out to look at Mu Yang and Hu Tianxi curiously. She searched her mind, but couldn't find any memory of them. In the end, she could only shake her head. I don't remember. Hearing this, the 2 were a little disappointed, but they also smiled and comforted. It's okay. It's okay if you can't remember. You can think about it slowly later. Mu Yang comforted. The eldest princess came over and looked at her granddaughter, who had been lost and found. She was very happy and hurriedly shouted, Yueya, I'm your grandmother. Come here. Let your grandmother see. Looking at the woman with a loving face and noble air, Yueya's eyes were shining with stars. Her father, mother, brother, and grandmother were all so beautiful. Yueya, this is your grandmother. She has been worried about you for more than a month. Go and talk to her. Mu Yan patted his daughter's shoulder gently and encouraged her gently. Yueya walked over and said softly, Grandma, I'm sorry for worrying you. The eldest princess took her granddaughter's hand, touched her head with red eyes, and choked up a little. It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back. It's my grandmother, who didn't protect you well. Fortunately, God blesses me, and lets my Yueya come back safely. The eldest princess now values the 2 children more than her own life. Originally, she would not have grandchildren. The appearance of Yueya and Yuanbao gave her a surprise and made her have no regrets in her life. When she didn't have grandchildren, although it was a pity, she wouldn't feel too bad. But after she had them, she couldn't accept them leaving and couldn't accept them getting into trouble. This time when Yueya got into trouble, she almost couldn't survive. This was her lifeblood. The eldest princess hugged her granddaughter, crying and laughing. This was the first time she lost her composure like this. The nanny beside was affected by the mood of her own prince, and she also lowered her head and wiped her tears. Yueya came back and was treated warmly by everyone. Everyone treated her carefully and flatteringly, making her feel valued. Today is the happiest day for the whole family. Zizhu prepared a large table of food to celebrate Yueya's return. The whole family sat together to eat and drink. Everyone was very happy. All the subordinates of the Mu Mansion were also rewarded today and had good wine and food. Chun Jin's in the woodshed listened to the movement outside and was a little curious. What kind of happy event happened that made the originally lifeless Mu Mansion become lively overnight? Mu Yan was very happy tonight. Looking at the lively family and the scene of Yueya playing with Yuanbao and others again, she smiled and raised the wine glass again and took another sip. Song Jingnian only drank 2 glasses. Don't move. I'm happy today and want to drink a few more cups. Song Jingnian. Look, they're back to their previous state. Mu Yan pointed to the children playing with lanterns in the yard. Because Yueya liked the lanterns, Yuanbao and the others made them for her by themselves to make her happy. Song Jingnian glanced at the scene, and his eyes were also filled with smiles. Well, I saw it. I will protect you well in the future and never let this happen again. Song Jingnian began to think about the safety of the two children. He wanted to train special secret guards for the two children to protect them closely. This matter must be arranged as soon as possible. Because of drinking, Mu Yun's cheeks were flushed, and she looked more lovely than usual. She reached out to Song Jingnian, and Song Jingnian hurriedly took her hand and sat next to her. Mu Yun looked at him with a dazed look and said seriously, Thank you for accompanying me to find Yueya." She was used to being alone, and this time Song Jingnian could accompany her to find the children all the time, and she was grateful in her heart. Before, she didn't think Song Jingnian cared much about the two children, but after this incident, she understood the position of the two children in Song Jingnian's heart. He didn't favor boys over girls. He loved Yueya very much and liked Yueya very much. He was a very good father. She was willing to marry him and no longer had any concerns. Song Jingnian was helpless. "Ayun, Yueya is my daughter. Do I need you to thank me for finding her?" Song Jingnian wanted to be angry but didn't dare to be angry.
Mu Yun smiled.
She didn't dare to say that in fact, she had never thought that Song Jingnian would care about the children so much before. She had never shared the responsibility of the children with him. She always felt that the two children were just hers and had nothing to do with other people. But now, she doesn't think so. Song Jingnian, Bai Mu Baixing, and Aunt Song all care about the two children and really like them. She is happy for the two children to have so many people who care about them. "Didn't you say you wanted to go back to Beijing? I'm willing to go back now. Let's get married, and then give the children a legitimate identity, and let us truly become a family." Hearing her words, Song Jingnian was very surprised. The more he got along, the more he liked Mu Yun, and at the same time, he could feel how free she was. It was not easy to get her to stay for him, but now Mu Yun said she was willing, which made him very happy. "Really? Yun, are you willing to go back to Beijing with me?" Song Jingnian's tone was a little excited, and his joyful look was even more vivid. Mu Yun nodded. She liked to see him smile so happily. She continued to drink another glass, smiled and pinched his face, and said gently, "Well, really, I like you very much and am willing to marry you." Song Jingnian nodded heavily, happily hugged Mu Yun, his chin resting on her neck, his eyes full of satisfaction. "That's great. Our family will always be together in the future and live a plain and happy life." Song Jingnian's low voice sounded in Mu Yun's ears, and the hot air he exhaled spread in her neck, bringing waves of itchiness. Mu Yun raised her hand to push him away, with a drunken look on her face. "Don't talk into my ear." Song Jingnian looked at the blush on her cheeks and her blurred eyes, and couldn't help but feel moved. He called softly, "Ayun, let me carry you back to the room." After Song Jingnian finished speaking, he didn't wait for her response, picked her up, and then said a few words to Bai Mu and others, and then carried Mu Yun back to her yard. Seeing this, everyone understood tacitly and laughed happily. Tonight, the Mu mansion was peaceful and quiet. Chun Jin's in the woodshed was let go for the first time in more than a month. In the past, someone would come to torture her every night before giving up. This was the first time no one came to torture her. It was also the first time that she slept at night. Although she was still forced to stand, at least she was not woken up by the pain and unable to sleep. The next morning, Mu Yun got up and saw the person sleeping next to her. A smile flashed in her eyes. This person actually learned to take advantage of others and became so shameless. As soon as Mu Yun moved, Song Jingnian woke up. Both of them slept well and peacefully. Mu Yun pretended to be displeased and looked at him, then said lightly, "Song Jingnian, did you get my permission? How dare you sleep in my bed?" Song Jingnian smiled innocently. "Ayun, you are wronging me. I just sent you back last night. Later, you pulled me and wouldn't let me go. You also said that I was pretty. Then, regardless of my wishes, you had to kiss me. After that, I couldn't bear to refuse you, so we slept together. Why did you deny it when you woke up? You also slandered me and thought that I took advantage of someone's misfortune. You are a bit too much." Song Jingnian looked serious, as if he was really wronged. Muyan thought about it, and she couldn't remember anything except the memory of Song Jingnian holding her back. Looking at Song Jingnian's serious face, she coughed twice, and then said, Okay. I misunderstood you, sorry. Seeing that she was actually coaxed, Song Jingnian held back his smile and laughed in his heart. He really didn't expect Muyan to be so easy to deceive, and he really didn't remember anything. Well, get up. It's quite late. Muyan looked at the sky outside and said. Her intuition told her that it was not early, but she didn't know what time it was. She hurriedly got up and put on her clothes. She didn't even look at Song Jingnian and went to wash herself. Song Jingnian looked at her running back. A smile climbed into his eyes, and then he got up and put on his clothes. After Muyan came to the front yard, she realized that everyone had already had breakfast. She and Song Jingnian did get up a little late. Muyan blushed a little, always feeling that everyone seemed to be laughing. Zizhu brought her the prepared breakfast. After eating, Baimu came to talk to her about Qinjin's. Muyan remembered that there was still Qinjin's that had not been resolved. When she mentioned this person, hatred instantly emerged in her eyes, and her tone was a little cold. I almost forgot about her. It's time to go see her. After breakfast, Muyan came to the woodshed. When the door opened, an unpleasant smell came to her face, fishy and smelly. Qinjin's had a rare chance to sleep. Even if she had to stand up, it was a rare luxury for her. She was awakened by the sound of the door opening, and Qinjin's opened her eyes, with some energy and strength. But when she saw the person outside the door, her pupils instantly dilated, and her eyes were full of surprise. Muyan is back. Muyan walked in and looked at the three people who were. Qinjin's was tied to the middle pillar. Her clothes were tattered and dirty, and she was emitting a foul odor. She looked completely different from the arrogant official wife in the past. Seeing Muyan walking towards her step by step, the surprise in her eyes turned into hatred.
Muyan.
You are finally back? How is it? Have you found your baby daughter? Haha, you didn't even find the body? After more than a month of torture day and night, Qinjin's had already been living a life worse than death. She knew that she could not live. If she didn't vent the evil in her heart, she would never die in peace. Seeing Muyan at this time, she couldn't help blurting out those words. She wanted to see Muyan suffer, more than her. She laughed at Muyan crazily, her eyes full of pride. Haha, such a high cliff. If someone falls down, he will definitely be smashed into a pulp. Who can be blamed for this? Blame you? Blame Lu Yu? Haha, it's all your fault. Who asked you to be good friends with Lu Yu? Who asked you to save her? Now it's all your fault. You killed your own daughter for an outsider. Muyan, you are so pathetic. If Qinjin's words were said before finding Yueya, Muyan would really be angry with her and would blame herself and Lu Yu. Seeing that she always looked indifferent, Qinjin's couldn't help but get angry.
Muyan.
You are so useless. Why don't you accompany your daughter to die? You killed her. How dare you live? You are not worthy of being a mother. Your daughter must hate you to death. Qinjin's became more and more excited. Why was she the only one who suffered so much torture? They were all fine, Lu Yu was fine, and now Muyan was fine too. Shouldn't Muyan be heartbroken? Why was she still so calm? Qinjin's felt extremely unbalanced and full of resentment. Muyan looked at her like this, sneered, and finally spoke. My daughter is fine, she is fine, I found her, there is a river under the cliff, she fell into the river, and she is still alive and well. Muyan's words made Qinjin's unbelievable. She widened her eyes full of shock. She shook her head subconsciously. Impossible. She can't be alive. It's impossible for her to be alive on such a high cliff. Haha, you lied to me, Muyan. You're deceiving yourself. You can't accept the fact that your daughter is gone, right? Ha! You are so pathetic. Muyan glanced at the torture instruments around her, and a smile appeared in her eyes. She took a knife and approached Qinjin's. Qinjin's face already had 2 marks, and her appearance was ruined. The knife in Muyan's hand touched her cheek, and the cold touch made her body tremble, and she swallowed subconsciously. Qinjin's, your life has expired. Muyan spoke with a cold tone. Qinjin's originally thought that she was no longer afraid of death, but at this time, Seeing the murderous intent in Mu Yun's eyes, she was still afraid. After being tortured for so long, she always felt worse than death, but every time she passed the most difficult time, she didn't want to die again. She still wanted to live. She was afraid of death.
You can't kill me, Mu Yun.
Killing someone means paying with your life. Even if I am guilty, it is not your turn to kill me. The government will judge me. You have no right to kill me. Mu Yun looked at her shouting, and with a little force on his hand, the sword cut Chen Jin's face, and bright red blood oozed out. The pain on her face made Chen Jin scream in fear, but unfortunately her hands and feet could not move, and it was useless to struggle. She could not move at all, and could only let others do whatever they wanted. Mu Yun's tone was indifferent. Looking at Chen Jin's frightened appearance, she spoke softly, "Killing is easy for me. I think you have suffered enough torture during this period. It's time to end your life. Chen Jin, I will torture you one last time, and I will send you to see the King of Hades. Enjoy the remaining time you have." Chen Jin was afraid. She wanted to beg for mercy, but she couldn't bring herself to do it. If the child died, it would be fine, but she didn't die. Since she didn't die, why did she have to die? You can't kill me, Mu Yun. If you kill me, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. Not only will I not let you go, I will not let your child go either. If you let me go now, we'll be even. Your child is not dead. I've been tortured by you for so long. It's enough. We're even now. Chen Jin felt that what she said was right. She even thought that she was the one who suffered. After all, she had suffered so much. But Mu Yun didn't think so. This was the first time she hated someone so much that she had to kill him. Don't beg, Chen Jin, you must die. I'll send you off now. Of course Mu Yun would not let her die all of a sudden. That would be too easy and would be a relief for Chen Jin. She wanted her to bleed slowly so that she could fully experience the feeling of death. Her throat was torn, causing Chen Jin to be unable to speak. She could only look at Mu Yun with horror. She wanted to speak, but no sound came out. Mu Yun swung the knife again, cutting the tendons and bones of her wrist. The feeling of her flesh being cut by the knife still frightened Chen Jin. Her 5 senses became sensitive, and those feelings of pain, terror, and fear were infinitely magnified. Because of some concerns, she couldn't be allowed to die directly, so although those punishments were painful, they were not life-threatening, so the fear was much less. But now, the feeling of dying in the next second hit her mind and filled her heart with fear. Song Jingnian came outside at some point, but he didn't go in, he just watched from outside. The knife in Mu Yun's hand cut almost every fatal spot on Chen Jin's body, but did not go deeper. Blood once again dyed Chen Jin's body red. She still hadn't died, but she could no longer speak. She could only feel the pain and suffering of life slowly slipping away. Seeing that it was almost time, Mu Yun shifted his gaze to the other 2 maids. When the 2 maids saw Mu Yun looking at them, they were frightened. It is too painful to die like Chen Jin. Mu Yun looked at the 2 of them and asked, "Who among you threw my daughter off the cliff?" The 2 of them hurriedly shook their heads. Mu Yun only took a glance and figured out who it was. As for the other one, he deserves the same fate as Chen Jin. Mu Yun dealt with the 3 people before turning around and leaving. Seeing Song Jingnian at the door, she asked calmly, "Did you see everything?" Song Jingnian nodded. "Well, you should have called me, but I saw that you were having a good time, so I didn't bother you. You should vent the hatred in your heart, otherwise it will be uncomfortable." Seeing that there was no other expression on his face, Mu Yun couldn't help asking, "Don't you think I'm cruel? I killed 3 people in one breath, and used such cruel means." Song Jingnian took her hand and said gently, "No, if it were me, I would only be more cruel. Yun, we are a natural match. We are the same people. There is no need to hide from each other." Mu Yun smiled and looked at him with inquiring eyes. "No need to hide from each other? I didn't hide, what about you? Did you hide?" Song Jingnian looked at her serious eyes and suddenly felt guilty. He hadn't told her his identity yet and he wanted to speak, but he didn't know how to say it. "Young master, Miss Mu, Dr. Yu said that he wanted to give Yueya acupuncture. Do you want to go and see it?" Bai Mu suddenly ran over and said. Hearing that it was about Yueya, Mu Yun didn't care about anything else and hurried to the front hall. He received a letter a few days ago and another one today. According to the imperial physician, he may not survive this month. If the situation gets worse, he may not survive for a few days. Yu Qingling checked Yueya's body again. In addition to the blood clots in her head, she also had coldness in her body. She had been soaking in the water for too long, and the coldness had entered her body, which had a great impact on her. She had to slowly recover later. Mu Yun praised Dr. Yu is still amazing. I'll leave the task of conditioning Yueya's body to you in the future. Yu Qingling nodded in agreement. He would take good care of Yueya without Mu Yun saying anything. Yueya asked curiously, Uncle Yu, do you know medicine? Yu Qingling smiled. Yes, your Uncle Yu is very good. Don't worry, Yueya. Your uncle will definitely heal you and make you healthy. Yueya said, Uncle Yu, Grandpa wants me to learn medicine and gave me a lot of medical books. Can I learn from you in the future? Yu Qingling was surprised. Yueya wants to learn medicine? Yueya nodded. Well, Grandpa said that I have a very sensitive sense of smell, and I can remember the medicinal materials as soon as I smell them. He said I have talent, so he let me learn. I also think medicine is very interesting. Yu Qingling saw her serious look on her face, smiled and touched her head. Okay, if Yueya likes it, then Uncle Yu will teach you in the future. Yu Qingling looked at Mu Yun and Song Jingnian and said, Yueya wants to learn medical skills. What do you two think? Mu Yun smiled. Of course I support it. She can learn whatever she likes. We all support it. Song Jingnian also nodded. As long as Yueya likes it. They have no other requirements for the child as long as she is healthy and grows up safely. The rest, as long as they like, they can do it. Yu Qingling nodded. Okay, then I will really teach her medical skills in the future. I teach people, but I am merciless. My students can't fish for 3 days and dry the net for 2 days. They must keep learning. Yueya nodded firmly. Her little appearance was very cute. Well, I can do it, Uncle Yu, don't worry. I can endure hardships. Yueya's medical study was settled in this way. Seeing this, Hu Tianxi pouted and was very depressed. In the past, Yueya played pranks with him, and they counted down together. But now, Yueya has found her goal and started to make progress. He is the only one left, and he suddenly feels so useless. Baimu came to report soon, saying that Qinjin's was dead and had no breath at all. Mu Yun did not go to see, but just ordered people to throw away the body. The Mu mansion was still peaceful, not the slightest bit different because of Chen Jin's death. Lu Yu had never dared to see Mu Yun, and today, while no one was there, she went to Mu Yun's yard. As soon as they met, she knelt down in front of Mu Yun. I'm sorry. Yun, I've implicated you and Yueya. I'm sorry. I've always wanted to come and apologize to you, but I was afraid that you wouldn't forgive me. Lu Yu knelt on the ground and cried to apologize. She really felt guilty in her heart. I thought before if Yueya is really in trouble, then I will exchange my life for hers, and I will go to accompany her. It doesn't matter if I die, but Yueya can't. She is your daughter. She is still so young. Your family has been very kind to me, but I have dragged you down. Ayun, you hit me and scold me. I have no complaints. Liu Yu was actually very uneasy in her heart, and she mustered up the courage to apologize today. Mu Yun hurriedly pulled her up. She didn't blame Liu Yu. When Yueya disappeared, she only wanted to find someone, and had no time to think about other things. Now that Yueya has been found, she won't blame. She said to Liu Yu, many things happen in an instant. Yueya's accident this time, in the final analysis, it was because we didn't take good care of her. If you want to blame someone, blame Qinjin's for being too cruel. You can't blame you for treating a child like this. You don't have to think too much. Baimu also told Mu Yun about what happened to Liu Yu during this period. Among the people she saved, only Liu Yu still had a conscience. One was Lin Shiruan, who was thoughtful, and the other was Su Huanju, who was vicious. Only Liu Yu was sincere and didn't have so many thoughts. Mu Yun was relieved. Seeing that she didn't blame herself, Liu Yu was even more touched. Chen Jin's words actually made Liu Yu very worried. Now she saw that Mu Yun's expression was still the same as before, and he didn't have any dissatisfaction with her. She felt relieved. Ayun, I want to follow you and work for you in the future. Is that okay?
I will do my best.
I have no family and no friends. I only know you. I like working in the weaving workshop very much. Every day is fulfilling. I want to stay in the weaving workshop forever. Is that okay? Luyu spoke out his inner thoughts. Muyan nodded. Of course you can. Luyu was very happy. The weaving workshop was the only place where she could play a role. Now that she had Muyan's consent, she was even happier and could finally do things steadily. After Luyu untied her knot, she went to the weaving workshop happily. Muyan was now more concerned about the children, so he didn't go to the weaving workshop and the restaurant at the first time. The children resumed their previous studies. The difference was that Yueya would read medical books in her spare time. Yixian also found out what the children were good at and no longer just taught them to read and write. Hu Tianxi was more talented in arithmetic, and his mind was quick. He was not suitable for studying and taking exams, but for doing business and reading account books. Yuanbao and Muyang were both more talented in reading. At a young age, they had their own opinions on many cases described in the book, which was amazing. After Muyan learned about the children's courses and their respective strengths, he also gave some of his own opinions. After chatting with Yixian for a long time, she had time to inspect the restaurant and weaving workshop the next day. At the door of Qianji, Lin Shiruan came to wait after receiving the news. When Muyan came out, she pretended to meet him by chance. Ayun, you are finally back? Lin Shiruan's surprised look made people who didn't know her think that they had a very good relationship. Muyan had underestimated Lin Shiruan after hearing Luyu mention her. She completed her revenge alone and got all the properties of the Lin and Chen families. But this is what she deserves. Muyan doesn't want to meddle in other people's affairs now. She looked at Lin Shiruan indifferently, without any emotion in her eyes. She just casually said, "Well, I'm back." Lin Shiruan smiled and approached Muyan, wanting to hold her arm, but Muyan dodged her. Muyan's expression was full of alienation, as if they were just strangers. A hint of loss flashed in Lin Shiruan's eyes. She concealed the emotion in her eyes and spoke to Muyan with a smile. Ayun, it's great that you're back. I'm too busy now that I've taken over the business of both the Lin and Chen families. Ayun, why don't we work together? We said before that we would work together. Muyan looked at her, as if he was sizing her up. That look made Lin Shiruan feel a little uncomfortable. She smiled to hide the unnaturalness in her eyes. Ayun, why are you looking at me like this? But is there something on my face? She touched her face blankly and asked Muyan. Muyan smiled lightly and then said, "Sure, one, in front of me. You don't have to pretend, and you don't have to pretend anymore. I don't like it. Cooperation is impossible. Our friendship ends here. You should manage your business well, and don't have any extra thoughts. You can't move my business. If you have to move it, the consequences may not be good. You may lose everything you have. People should know how to be content. Now, as long as you abide by the law, you'll have no worries about food and clothing in the second half of your life. Live your life well and have fewer crooked thoughts." Muyan's sympathy is now gone, not to mention that people like Lin Shiruan are not worthy of her sympathy. She told Lin Shiruan directly that she didn't want to play tricks with Lin Shiruan every day and entangled endlessly. Lin Shiruan listened to her words, and the smile in her eyes gradually disappeared, and her eyes were full of loss. She wanted to say something, but when she touched Muyan's indifferent eyes, the hypocritical words could not be said.
Just.
Lin wanted to say something, but she didn't know what to say. Muyan looked at her and said lightly, "Shiruan, while we are still friends, control your thoughts. This will be good for both you and me. Take care of yourself." Muyan left after saying that. Lin Shiruan was left standing there in a daze, watching her leaving with a blank look in her eyes. Is her mind so obvious? Muyan saw through it so easily. Lin Shiruan still didn't listen to Muyan's words. She felt that since she couldn't reconcile with Muyan, she would start from other places. She didn't want to destroy the industry she had worked so hard to get. Since they couldn't be friends, they could only be enemies in the future. But thinking of Song Jingnian beside Muyan Lin Wan was in trouble again. Mu Yun was easy to deal with, but Song Jingnian was the war god prince of Xia Kingdom, with tremendous power. If he helped Mu Yun, then she would have no way to compete with Mu Yun. Lin Wan stood there and thought for a long time. The more she thought of Song Jingnian's identity and background, the more scared she became. In the end, she became more and more confused and couldn't make up her mind. She could only go home and make a long-term plan. Mu Yun left the restaurant and went to the weaving workshop again. Song Jingnian was at home and told the princess about the serious illness of Duke Chen. The princess naturally received the news, but she didn't want to care. Now that she had grandchildren, she was even more annoyed with the Duke's mansion. It didn't matter to her whether he died or not. I don't want to go back. It's best if he dies. I'll be at peace in the future. The princess looked disdainful and indifferent. Song Jingnian had no choice. He didn't want to go back either, but after all, that man was his father. No matter what, he had to go back after he died. Mother, let's get ready. Let's go back to Beijing. He didn't have time to do what the emperor had told him to do before, so he could only go back to the capital first and discuss it later. The eldest princess was reluctant. I don't want to go back. Besides, has Ayun agreed to go back with you? If we go back alone, I don't want to. No one can separate me from my two precious grandchildren. I can't leave them now. The eldest princess is now completely inseparable from her two grandchildren. She misses them a lot when she doesn't see them for a long time. Song Jingnian smiled and said, Mother, Ayun agreed to go back with me. We will hold the wedding banquet when we go back. While Duke Chen is not dead yet, we will hold the wedding banquet first. If he dies, I will have to observe mourning, and the wedding banquet will not be held for a while. Hearing this, the eldest princess was very happy and immediately thought of this problem. However, it is said that the old man is not going to die soon, and the time is too short. The eldest princess is afraid that the wedding banquet will not be held well, so she neglects Mu Yun. Jingnian, the time is too short. It's too hasty to hold a wedding banquet. You didn't tell me earlier. You should have let people prepare earlier. The eldest princess said with a reproachful tone. Then she immediately shouted to Nanny Chen, Mammy, hurry up, send a message back and ask the people in the mansion to prepare for the wedding banquet so that there will be more time. Nanny Chen nodded and agreed, and immediately went out to do things. Song Jingnian said, Or, tell your uncle to let the people from the Ministry of Rights help with the arrangements. There is more strength with more people, so it should be in time. The eldest princess' eyes immediately lit up. Yes, we can let the Ministry of Rights arrange it. Why didn't I think of it just now? I just wanted to arrange it myself. Mammy, come back and send another letter to His Majesty. The eldest princess was busy giving instructions. Seeing this, Song Jingnian smiled helplessly. Since coming to Yinzhou, his mother has smiled a lot more. This happy look from the heart makes him happy. In fact, it was not after coming to Yinzhou, but after having the crescent moon ingot. His mother was so happy because of the crescent moon ingot. Thinking of this, Song Jingnian was really grateful to Mu Yun. If it weren't for her, his mother would probably regret it for the rest of her life. Song Jingnian said, Mother, for the sake of the two children and Ayun's reputation, I plan to tell others that I've been married outside for a long time, but because of some misunderstandings, my wife and I have been separated for many years. We have only reconciled now, and only now know about the existence of the two children. Hearing this, the eldest princess nodded. She thought about it, and there seemed to be no better excuse than this. Okay, then why don't we release the news now, and let those people in the capital know first so that they won't be too shocked when the time comes. After saying that, the eldest princess felt that something was wrong again. She thought about it and hurriedly said, No, how about this? Let's announce the news after we go back. Just say that you and Ayun got married 5 years ago. At that time, you were still in the northern border. Then 4 years ago, you separated because of a misunderstanding. It was the misunderstanding you caused that made Ayun sad, so she has been separated from you for so many years. And now you can't coax her on your own, so you asked me to come out and coax her together, and then I coaxed Ayun and she is willing to forgive you. Then our family will return to Beijing together. This way, it feels more credible. Song Jingyan thought about it and felt that his mother's statement was feasible. He said, let's discuss it with Ayun first. Let's have someone prepare the wedding banquet first. As for this excuse, I'll tell Ayun when she comes back and see which excuse she thinks is good. We'll use that one then. The princess nodded. Okay, follow Ayun's advice. Ask her as soon as possible so that we can make plans. If we want to go back for the wedding banquet, we have to go back as soon as possible. It's best to leave tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. If it's later, I'm afraid someone in the Duke's mansion won't be able to wait. Song Jingyan nodded. Okay, I know. Mother, I'll tell her when Ayun comes back. Muyan didn't come back until the sun went down. As soon as she came back, Song Jingyan told her about the excuse she would give to the public after she returned. Muyan listened to what he said and laughed helplessly. In the end, she felt that the one Song Jingyan's mother said was okay, so she chose that one. Hearing that she had to leave so soon, she was a little unprepared. It doesn't have to be so fast, does it? We just came back, and I still have a lot of things to deal with. She was willing to go to the capital, but she didn't expect it to be so fast. It was too fast to leave without saying anything. She was not prepared at all. However, after listening to Song Jingyan saying that his father was seriously ill and would not live long, she could only reluctantly agree. Chun Jingyan didn't say much about his father's affairs, and he couldn't explain it clearly in a few words. He thought that he would explain it to Mu Yun on the way back to the capital. Mu Yun could only arrange everything quickly and prepare for the trip to the capital. In the capital, the emperor also received a letter from the princess, asking the Ministry of Rites to help prepare for Song Jingyan's wedding, and to be quick. The emperor was stunned when he saw the letter. He thought that it must be his sister who sent the wrong letter, or that his sister had an accident and hit her head, so she could write such a letter to him. In Yunzhou, Muyan arranged for Lu Yu to take care of the weaving workshop. When this important task came, Lu Yu was stunned. She was entrusted with an important task all of a sudden, which made her a little panicked and at a loss. Ayun, I can't do it. This task is too heavy. I can't do it. Lu Yu was worried. She was fine doing some small things in the weaving workshop, but it was simply too much for her to manage it. She had no idea where to start. What if there was a mistake? Muyan also knew that she was timid. She said seriously, Xiaoyu, you have to believe in your ability. Maybe you don't have this ability now, but you can learn. It's not that I can't find someone else to manage it, but I don't trust others. I only trust you. I will let someone teach you how to manage it. You just need to learn well. It's not difficult. I have only one requirement. That is, you must be loyal and don't betray me. I think you can do it, so I want you to manage the weaving workshop. Lu Yu didn't expect Mu Yun to trust her so much and hand over such an important weaving workshop to her. She was very touched. Seeing Mu Yun's serious expression, she couldn't refuse, but she still had concerns. What if she couldn't do it well? Mu Yun continued, Xiaoyu, before you take over completely, someone will help you manage the business. You just need to learn well. Think about it. If you really don't want to, it doesn't matter. I'll find someone else. When Lu Yu heard that she wanted to find someone else, she immediately shook her head. No, I am willing, Ayun, I am willing to learn. I want to be a useful person to you. Since you trust me, then I will work hard and try to make myself worthy of your trust. Compared with worrying about not being able to do well, Lu Yu was more afraid that she could not repay Mu Yun's kindness and would not be useful to Mu Yun. So she bit the bullet and agreed, and at the same time made up her mind to work hard. Seeing that she agreed, Mu Yun nodded with satisfaction, and then asked someone to teach her. Mu Yun entrusted the matter of the restaurant to the shopkeeper, who was brought by her from Lingxi County. He was very safe and reassuring. Because she left in a hurry, Mu Yun did not have time to deal with many things. After explaining the matters of the weaving workshop and the restaurant, she packed up her things and set off for the capital with Song Jingyan and others. When the news that Lu Yu took over the weaving workshop reached Lu Tongzhou's ears, he had other thoughts. But now that Lu Tongzhou knew Song Jingyan's identity, he was much more cautious in doing things and dared not do anything wrong. Although he wanted to contact Lu Yu, he was also very disciplined and did not dare to do anything wrong. Before leaving, Bai Mu had said hello to Lu Tongpan. The weaving workshop was protected by Lu Tongpan, and Lu Yu could go to him for help with anything. With this backer, Lu Yu was more confident and was no longer afraid of Lu Tongzhou. Instead, she repeatedly let Lu Tongzhou suffer. Mu Yun rode on the road, still thinking about Yunzhou's affairs. In the past, she wanted to travel all over the world, so she opened shops in every place by herself. But in the future, she decided to spend more time on her children. Although she couldn't stop starting a business to make money, she could train her own people to do things for her so that she could have more time to accompany her children. She was thinking about her career all the way, but she didn't notice the look in Song Jingnian's eyes when he looked at her. He always wanted to say something, but stopped. She wanted to speak several times, but always hesitated. Several children have now learned to ride horses, and they are all riding slowly. The progress is a bit slow, but the eldest princess said it doesn't matter. Anyway, the wedding banquet will be handled by the Ministry of Rites, and it doesn't matter if they arrive late. The main thing is that she doesn't want to make her grandchildren suffer. The scenery along the way is also nice. Walking slowly, it feels like going on a trip and everyone is happy. Dad, what does the capital city look like? Crescent Moon's horse came to Song Jingnian, and the little face looked at Song Jingnian curiously and asked. Hearing his daughter's voice, Song Jingnian immediately held back the words he wanted to say to Mu Yun. He turned his head to look at his daughter, smiled and said, the capital city is very big, with many big houses, and it is also very lively. There are many shops, and there are more things to eat and play than other places. Generally speaking, the capital city is more prosperous, and there is nothing else. Yueya nodded ignorantly. She was just curious. Compared to Yukon Valley, she actually liked being outside more. She could see different things, and it was fresh and fun. Now that she was going to a new place, she was naturally very curious. Dad, is your home in the capital? Song Jingnian smiled dotingly. This is our home, and Daddy's home is also your home. Daddy has already written to ask the servants to arrange your yard and decorate it beautifully for you. You can go and see it when the time comes. If you don't like it, we can redecorate it. Yueya nodded. It felt good to be valued by her family. She was very happy. Song Jingnian turned his head and said to Mu Yun, Ayun, Yueya and Yuanbao are grown up now. Why don't I stop calling them by their nicknames and call them by their proper names in the future? Song Jingnian was very lively, and Yuanbao immediately agreed, Yes, mother. Don't call me by my nickname in the future. I'm so old now. It's not appropriate to call me by my nickname. Seeing Yuanbao's protest, Mu Yun smiled helplessly and said, Okay, I'll call you by your full name from now on, and keep your nickname for private use. Song Jingnian said to Yuanbao, Yangzi and others, Yueya's full name will be Song Liyue from now on, and this is Mr. Situ. Yueya's savior. Gave it to you. You should remember it in the future. Yuanbao nodded and praised with a smile. This name is nice, Liyue Ayu, you will call it that from now on. But thinking of his sister's change of surname, he looked at his mother and asked, Then mother, what is my full name? Mu Yun smiled and said, Your full name is Song Yenin. Yuanbao glanced at his father and asked, Is this the name given to me by Daddy? Song Jingnian smiled. Knowing that his son had never liked him very much, he was really afraid that he would reject this name. How is it? Does Yuanbao like this name? Song Jingnian asked a little nervously. Yuanbao nodded neatly. Well, it's good. Song Jingnian was a little surprised. He didn't expect Yuanbao to say it was good. After saying this, Yuanbao rode away. Song Jingnian looked at Mu Yun with some surprise and couldn't help but said, Yun, why is this boy so nice to me all of a sudden? I'm not used to it. Mu Yun laughed. Are you asking for a lesson? Does your son need a reason to be nice to you? Song Jingnian laughed happily and said quickly, No, I just feel a little surprised. Song Jingnian now understands what happiness is. He has his beloved woman by his side and 2 cute and smart children. He never thought of this happiness before. Thinking of the troubles in the capital, Song Jingnian felt that he had to tell Mu Yun in advance. Thinking about it, he prepared to speak. Yun, actually I have something to hide from you. I'm telling you now, can you not be angry? Hearing this, Mu Yun smiled and said, That depends on what you're hiding from me. You tell me first, and then I'll decide whether to be angry or not. Mu Yun naturally knew that he was hiding something from her and had been waiting for him to speak. Seeing her smile on the surface, but not on the inside, Song Jingnian felt inexplicably scared.
He was about to say it.
A burst of rapid horse hoof sounds and panicked cries for help interrupted what he was about to say. Mu Yun and Song Jingnian were riding in the front, and the princess's carriage was in the middle section of the road. There was a bend here, and the road on the other side could not be seen. At this time, before the two horses turned the corner, two bloody men and women suddenly rushed out from the opposite intersection and fell in front of their horses. Then, a group of people appeared. They were some men wearing face scarves, riding tall horses, and they were full of murderous aura. The man and woman who fell to the ground were in a mess. When they saw Mu Yun and Song Jingnian, they felt like they saw a savior. Their eyes, which were originally desperate and dim, suddenly lit up and hurriedly asked for help from the two. Mu Yun and Song Jingnian watched and did not get off the horse immediately. Moe and others immediately jumped in front of them, blocking them, looking at the man and woman on the ground, and then at the masked men behind the man and woman. Before they could speak, the masked man in the lead said sternly, "I advise you not to meddle in other people's business and cause unnecessary trouble." Moe smiled faintly and said, "You have misunderstood. We don't mean to stop you. We just happened to meet you. Please make way. We're going to pass by. As for your own business, it has nothing to do with us." Unexpectedly, Moe would say this. The man and woman who were still kneeling on the ground were shocked. On the faces covered with mud and blood, the two pairs of eyes were particularly bright, and the shocked and surprised eyes were so obvious. The masked man on the opposite side was also stunned for a moment, but soon returned to normal. "Humph. It's better to be so. Since you don't want to meddle in other people's business, then you should make way." The man and woman kneeling on the ground were even more flustered after hearing this, and looked at Mu Yun with pleading eyes. Moe and others looked at Mu Yun, as if waiting for her order. Mu Yun looked at the two carefully and finally said, "Okay." She got off the horse and walked towards the two. At this time, the two people who were bowing their heads on the ground had a glimmer of light in their eyes, and a smile of success flashed in their eyes. Seeing that Mu Yun's feet were getting closer and closer to them, the woman lying on the ground had her hands ready to draw her sword at any time. But Mu Yun's feet suddenly stopped about 1 meter away from them and did not get closer. Her cold voice sounded, and she slowly said, "You two are the real killers, right?" This directly scared the two people lying on the ground. This. How did she find out? The two reacted quickly, and their doubts lasted only a moment before they cried out, my lord, why do you say that? We are just ordinary people. We are in such a disaster today. If you are unwilling to help us, why do you slander us like this? Brother, let's get out of the way and let them pass. We won't beg them." As she said that, the woman climbed up. Her tone was stubborn, but as soon as she moved, her speed suddenly increased. She drew the soft sword from her waist and attacked Mu Yun. The speed was so fast that it was impossible to dodge. However, Mu Yun was prepared and dodged it easily. As soon as the woman moved, the man on the ground also moved and also attacked Mu Yun. Both of them were targeting Mu Yun, and those masked men also came out in full force and killed Song Jingnian, Moe, and others. The two people who were originally pitiful, dirty, and bloody were now the two with the best skills among all the people. The two men attacked Mu Yun in unison, and Song Jingnian hurried to help. The two men were fast and fierce, and every move was murderous, obviously wanting to kill Mu Yun. The eldest princess in the carriage stretched her head out to take a look, and hurriedly asked someone to bring the children to the carriage to place them. She had many masters around her, and it was safest for the children to follow her in the carriage. Song Jingnian's people and the princess people are considered powerful together, but the people on the opposite side were able to fight with them for a while, which is enough to prove that they are quite strong. I don't know who sent these people. After being stabbed by Song Jingnian and Mu Yun, the strongest couple wanted to retreat. They were surrounded, and Song Jingnian's men were all masters. After fighting a few times, they gradually couldn't stand it. Retreat. Following the man's order, everyone began to retreat. Song Jingnian didn't want to catch them all. He stabbed a man at random with his sword, and then said, "Moe, people can't die. Ask them who sent them." Moe immediately went to catch the man who was stabbed. Fortunately, he was one step faster and pinched the man's chin in time. If it was a quarter of an hour later, the man would have swallowed pills to commit suicide. Moe and others immediately took ropes and tied the man up. They also stuffed thick rags in his mouth to prevent him from swallowing pills to commit suicide again, or biting his tongue to commit suicide. These people were strictly trained and not ordinary killers. Moe and others pulled the man aside for interrogation. The team turned a corner and found a flat place to rest. Song Jingnian asked Muyun curiously, "Ayun, can you tell that those two people are not simple?" Muyun nodded. "Well, it's obvious that the faces of those two people have been disguised. When they were lying on the ground begging for mercy, I noticed that there was a layer of skin behind their ears that was different from their own skin color, and the dirt and blood on their faces were a bit fake, and the fear of being hunted in their eyes was not that strong. Maybe their acting skills are too poor. The disguise is also a bit poor." In front of Muyun, these disguises are child's play. When she was on a mission in her previous life, her disguise was much better than these people. Song Jingnian didn't notice anything behind the ears. He just noticed the expressions of the two people. When the woman begged for mercy, there were only tears in her eyes and no more emotions. Song Jingnian had seen many people begging for mercy, and they were not like her at all, so he had doubts. This suspicion seemed to be full of loopholes. For example, those masked men didn't seem to be in a hurry, as if they were waiting for them to save people. Song Jingnian smiled and said, "Ayun is so meticulous that I didn't notice it." Muyun rolled her eyes at him and was too lazy to expose him. It would be strange if he didn't see it, but she was very confused as to why those people wanted to kill her. She said, "I feel that those two people want to kill me. I thought about it carefully. I haven't offended anyone. Even if I have offended anyone, I haven't offended such a powerful person. So, I am very curious about who sent these people. And they used this method. I guess they want to wait until I get off the horse to help them up before they take action. At that time, I will definitely be caught off guard and will definitely be killed by them in one move." Song Jingnian nodded. "Why do they think you'll get off the horse to help them up?" Muyun thought of the people she had saved since she came to this world. There were indeed many people. Maybe they know that I am very kind and think that I will definitely get off the horse to save them. Muyun narrowed her eyes slightly, thinking for a long time in her mind, and finally came to the conclusion that the people who wanted to kill her thought they knew her well and thought that she was a very kind person who would see injustice. Seeing her expression unclear when she said this, Song Jingnian stepped forward and touched her head comfortingly, saying, "Ayun, there's nothing wrong with being kind. The ones who are wrong are those who want to take advantage of your kindness." Muyun pulled a faint smile at the corner of his mouth and nodded. "Well, I know, but I really won't meddle in other people's business in the future." Chunjin said that if I hadn't saved Liuyu, she wouldn't have done it to Yueya. In fact, I blame myself for getting Yueya involved. Hearing this, Song Jingnian hugged her and coaxed her with some heartache. "Ayun, it's not like that. Bad people are bad people. When they do bad things, they always have many reasons, either this reason or that reason." Chunjin's hurt Yueya just to find excuses for her own behavior, to get herself out of it, saying that she was not wrong and that it was others who were wrong. Because others provoked her, she would retaliate like this, but the fact is not like this. Even if you hadn't saved Liuyu, she would find other reasons if she wanted to harm others, so you don't have to take her words to heart. She said that because she wanted you to feel bad and make you feel guilty. This is also a kind of revenge. If you feel bad and unhappy, it's a good thing for her. It's revenge on you. Don't you understand her intentions? So why bother about her words? We just want to do things with a clear conscience or do whatever we want. It's okay to save people or not. No one can decide whether you want to save people or not. Remember, as long as you are happy, it's fine. Song Jingnian's tone was gentle, as if he was coaxing a child, full of pity and heartache. Muyan looked at the tenderness in his eyes, and her eyes were stained with smiles. She reached out and hugged his thin waist, buried her face in his arms, and said softly, "Well, I know, Song Jingnian. Thank you. He not only has a good-looking appearance, but also a gentle soul. He can always heal her unhappiness." Muyan felt that she was lucky to meet him. In her previous life, she had nothing, no family, no lover, and her only friend also betrayed her. But in this life, she felt that she had everything, lover, children, friends. Everything in this life was so beautiful. She felt that maybe it was God compensating her. Muyan greedily inhaled the refreshing and pleasant smell on Song Jingnian's body, with a satisfied look on his face. Noticing that she was leaning into his arms, Song Jingnian smiled dotingly and couldn't help but hug her tighter. Moe originally wanted to come to report something, but seeing the two of them being so affectionate, he covered his mouth and laughed, standing aside and not daring to get closer. It was not until Muyan's head came out of Song Jingnian's arms that he saw Moe peeking from time to time not far away. Muyan's old face turned red, and he quickly pushed Song Jingnian away, turning his head away uncomfortably. Seeing that she was shy, Song Jingnian could not help but chuckle, and then asked Moe, "What's the matter?" Moe hurried over to report, "Young master, those people just now are from a killer organization called Chui Ming Dian. This killer organization only emerged 3 years ago. In the ranking of various killer organizations, Chui Ming Dian is now ranked third. However, although it is third, there is a big gap between it and the top 2 ranked Poison Shadow Sect and Invincible Pavilion. We didn't take Chui Ming Dian seriously before, but now they dare to assassinate you and Miss Mu. They are so bold. When we return to the capital, I will immediately gather people to find the lair of Chui Ming Dian and then catch them all in one fell swoop and cut off the roots." Song Jingnian had heard Bai Mu mention Chui Ming Dian once. It was a small killer organization, and he didn't take it seriously, but now they dared to offend him, so he couldn't keep them. "Have you found out who ordered them?" Moe was a little ashamed. "No. I used all means to force him to say that he was from the Hall of Life. When he wanted to know more, he took advantage of the gap when I asked him to talk and committed suicide again. His poison was not hidden in his teeth, so it was missed during the inspection. He hid the poison in his nasal cavity. Just inhaling a little bit can kill him." Muyan frowned and couldn't help saying, "The poison is hidden in the nasal cavity." Even if his mouth was stuffed before, he could inhale the poison through his nasal cavity and commit suicide successfully. Why did he wait until now? Song Jingnian looked at Moe, waiting for his answer. Moe was a little ashamed and said, "I only thought of this after he committed suicide, but I can't ask him. I don't know why he took poison to commit suicide now." Song Jingnian rolled his eyes at him and said coldly, "Obviously, he wants you to know that he is from the Hall of Life and deliberately revealed it to you." Moe naturally guessed it, but he didn't know why that person revealed it and what the purpose behind it was. Song Jingnian said, "Send a message back and have someone investigate this death hall. Tell me when they find out." Moe nodded, "Yes, sir." Seeing that he didn't get anything out of his question, Muyan walked towards the children. The princess was resting under the tent with the children, eating snacks and drinking the iced mung bean soup prepared by Ziju to cool off. Seeing Muyan coming over, the princess hurriedly said to the maid beside her, "Go and get Ayun the mung bean soup to cool off." Then she asked Muyan again, "How is it? Did you find out anything?" Muyan shook his head. "No, I didn't find out anything useful. Let's eat first. I'll find time to investigate after we return to the capital." The princess nodded. "Okay, Ayun, don't worry. Aunt Song will help you investigate when you return. No matter who wants to harm you, Aunt Song will take care of it for you and get rid of the person. I will never let anyone hurt you."
Muyan smiled.
"Okay, thank you, Aunt Song." The princess thought that she and Song Jingnian had not yet told each other about their identities. She felt a little worried. She didn't know whether Song Jingnian had told her. If she didn't tell him, they would arrive in the capital in a few days. It would be too late to tell him then. If Muyan got angry, it would be difficult to deal with. Mu Yun didn't see the princess's hesitant look. She drank mung bean soup, ate snacks with the children, and chatted with them. After putting down the bowl, the princess walked towards Song Jingnian and then pulled him aside. When are you going to tell Ayun about your identity? It's better to tell her as soon as possible. Song Jingnian nodded. I know, mother. I will find a chance to tell Ayun today. Hearing this, the princess was relieved. She nodded and instructed, talk to her carefully, and try not to make her feel uncomfortable. Deception is sometimes very infuriating. Song Jingnian nodded. Yes, I know, mother, don't worry. Nearing night, Mu Yun and others arrived in Shuzhou and found an inn to stay. Because there were so many people, they booked the entire inn, but before that, someone had already moved in. Bai Mu went to deal with it, but it caused a quarrel. In the end, he came back angrily and complained to Song Jingnian. Sir, that person is just being unreasonable. I tried to persuade her with kind words and gave her enough compensation, but she insisted that I was bullying her by taking advantage of my power, saying that I was rich and great, and that I humiliated her. Really? She seemed to not hear me at all, and only knew to talk to herself. I have never seen such an unreasonable and stupid person. Bai Mu was really angry. His face was red from the quarrel. He paced back and forth in front of Song Jingnian, looking like he couldn't calm down. Song Jingnian gave him a cold look. You can't even handle such a small matter, and you still have the nerve to complain to me. Bai Mu, you are really becoming more and more useless. Bai Mu was helpless. No, sir, I am a grown man. How can I quarrel with a woman? If you have the ability, go and ask her to move out. Bai Xing heard what he said and was sweating for him. This guy is getting more and more courageous. He actually dared to talk to the prince like this. He is simply tired of living. Bai Mu regretted it after he finished speaking. Song Jingnian stared at him with a dangerous flash in his eyes. This Bai Mu was getting more and more outrageous. Seeing that he seemed angry, Mu Yun reached out and pulled his sleeve. Okay, it's just a small matter. Bai Mu really doesn't quarrel. If she doesn't want to move, then don't move. Let her stay. We'll only stay for one night. If there are not enough rooms, let the rest of us go to other inns. It's true that they were there first, and suddenly they are not allowed to stay. Even if there is compensation, they may not be willing. They must be resentful in their hearts. Forget it. Song Jingnian nodded. Okay, I'll listen to you. Bai Mu knew that as long as Mu Yun opened his mouth, his prince would agree to anything. Everyone else in the inn was willing to take the money and find another place to live. Only that person was unwilling, but the room was almost enough. It was just one room, so they could just squeeze in. This matter was not continued. At dinner time, the hall downstairs of the inn was almost full of Song Jingnian and his people. Mu Yun and Song Jingnian were eating in the private room on the second floor. Suddenly, they heard a quarrel downstairs. Mu Yun put down his chopsticks and stood up to see. In the hall downstairs, a woman was arguing with Bai Mu. Bai Mu looked helpless and angry, which made Mu Yun laugh. Song Jingnian also came out and looked downstairs. Then he said dissatisfiedly, Bai Mu, this guy, why is he arguing with others again? You go in and eat, I'll go down to see. Mu Yun nodded. Well, don't talk about him. Bai Mu is not a person who cares about trivial matters. Seeing Mu Yun speak for him, Song Jingnian's tone was a little sour. Ayu knows him so well. Why doesn't he seem to know me? Am I the one who cares about trivial matters? Are you afraid that I will scold him? Mu Yun was helpless and hurriedly coaxed. How could it be? I'm afraid that you scolding him will affect your mood, not afraid that you scold him. You don't know good people, I'm going to be sad. Hearing this, Song Jingnian laughed happily. I didn't expect that she would also tell nonsense. He smiled at Mu Yun lovingly, asked her to go in and continue eating, and then he went downstairs. Downstairs, Shangguan 11 spoke to Bai Mu sarcastically. Humph. You look like a decent person, but you don't act like a human being. People like you bully the weak and fear the strong, and people look down on you. Bai Mu's face flushed, not because of shame, but because of anger. He was not a man who was not good at speaking, but this woman was so talkative, chattering non-stop, and the words she said were insulting, which made him angry and helpless. Song Jingmian came downstairs and walked towards Bai Mu. His eyebrows were cold, and his aura was exuding, which silenced the others as soon as he came. This is not the place for you to quarrel. It affects other people's meals. Song Jingmian's cold voice sounded, and he looked at Bai Mu with some disappointment, full of disgust. Shangguan Xi heard the voice and turned to look at Song Jingmian. When she saw him, she was immediately amazed. Her heartbeat quickened immediately, and the strong thumping sound filled her chest, causing her face to blush. Her bright eyes seemed to be filled with autumn water, which seemed to be overflowing, revealing a gorgeous crimson color. Song Jingmian also glanced at Shangguan Xi, but then he looked away and said to Bai Mu, "Let's eat upstairs." Bai Mu nodded and immediately raised his foot to leave. Shangguan Xi saw this and quickly came back to her senses. Song Jingmian only glanced at her and then looked away, which made her feel a little disappointed. She was so pretty, but this man didn't even look at her twice, which was interesting.
"Wait."
She smiled and said confidently, "Are you his boss?" She stared at Song Jingmian and asked, "This face is simply God's best work, so beautiful that it makes people unable to walk." Song Jingmian frowned, not wanting to talk to the strange woman. "Mo Wu, come and deal with it." After he finished speaking, Mo Wu, who had been watching the show at the other table, hurried over. They had not helped before because they thought it was insignificant, and it was quite fun to watch Bai Mu get humiliated. But now that Song Jingmian spoke up, things were different. Mo Wu was the most outgoing and eloquent of all, so Song Jingmian called him. Song Jingmian called for someone and was about to leave, but Shangguan Xi quickly opened his arms to block him. She looked at him teasingly, her eyes full of interest. "Sir, your subordinates bully others by taking advantage of their power and look down on everyone. It turns out that they learned this from you. You can't do this. We are all human beings and should be born equal. You drove away everyone in this inn and only considered yourselves, not others. This behavior is not good and must be changed." Shangguan Xi smiled brightly, staring at Song Jingmian seriously. Song Jingmian was blocked and looked at Mo Wu. Mo Wu understood what he meant and immediately attacked Shangguan Xi. Shangguan Xi was immediately angry when he saw that he dared to attack and drew out his dagger and stabbed Mo Wu. Mo Wu originally just wanted to pull the man away, but he didn't expect that the man would actually use a knife directly. Song Jingmian looked at the two people fighting and said in a cold voice, "Throw them out of the inn. They are making too much noise." Upon hearing this, Shangguan Xi became anxious instantly and shouted, "How dare you? You dare to do this to me? Do you know who I am? You are a bunch of bullies who rely on the power of others. You are all parasites of the country. You dare to bully a woman in broad daylight. Believe it or not, I will go to the government to sue you." Shangguan Xi only had some mediocre kung fu skills and was no match for Mo Wu. Mo Wu was afraid that she would disturb his own prince again, so he covered her mouth and dragged her out.
"Wu, Wu,
let
go."
At the door of the inn, Mo Wu threw the person out, and then threw a bag of silver to her, and said in a cold voice, "Miss, I advise you not to cause trouble. My master just doesn't want to bother with you. If you continue to make trouble, it will not be as simple as being thrown out of the inn. If you don't want to be thrown into Hades, then be smart and find a place to live by yourself." Mo Wu looked at her with a cold face. Shangguan Xi was very angry and cursed. Many of the words that came out of her mouth were incomprehensible to Mo Wu. No wonder Bai Mu couldn't afford to pester her. This person really didn't look like a lady at all. She was like a shrew and talked nonsense. Miss, I finally found you." Shangguan Xi was still cursing and was suddenly interrupted by a maid who jumped out. The maid hugged her thighs and cried sadly. Shangguan Xi was stunned for a moment. A trace of panic flashed in her eyes, and then she hurriedly pulled up the maid. "Jinglan, why are you here?" "Wu, miss, I almost lost sight of you. I begged all the way and searched for a long time and finally found you." Shangguan Xi looked ugly. She subconsciously looked at Mo Wu and saw Mo Wu looking at them curiously, which made her eyes flash a trace of panic, and she hurriedly wanted to pull the maid away, but was hugged tightly by the maid. Miss, let's go back. Don't go to the military camp. Let's go back to the mansion. You are the eldest daughter of the Shangguan family. How can you go to a place like the military camp? If we go back now, the master will definitely not pursue it. Miss, please, let's go back. I can't stand it. Jinglan cried sadly. Her clothes were dirty, and her face was full of tears. Shangguan Xi looked at Imowu, then possessed Jinglan's ear, and said something, and then the master and servant left together. Imowu went back to report and told Song Jingnian about the matter. Sir, could this girl be the daughter of Shangguan Heng, the great general who defends the country in the northern border? General Shangguan's family returned to Beijing this year. General Shangguan was injured and may not be able to go to the battlefield again in the future, so His Majesty specially allowed his family to return to Beijing and stay there, and they don't have to go to the northern border in the future. At this time, in the inn next door, Shangguan Xi took Jinglan to open a room, then pulled her into the room and quickly closed the door. Jinglan just let her pull her quietly, expressionless, until Shangguan Xi spoke. Jinglan, why are you here? Jinglan's eyes were red, and she cried and said, Miss, I came all the way here, and I didn't expect to see you today. It's great. Miss, don't abandon me in the future. Shangguan Xi's eyes flashed with guilt, and then he said, Okay, since you are back, follow me well, and I will definitely not treat you badly in the future. Jinglan heard this, and there was a flash of sarcasm in her eyes. What a good one. When she sold herself to the landlord's family, I don't know if she felt a little guilty. Yes, I will definitely follow the young lady closely in the future. Jinglan hid the hatred in her eyes and said with a crying voice. Shangguan Xi looked at her carefully and saw that she seemed to be the same as before, without any hatred in her eyes. She couldn't help but ask tentatively, Jinglan, did Master Wang say anything to you? When Master Wang was mentioned, Jinglan's face suddenly looked ashamed and angry. Young lady, please don't mention this man anymore. I have been abused by him. He also beat and scolded me, and his methods were cruel. I am now covered with wounds. I took advantage of the moment of pleasure to knock him out and ran away. On this way, I experienced a life and death experience before I could see the young lady again. Shangguan Xi swallowed with a guilty conscience and said hurriedly, Okay, I won't mention it. I wanted to save you at the beginning, but I didn't bring any guards, and I only know 3. I didn't know how to save you, so I couldn't save you. Later, I heard that Mr. Wang was a very kind man who would give porridge to beggars and donate money to homeless children. I thought that although he was a little older, he was indeed a good man. If you followed him, you would definitely live a good life. I left with peace of mind. I didn't expect him to treat you like this. It was really abominable. When we return to the capital, I will ask my eldest brother to take people to smash the Wang family mansion to vent your anger. Jinglan's eyes flashed with sarcasm. Her daughter was not like this before, but since she woke up from a high fever and coma for 3 days 3 years ago, she has changed and always has some strange ideas. Before in the north, she caused a lot of trouble, but she and Jingxi took the blame. Now that she has returned to the capital, she is still not quiet, but even more outrageous. This time she wants to go to the North Border military camp, saying that a tiger father cannot have a dog daughter, and she also wants to go to the military camp to serve the country. She said it with great righteousness, which made everyone praise her. But only Jinglan knew that she didn't want to join the army and serve the country, but to find her lover, the 8th rank infantry lieutenant in the military camp, Su Mingchuan. Although the young lady grew up in the northern border and had a free and easy temperament, she strictly abided by the rules of gender separation and never talked to men easily. But the young lady later always ran to the military camp, mixed with the soldiers every day, talked about marching and fighting, and won the favor of a group of soldiers. She enjoyed the pursuit of her and became a person that Jinglan couldn't understand at all. Originally, Shangguan Xi had 2 personal maids. In addition to her, there was Jingxi. Jingxi was smart, not stupid like her. Because she always stopped the young lady and reminded her that as a lady, she shouldn't do this. She was then rejected and died inexplicably. It was said that she was kidnapped by bandits. The northern border was originally a war-torn place, and there were all kinds of people. It was that time that the young lady fell in love with Su Mingchuan, who saved her, and then the two of them had close contacts. Jingluan saw the two of them hugging and being intimate countless times. Every time, she was nervous, afraid that someone would see them. She also understood that if she wanted to stay alive, she had to know nothing, so she learned to play dumb. But he didn't expect that after returning to Beijing, Xi became even more unscrupulous, doing things without any rules and even more outrageous, but he was always the one to take the blame. This time, he even forced her to escape, leaving a letter at home saying that he was going to join the army and protect the people of the world for his father. But halfway through the journey, all their money was stolen. When they encountered danger several times, Xi asked Jingluan to handle it. But later, Xi used sweet words to shift the old man's target to Jingluan and then ran away alone. She sold Jingluan to the master in exchange for a large sum of money and then left with the money. Jingluan's heart was now filled with hatred. She ran back desperately, not for anything else but revenge. Jingxi and she grew up together and were as close as sisters. Moreover, she suspected that the Xi now was not Xi. The young lady had been very good to her and Jingxi in the past. Although they were master and servant, they were as close as sisters. Now she came back, not for anything else, just to avenge herself, Jingxi, and the young lady. She must expose this person's true identity and let everyone in the family see that this person is not a lady at all. Jingluan looked very touched. Miss, I'm fine. It's not worth it for the eldest master to send troops to avenge me. I'm just a worthless life, it doesn't matter. It's just that, miss, I'm afraid it's a long time to return to Beijing. You want to serve the country, and we will definitely stay in the northern border in the future. She smiled when he heard it. Jingluan, I've thought about it. It's really too dangerous for two weak women like us to go to the northern border. Let's talk about going to the northern border later. She couldn't help but think of the glimpse of today. Such a stunning man is more handsome than those top male stars. No, those top male stars can't compare with him. Not only is he handsome, but his aura is even more powerful and noble. It's obvious that he is not an ordinary person. I just don't know where he is from, and where he is going. Shi's face full of spring made Jingluan feel a chill in her heart. After 3 years, she also understood the temperament of this young lady now. This look is that her love is stirring. Could it be that she has transferred her feelings to someone else? Didn't like Su Mingchuan anymore, so he changed his mind and didn't want to go to the north? Jingluan guessed secretly, lowering her head, and no one saw the emotions in her eyes. Jingluan, wash up well. We will go to settle the score tomorrow. The next morning, she got up early to wash and dress up, carefully painted in front of the mirror for a long time, and then called Jingluan out of the inn with satisfaction. At this time, Mu Yun and others were having breakfast, and they were going to set off after eating. She came to the door of the inn and saw Mo Wu, who drove her away yesterday. Mo Wu had finished eating and was moving the luggage. Seeing she coming again, Mo Wu hurriedly stood in front of her and said in a cold voice, "Miss, do you still want to pester me? I advise you to get out of the way if you don't want to die, otherwise you will regret it." She smiled. "Huh. You are good at talking big. What do you want to do, in broad daylight? Kill me? Yesterday it was too late, so I was too lazy to go to the government to sue you. I didn't expect you to dare to do this today. You are really ungrateful." She spoke righteously, leaving Mo Wu speechless. He said lazily, "Go ahead. Go quickly, don't block the road here." She saw that they were all moving their luggage, so she said, "You are all leaving. I am going to the government office now. You will definitely run away during this gap. I am not that stupid." After saying that, she said reluctantly, "Forget it. I am too lazy to bother with you. As long as your master comes out to apologize to me, then forget about it. I am not a petty and narrow-minded person." Mo Wu was speechless and choked, and couldn't help rolling his eyes. "You are so shameless." She was angry and was about to lose her temper, but she glanced at Song Jingnian coming out. Her eyes changed instantly, and she immediately looked at Song Jingnian with seductive eyes. Song Jingnian was holding a bundle in his hand and threw it to Mo Wu. "Put it on my mother's carriage. this is Yueya's things. Mo Wu nodded immediately, took it, and hurriedly went to the princess's carriage. Shangguan Shi put away the smile in his eyes and walked towards Song Jingnian. Hey, as long as you apologize for what happened yesterday, I won't pursue it. Song Jingnian frowned, looked at Shangguan Shi coldly, then retracted his gaze and ignored him. Bai Mu, get ready, and set off immediately. Song Jingnian ordered Bai Mu, who came out behind him. In the inn, Mu Yan also led Yueya out. When Song Jingnian saw them coming out, he hurried to pick up his daughter. With a doting face, Yueya, do you want to ride a horse or a carriage today? Yueya smiled and hugged Song Jingnian's neck. Daddy, I want to ride a horse. When the sun comes out, I will go to the carriage with Grandma. Riding a horse feels very free, and the breeze is blowing. In this weather, it seems very cool. Several children like riding horses. Song Jingnian also guessed it and said with a smile, Okay, your little horse daddy has asked someone to prepare it. Let's go. Daddy will carry you up. Looking at the man who looked like a kind father, Shangguan Shi felt that her heart was suddenly frozen. This man actually has a daughter? How could this be? She stared blankly at Song Jingnian carrying her daughter onto the horse, then came to Mu Yun, chatting and laughing with her, and the two rode on the horse together. Shangguan Shi saw Song Jingnian's gentle and doting look, which was in sharp contrast to his indifference to her, which made her feel jealous and unwilling. Such a stunning man actually has a wife and children. This disappointed Shangguan Shi, but then she thought of the 3 or 4 wives and concubines in ancient times, and she felt hopeful again. So what if he has a wife and children? With her status, it is not a problem for her to marry him as his wife, but first she has to know where this person is from. Shangguan Shi pulled a guard and asked, Where are you going? The guard looked at her coldly and said lightly, It has nothing to do with you. After that, he shook off Shangguan Shi's hand and left. Shangguan Shi was very angry. This group of people were very indifferent, and they didn't say a word. It was really a headache. The team started to move, and Shangguan Shi could only follow. Watching the road they walked, she gradually understood that this group of people must be going to the capital, which was easier to deal with. If they were going to the capital, she should go back. When she got back and found out clearly, she would ask her father to make the decision for her. If that didn't work, she could ask the emperor to make the decision. Their Shangguan family had made great military achievements and had defended the northern border for decades. They just wanted to marry someone. No matter who this person was, the emperor would definitely agree. Having made up his mind, Shangguan Shi became happy again. He rode his horse and followed Song Jingnian and his team. Bai Mu reported to Song Jingnian and Mu Yun and learned about Shangguan Shi's identity. Song Jingnian said, Don't worry about her. She will probably go back to the capital. Just ignore her. Bai Mu nodded, and no one cared about her after that. Song Jingnian had been looking for an opportunity to tell Mu Yun about her identity, but it seemed that he had never found a suitable opportunity. He was a little anxious. Seeing that he was getting closer and closer to the capital, he was more and more worried. Beijing. After the eldest princess's 3rd letter arrived at the palace, the emperor finally believed her words, but he still found it incredible and read the letter repeatedly. Because he didn't believe that the eldest princess would ask him to instruct the Ministry of Rites to hold a wedding banquet, he didn't order it. At this time, he hurriedly summoned people from the Ministry of Rites and asked them to quickly prepare for the wedding of Prince Ping. Because time was too urgent, the emperor ordered the entire Ministry of Rites to put down the things on hand and focus on holding the wedding banquet of Prince Ping first. After receiving this task, Chen Minghui, the Minister of Rites, suspected that he had heard it wrong. He repeatedly asked twice to confirm before believing that the emperor was not crazy. Mu Xiao, the doctor of the Ministry of Rites, who came with him, and Mu Yun's father, was also very surprised. The two did not dare to ask more questions and immediately went down to deal with the matter. The news that Prince Ping was going to hold a wedding banquet spread throughout the capital in a short while, and everyone was shocked. They thought it was fake news, but when they learned that it was His Majesty who personally ordered the Ministry of Rites to handle the wedding, they all understood that this was true. When Su Qingyuan learned about this, she was embroidering her wedding dress. Listening to the maid's report, The needle in her hand unconsciously pierced her finger, and she couldn't help but groan in pain. The maid immediately came to show her the wound, but was pushed away by her hand.
Go out.
The maid was full of worry, hesitant to speak, and finally said nothing, bowed, and left. Even if they were going to get married, even if they told themselves to forget that person, at this moment, Su Qingyuan still couldn't help feeling uncomfortable, and her heart still hurt. 2 lines of clear tears fell down, and the beauty's crying appearance was distressing to watch. Miss, Master Chu is here. The maid's voice sounded outside. Su Qingyuan wiped away her tears and said to the outside, Tell him to wait for me in the front hall. I'll be there soon. The maid agreed. Chu Ziqian was waiting in the front hall with a box of mung bean cakes in his hand. Su Qingyuan walked over and smiled at him. Why are you here? Chu Ziqian handed her the cakes with a smile and said gently, I was on business today and passed by your favorite store. I brought you your favorite mung bean cakes. The cold mung bean cakes are the best to relieve the heat in summer. You should try it. Su Qingyuan smiled, took the cakes, and thanked her. Chu Ziqian looked at her and asked with concern, What's wrong with your eyes? Why do they seem a little red? Have you been embroidering for a long time? Chu Ziqian had just come back from his business and had not heard about Song Jingnian. He just thought that Su Qingyuan hurt her eyes while embroidering the wedding dress, so his eyes were full of heartache. Su Qingyuan's eyes flashed with something strange, and she smiled gently, No problem. I have to embroider the wedding dress myself. I don't want to ask others to do it for me. Hearing this, Chu Ziqian's heart was filled with sweetness, and his smile became even brighter. But health is the most important thing. Don't ruin your body. Facing Chu Ziqian's concern, Su Qingyuan didn't want to pay any attention to it. At this time, she was in a bad mood and had no time to deal with him. She could only say, Well, I know, Brother Chu, you are tired after a day of work, so you should go back and rest. Chu Ziqian nodded, and after going out, Xue Kan, who was waiting for him at the door, looked at him and sighed, and then said, His Royal Highness Prince Ping is getting married, and His Majesty has ordered the Ministry of Rites to take care of the wedding banquet. The news I just heard is known to everyone in the capital. Your fiancé must have known about it too. Is she sad and upset? Chu Ziqian was stunned, a little surprised. The prince is getting married? Xue Kan nodded. Well, there is no need to doubt it. His Majesty has issued an edict. It can't be false, although I also find it hard to believe. Rumors were flying in the capital, and everyone was discussing the affairs of Prince Ping. At this time, Song Jingnian and others were about to enter the capital. As it was getting dark, Song Jingnian arranged for them to stay in Funing County outside the capital. It was only half a day's journey from here to the capital, but Song Jingnian didn't want the children to make the hard journey, so he decided to rest for a night and continue tomorrow. In this way, it would be noon when they got home. Shangguan Shi followed them all the way, and they only stayed in inns that were closer to them, hoping Shi has been looking for opportunities to talk to Song Jingnian, still shouting for him to apologize to her, hoping to attract his attention. Unfortunately, Song Jingnian is different from all the men she has known before. After so many days of pestering him, she hasn't said a word to him, and she doesn't even know his name. However, the cooler the man is, the more Shangguan Shi likes him. Therefore, she is not only not depressed, but more interested in him. It can be said that she is getting more and more courageous. Today, the inn is big and there are extra rooms, but Song Jingnian still booked them. If not, Shangguan Shi would definitely come to harass him again. Muyan listened to Song Jingnian's instructions, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. This is the first time I have seen your charm. You made the girl chase you for so long. Muyan was well aware of Song Jingnian's charm. Back then, she had also fallen in love with him at first sight. Thinking of this, Muyan smiled even more. Song Jingnian said helplessly and a little aggrieved, Ayun, you have to be responsible for me. I am yours now. If someone covets me, you should take action. But you don't care about it. Now you are making fun of me. I will be sad. Song Jingnian's face looks good in any expression, which makes people unable to look away. When he looks aggrieved, it is also hard to bear. Mu Yun smiled lightly. It's because you didn't give me a chance. No one even approached you or said a few words to you. How could I exercise my power? Song Jingnian was helpless. You still blame me. Mu Yun smiled and nodded, looking serious. Well, it's your fault. After the two came to the room, Song Jingnian poured Mu Yun a glass of water and then said, Ayun, I want to be honest with you about my identity. If you don't say it now, we will be in the capital soon. Mu Yun nodded, not looking surprised at all. On the way, he said several times that he had something to tell him, but he was interrupted every time. This time, it seems that he can tell it with peace of mind. Mu Yun was waiting for his next words, but Bai Mu's anxious voice was heard outside again. Young master, something happened. The water in this inn is poisonous. Shirwa was poisoned, and Yuanbao also drank the water. Hearing Yuanbao's name, Song Jingnian hurriedly got up and went out. Mu Yun was instantly anxious. Where is Yuanbao? Mu Yun grabbed Bai Mu's arm and asked nervously. Bai Mu hurriedly said, in Yu Qinglong's room. Mu Yun ran and came to Yu Qinglong's room. Yu Qingling was checking the water in the kettle. Mu Yun looked Yuanbao up and down, then hurriedly asked, How is it? Yuanbao is poisoned? Yu Qingling shook his head. No, Yuanbao is not poisoned. What he drank is not poisonous. Hearing this, Mu Yun's heart finally settled down. Fortunately, it was a false alarm. She reached out and took Yuanbao's head, rubbing it soothingly. All the kettles in the inn were brought to Yu Qingling for him to check, and everyone was also controlled. Bai Mu began to interrogate the people in the inn, but they didn't know anything. In addition to being terrified and at a loss, they kept shouting that they were wronged. Yu Qingling said, Of all the kettles, only the one Yuanbao drank is not poisonous. The person who poisoned it should have missed this kettle. The rest of the kettles are full of the same poison. As long as you are contaminated with a little bit of it, you will die. 15 took my detoxification pill in time and barely survived, but if it was a quarter of an hour later, he would not have been saved. If you want to completely detoxify, you need to find an antidote. Mu Yun frowned, his heart full of fear, and his arms around Yuanbao tightened unconsciously. If Yuanbao drank this, the consequences would be disastrous. It was really God's blessing that among so many kettles, only Yuanbao's kettle was not poisonous. The probability was too small. Song Jingnian walked to Yuanbao and looked at Yuanbao, who was still in shock. He touched his head distressfully and then said to Mu Yun, Ayun, take the children to their mother's room, and we will handle the rest. Mu Yun nodded and took Yuanbao to the eldest princess room. After a series of interrogations, Song Jingnian, Bai Mu, and others finally found the suspect. The young man who served tea in the inn did not come today. A strange man came and said that he was the young man's younger brother. Today, the young man was sick, so he came to replace the young man. Bai Mu immediately asked someone to follow the inn waiter to the young man's home, but when they arrived, they saw the young man's body. The person was dead. There was no clue. Although the people in the inn were innocent, Song Jingnian did not want to let them go. He directly asked Bai Mu to go to the government office and let someone deal with the inn. After that, he simply took people to live in the post station, and his identity was directly exposed. Mu Yun took a few children and followed Song Jingnian to the post station in a carriage. As soon as they got off the carriage, they saw rows of post station staff standing at the entrance of the post station. When they saw Song Jingnian, they all knelt down. Your subordinates pay their respects to the prince. I didn't know you were coming. I'm sorry for not welcoming you. Please forgive me. Your subordinates pay their respects to the prince. The subordinates behind the post station chief also hurriedly spoke up. Mu Yun was a little surprised. She had originally guessed that Song Jingnian might not be an ordinary rich man, maybe an official, but she didn't expect that he was actually a prince, a member of the royal family. At this time, the eldest princess also came out of the carriage. The post station chief hurriedly led the people to salute again, with a respectful tone. Your subordinates pay their respects to Her Royal Highness the eldest princess. The eldest princess waved her hand and said lightly, Get up. No need to be polite. Mu Yun looked at Song Jingnian's mother in surprise. The person he had always called Aunt Song was actually the eldest princess? The identities of the mother and son are really more powerful than each other. Song Jingnian subconsciously looked at Mu Yun behind him, with a guilty look in his eyes. Mu Yun avoided his gaze and lowered her head to get off the carriage, but Song Jingnian came over in a flash and offered his hand to help her get off the carriage. "Slow down, Yun." His tone was low and gentle, and he ran over very quickly. His behavior was a little strange, causing everyone to look at him. But Mu Yun avoided his hand and jumped off the carriage by himself. Song Jingnian thought she was angry and felt very uneasy. If it wasn't for the late night and he couldn't find another place to stay, he wouldn't have come to the post station. The eldest princess also hurried over. "Yun, let's go in and talk."
Mu Yun nodded.
Checking in at the post station is much easier. Everything is prepared by the staff here, and Mu Yun doesn't need to worry about it. Mu Yun asked Ziju to take the children to the room, and he followed the eldest princess. In the room, the princess asked cautiously, "Ayun, are you angry?"
Mu Yun smiled.
In fact, she was not angry. She just hid her identity. When you go out, you give yourself your identity. Who would say who you are? It is normal to hide your identity when you are out. Besides, Song Jingnian wanted to say it several times, but was interrupted by accident. She was not angry in her heart. She was just teasing Song Jingnian. "Aunt Song, I'm not angry. But do I have to call you the princess now?" Mu Yun said with a smile, as if her identity was a little different from theirs. As an ancient person, the princess might mind. Isn't it said that the ancients paid attention to the matching of family backgrounds? Hearing Mu Yun's words, the princess was immediately unwilling and said hurriedly, "Ayun, you're going to hurt my heart. I have already regarded you as a family. If I was not afraid that you would not like it, I would want you to call me mother. But it is appropriate not to call me now. I haven't given you anything yet, wedding banquet, betrothal gifts, etc. I haven't given you anything. This is too unfair to you. When we get to the capital, I will make up for everything to you, and then you can call me mother with dignity." The two had just finished talking when Song Jingnian came. "Ayun, can we go out and talk?" The princess felt relieved and said to the two, "You go." Mu Yun was pulled out by Song Jingnian. The two came to Song Jingnian's room. He looked at Mu Yun's serious face and was a little afraid to speak for a while. Seeing that he was just staring at her and hesitated to speak, Mu Yun couldn't help it. She said to Song Jingnian, "What's wrong? Is your mouth sealed?" Song Jingnian said hurriedly, "No, Ayun, are you angry?" Song Jingnian asked carefully.
Mu Yun didn't speak.
Song Jingnian walked over and took her hand. Seeing that she did not resist, he became bolder and held both of her hands.
"Sorry.
I didn't mean to hide it from you. I just didn't know how to tell you." Mu Yun still had a serious face. Seeing the uneasiness in his eyes, she felt a little reluctant. After a moment, she asked, "Is there anything else you are hiding from me? It's better to tell me all at once." Song Jingnian shook his head hurriedly. "Nothing else. I only hid my identity from you. Nothing else." Mu Yun still had a blank expression. Song Jingnian told her about his identity and family affairs, including his 3-year practice in Yuntai Mountain. This took a long time. Everyone had finished dinner and went to bed. Only the two were still talking. Song Jingnian told Mu Yun almost everything about him from childhood to adulthood. After Mu Yun understood, he became more interested in him. "Okay, I forgive you, but I didn't expect that you are the god of war praised by everyone. You are worthy of being the man I like." "Not bad." Mu Yun smiled and patted his shoulder. Seeing that she forgave him, Song Jingnian was instantly happy, and the pressure in his heart disappeared immediately. "Ayun, thank you." Mu Yun chuckled. "You're welcome. I am indeed a considerate person. It doesn't matter what happened in the past. I can understand that you hide it from me. However, if you dare to hide things in the future, I will really be angry." Song Jingnian shook his head repeatedly, indicating that he would not do so. Mu Yun asked again, "But as a prince, do you really have no wives and concubines in your mansion? I don't quite believe it." Her eyes were full of curiosity and gossip, which made Song Jingnian helpless. As a pure ancient person and a royal relative, Mu Yun was a little unconvinced that he would be so clean. "Ayun, really not. If you don't believe it, go back to the mansion tomorrow and look around. If I lied to you, you can do whatever you want. Song Jingyan's tone was very helpless. Seeing his sincerity, Muyan nodded. Okay, I'll go and see tomorrow. Muyan was not angry about Song Jingyan's identity, but was happy in her heart. Status also represents a person's ability. People with ability are respected and admired at all times. Especially in this era, Song Jingyan's identity is not only an honor, but also can bring many benefits to the two children. At least the children can live a superior life in the future. She was angry, but she was just teasing Song Jingyan on purpose, not really angry. After talking about it, Song Jingyan felt a lot more relaxed. Remembering that the two had not eaten yet, Song Jingyan took her out of the post station and went to the street. Where are we going? Muyan asked curiously. Song Jingyan smiled and said, Did you forget that we haven't eaten yet? Muyan laughed. She really forgot. When she said this, she felt a little hungry. Funing County is very close to the capital. Although it is only a county, it is very prosperous. The streets at night are not like Lingxi County, where all the doors are closed. Instead, all the lights are on, which is very lively. I haven't seen a night market in a long time. Muyan thought of the night market in her previous life. After coming to this world, she had never been to a night market. Song Jingyan took her around and looked for all kinds of food. Muyan looked at these stalls, some selling noodles, wontons, pastries, and there were also restaurants. Song Jingyan asked her what she wanted to eat. Muyan wanted to try wontons, so they sat down in front of a small stall. Just as the two sat down, Xi suddenly appeared, sat next to them, and said with a smile, What a coincidence. You are out for a midnight snack too. I also think this wonton shop looks good. Why don't we try it together? I'll treat you. Muyan looked at Xi. She had only seen her from a distance before and didn't pay much attention to what she looked like. Now that she looked at her closely, she found that She was very beautiful. She had a very heroic look, bright eyes, white teeth, and a bright and beautiful temperament. However, her temperament was a little lacking. Song Jingyan looked at the newcomer, frowned, and a hint of disgust flashed in his eyes. We don't like to sit at the same table with strangers. Please leave, young lady, Song Jingyan said in a cold tone. Muyan didn't say anything, just watched. Shi smiled and looked very familiar. Just because I didn't like him before doesn't mean I don't like him now. I just saw him at the entrance of the post station. You are a prince, so you must know my father. My father is General Shangguan Hung of Jinbei. My name is Shangguan Xi. Shangguan Xi was actually very surprised to learn that this man was a prince. This was even better. Only such a noble status could match her, Shangguan Xi. Seeing Song Jingyan's indifferent and silent look, Shangguan Xi smiled and said, You are a prince. Why haven't I seen you in the capital? Which prince are you? What's your title? Before, the people at the post station only called him a prince, but they didn't say which prince it was, so Shangguan Xi still didn't know Song Jingyan's name. Song Jingyan was really annoyed. He finally came out alone with Muyan, but it was ruined like this. He wanted to get up and leave, but when he thought that Muyan wanted to eat wontons, he had to endure it. Seeing that Song Jingyan ignored her, Shangguan Xi had to change her strategy and speak to Muyan. Sister, what's your name? I think you look very friendly. Sister, let's be friends? Muyan looked at the girl with amusement and felt that her thoughts were too obvious. Muyan said lightly, You covet my man, want to steal my girl, and say you want to be friend with me. Do you think I'm stupid? Muyan spoke directly, staring at Shangguan Xi with a smile. Her words made Song Jingyan very happy, and a smile instantly appeared in his eyes. Shangguan Xi's face was ugly for a moment, and then she smiled helplessly. Sister, what are you talking about? I don't want a man with a paralyzed face. How can you like such a man? He doesn't smile at all. He is cold and definitely won't love people. Sister, you should kick him out and find another one. Shangguan Xi said jokingly, and the tone and expression, if you don't know, you would think that she has a good relationship with Muyan. After hearing her words, Song Jingyan's smile disappeared immediately. His eyes were cold. If Miss Shangguan can't speak, then there is no point in keeping this mouth. This king doesn't mind having her conferred a title. Song Jingnian's eyes made Shangguanxi's back cold, and she was instantly afraid. That look seemed to pierce her in the next second, cold and sharp.
She stammered, I
was just joking, Your Majesty. Don't take it seriously. Mu Yun smiled at Shangguanxi and said, Miss Shangguan, Jingnian is only cold to others, but not to me. Haven't you noticed this along the way? He takes care of me in every possible way. If I say go east, he will never go west. You're just a stranger. Of course you don't know how he treats his wife. If you don't know, don't comment casually. Miss Shangguan is not very good at etiquette. It seems that you need to go back and find someone to teach you. Looking at Shangguanxi's ugly face, Mu Yun chuckled. The boss quickly brought the wontons, and Mu Yun started to eat without paying any attention to her. The two of them ate as if no one was around, as if Shangguanxi didn't exist, which made Shangguanxi even more irritated. She had never seen such a hard bone to chew. She didn't believe that there was a man in the world who didn't cheat. Maybe now that his wife was around, he pretended to be affectionate. Shangguanxi quickly adjusted her mentality and ate her wontons. She didn't feel embarrassed when others ignored her. After eating, Mu Yun also wanted to go back to rest. The two of them left here, holding hands. Shangguanxi didn't catch up this time, but just stood there and stared at their backs. She likes challenging things. It's boring to get them too easily. Jinglan watched from the side, with sarcasm flashing in her eyes. What a shameless woman. The more she got along with her, the more Jinglan felt that although this person was wearing the skin of her lady, she was definitely not her lady. Her lady would never do such a shameless thing. Shangguanxi left. Jinglan hurriedly followed him. Now they were about to return to the capital. Everything would be much easier than going to the northern border. Now the Shangguan family was in the capital. If they wanted to reveal the identity of this woman and find out the whereabouts of her daughter, they still needed her master and son to make the decision. Otherwise, she, a maid, could not do so much. The next morning, after Song Jingnian and the others got up, the postmaster had already asked people to prepare food, all of which were very rich dishes. After eating, the group continued on their way. Song Jingnian's identity was exposed, and by Mu and others called him the prince back, and the name of Yueya Yuanbao was also changed. Mu Yun was also called the princess. Song Jingnian explained all of this to Mu Yun one by one. For the sake of the two children, they announced to the outside world that they had already married in Xuanqing, and the wedding banquet in the capital was just a make-up. Although it was a make-up, it was also very grand. Mu Yun didn't care about these trivial matters and let Song Jingnian arrange it. But after returning to the capital, she wondered whether to go back to the Mu family. If she didn't go back now, she would have no chance to go back after the wedding banquet. After thinking about it secretly, Mu Yun decided to go back. When she got married, she would also go to the Mu mansion. If she didn't go back to clean up the people in the Mu mansion, she would feel uneasy. Mu Yun told Song Jingnian about her thoughts. Song Jingnian didn't want her to go back to the Mu family, but when he thought of the suffering she had suffered in the Mu family before, he felt distressed. Knowing that she wanted to go back for revenge, he finally agreed. In less than half a day, they arrived in the capital. Looking at the magnificent word Beijing and the magnificent city tower, Mu Yun felt a long-lost familiarity, and that familiarity came from the bottom of his heart. Mu Yun touched his heart and remembered the way the original owner ran away from here, so embarrassed. But now, she is back with a pair of children to settle accounts with those people. The carriage entered the city gate and saw that it was Song Jingnian. All the guards guarding the city knelt down to salute. When Song Jingnian spoke to those soldiers, his aura was different, majestic and sharp. The convoy entered the city, and Shangguanxi came to the general guarding the city and asked, Sir Chen, which prince was that just now? The guard commander came from the army. Shangguanxi had met her twice, and she also knew her. He was a little surprised to see her. A few days ago, the eldest daughter of General Shangguan ran away, saying that she was going to the northern border to join the army for her father and defend the country. Everyone knew about it. Commander Chen had naturally heard about it. Now that he saw her back, he smiled and said, Miss Shangguan, why are you back? Didn't everyone say that you went to the northern border to join the army? Shangguan, she said with regret. Alas. My father forced me to come back, saying that women were not allowed to join the army. If I insisted on going, it would be against the imperial decree, so I had to come back. Commander Chen nodded and agreed. General Shangguan was also afraid that you would be hurt. The battlefield is dangerous, and it is really not suitable for a woman like you to go. Shangguan Shi's eyes flashed with impatience. This man really talks a lot of nonsense. She hurriedly said, Sir Chun, you haven't told me which prince that person just now was. I have not been in the capital for many years. I don't know these nobles. I am afraid that I will offend them one day. Commander Chun hurriedly said, That is His Royal Highness Prince Ping. It is normal that Miss Shangguan does not know him. His Royal Highness Prince Ping is the god of war of our great Xia. However, after defeating the Jin Kingdom, he resigned and went to Yuntai Mountain to practice. He did not care about worldly affairs. Few people can see him in the capital in recent years. Shangguan Shi was surprised. Practice? Then is he married? Shangguan Shi suddenly asked, with some guesses in her mind. Commander Chun hurriedly said, No, but there have been rumors these days that His Royal Highness Prince Ping has already married outside and has a pair of children. His Majesty has now issued an order to let the Ministry of Rites organize a wedding banquet for His Royal Highness Prince Ping, saying that it will not count if it is not held in the capital, and it must be held again, in a grand manner. Commander Chen's words did not make Shangguan Shi smile happily, but before she could really smile, the following words completely extinguished her smile. How could a man like His Royal Highness Prince Ping marry a wife casually outside? I'm afraid there is something fishy about this matter. Shangguan Shi said unwillingly. After getting to know Song Jingnian, her love for him became even stronger, and she felt that she had to have him. Commander Chen did not respond to this. He dared not comment on the affairs of Prince Ping and Princess Ping. After learning what she wanted to know, Shangguan Shi was too lazy to talk to him anymore and hurried to the Jinbei general's mansion. At this time, Song Jingnian had already separated from Mu Yun. He was not happy that he could not take Mu Yun and the children back to the palace. Looking at the backs of Mu Yun and the children leaving, his face regained its indifference. The eldest princess was also very reluctant in the carriage. It was not until she could no longer see the figures of Mu Yun and the others that she looked at Song Jingnian with a look of regret, her eyes full of blame. Song Jingnian sighed helplessly and could only turn around and go to his palace alone. The servants of the palace had been preparing for a long time. The entire inner courtyard of the palace was brand new. The housekeepers had arranged everything in the rooms and inner courtyard, waiting for the princess and the two young masters to come back. As a result, when the motorcade arrived at the door, only the prince was seen. The housekeeper Uncle Zhao looked left and right, but did not see the woman and the child. Song Jingnian threw the horse to Bai Mu and was about to enter the mansion, but was stopped by Uncle Zhao. Your Highness, where are the princess, the young prince, and the little princess? Didn't they say they were coming back together? I have prepared everything. The prince's and princess rooms are all decorated. I am waiting to ask them if they like them. If they don't like them, I will have to ask them to change them. Why don't I see the princess, the prince, and the princess? Song Jingnian looked at Uncle Zhao's expectant eyes and sighed helplessly. The princess is angry and refuses to come back with me. When these words came out, everyone was stunned. This princess is very powerful. She dared to be angry with their prince. It was the first time that everyone saw Song Jingnian's helpless and sad look, and they were all surprised. Uncle Zhao was also stunned.
How could it be?
Your Highness, didn't you say you would bring the princess and the young prince and princess back with you? Song Jingnian said helplessly. Uncle Zhao, I made Ayun angry. I will go and coax her tomorrow. After that, Song Jingnian went into the mansion with a lonely face. Uncle Zhao wanted to say something, but was stopped by Bai Mu. Okay, Uncle Zhao, the prince is in a bad mood now, so don't bother him. The princess said that after the wedding, she will naturally live at home. What we can help now is to quickly prepare for all the matters of the wedding. Let the prince solve the rest by himself. Uncle Zhao nodded in confusion, very curious about what was going on, but now no one could answer him, so he could only do his part. The guards of the Mu mansion did not know Mu Yun. When they heard that she was the eldest daughter of the Mu family, they laughed at her with disdain. As a result, Lord Mu just came back from court and met Mu Yun at the door of his house. Seeing this old father again, Mu Yun couldn't help but recall the past of the original owner. This old father was like a transparent person, and he didn't care about the original owner. But before the age of 5, there was still a father-daughter relationship between them. At that time, as the first child, Mu Yun was very much loved by Mu Xiao. But everything changed slowly after her mother died and her stepmother came into the house. This father seemed to suddenly hate her and ignored her, regardless of her life or death. When the 5-year-old Mu Yun was about to be sent to the manor, she hoped that her father would come to save her, but no one showed up. She was just driven away and rushed to that remote manor, starting a life of suffering. When she was taken back by her stepmother that year, she only saw this father once, so strange, with a serious and indifferent face. But he was kind to Mu Shiner and Mu Tianming, and his eyes were full of tenderness. At that time, the original owner's expectations for her father were completely gone. When they met again, Mu Yun looked indifferent and said indifferently, "Father, long time no see." Mu Xiao looked at Mu Yun in front of him and almost didn't recognize him. This face was very similar to the one in his memory, but also a little different. The previous Mu Yun was timid and didn't dare to look anyone in the eye, but now Mu Yun's eyes were bright and shining, and he didn't dodge at all when looking at people. That clear and compelling gaze made people feel uncomfortable. Mu Xiao was stunned for a moment, and there was a moment of trance, as if he had seen such a face many years ago, but the difference was that the person was smiling like a flower, while the one in front of him was leisurely and indifferent, with indifferent emotions in his eyes. "Don't you want to come back?" Mu Xiao wanted to call her name, but his lips moved, but he still didn't call it out. In the end, he could only hold back this cold sentence. Mu Yun smiled and said calmly, "I'm getting married, so I came back. Actually, I got married outside before, but my husband said that I still had to go back to the capital to hold a wedding, so I came back." "What? Father doesn't welcome me." His face suddenly became ugly, and his eyebrows knitted together, so tightly that they could pinch a fly to death. Rebellious girl. Mu Xiao didn't want to get angry, but when he saw Mu Yun, who was calm and smiling, his anger grew, and he lost all his rationality. "Father, let's go in and talk. There are so many people coming and going at the gate, it's not good to make fun of it." Mu Xiao was even more angry when he saw the people around him looking at his door, but he also regained some rationality and walked into the gate with a flick of his sleeves. Mu Yun led Yueya, followed by Yuanbao and the other two, and they all stepped into the gate of the Mu mansion. At this time, Madame Mu also heard the report from the servants, and hurriedly got up and went to the front hall. She had begged Mu and Yun to come back before, but she didn't come. Now that they are back, she is also very angry, and she just thinks Mu Yun is playing a trick on her. After Mu Yun followed Mu Xiao to the front hall, he was the first to speak to Mu Xiao. "We can talk slowly if there is anything. Let's have someone arrange a yard for the children to rest. They are exhausted after traveling all the way." Mu Xiao had been walking forward angrily and didn't see the children who followed him in. When he heard Mu Yun's words, he turned his head and looked. This time, he became even angrier. Mu Xiao thought that these children were all Mu Yun's. The oldest Mu Yun looked about 10 years old, but Mu Yun was only 19 years old. The more he thought about Mu Xiao, the angrier he became. His face was ashen, and his chest was heaving up and down. He wished he could faint at this moment. This was simply too much for him to face. Mu Yun looked at her furious father and felt helpless. Why was he so angry? But she didn't care. It was good to be angry. Anyway, she didn't care. "Father, you should arrange a place for the children to live before you continue to be angry. The children are tired standing like this." After Mu Yun finished speaking, Madame Mu came in a hurry. As soon as she came, she heard Mu Yun's words. She looked at the children and was also very angry, but her anger was different from Mu Xiao's. She wanted Mu Yun to come back for a reason. Now that she brought the children back, how could she hide it? Xiaoyun, you are finally back. I will arrange a place for the children. I will have someone take them down. Madame Mu immediately walked in with a smile. After she finished speaking, she immediately called the servants to arrange the yard. Muyan was about to follow, but was stopped by Madame Mu. Xiaoyun, don't go yet. Mother has something to tell you. Muyan said to Zizhu. Zizhu, take the children with you.
Call someone immediately if there is anything.
Song Jingyan was worried and sent Mo Yi and Mo Air to follow and protect them. However, as men, they could not come back directly with Mu Yun, so they became invisible and hid in the dark to protect them.
Zizhu also knew about it.
Hearing Mu Yun's words, she nodded. Okay, don't worry, miss. I will definitely take good care of the young masters. After returning to the capital, Zizhu also abided by the rules. Mu Yun couldn't convince her, so he let her do it. But she just smiled in her heart and still had a smiling look on her face. Seeing Zizhu taking the children down, Mu Xiao was still angry and blew his beard and glared, and it was hard to accept that Mu Yun actually gave birth to so many children. Madame Mu smiled and said, "It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back. Xiaoyan, sit down and we'll talk slowly. Do you remember that when your mother was alive, she arranged a marriage for you?" Mu Yun smiled lightly. Of course I remember, but wasn't this marriage snatched away by Mu Shiner? What's wrong? Is there a problem and I need to step in to solve it? Madame Mu didn't expect her to be so blunt. She smiled awkwardly and said hurriedly, "No way. We think that after all, it was your mother who arranged it for you, and they only recognize you. So, it's just right that you're back. Get ready. I'll go to the Yongyi Marquis mansion tomorrow and put the marriage on the agenda. Since you're back, just rest assured and wait for your marriage. Mother will prepare everything for you."
Mu Yun laughed.
She looked at Mu Xiao and said, "Father, I came back this time to get married, but I'm marrying the father of my child, not the Yongyi Marquis mansion. You snatched the marriage away at the beginning, so I don't care. But I'm not a garbage recycling station. You can't throw all the garbage you don't want to me. I'm going to take it if I throw it away." Mu Xiao's face was very ugly, and he said angrily, "Who is the father of the child? I let you bring the child back alone. You want to marry such an irresponsible man. As the daughter of my Mu family, why don't you love yourself and bring shame to my Mu family?" Mrs. Mu also said, "Xiaoyun, the marriage contract requires the orders of parents and the words of matchmakers. Your marriage contract was set for you when your mother was alive. I can't care if you mess around outside, but at home, you have to obey your parents' wishes. You can't refuse to marry into the Yongyi Marquis mansion. As for your children, I will find a place for them. Don't worry, they won't starve. It's just that you can't tell others that you have children, otherwise your position as the wife of the prince will be in vain." Looking at Mrs. Mu talking to herself, Mu Yun laughed out loud and said disdainfully, "I don't care about the wife of a mere prince. Let your Mu Shiner go for such a good thing. None of you have the right to make the decision on my affairs. Whoever dares to make the decision on his own will bear the consequences. Father, do you have anything else to do? If not, I'll go and rest first." Mu Yun asked Madame Mu again, "Which courtyard do we live in?" "Madam, it's bad." The maid brought by the eldest lady asked people to beat up the maids and servants of Shuixiju. A maid hurriedly reported, and Madame Mu's face suddenly became ugly. She looked at Mu Xiao, her face full of grievance. "Master, this." Mu Xiao was even more angry, and said angrily, "Rebellious girl. Let someone catch that maid for me. I will never let her off easily." Mu Xiao gave orders to the maid. Mu Yun said coldly, "Let's see who dares." Her tone was cold and stern. She raised her eyelids and glanced at Mu Xiao coldly. Such a condescending attitude made people feel a little scared and unconsciously gave birth to a trace of submission. When he realized what he had just thought, Mu Xiao's face suddenly flushed, and he felt extremely ashamed. The broken pieces of the cups flew everywhere, making a crackling sound, which frightened the people in the room so much that they dared not breathe. "I think you want a rebel." Mu Xiao's voice was full of anger. "Come here, lock this rebellious girl in the room. She is not allowed to step out of the door without my permission." As soon as Mu Xiao finished speaking, several servants appeared outside the door. At his command, several servants grabbed Mu Yun. Seeing this, Mu Yun sneered disdainfully and then took action. He broke the legs of several servants in 2 strokes, and they fell to the ground wailing. Mu Xiao and Madame Mu were both shocked. They didn't expect that the weak Mu Yun could actually practice martial arts. When did she learn martial arts? The two were filled with confusion and stared at Mu Yun intently. After dealing with the servant, Mu Yun clapped his hands and smiled. If there's nothing else, I'll go and rest. Shuixiju, right? I seem to remember. I'll go find it myself. After saying that, Mu Yun left. Mu Xiao was so angry that his chest hurt. He covered his chest and stared at Mu Yun with wide eyes. After Madame Mu came back to her senses, she was confused. When did Mu Yun learn martial arts? She still remembered that 4 years ago, she looked so embarrassed and allowed others to bully her without any resistance. But now she is so fierce and difficult to deal with. If that face didn't look almost the same as 4 years ago, she would have suspected that this person is not Mu Yun now. Master this. How did Xiaoyan become like this now? What should I do? I think she really wants to go against the will of heaven. You will arrange the marriage, and you must marry her as soon as possible. As for Xiaoyan's marriage with the Qi family, once the Marquis's mansion is done, you can immediately settle Xiaoyan's marriage with the Qi family son. The 2 families will meet and pick a date, and arrange the wedding banquet behind Mu Yun and the Marquis mansion. Upon hearing this, Madame Mu nodded repeatedly. Yes, Master, don't worry. I will arrange it right away. Madame Mu prepared the invitation and couldn't wait to hand it to the Yongyi Marquis mansion. The next morning, she went to the door to discuss the marriage. In the Mu mansion, Mu Yun got up early in the morning, washed up, and the kitchen hadn't delivered the food yet, so she went to the front hall, just in time to see Mu Xiao and his 2 children eating, but Madame Mu was not there. Seeing Mu Yun, Mu Xiaoyan smiled and said, Sister is here. Come and eat quickly. The 12-year-old Mu Tianming frowned and looked at Mu Yun with disdain, but didn't say anything. But when Mu Yun sat down, he stood up and said, Father, I'm full. I'm going to the academy first. Mu Tianming's disdainful eyes made Mu Yun laugh. A little brat actually learned this kind of behavior. Seeing Mu Yun, Mu Xiao immediately lost the mood to eat. He put down his chopsticks and looked at Mu Yun, with a flash of annoyance in his eyes. Mu Yun glanced at the food on the table, sneered, and said, So you are the only ones who know how to eat, right? You don't even need to call us for dinner? Does father have to be so heartless? Mu Xiao said angrily, What nonsense are you talking about? Someone went to call you, but you said you didn't want to eat. Mu Xiaoyan on the side had a flash of guilt in her eyes. It was she who stopped the maid who was going to pass the message and said she would go, but she turned around and came to the front hall without going at all. Afraid of being noticed by her father, Mu Xiner quickly said, Maybe sister thinks we should go and call them ourselves. Don't be angry, sister. I will call you next time for dinner. Mu Yun glanced at Mu Xiner and immediately saw through her thoughts. She turned to look at Mu Xiao, who had a bad look on his face, and said, I plan to build a small kitchen in my yard. I am only used to eating the food cooked by Zizhu. I don't like the food cooked by others. Mu Xiao said coldly, Impossible. No one in the family has a small kitchen. The whole family eats together. Why are you making an exception? Besides, you won't be able to stay at home for a few days. Your mother has gone to the Yongyi Marquis mansion to discuss your marriage with Lin Shizi. You will be married in a few days. You should stay at home well these days. I will ask your mother to find a nanny to teach you etiquette. When you go to the Marquis mansion, you must serve your parents-in-law well and be a good wife of the prince. As for your children, I will help you settle them down, so don't worry about them. Mu Yun pretended not to hear his words and said lightly, No need, father, please agree. I just came to inform you. I will call people to start arranging the small kitchen later. After that, Mu Yun left directly. Mu Xiao was in a hurry to go out. Mu Xiner went to Shuixiju. She wanted to make trouble for Mu Yun, but saw her about to go out with a few children. Mu Xiner hurriedly said, Sister, are you going out? Mu Yun was too lazy to pay attention to her and walked past her. Mu Xiner laughed disdainfully and said lightly, "You can't go out. There are many guards at the door. You're going to marry into the Lin family. How can your father allow you to show up in front of people with these rascals? Isn't this a joke for everyone to see our Mu family? These rascals can't show up in front of people. If the Lin family knows, you'll have no way out." Muyan stopped, let go of his daughter's hand, turned around and walked towards Mu Xiner, and then with a snap, a loud slap swept across Mu Xiner's face. She felt a burning pain and looked at Mu Yun in disbelief, unable to believe that she dared to hit herself.
Mu Yun.
"You dare to hit me." Mu Xiner's tone was angry, and her voice was almost broken. Mu Yun said in a cold tone, "Mu Xiner, I warn you, keep your mouth shut. If you dare to say anything about my child again, I will make you unable to speak again. Do you believe it?" After he finished speaking, Mu Yun slapped Mu Xiner's intact face again. There was another slapping sound. Just hearing the sound was painful. All the servants in the yard closed their eyes and lowered their heads. They couldn't believe that the newly returned young lady was so tough. After beating people, Mu Yun took the children away, leaving Mu Xiner alone and mad. Before they went out of the door, someone stopped them. "Young lady, the master ordered that you can go out by yourself, but you can't take the children out," the leading guard said. Mu Yun glanced at the dozen people. This was because he knew that she had martial arts, so he deliberately sent more people to stop her. Unfortunately, Mu Xiao didn't know that in addition to her martial arts, Moe and Mo Air in the dark were also very powerful. Even if there were 50 more guards like this, they couldn't defend at all. Mu Yun did not call Moe and Mo Air to fight, but just asked the children to step back and deal with them by himself. There were only a dozen people, and although it was not too difficult to deal with them, it would take a lot of time. Mu Yun was afraid that the children were hungry, so after 2 moves, she still called Moe out, and then left him to fight, and she took the children out of the house. The mansions around here are all next to each other. There are wealthy businessmen from the capital, and some dignitaries. Mu Yun came out of the Mu mansion with a few children, and many people saw it and started talking about it. The marriage between the Mu family and the Lin family is well known to everyone. Now that the Lin family's son has become a useless person, everyone thought that the Mu family was afraid that they would not want to marry him. As a result, the Mu family said that the one who was engaged was actually the original eldest daughter, the eldest lady of the Mu family, not the current Mu Shiner. Everyone also remembered that it seemed that the Mu family had another eldest lady. Not only was there an eldest lady, but there seemed to be a young master. However, if these were not discussed, everyone had almost forgotten. The only 2 people who often appear in front of people are Mu Shiner and Mu Tianming, as if the Mu family only has these 2 children. Mu Yun ignored the people around him, took the children to the carriage, and went directly to Baiwei's High. Mo Air said that Song Jingnian was waiting for them there. Baiwei's High is the best restaurant in the capital. It is an independent restaurant with everything. It looks very domineering from the outside. Mu Yun and Zizhu got off the carriage with a few children and were about to walk inside, but they were suddenly pushed away by a group of people who ran over hurriedly, causing Yueya to almost fall. Mu Yun hugged his daughter in time to prevent her from falling to the ground. "Make way. Don't block the way of my princess." Several guards and maids cleared the way, and then a woman walked slowly. The woman was wearing a lavender dress, with long hair as black as ink, and a carved crystal hairpin inserted diagonally in her hair. She is the daughter of King Pingxi, Princess Pingjia. I heard that she came to the capital with King Pingxi. I didn't expect this princess to be so arrogant. These maids and guards have bumped into several people. This is the capital. I think this princess is a little ignorant of the world. There were discussions around, and Mu Yun also roughly understood the identity of the woman. Princess? Even if she is a princess, there is no need to make such a big scene. Mu Yun kicked away the maid who was blocking him and almost knocked Yueya down. "You are blind. Don't you know that you bumped into someone?" Mu Yun's voice was cold and sharp, attracting everyone's attention. Today, she was wearing a moon-white cloud brocade dress, with a gold-threaded auspicious cloud ribbon tied around her waist, and a turquoise gem hairpin on her head. Her face was not made up, her skin was as white as jade, Her eyebrows were slightly frowned, and her eyes were cold, looking straight at the maid. Among the people who were pushed, only Muyun spoke up, and the others looked at her in surprise. But seeing that she was dressed in cloud brocade and had an extraordinary temperament, they knew that her family background was extraordinary, but no matter how extraordinary she was afraid that she could not compete with the royal princess. Some people in the crowd began to worry about Muyun. The maid who was kicked out was immediately furious and raised her hand to hit Muyun. "You bold and unruly people, how dare you disturb the peace of my princess?" The maid raised her hand and just approached Muyun. She was kicked away by Muyun and fell far into the crowd, scaring the surrounding people to retreat. When Muyun kicked, the other guards immediately drew their swords against her. Princess Xi of Pingjia walked towards Muyun, looked at her for a moment, and then sneered. "Whose family are you from?" Muyun looked at her and said coldly, "It has nothing to do with you. Please take care of the servants. If you can't, I don't mind helping you." Xi's eyes turned cold, but no one dared to refute her face like this. She curled her lips slightly, revealing a wicked smile, and said softly, "The noble and the humble are not divided into unruly people. It is right for this princess to teach her a lesson. Come on, beat this unruly person for this princess until she knows her mistake." All the guards immediately attacked Muyun. Bai Feng and Bai Ying from the upstairs immediately flew down, blocked Muyun, and started fighting with the guards. Muyun looked at the two people who suddenly appeared in front of her and guessed that they should be Song Jingnian's people, so she didn't move. The guards of the Pingxi Palace were no match for Bai Ying and Bai Feng. After a few moves, they were lying on the ground, unable to move. Xi didn't know Bai Ying and Bai Feng, but other people in the restaurant knew them. When they saw the two of them taking action, the people hiding upstairs couldn't help but talk about it and speculated about Muyun's identity. It was the first time in Xi's life that she was bullied like this. She was immediately ashamed and angry. "Okay, if you have the guts, tell me your name. This princess will definitely not let you go." Xi stared at Muyun, her eyes full of anger. Muyun sneered disdainfully. "You said to tell me. I won't tell you. You can check it yourself." Without the mood to eat, Xi left angrily. She didn't just let it go, but went back to find someone. She had never seen anyone who dared to treat her like this, and she wanted to make sure Muyun didn't see the sun tomorrow. Muyun entered Bai Weizhai, and Bai Feng said, "Princess, the prince is waiting for you on the 5th floor."
Muyun nodded.
Bai Feng and Bai Ying stared at Yueya Yuanbao, and they were reluctant to look away. When they saw a few children upstairs before, they wondered if they could recognize them at a glance. Bai Mu and the others said that the two young masters looked very much like the prince. Bai Feng and Bai Ying had never seen them before, so they were very curious and begged to come out with Song Jingnian today. When they saw the children just now, they really knew who was the young master at a glance. Yuanbao's face was really carved out of the same mold as Song Jingnian, and Yueya's eyebrows and eyes were also very similar to Song Jingnian, so they were all easy to recognize. Fearing that the little princess would have a hard time climbing the stairs, Bai Ying spoke carefully and lovingly, "Princess, this staircase is too long. How about I carry you up?" Bai Feng also said to Yuanbao, "Prince, I will carry you up too. The 5th floor is indeed a bit far." Muyun was walking in front, and she ignored what he said. The two of them looked at Yueya and Yuanbao with such curiosity, which made her laugh at her heart, and at the same time, she was happy for the two children. Everyone around Song Jingnian loved the two children very much. Yueya and Yuanbao were not used to this title, but Song Jingnian had explained it to them, and the two could only accept it. Yueya raised her little face and smiled sweetly. "Thank you, uncle, but I can climb by myself. It's not tiring at all." Yuanbao's tone was light. "Thank you, uncle, no need." Although the two were rejected, they were still happy. They could talk to the prince and the princess, and the smiles on their faces could not be hidden, and the corners of their mouths were wide. When they arrived at the 5th floor, Song Jingnian was already waiting at the stairs. If it weren't for Muyun's order, Song Jingnian would have gone downstairs just now because he didn't want to expose their relationship too quickly. "Yun, I have ordered all the dishes. They're all your favorites.
Come and try them.
Song Jingmian took Mu Yun's hand and walked towards the private room. This floor was reserved by him. There was no outsider to disturb them, and they were served by their own people. It was early in the morning, and Mu Yun and the children were hungry. They couldn't wait to start eating. Song Jingmian was considerately serving Mu Yun, with his eyes full of doting. Seeing this, Bai Feng and Bai Ying were full of surprise. Originally, they thought that the prince must have married because of the two children, but now they understood that the prince really liked and even fell in love with this Miss Mu. Regarding Mu Yun, Bai Ying and Bai Feng listened to Bai Mu and Mo Wu's talk. Although it was a little incredible, this Mu Yun was indeed different from ordinary people. He was very smart and capable, and he was worthy of their prince. Their prince finally got his wish. The two stood aside and thought happily. They were deeply moved by the scene in front of them. After a quiet breakfast, Song Jingmian said, "Ayun, the wedding date is set for the 28th of this month.
There are still 15 days left.
Do you think it's okay? 15 days is enough. She doesn't want to stay in the Mu family for too long." Mu Yun nodded. "Okay, I have no objection. Just decide it." Song Jingmian nodded. "Also, there is an imperial decree from the palace for Yueya and Yuanbao. His Majesty has issued an imperial decree to confer Yuanbao the title of Prince of Pingwang Mansion and Yueya the title of Princess Ping'an." Yueya and Yuanbao looked up. Didn't Daddy say that they were Princess Ping and Prince of Pingwang Mansion? Why do they need to be conferred now?
The two didn't understand.
They looked at Song Jingmian with innocent and clear eyes. Song Jingmian smiled and explained to them, and then said to Mu Yun, "His Majesty wants to see the two children. Ayun, if you are willing, I will take them to see him. If you are not willing, then I will refuse and not let him see them." Mu Yun knew that the emperor was Song Jingmian's uncle. He told her everything in the capital in detail, and she learned a lot. She nodded. "I have no objection. You can ask the child if he is willing to go. It's okay to go and see him. After all, he is your relative." Song Jingmian has a good relationship with this uncle. It is not as ruthless as Mu Yun thought. A guard came to report. Bai Feng said to Song Jingmian and Mu Yun, "My lord, princess, the Princess Pingjia is here again, with a group of people downstairs." Mu Yun raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect the princess to be so impatient. Song Jingmian said, "Go and solve it." Bai Feng was about to go, but Mu Yun stopped him. "No, I will solve it myself." Mu Yun asked Song Jingmian seriously, "Song Jingmian, with your protection, it's okay for me to walk sideways in this capital, right? If you don't use a backer, you're a fool. No matter in that era, power can solve 99% of the problems." If there is no relationship with Song Jingmian, Mu Yun must have considered her actions. After all, she is not a fairy, and she still needs to live in this world. She doesn't have any amazing golden fingers, so she dare not mess around. But if Song Jingmian was there to protect her, she wouldn't have to put herself in a difficult position. If anyone messed with her, she could just fight back. Anyway, Song Jingmian was there to protect her. Hearing this, Song Jingmian smiled indulgently. "It doesn't matter. Ayun can go anywhere in the capital. I'll protect you and never let you suffer any hardship." This was the first time that Song Jingmian felt that this title and power were useful and could protect his Ayun so that she wouldn't have to put herself in a difficult position. Bai Feng and Bai Ying were simply shocked. They didn't expect that one day, the unromantic prince would be so doting on his wife. He really had no bottom line. In the past, the prince hated people who abused their power the most. Now, the prince himself might have become such a person. But it's good. Their prince should be so domineering. After listening to Song Jingmian's words, Mu Yun smiled brightly, and then said, "Then I'll leave the children to you. You take them back to the palace. Let Tianxi and Muyang play in the palace first, and you take Yueya and Yuanbao to the palace, and then send them back to the Mu mansion for me." Song Jingmian nodded, and then Mu Yun went down. Moe and Mo Air followed naturally. Although Mu Yun had kung fu, Song Jingmian was still worried. He asked someone to follow her to ensure her safety. As soon as Mu Yun came out, she was stopped by Song Cici's people. Song Cici looked at her with a proud face. "Mu Yun, You are just the daughter of a fifth-rank official, the legitimate daughter of the Mu family of the Minister of Rights who has been missing for several years. With your humble status, you dare to make this princess unhappy. You've really lived to the end of your life. Ping Shiwang is the emperor's younger brother. Although they are not brothers from the same mother, they have a good relationship. In addition, Ping Shiwang once blocked a knife for the emperor, so the emperor treated him very well, gave him the best fiefdom, and was extremely kind to Ping Shiwang's family. Song Sisi is the only daughter of the king of Pingxi, so she has an arrogant and willful character. She is fearless in everything she does. Muyan was not surprised that she could find out his identity so quickly. Looking at the arrogant princess, Muyan smiled lightly. What do you want? Beat me or catch me? Song Sisi raised the corner of her mouth and smiled maliciously. You will know soon. Come on, teach this ignorant Miss Mu a lesson for this princess. Just take off her coat and let her crawl all the way back to the Mu mansion. It is obviously a pretty face and a lovely appearance, but the words she said are so vicious. The onlookers were stunned. This method is too bad. This is going to ruin someone's life. Song Sisi gave an order, and the men immediately surrounded Mu Yun. Without receiving Mu Yun's order, Moe and Mo Air still did not come out in the dark. Just looking at this scene, the two were also ready to jump out and fight at any time. Song Jingnian had already left through the back door with a few children. Muyan looked at the people surrounding him and took a look. They all seemed to be masters. Song Sisi smiled at Mu Yun and waved her hand. The subordinates immediately attacked Mu Yun. Mu Yun dodged very quickly and drew her soft sword from her waist. This was given to her by Song Jingnian. It was convenient to carry and very good for self-defense. It was a pity that Mu Yun's swordsmanship was not very good. In her previous life, she learned the best fighting, bare-handed fighting. Swordsmanship was more developed in this era. Mu Yun's light body rolled and leaped in the encirclement of several people, avoiding those sharp swords. No matter how good her martial arts was, more than a dozen people attacked her non-stop, one after another, which made her a little overwhelmed. She had no time to attack and could only defend all the time. Moe and Mo Air in the dark were anxious. Although they didn't hear Mu Yun shouting, they couldn't help but attack, fearing that Mu Yun would be injured. With the addition of the two, the situation changed instantly. Moe and Mo Air took away most of the dozen people, and Mu Yun had the opportunity to attack. The soft sword in her hand was unpredictable, and she stabbed at the guards of Prince Ping's mansion at a speed as fast as the wind. With this sword, she successfully stabbed one person. This fight was very exciting. From the initial worry, everyone watched with relish now, and some even applauded for Mu Yun. If one was injured, there would be a second one. Song Sisi's people were injured one after another, and Mu Yun was getting more and more relaxed. Moe and Mo Air also solved several people very quickly. People from the Prince Pingxi's mansion fell one after another. Song Sisi began to be a little scared and even more angry, until a sound of footsteps was heard. It was the soldiers of the Jinwu Guards who came, led by Song Yanchuan, the Prince of Pingxi, and Chang Yu, the security captain of the Jinwu Guards of the street. The Jinwu Guards surrounded everyone. Chang Yu came over with a cold face. What are you doing in public? Come, take all those who are disturbing the public order away. When Song Sisi saw her brother coming, she immediately ran over to act like a spoiled child and squeezed out 2 tears. Brother, someone is bullying me. Song Yanchuan gently patted his sister's head and asked her to stand aside. Then his eyes fell on Mu Yun. He was worried that Song Sisi would come out alone, so he followed her and watched for a long time. Until he saw that his own guards were defeated, he sent someone to notify Chang Yu and asked him to bring troops over. The soldiers of Jinwu Guard were about to arrest people. Moe took out a token and flashed it towards Chang Yu with a cold look in his eyes. Don't you open your dog eyes to see that anyone dares to touch you. Are you tired of living? Chang Yu knew the token of Prince Ping's mansion and hurriedly bowed to apologize. Sorry. It was my negligence. Please don't blame me, sir. Chang Yu was a captain who managed the city's public security. In this capital city full of nobles, anyone you pick could be a high-ranking official. He was usually very careful on duty and would not be so reckless. This time, he dared to arrest people because of the Prince of Pingxi Palace. He didn't expect to hit a wall. Moe snorted coldly, you know it. Why don't you get out of here? Chang Yu hurriedly nodded. Moe looked at Mu Yun. Miss Mu, do these people need to be dealt with? Moe was asking about the guards of Prince Pingxi Palace. Mu Yun glanced at the shocked Song Sisi and the frowning Song Yanchuan and said coldly, no, let's go. I can't afford to offend the princess and the prince of this palace. Although Mu Yun said that he couldn't afford to offend, his eyes were full of provocation, and Song Sisi was so angry that she couldn't help but raise her hand and shoot the hidden arrow from her sleeve. The hidden arrow broke through the wind and rushed straight to Mu Yun's back. Moe and Mo Air wanted to stop it, but it was too late. They could only stare in horror. At this moment, the two were already thinking about how to apologize to the prince. As a smile appeared in Song Sisi's eyes, she saw Mu Yun tilt his body and roll over to avoid the hidden arrow. Mu Yun dodged, but the passerby in front of him did not. With a puff, the sound of the arrow piercing the flesh was heard, followed by a scream that pierced the sky. Mu Yun looked up and saw a woman in front of him, with a short arrow piercing her chest. The blood instantly dyed her dress red. The woman's face was full of pain and shock. Her pupils kept dilating, as if she couldn't believe that she would be shot by this arrow. The scream just now came from the maid beside her. Song Sisi looked at this scene unwillingly. She was surprised and angry that he didn't hit the target. Mu Yun quickly ran to the injured woman and checked her injuries. Chang Yu was also shocked. If he was not mistaken, that was the daughter of the Duke of Ying. This was really a big trouble. Mu Yun quickly tore off her skirt and stuffed the woman's wound, then turned around and yelled at Chang Yu. This princess injured someone in the street. Since you are in charge of public security, why don't you arrest her immediately? Song Sisi immediately hid behind her brother. Hearing this, Moe also said, Captain Chang, the Jinwu Guard has the right to arrest. This Pingjia County injured someone in the street, and the injured was the eldest daughter of the Duke of Ingwa Mansion. In addition, she wanted to shoot Miss Mu. Our prince will not let her go. And now the Duke of Ingwa Mansion will not give up. Captain Chang doesn't arrest the person quickly. No matter who asks later, you are afraid that you will have a hard time explaining it. Hearing the identity of the injured woman, Song Yanchuan frowned even more tightly, and Song Sisi was also a little nervous. Chang Yu immediately understood. After weighing the pros and cons, he could only grit his teeth and let his subordinates arrest Song Sisi. Mu Yun looked at the bleeding wound and could only pick up the person and asked a passerby, "Where is the clinic?" The passerby pointed to a clinic not far away. Mu Yun turned back and said to Moe, you stay and deal with it. Don't let the bad guys get away with it. Moe understood what Mu Yun meant and nodded. I'll deal with it here. Don't worry about taking Miss Su to the clinic. Mu Yun nodded, picked up the person, and ran away. Seeing this, the maid hurriedly followed him. After Mu Yun hurriedly carried the person to a clinic, he hurriedly called a doctor for treatment. The doctor's voice sounded. Su Jinshu had been awake all the time. She was just too scared, so her consciousness was a little blurred when she was injured. Mu Yun carried her all the way and woke her up. Hearing the doctor's words at this time, she was relieved.
Just now, she thought she was going to die.
Doctor, please treat the arrowhead for her and prescribe some good medicine. Money is not a problem. The doctor nodded. Okay, I will treat the arrowhead for her first and then prescribe medicine for you. Don't worry, it's not a big problem. It's just a little painful. It will recover after a period of rest. Mu Yun nodded, looked at the person on the couch, and saw that she opened her eyes. Su Jinshu has a very dignified and beautiful appearance, a classical and soft temperament, and her eyebrows are gentle, which makes people feel very kind and natural at first glance. Seeing Mu Yun looking at her, Su Jinshu smiled gently. Thank you, Miss Mu. As a bystander, Su Jinshu naturally knew Mu Yun's name. Mu Yun said apologetically, Sorry. I have implicated you. People from the Duke's mansion came soon. It was the Duke's wife who came. She felt distressed and asked about her daughter's injury. After learning that she was fine, she was relieved and thanked Mu Yun twice. Mrs. Su was originally very dissatisfied. After all, the arrow was meant to shoot Mu Yun, but when she learned that it was Mu Yun who hurriedly carried her daughter to seek medical treatment, her dissatisfaction dissipated a lot, but she was not very grateful to Mu Yun. After all, if it were not for Mu Yun, her daughter would not be injured, so her words of thanks were a bit perfunctory. Mu Yun did not care, and she paid for the medicine herself as a little compensation to Su Jinshu. After watching the people from the Duke's mansion leave, Mu Yun walked out of the door of the clinic and called out to Mo-e to ask, "What about the princess?" Mo-e replied, replying to the princess, "Princess Pingjia was captured by the Jinwu guards, but the king of Pingxi should not let her stay in there for too long, and she will probably be released soon. If the princess is angry, I will send a message to the prince and the king of Pingxi. His majesty will definitely choose to help the prince, and then Princess Pingjia will definitely stay in jail for a few more days." Mu Yun shook his head. "Forget it. Let's not tell the emperor about this little thing. It's not easy to offend the Duke of Ingwa's mansion. Someone will take care of Princess Pingjia." Mo-e said, "Duke Ingwa is an old minister and has a high status in the court. Miss Su is his daughter in his old age, and he dotes on her. In addition, Princess Pingjia's behavior is too unreasonable. It's too easy to find fault with her. Duke Su will definitely not let her go." Mu Yun nodded. "Then let Duke Ingwa take care of it. We won't care."
Montaki nodded.
Mu Yun had already arranged for the small kitchen he wanted to open in the yard. Mu Yun took people back to the Mu mansion. As soon as he entered the mansion, the maid next to Madame Mu came to invite her. Mu Yun asked Ziju to take people to build a small kitchen, and he went to Madame Mu's yard. "Xiao Yun is here. Come and sit down." Seeing Mu Yun, Madame Mu raised a hypocritical smile on her face. She had just returned and received a complaint from her daughter. Seeing her daughter's swollen face made her feel distressed. She wanted to skin Mu Yun alive immediately, but she could only bear it for the time being because of her marriage with the Marquis's mansion. Mu Yun walked in and sat down by himself and asked lazily, "What do you want to talk to me about?" Madame Mu smiled and took a sip of the teacup, then said, "Your marriage with the Marquis's mansion has been discussed, and this wedding will not be held. After all, Prince Lin is in poor health, and our two families don't want to make a big fuss. 3 days later will be a good day. At that time, a sedan chair will carry you into the mansion. Even if the marriage is completed, you should not be dissatisfied. This is the meaning of the Marquis's mansion. Except for the wedding, everything else is the same. You will not be short of the betrothal gifts and dowry." Mu Yun had no reaction. He was neither angry nor happy. He just looked at Madame Mu indifferently, which made her feel guilty. Madame Mu smiled awkwardly and continued, "Xiao Yun, are you too happy? Why don't you say anything?" Mu Yun sneered and then said, "I think you are too good at daydreaming. You can actually say these words so confidently. You are so shameless. But it's true. Not only are you thick-skinned, you are also shameless and vicious. Zhou, if you want to marry me into the Yongyi Marquis's mansion, you have to ask the father of my child if he agrees. If I agree or not, you have to negotiate this marriage yourself. If it doesn't work out, then you have to marry it yourself. If the mansion doesn't want you, then you can only let your good daughter take over." Mu Yun said, and stood up. "I'm going to go back and see how my small kitchen is doing. I don't have time to talk nonsense with you." Mu Yun took 2 steps and was shouted at by Madame Mu in a cold voice, "Mu Yun, you'd better marry me obediently, otherwise your useless brother will die." Mu Yun paused, surprise flashed in her eyes. She looked back at Madame Mu and said in a puzzled tone, "My brother?" Mu Yun searched in her mind. It seemed that she had some confused memories, but it was too long ago, and she couldn't remember it clearly. Madame Mu walked towards her with a sly smile on her face. "Yes, your brother, your own brother. You didn't forget him, did you?" Mu Yun's face sank. She had indeed forgotten that the original owner left home at the age of 5 and stayed for less than a year after returning. During that time, no one mentioned her younger brother, let alone saw him. Later, she left home again and returned only now. However, if she really had a younger brother, why would Zhou let her brother live? Shouldn't he have been killed long ago? Given Zhou's personality, how could she tolerate the legitimate son left by the original wife to live? Seeing Mu Yun's confused look, Madame Mu laughed happily. Haha, I said you forgot. Otherwise, why would you not come back for so long? You don't know, your brother is obsessed with you. Do you want to go see him and see what he looks like now? Mu Yun was silent and didn't speak. Madame Mu chuckled and continued, as long as you listen to me, I can spare his life and your children. You can't protect them alone. If you are willing to be obedient, then I will send the children to live with your brother. Let them live together. After all, he is the children's uncle. Living together, you will always feel more at ease, Xiaoyan. I really care about you. You should think about it carefully. Mu Yun looked at her and asked coldly, where's my brother? Mu Yun had almost no memory of this brother in his mind, only vaguely remembered that it seemed that her mother had given birth to a child, but it was said that her mother died of dystocia. She thought that the child in her belly was also gone. Now think about it. Maybe the child in her mother's belly didn't die at all. Only her mother died. Madame Mu smiled with much more pride. She slowly said, when you marry into the Marquis mansion, you will be able to see your brother on the 3rd day of your marriage. I will keep my word. Seeing this, Mu Yun knew that she would not say anything, so he did not ask any more questions and turned to walk out. Madame Mu's voice was still ringing behind him. Think about it carefully. Mother will prepare your wedding clothes and dowry in the next few days. Just wait for your marriage with peace of mind. Mu Yun left Madame Mu's yard and returned to his own yard. Then he asked Mo Yi to check the original owner's brother mentioned by Madame Mu. Mo Yi received the order and went out. Mu Yun returned to his room and began to sort out the plan to retaliate against the Mu mansion. In the palace, when Song Jingnian brought the 2 children in, everyone looked at them with wide eyes. The matter of Prince Ping's marriage had been a hot topic in the past few days. Everyone was very curious. Seeing him leading the 2 children at this time, they all doubted the identity of the 2 children. It seems that there are rumors that Prince Ping and the princess have already had a son and a daughter, but people don't believe this. After all, everyone knows that Prince Ping is infertile due to injuries on the battlefield, and it is impossible for him to have children. But seeing these 2 children at this time, everyone just thinks that this rumor is probably true. Song Jingnian met several ministers at the door of the imperial study, including Mu Shao, who came to report the progress of the wedding to the emperor. Seeing Prince Ping at this time, several people hurriedly saluted and greeted him. Your subordinate greets His Highness Prince Ping. Song Jingnian said in a light tone, no need to be polite. As he said, he led the 2 children to the imperial study. The moment he passed by, Mu Shao saw the crescent moon, which shocked him. He turned his head and looked at the backs of the father and son. Song Jingnian led the 2 children in, and the backs quickly disappeared. Mu Shao was slow to come back to his senses. He felt his head buzzing, and his thoughts were in a mess. Lord Mu, let's go. What are you in a daze? Seeing him stunned, his colleagues called him. Mu Shao swallowed and asked, whose child did the prince hold just now? The other 2 did not pay attention, and they only said, it should be the prince's own child. Isn't it said that the prince has been married for many years and has 2 children with the princess? It seems that the rumor is true. The prince is a good man, and we are happy for him. In the imperial study, the emperor's personal eunuch Chen Gongcheng saw Song Jingnian coming. Just as he was about to salute, his eyes fell on the 2 children Song Jingnian was holding. He suddenly widened his eyes in surprise. It was said that Prince Ping had a child, and 2 at that. He didn't believe it at first, but when he saw it, he couldn't help but feel shocked. Your Majesty, your humble servant. Song Yenin, Song Liyue, see the emperor. 2 little baby voices followed Song Jingnian's voice. When the emperor raised his eyes, he was full of surprise. He hurriedly got up and walked towards the 2 little ones kneeling on the ground, his eyes full of excitement. Without hearing the emperor's voice, Yueya and Yuanbao didn't dare to move. Before coming, the maid in the palace had simply taught the 2 children some basic etiquette. The maid said that when they greeted the emperor, they would have to be called before they could stand up. So, without hearing the voice, the 2 didn't dare to stand up. Their heads were still buried in the ground, with innocent big eyes, looking at the smooth floor, wondering what the emperor looked like. The emperor looked at Song Jingnian with some excitement and asked, "Jingnian, are these the two children?" Facing the emperor's expectant eyes, Song Jingnian smiled and said, "Uncle, these are my two children. They are twins. Yuanbao is the older brother, whose full name is Song Yenin, and Yueya is the younger sister, whose full name is Song Liua." The emperor hurriedly helped the two little ones up, and when he saw the faces of the two children, he was overwhelmed by their cuteness. Yuanbao had a round and chubby face, and his eyebrows and eyes were very similar to Song Jingnian. He looked very good, white and chubby. Yueya's eyebrows and eyes are also very similar to Song Jingnian. Her clear and innocent big eyes, chubby and round white face, wearing a pink skirt, are as cute as a glutinous rice dumpling. The emperor, who had not seen children for many years, liked the two children very much when he saw them. He took their hands and walked to the dragon throne to sit down. "Yueya, Yuanbao, do you two know who I am?" Yuanbao always spoke in a serious manner. "You are the emperor, the master of the world, and my father's uncle. Daddy said we should call you granduncle." Yueya's voice was even softer and more lovely. "Dad said granduncle is very good, not fierce at all, so we should not be afraid. Granduncle is my grandmother's younger brother, just like the relationship between me and my brother, so we are relatives." The cute appearance of the two children and their warm words made the emperor very happy. He laughed twice and held the two children on his lap, one on each side. "Two clever little ones, having you two is really a blessing your father has cultivated for several lifetimes." In the emperor's heart, it was true. A man who was obviously extinct suddenly had two children, and they were such beautiful and lovely children. It was indeed a blessing for Song Jingnian. The emperor now felt much less guilty about Song Jingnian. In the past, he always felt guilty for letting Song Jingnian go to war, which led to his loss of fertility. Now God really has eyes. When they met for the first time, the emperor would definitely give gifts to the two children, so he asked them what gifts they wanted. The two children had never thought about asking for gifts, so they refused. But the emperor insisted on giving them gifts, and he insisted that they say it. Seeing that the two children couldn't say it, he took the two children to his private storehouse and told them to pick whatever they wanted. Song Jingnian was helpless. The emperor did not let him follow, so he waited in the imperial study. As soon as the emperor left, Song Yian came in a hurry. He heard from the palace servants that Song Jingnian had brought two children into the palace, so he immediately guessed that they were Yueya and Yuanbao. He hadn't seen them for more than half a year, and he missed the two children very much. "Yuanbao, Yueya?" As soon as Song Yian came in, he shouted. When he came in, he saw only Song Jingnian sitting alone, and no two children. "Cousin, where are Yueya and Yuanbao? Didn't you bring them into the palace?" Song Yian asked hurriedly. Song Jingnian said with a smile, "Uncle took them to the private storehouse, saying that he wanted to give gifts to the two children and let them choose by themselves." Song Yian was surprised. Father is really willing to spend money. I have never been to his private storehouse. Although the words sounded sour, Song Yian's face was full of joy and pride, without any dissatisfaction. He said that Yueya Yuanbao was two invincible and lovely treasures. Everyone who saw them liked them, and his father was no exception. Song Jingnian asked him to sit down and asked him what he was busy with recently. The two chatted for a while, and then they heard the emperor's voice outside. "Haha, Yuanbao is really smart. Uncle grandfather must find a good teacher for you, and teach you well. In the future, you will definitely be a better person than your father." The emperor's voice was full of joy and pride, and his tone was doting. As soon as he came in, the emperor couldn't wait to praise the two children to Song Jingnian. Yuanbao was smart, and he had his own ideas and opinions at a young age. It was not easy to fool him at all. Yueya was not only cute but also very smart. At a young age, she spoke and acted in an orderly manner. When Song Yian saw the two children, he ran over and picked them up, slapping them on the face. "Yueya Yuanbao, did you miss me? I missed you so much. Yuanbao knew Song Yan, but Yueya didn't remember, so she was a little reserved. She was also frightened by Song Yan's enthusiasm. She stared at Song Yan with her big, ignorant eyes, and there was some uneasiness in her eyes. Song Jingnian hurriedly snatched Yueya from his arms and said disdainfully, "You scared Yueya. She lost her memory and doesn't remember you." Song Yan was surprised. How could it be? When did she lose her memory? How could she lose her memory? Song Yan asked anxiously. Knowing that he really cared about Yueya, Song Jingnian told him about Yueya's disappearance. After hearing this, the emperor and Song Yan were very angry and said that they must tear the man into pieces. They were also surprised that the two actually went to Yan's state to find someone. What was even more surprising was that Mu Yun could actually ask the emperor of Yan's state to help find someone. This was simply incredible. The emperor was busy asking for details and began to be curious about Mu Yun. It was really hard to imagine that a woman could have such a great ability. Mu Xiao hurried back to the mansion and went straight to Mu Yun's waterside residence. At this time, the small kitchen was being prepared in the waterside residence, and a group of servants were busy coming in and out. Seeing this scene, Mu Xiao's face immediately turned ugly. When Mrs. Mu learned that Mu Xiao had returned to the mansion and went to the waterside residence, she also hurried over. Seeing Mu Xiao stop at the door and look at the busy servants with an unpredictable expression, Madame Mu sneered in her heart, then walked towards Mu Xiao and said, "Master, you are finally back. I don't know where Xiao Yun found so many people. She actually wants to build a small kitchen." I said it, but she didn't listen. She said that she didn't use my money and asked me not to care about it. The marriage with the Marquis' mansion has been negotiated. She will be carried to the Marquis' mansion in 3 days. Why is she still building a small kitchen now? Mu Xiao's face sank slightly, and he said coldly, "Let her do it.
Don't worry about it.
You go back first, I'll go in and ask her something." After Mu Xiao finished speaking, he walked in with a cold face. Madame Mu was a little confused. She had something to ask Mu Yun, so why didn't she let her in? There were so many people in the yard, and she couldn't eavesdrop or anything, so she could only turn around and leave anxiously. Mu Xiao went in, and Zijou immediately stopped him. "Master, the eldest lady is taking a nap. I'm afraid she hasn't woken up yet." Mu Xiao wanted to tell her to get up, but when he thought of the child who was following Prince Ping, he swallowed the words in his throat. "Where are the children?" he asked Zijou. Zijou replied according to Mu Yun's instructions. "The young master and the young lady went out to play and haven't come back yet." Mu Xiao was surprised. "Going out to play? Who took them out to play?" "Their mother was at home." "They went out by themselves?" Zijou replied. "There are servants following them." "Master, don't worry." Mu Xiao looked in the direction of the house and said, "Go and see if Xiaoyan is awake. I have something to talk to her about." Zijou was embarrassed and was about to refuse when she heard Mu Yun's voice in the house. "Zijou, let father come in." Zijou made way and led Mu Xiao in. Mu Yun was sitting at the table pouring tea. After Zijou led people in, she retreated. "What does father want to see me for?" Mu Xiao looked at his daughter carefully. She was indeed good-looking, but not the kind of beauty that could overwhelm a country. Could King Ping be interested in her? Mu Xiao was full of suspicion. He had been full of doubts all the way back. The child he saw in the palace reminded him that Mu Yun came back at the same time as Prince Ping. This was too much of a coincidence. Moreover, Zhou had wanted to bring her back several times before, but she refused. As a result, not long after, she came back on her own, and on the same day as Prince Ping. The most important thing was the child he saw today. Mu Xiao felt that the truth was before his eyes, but he didn't dare to believe it. Seeing that Mu Xiao didn't speak and just stared at him in thought, Mu Yun didn't speak either, letting him remain silent. After a long while, Mu Xiao came back to his senses, his eyes focused on her, and asked casually, "Where are your children?" Mu Yun said lightly, "I went out to play." Mu Xiao asked again, "Are all 4 children born to you?" Mu Yun shook his head. "No, I adopted 2 of them." Mu Xiao looked much better after hearing this. He had always thought that all the children were born to her. "I saw the girl you brought back to the palace today. Is she your child?" In the Mu mansion, Mu Xiao had never really seen a few children, so he had a vague idea of their appearance and could not remember what they looked like. Mu Yun looked up at him, sneered and said, "I know how much my father ignores me. My daughter is your granddaughter by blood, and my son is your grandson. But after returning home for a few days, you don't even know who your grandson and granddaughter are. You are a very competent father and grandfather." Mu Xiao looked a little embarrassed, ignoring the sarcasm in Mu Yun's tone. Of course, he would not pay attention to a child of unknown origin. If he hadn't seen the child with Song Jingnian in the palace today, he would never ask about these children in his life. "You are my daughter. You gave birth before marriage, and you came back with so many children. I am definitely not in a good mood. You have to understand." Mu Xiao looked sad, as if he was really worried about her. Mu Yun's eyes were full of sneers, and he said bluntly, "Father came back to ask because he saw the children in the palace, right? If you hadn't seen them in the palace, you would never ask about my children in your life. Why do you have to make excuses for yourself?" Mu Xiao's thoughts were exposed so easily. His face looked a little ugly, and the smile in his eyes disappeared instantly. He said forcefully, "You just need to tell me what your relationship with His Royal Highness Prince Ping is, and there's no need to say anything else." Mu Yun didn't expect to be caught by him so soon, so she stopped hiding it and said directly, "It's the kind of relationship you think, father." Mu Xiao's eyes widened in surprise, full of disbelief. "Impossible. How could you be the princess of Ping?" Mu Yun chuckled, his voice was calm. "Why is it impossible? Father looks down on me so much, and thinks I'm not worthy of being the princess of Ping?" Mu Xiao shook his head. He just couldn't believe it. "When you said you were going back to get married, you were talking about the wedding with Prince Ping?" Mu Yun nodded. "Yes, father. You are the Minister of Rights, and you are responsible for my wedding with Song Jingnian, right? You must arrange it well and don't neglect it. Otherwise the prince will be angry and want to demote you, which is not good." Mu Xiao's heart trembled. Thinking of his indifference to Mu Yun, he began to feel guilty. If Mu Yun holds a grudge, then the Mu family will not be able to rise in the future, and there is even a possibility of decline. Thinking of this, Mu Xiao was flustered and worried. "Xiaoyan, I just didn't expect that you would have such an opportunity to become the princess of Prince Ping. You don't know that even if Prince Ping has lost his fertility, there are still many people in the capital who are willing to marry him. Even the daughter of the Marquis Xianting, who is known as the most beautiful woman in the capital, has a special liking for the prince and has been waiting for him. The prince has not liked anyone else but you. This is your blessing. Are those two children really the prince's?" Mu Xiao couldn't help but gossip and asked about the children. It was really too shocking that Prince Ping had a son. Not only him, but many people in the capital still don't believe it and just think it's a rumor. What's more, it is said that the prince found a remarried woman, and the child was the woman's with her ex-husband. Now that she is married to the prince, she naturally becomes the prince's child. Mu Yun looked at the gossip and expectation in his eyes and nodded. Of course, His Majesty has already given the two children the title of prince and princess. Doesn't father know yet? Mu Xiao's eyes were full of joy. Princess? Prince? So, in the future, he will be the grandfather of the princess and prince of Prince Ping's mansion, and the father-in-law of His Royal Highness Prince Ping? Mu Xiao couldn't help but feel happy when his status suddenly rose, and his face was visibly happy. Seeing this, Mu Yun just found it funny. He was really snobbish. He began to be happy. Nominally, father, you will be the father-in-law of the prince in the future, but emotionally, I believe you know in your heart that neither I nor the prince will have much affection for you, and they are almost like strangers. So, father, you are a father-in-law in name only. Hearing this, Mu Xiao became anxious. Xiao Yun, how can you say that? Your father knows that I have been negligent in these years. I will make it up to you in the future. No matter what you want, your father will give it to you to make up for the harm I have done to you in these years. There is no overnight hatred among family members. Let's forget about those unpleasant things in the past. Let's live a good life as a family in the future. Mu Xiao's face immediately turned cold. She knew that Mu Yun was joking on purpose. But what should I do about the marriage in the Marquis mansion? Mu Xiao was very worried, and his brows were about to be knotted. "I will solve this matter. You don't have to worry." As he said, Mu Xiao was about to get up and leave, but Mu Yun said, "Father, I have an idea. Do you want to listen to it?" Mu Xiao saw that she was smiling with ill intentions, and his heart was immediately lifted, fearing that she would say something scary. Seeing Mu Xiao sitting down again, Mu Yun spoke. "Father, I've also heard of the Yongyi Marquis mansion. It's a very nice family. Moreover, the Yongyi Marquis sister, that is, the aunt of Prince Lin, is the virtuous concubine in the palace and has a prince. This family is not easy to offend. Since we have an engagement with them, it is not appropriate to break off the engagement. Whether it is the Marquis mansion or the virtuous concubine, they are the existence that the Mu family cannot afford to offend." Mu Xiao was full of doubts. Not canceling the engagement? Then what should I do? Aren't you going to marry the prince? Seeing that he didn't think of Mu Xiner at all, Mu Yun couldn't help but feel sad for the original owner. This father was really good to Mu Xiner, but he was really too much to the original owner. But she wanted to see which was more important to him, Mu Xiner or his future. "Father, have you forgotten? This marriage is actually between that Prince Lin and Mu Xiner. Why are you so forgetful?" Mu Zhao's eyes widened and he immediately understood what she meant. "You mean Xiner should marry him?" Mu Yun nodded and said calmly, "Besides me, the only legitimate daughter of the Mu family is Mu Xiner. She was the one who snatched this marriage away. Since she did, she should have seized it well. How can she regret it? If I can't marry, and Mu Xiner doesn't marry either, then it will be disastrous. The Marquis' mansion and that virtuous concubine will definitely bear a grudge against father, thinking that father, you look down on their family. By then, your official career will probably be ruined." Mu Zhao's face looked very ugly when he heard this. That Prince Lin was indeed a handsome man and a rare son-in-law. He and Xiner were in love with each other. It was originally a perfect marriage, but things did not go as planned, and this kind of change happened. It is said that he is now moody and irritable. He has beaten several maids and servants to death, and the Marquis has covered it up. If Xiner marries him, her life will be ruined. Mu Xiao was hesitant, and Mu Yun looked at him coldly, with a hint of sarcasm on his lips. Mu Yun felt guilty if he didn't retaliate against Mu Xiao, as he was like this. She said in a cold voice, "When my father asked me to marry him, he was very happy. He wished he could carry me into the Marquis today. Why is it that when it's Mu Xiner's turn to marry, my father is so hesitant?" Mu Xiao quickly restrained his emotions and smiled apologetically. The main thing is that Xiner is still young and not suitable for marriage. "Xiaoyan, how about this? I'll ask your mother to cancel the marriage and explain that you are now the Princess of Ping and cannot marry the Prince Lin. The Marquis will definitely not care."
Mu Yun underestimated Mu Xiao a little.
He didn't expect that he didn't push Mu Xiner out at the first time. It seems that there is really some father-daughter affection. But the more this happened, the angrier Mu Yun became. He was angry on behalf of the original owner. She sneered angrily and said coldly, "If that's the case, then break off the engagement. At that time, I will announce that I will sever ties with the Mu family. By the way, my mother's surname is Chu, and when the time comes, I will change to my mother's surname. I feel that the name Chu Yun sounds better than Mu Yun. What do you think, father?" Mu Xiao immediately raised his eyes to look at her, his eyes flashing with coldness, without any warmth, only indifference and anger. "Are you threatening me?" Mu Xiao's tone was heavy, filled with suppressed anger. Mu Yun looked at him calmly. "Yes, I am threatening you, father." Being threatened by his own daughter, Mu Xiao stood up in anger, pointing at Mu Yun with a sullen face. He wanted to yell, but he didn't dare to yell because of Mu Yun's current status. He could only hold back his anger, which made his face red and veins popped on his forehead. "Whether you want the future of the entire Mu family or Mu Xiner, your daughter, it's up to your father to decide. I won't interfere." After Mu Yun finished speaking, he stopped looking at him and drank his tea calmly. Mu Xiao was angry for a long time, but he could do nothing about her. After a while, he finally said, "Xiaoyun, we're still a family and Xiner is also your sister. Can you really bear it?" Mu Yun laughed in anger. Her eyes turned cold, and she threw the teacup in her hand away. He subconsciously became a little afraid. When you asked me to marry, you were very cruel. But when you asked Mu Xiner to marry, you played the emotional card with me and asked me if I was cruel. Mu Xiao, are you sane? How did you ask such a question? If you want to play the emotional card, you have to have feelings between us. Apart from this blood relationship, what else is there between you and me, father and daughter? I'm saying this. If Mu Xiner doesn't marry, then the Mu family will disappear from the capital. Lord Mu should know that I can do it.
Mu Yun was really angry.
Angry for the original owner. When she got angry, the whole room suddenly became quiet, and you could hear a pin drop. Looking at Mu Yun's cold face and sharp and dangerous eyes, Mu Xiao felt that the room was full of dangerous atmosphere at the moment, which made people unconsciously afraid. He swallowed subconsciously, not daring to look directly into Mu Yun's eyes. The coldness and anger in her eyes were too much for him to resist. The atmosphere was silent and depressing. Mu Xiao struggled for a long time before he slowly spoke. Okay, I'll do as you say. I'll tell your mother that Xire will marry into the Marquis mansion. Mu Xiao's tone was frustrated, and he had no choice but to compromise. He didn't want everything he had worked hard for half his life to be ruined, so he could only choose to compromise. The Mu family cannot disappear from the capital. After hearing what he said, Mu Yun's eyes instantly faded, no longer indifferent. She smiled faintly and said, Okay, father is indeed a smart man. In 3 days, I will send my sister to marry. By the way, Zhou said I have a younger brother. Where is he? At that time, Mu Yun's mother had a difficult birth. The child survived, but the adult died. Mu Xiao was not in the mansion at that time, and when he came back, Mu Yun's mother had died. Before that, Mu Xiao had seen a letter that Mu Yun's mother wrote to her childhood sweetheart, a man named Duan Nanshan. Mu Xiao didn't know this person. When he asked her who she was, she said she was his childhood neighbor. Mu Xiao still couldn't question the letter after all, but he had a gap in his heart since then. Later, he intercepted 2 more letters, in which the 2 of them were in love. He was completely disappointed with his wife. His wife always liked that man. Mu Xiao was angry. It happened that he was sent out for a few days, and he didn't tell his wife. When he came back, his wife died. As for the child, the mother said that the child was not in good health and had to be placed in a farm in the suburbs to recuperate. The doctor said that the place was beautiful and suitable for recuperation, so he kept it there. Not long after that, he married Zhou. Zhou was gentle and considerate. The 2 were newly married, and their relationship became better and better. While he was busy with court affairs, he had a good relationship with Zhou. In addition, Zhou became pregnant and gave birth to a child soon, so he forgot about the son. The year Mu Yun was brought back, he also thought about bringing back his son who was raised in a farm outside the city, but the person he sent said that he was not in good health and did not want to come, so Mu Xiao did not care about him anymore. When Mu Yun asked about this, Mu Xiao felt more and more guilty and did not know how to answer.
Why?
Father, is this difficult to answer? Do you need to be silent for so long? Mu Yun's voice was a little cold. Mu Xiao hurriedly smiled and said, No, I just remembered that I haven't visited him for a long time. Mu Xiao wanted to say his son's name, but suddenly remembered that he didn't seem to have named the child, so he could only use him instead. Mu Yun asked, Where is he? Mu Xiao was sure that he could not let Mu Yun know the real situation, so he said, I will ask someone to send him back tomorrow so that you and your sister can meet. Father has something else to do, so I'll leave first. Xiaoyan, you can wait to get married with peace of mind. Father will prepare everything for you. Don't worry. With that, Mu Xiao left, and his back was hurried, as if he was afraid of being called by Mu Yun. After Mu Xiao left, Mo Yi showed up. He said to Mu Yun, Princess, I found out that your brother is in the manor outside the city. Do you want to go and see him? Mo Yi couldn't help showing a sympathetic look on his face when he thought of what he saw. Mu Yun didn't miss his expression and had a bad feeling in his heart. Let's go and see him now.
Just come with me.
Mo will stay at home. It may not be long before the children come back. In this family, the children must be protected by someone. Mo said, Princess, why don't you tell the prince to let the young master and the young princess play in the palace for a while? Her Royal Highness the princess must miss them very much. She wants to stay with the young master and the young princess for a while and send them back in the evening. Yun nodded. All right, you make the arrangements. I'll go and see him first. Yun and Mo went out. Mu Xiao returned to his yard and hurriedly called his confidant to give him instructions. He gave the son a temporary name and asked the confidant to take people to the manor to pick him up. After Mu Xiao finished giving the order, he saw Zhou standing outside the door with an ugly face. Mu Xiao ignored it and told his confidant to go quickly. Seeing that he didn't even explain to her, Zhou couldn't help but ask, Master, are you going to take the child back? Mu Xiao nodded. Xiaoyan asked to take it back. Thinking of Mu Yun's words, Mu Xiao didn't know how to tell Zhou for a moment. He knew too well that the two children were Zhou's life. If Xiner was to marry a useless person, she would definitely not agree. But in this situation, she had to agree. Mu Xiao had a headache. Zhou was still talking in a sarcastic tone. Mu Xiao didn't hear what she was saying at all. After a while, he said, the one who marries into the Marquis mansion should be changed to Exa. Xiaoyan can't marry. When Mu Xiao said this, Zhou thought she was hallucinating. It was so scary. She looked at Mu Xiao with eyes wide open in disbelief. Master, what did you say? Mu Xiao closed his eyes and looked painful. Xiaoyan is the princess of Pingwang. She can't marry. The twins she brought back are His Royal Highness Pingwang. If you and I dare to let her marry into the Ho-Ho mansion, I'm afraid we will think our lives are too long. I saw the two children in the palace today. His Royal Highness Pingwang took them to see His Majesty. His Majesty has issued an order to confer the two children as the Prince and Princess of Pingwang Mansion. This is true. You don't have to doubt it. After Mu Xiao's long string of words, Zhou was stunned. She couldn't believe it. This was more unbelievable to her than the sky falling. She is the Princess of Ping? She had also heard the messages in the capital these days. She knew the value of the Princess of Ping. The princess who gave birth to twins for the Prince of Ping was even more extraordinary. But now she was told that the person was Mu Yun. This made Zhou feel like the sky was falling. It was simply too unbelievable.
Mu Xiao sighed helplessly.
He was happy and uncomfortable. Zhou was just uncomfortable. She didn't dare to believe it at all, but Mu Xiao's next words made her furious and wanted to destroy herself. She said that the marriage with the Marquis' mansion could not be cancelled. She proposed that Xiner should marry him. If you don't listen to her, then the Mu family will disappear in the capital. She is now the Princess of Ping, and the Princess of Ping who gave birth to two children for the Prince of Ping. This status cannot be shaken by anyone. We can only obey. Mu Xiao looked helpless, and Zhou was so angry that she was about to go crazy. Don't even think about it. Zhou was furious. Who is Mu Yun? She actually wants my Xiner to marry into the Marquis mansion. What right does she have? This witch, I'm going to kill her. Zhou had lost her mind. The fact that Mu Yun was the Princess of Ping was a big shock to her. Now that she knew that Mu Yun actually wanted her daughter to marry into the Marquis mansion and threaten the Mu family, she was furious and lost her mind. Her face was flushed with anger, her chest was heaving, and she felt like she was going to explode. Mu Xiao hurriedly grabbed her and said, Come back. Don't act on impulse. Calm down. Zhou was very angry and asked Mu Xiao angrily. She said she wanted to marry Xer to the Marquis mansion. Did you agree? Mu Xiao just had a sad face and didn't say anything. Seeing this, Zhou still had something to not understand. She smiled coldly, her eyes full of sarcasm. Mu Xiao, you are not worthy of being a father. No matter what, I will not let Xiner marry. You should give up this idea. Zhou was about to leave, and Mu Xiao roared, Okay, then I won't marry. Our family will wait for her revenge. It only takes one word from Prince Ping, and we will move out of the capital. At that time, Tianming will not be able to study in Taihiyuan. Being demoted is a small matter. It's just that you will lose your wealth and glory, but at least your life is still there. But if you anger Prince Ping, I'm afraid our family's lives will be in danger. Zhou stopped moving. Her face was full of pain. She was so angry that she felt a sweet and fishy taste in her mouth, and then a trace of bright red blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. The maid outside saw this, and came over to ask worriedly. It was said to be a manor in the suburbs, but it was very far away, so far that it was almost out of the capital. When Muyan arrived, the sun was about to set. There were fields all around, and the people who lived here were all farmers and tenants and servants from various farms. The Mu family's farm was not very big in this area. After Mu Yun entered, he saw the tenants and servants working in the fields. Mu Yun asked Mo-i, "Where's my brother?" Mo-i replied, "Princess, when I came here before, I saw him being bullied and beaten by the servants here. I rescued him, but he should be seriously injured. I guess he is resting in a room. That's where he lives. Let's go and take a look." Muyan looked at the place where Mo-i pointed. The rows of small houses seemed to be where the servants lived. The place where the master lived should be the courtyard on the east side. But it was normal to think about it. A person who had been abandoned for so many years, who would treat him as a master here. The original owner had experienced the life in the farm.
Zhou also thought a lot.
Both the sister and brother were sent to the farm, but not to the same farm. One was in the east and the other was in the west, and they were far apart. The two came to the servants' room and searched one by one, but they didn't see anyone. Muyan asked Mo-i, "What's his name? Why don't you just call the steward here to ask? It will take too much time for us to search one by one. There are too many servants' rooms in such a big manor." Mo-yi's eyes flashed with sympathy, and he replied, "Princess, he has no name. People here call him De Huang."
What?
Muyan was surprised. "No name?" Mo-yi said, "Your brother has been sent here since he was born. Those people in the Mu family seem to have forgotten that there is such a person. No one gave him a name. It is said that the name De Huang was because he was sallow when he was a child, and then those people with bad intentions gave him this name, and this name has been used ever since. Now, more than 10 years have passed, and most of the servants in this manor don't know his identity. They just think he is a real servant. At the same time, those stewards always instruct people to bully him, beat him, or scold him, and it is said that the work he does every day is more than. Among all the people, his health is the worst. He gets sick all the time, but even if he gets sick, no one cares for him, and he is left to fend for himself. It is a miracle that he can survive until now." Muyan frowned tightly. "So miserable?" Mo nodded. "It is indeed miserable. He is obviously a young master of an official family, but he lives worse than ordinary people. For him, it is better to be born in an ordinary family than to be born in the Mu family. At least he will not suffer these sufferings." Muyan felt a little uncomfortable. When the original owner was sent away, he was almost able to remember things, but when this brother was sent away, he was still a baby who was only a few days old. Thinking of this, Muyan's hatred for Mu Xiao increased a lot. He looks like a decent person, but in fact he is a scumbag. "Does he know that he is the son of the Mu family?" Muyan asked. Mo nodded. "I have inquired about it. He knows it. It seems that he has known it since he was a child. Someone told him that while letting him know his identity, he was tortured at the same time. This is how to make him more miserable. The stewards here are all Madame Mu's people, so naturally they all listen to her arrangements. It is said that Madame Mu came once when your brother was 8 years old. At that time, your brother thought that Madame Mu was his mother. He came to see Madame Mu happily and begged Madame Mu to take him back. But Madame Mu played tricks on him, saying that if he worked harder and listened to the stewards, she would come to take him back. She played tricks on him for 2 years. 2 years later, your brother learned the truth. After that, his personality changed. He only knew how to bury his head in work and never said anything. And those stewards became more and more excessive. Muyan could imagine what kind of life his brother was living here just by imagining it, and he couldn't help but feel a little distressed. Whether it's Mu Xiao or Zhou, they have to pay the price for their own actions. Let's go. Let's continue looking, or we should not look for those managers. The two continued to walk, and walked through all the servants' rooms, but still couldn't find anyone. Muyan was a little annoyed, so he had to pull someone and ask, "Wait a minute, do you know where De Huang came from?" Muyan really didn't want to call this name, but there was no other way at this time. The girl who was held back looked about 14 or 15 years old. She was running in panic. After being held back by Muyan, she looked at Muyan with a frightened look. Seeing that she was dressed in gorgeous clothes, she immediately knelt down and begged, "My noble lord, please save De Huang. He was already sick and was beaten at noon. Now they are forcing him to fetch water and send it to the kitchen. De Huang is so weak and has injuries all over his body. How can he fetch water? Please save him." Muyan was surprised. He didn't expect that he would actually ask the question after just stopping her. It seemed that the little girl had a good relationship with him. Her tears and concern didn't seem fake. Muyan immediately said, "Take me there." When the little girl heard this, her eyes immediately lit up. She thanked him repeatedly and then ran forward. Seeing Muyan running behind her, the little girl ran even faster, fearing that she would be late. The three of them ran all the way to the edge of a field. There was a well not far away. They ran over but didn't see anyone. They only saw 3 people around the well, talking and laughing. "Since your shoulders can't carry the water, let your stomach do it. Drink up quickly, and then we'll go back. When we get back, we'll pump out the water in your stomach. This way, it's also considered the water you carried, right?"
Ha ha ha.
The voices of the several people were full of laughter, and their words were full of teasing. Muyan heard it, but he felt his blood pressure soar instantly. Before the little girl could react, she saw Muyan had already run over and kicked the 3 people out. At the same time, he also pulled the ropes in the hands of the 3 people and pulled the people out of the well. With a splash, the sound of water splashed everywhere, and the wet people were pulled out, gasping for breath. The little girl ran over and shouted anxiously, De Huang, are you okay? What's wrong with you? Woo woo. De Huang, don't scare me, don't die." The little girl looked at the dying man, crying sadly and shouting in fear. Muyan hurriedly half knelt on the ground and pressed his chest to squeeze out the water in his body. Many people gathered around immediately, and some people immediately ran to call the manager. After Muyan pressed a few times, the boy on the ground spurted out the water in his mouth, and his breathing became smoother. The little girl shouted in surprise, "De Huang, how are you? Are you uncomfortable?" When De Huang opened his eyes, he saw a white and beautiful face, like a fairy in the sky, looking at him worriedly. The little girl's voice pulled his thoughts back. He shook his head and said with effort, "I'm fine, Xiaochun." His voice was a little hoarse, and his throat was dry as soon as he opened his mouth, and he frowned in pain. Muyan didn't know how to start. The name De Huang sounded like a dog, so she couldn't call him that. The word little brother was a bit intimate, so she couldn't call him that either. She just looked at him, thinking about how to start. At this time, outside the manor, Mu Zhao's confidant, Zhu Guanjia, also came with people and carried a sedan chair. The steward of the manor came soon. Seeing someone making trouble, the steward said viciously, "Who dares to come to our manor to make trouble? Come, arrest them and report them to the government." Before the servants could get close, they were swept away by Moe. The steward's eyes widened in surprise, and he stammered, You dare to make trouble in the Mu family's manor. You are tired of living. Come, report to the government." De Huang on the ground looked at Mu Yun and said, "Your Excellency should leave quickly. It is not suitable to stay here for a long time. There is no need to offend the Mu family for an irrelevant person like me." His eyes were dull, and the whole person seemed to have lost his vitality. He looked dead and without sadness or joy. Thinking that this was his younger brother, Muyan couldn't help but feel distressed, and his eyes softened. "You are not an irrelevant person. You are my younger brother, and I am your sister." Muyan's words shocked the young man. He was surprised, puzzled, confused, and the emotions in his eyes gradually increased and finally returned to calm, and a hint of sarcasm flashed in his eyes. He lowered his head and said indifferently, "You high-ranking officials, do you like to play tricks on people so much? As you please. Xiaochun, let's go." Xiaochun was busy helping him up. The The steward snorted coldly and said, Da Huang, you have to be responsible for bringing these questionable people into the manor.
Go down and get 10 boards.
Xiaochun widened his eyes in horror and begged, Manager Lu. No, Da Huang will die. He can't stand 10 boards. Please, take back your decision. Da Huang's health was not good to begin with. He was beaten and thrown into the well today. If he gets 10 more boards, he will definitely die. Xiaochun cried and begged for mercy. Seeing this, Manager Lu just laughed viciously. He smiled smugly and said indifferently, Can't stand it? What does that have to do with me? I am only responsible for enforcing the rules of the manor. The rest is none of my business. Come here, do it. Muyan took a few steps and stood in front of his brother, looking at the steward with a cold look. I'll see who dares to touch my brother. Steward Lu was surprised, and his small triangular eyes stared at Muyan closely. Your brother? At this time, Mu Zhao's confidant, Steward Zhu, also came. He was very surprised to see Muyan here. The master asked him to come quickly, just to prevent Muyan from discovering her brother's life over the years. As a result, this person arrived earlier than him. What should he do? Steward Lu was just unpredictable and couldn't figure out Muyan's identity. When he turned around and saw Steward Zhu, he seemed to have found a savior and ran over and said, Standard Zhu, you came at the right time. Look at this. Steward Lu thought that Steward Zhu must know the young lady in the mansion. This woman said that it was Sister Da Huang, so isn't that the young lady of the Mu Mansion? But as far as he knew, there was only one young lady in the Mu Mansion, and that was born to the current wife. How could she come to protect this Da Huang? Steward Lu couldn't figure it out, so he could only throw the matter to Steward Zhu. Muyan didn't expect Mu Xiao to be so quick and send someone to pick him up. Butler Zhu smiled and walked towards Muyan. Miss, you came so soon. The master also hurriedly ordered me to take the eldest young master home, so that you and your sister can reunite. I didn't expect you to come by yourself. We can handle these things as servants. Why bother you to come in person? Muyan sneered. If I didn't come, how would I know what kind of life my brother is living here? Butler Zhu, look at what my brother looks like. How do you think the people here should punish him for bullying him? Upon hearing this, Manager Lu's eyes flashed with guilt. He wanted to say something but didn't know how to say it. He could only wait anxiously on the side. He never imagined that this person was actually the eldest daughter of the mansion, and he couldn't figure out what was going on. Da Huang looked at Muyan in surprise. What did she mean by this? To protect him? Did she want to play tricks on him, like Zhou did? Whenever he thought about what happened back then, he still couldn't let it go. Housekeeper Zhu looked at the servants who fell to the ground and tried to speak. Why not? Give each of them 10 strokes of the board to serve as a warning to others. Muyan sneered. 10 strokes of the board? If they let him go so easily, wouldn't all the suffering my brother has endured over the years be in vain? Everyone was frightened when they heard this. 10 strokes of the board were not enough. What else did she want? 10 strokes of the board would make her bottom bruised. Muyan glanced at the people present with a cold look and said in a cold voice, After 20 strokes of the board, sell them off. Muyan's words scared all the servants and they knelt down to beg for mercy, shouting that they were wronged. 20 strokes of the board could kill people. Housekeeper Zhu did not answer for a while. He was not the one who made the decisions here. It was all up to Zhou. Da Huang looked at Muyan and saw that she looked serious and there was anger in her eyes. He couldn't help but feel cold in his heart. She was really good at acting, much better than Zhou back then. Muyan's voice was slightly cold. What? I can't make this decision, right? Muyan glanced at Butler Zhu. His eyes were cold. Butler Zhu knew Muyan's current status. Mu Xiao told him a lot so that he would know the importance of it. So when Muyan got angry, he shook his head again and again. No, miss, it's just that the indentures of these people are in the hands of Madam. She must agree with it, and I can't make the decision. Hearing this, the servants immediately felt relieved. Bullying Da Huang was all Madam's order, so they were not afraid. But before they could feel relieved for a few seconds, they heard Muyan say, It doesn't matter if it's in Zhou's hands. She has to hand it over to me obediently. Butler Zhu, 20 strokes of the board will be executed immediately. If you can't bear it, you can rest for 2 days and continue when you feel better. As for which ones to sell, my little brother has the final say. Whoever he points to, then let him go. Butler Zhu could only nod and immediately call someone to arrange the execution. Muyan looked at her brother and saw that his eyes were still cold. She felt helpless. Thinking of his insulting name, Muyan said, "You are the eldest son of the Mu family. Your name is Mu Zhen. I gave it to you. If you don't like it, you can give it to yourself." De Huang said coldly, "No need. De Huang is a good name. You don't have to tease me anymore. I don't want to play with you anymore." Seeing that he didn't believe her, Mu Yun felt helpless. She said seriously, "I am your sister, a sister from the same mother. Do you think I would tease you?" De Huang was surprised when she heard this. He looked at her in disbelief. Siblings from the same mother? He never knew that he had a sister, just like before. Muyan never thought that she had a brother. Muyan nodded. "Yes, my mother died of complications during childbirth when she gave birth to you. I am 5 years older than you. After my mother died, I was sent to a manor in the western suburbs, and you were sent here, which is the eastern suburbs. I also grew up in a manor just like you." De Huang was even more incredulous. The sister in front of him was so glamorous and noble, and she didn't look like she grew up in a manor at all. Moreover, he actually had a real relative, a sister from the same mother. He thought that he was the only one left in the world. The person who was originally lifeless and calm in the eyes was a little excited at this time. His eyes were finally no longer stagnant and finally had a bit of vitality and energy. "Are you really my sister?" he asked uncertainly. Muyan nodded, reached out and touched his head lovingly. "Well, I am your sister, dear sister. I will not tease you. I am here to pick you up. As for why I came to pick you up today, it is because I have been away from home for many years and just came back a few days ago." Seeing that his eyebrows softened, Muyan could not help but smile, and then asked, "Do you like the name that sister gave you?" Mo Shen, Shen. Muyan's intimate name, with a gentle smile on her face, made Mu Zhen feel warm. Mu Zhen nodded, and a rare joy appeared in his eyes. "Well, I like it. I like it very much. Thank you, sister." When he called out the word sister, his eyes were red. This unfamiliar name brought him warmth and made him feel that life seemed to have a little hope again. Muyan smiled. "Okay, since you like it, then you will be called Mu Zhen from now on." Butler Zhu thought about the name given by the master, and for a while he couldn't say anything, so he could only go back and report that the name had been taken by the eldest lady. The servants who were beaten and screaming could no longer scream. They had no strength to scream, and only felt the burning pain. Muyan asked Mu Zhen, Zhen, "Who else in this village bullied you? Tell your sister, and I will avenge you and make them pay." Mu Zhen looked at those who were beaten and crying. They no longer had the arrogance they usually had. Their eyes were full of begging expressions, and they were begging for mercy. He didn't dare to think about revenge before, because he knew his own weight too well. The main reason was that his health was too poor, and he couldn't do anything. So he never thought about revenge, but just lived in a daze. But today, looking at the faces of these people begging for mercy, he was full of sarcasm and breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at Mu Yun and read out a long list of names in a firm tone. Mu Yun looked at housekeeper Zhu and said, "Did you hear me? Bring these people here now, not one less." Manager Lu was already trembling. Mu Zhen didn't read his name just now, which made him feel lucky, but also more nervous. He slowly stepped back, trying to hide his presence, but how could Mu Zhen let him go? He always remembered Manager Lu, the person who treated him the most cruelly in this manner. Seeing that Manager Lu was about to become invisible, Mu Zhen spoke again. "By the way, there is Manager Lu. Everything I have encountered here is due to him. Sister, I hate him. It feels really good to have the support of my sister." Mu Zhen said that for the first time, he felt wronged in his heart, and his voice was crying, but he quickly suppressed it. He is a man, and men cannot cry. Manager Lu's heart was completely dead, and he suddenly felt like he had no desire to live. Mu Yun was even more angry at his crying voice. She grabbed Manager Liu and beat and kicked him. Finally, she broke Manager Liu's hands and feet, making him in great pain. Mu Yan also asked Mu Zhen to read out the names of those who were bullied severely and asked Manager Zhu to write them down. After that, when she went back to get the indenture, she would sell them. Manager Zhu had no choice but to do it. Now, the Mu mansion was probably the eldest daughter, who had the final say. He was a man who knew the current situation and did not dare to disobey. After a lot of trouble, it was getting dark. Mu Yan told Manager Zhu to have someone carry Mu Zhen back. Xiaochun never knew Mu Zhen's identity. She always thought that De Huang was a servant, and she was an orphan. She was also a tenant in this farm before, but after her parents died, she was the only one left. In order to be with De Huang, she also sold herself and became a servant here. But only then did she realize that Da Huang was not Da Huang, but the housekeeper, the young master of this farm. There was such a big difference between them. Xiaochun thought that her relationship with Da Huang was over.
She didn't even dare to say goodbye. She didn't know how to say it.
She could only lower her head and feel sad. Xiaochun, let's go. Let's go home with my sister. When Mu Zhen's voice sounded, Xiaochun came back to her senses from her thoughts. Her pupils dilated slightly because of surprise, and her petite face was full of astonishment. Seeing that she didn't respond, Mu Zhen looked back. Seeing her surprised look, he couldn't help but smile. His calm eyes suddenly became gentle because of this smile. After seeing this, Mu Yan realized that this little girl seemed to have a very good relationship with her younger brother. Xiaochun rubbed her hands nervously and asked anxiously, Can I come with you? Deep down, she wanted to be with De Huang forever, so she became a maid. But now, he has become a young master. No, he has always been a young master, and she has become a maid. I'm afraid there is no possibility between them anymore. She wanted to go, but she didn't dare to go, so she was nervous. Mu Zhen came over, took her hand, and then asked Mu Yan's sister, Can Xiaochun go back with me? If it weren't for her all these years, I don't think I would be alive today. Feeling warmth in her hand, Xiaochun looked at him in surprise. She didn't expect him to hold her hand so blatantly. 2 blushes quietly climbed up her tender face. Xiaochun felt sweet and shy in her heart, and she didn't dare to look at anyone. Seeing this, Mu Yan smiled happily and nodded quickly. Of course, let's go back together. Hearing this, Xiaochun felt relieved and followed Mu Zhen's footsteps with a red face. Mu Yan looked at the hands of the two and smiled slightly. This boy is very responsible. This firm look really has a bit of manliness. Almost half of the servants in the manor were dealt with. Mu Yan took his people away, and housekeeper Zhu naturally followed. The affairs of the manor could only be dealt with by someone later. When they returned to the Mu mansion, it was completely dark. Mu Yan brought Mu Zhen back to the mansion, which attracted the attention of many people in the mansion. Madame Mu's spy immediately went to report it, but at this moment, Madame Mu was hiding in her room crying and had no time to care. She just called people out after hearing it. Now her daughter was about to be harmed, so how could she care whether the little rascal entered the mansion? Mu Yan took Mu Zhen to his yard and asked housekeeper Zhu to prepare the yard for Mu Zhen. When Mu Yan told Mu Zhen that he was an uncle, Mu Zhen was very surprised. He found it hard to believe that his sister looked like she was married. She still had a girl's bun. She was so beautiful and young that she didn't look like a mother at all. Mu Yan returned to his yard, but saw that Mu Xiao was there, talking to Yueya and Yuanbao, but the 2 children didn't pay much attention to him. He kept talking and laughing, and his words were full of concern for the 2 children. What breakfast does Yueya like? Grandfather will have someone prepare it tomorrow. Mu Xiao asked with a smile. Yueya was a polite and cheerful person, but she knew that this person was not good to her mother. She didn't want to smile at him or talk to him. She just said lightly, No need. We have a small kitchen in the yard. I like the food cooked by Auntie the most. I can't eat the food cooked by others. The little girl also had a temper and didn't give Mu Xiao a good face. Seeing Mu Zhen staring at the inside closely, Mu Yan stopped too.
Sister, is that?
Father? On the way here, Mu Yan told Mu Zhen about his experiences over the years. Mu Zhao's personality, Madame Mu's viciousness, and everything. He told him clearly that he would be wary of these people. Mu Zhen was full of resentment towards his father. After listening to his sister's words, the resentment turned into strong hatred. Seeing the back figure in the yard and listening to his conversation with the child, Mu Zhen guessed that it might be his father. His eyes were full of hatred, staring at the back figure. Seeing this, Mu Yun reached out and rubbed his head, saying in a gentle tone, "Don't hate me. Sister will take revenge. For you and me, you just stay here obediently." Mu Zhen's clenched hands slowly loosened, and the hatred in his eyes gradually faded. He couldn't let his sister worry. Mu Yun walked in front and motioned Mu Zhen to follow. As soon as they entered the yard, Yuanbao saw them. "Mom is back." Mu Xiao hurriedly looked back and saw Mu Yun coming back. He frowned and asked, "Where did you go? Why did you leave the children at home?" In Mu Xiao's opinion, Mu Yun was too irresponsible. This was the child of King Ping. Why didn't she pay attention to it? If something happened, no one could bear it. Mu Yun let Mu Zhen behind him and said lightly, "I'm going to pick up my brother." "Ah Zhen, this is father. Come and meet him." Mu Xiao widened his eyes in surprise, and his face suddenly became ugly. He didn't understand how Mu Yun knew where the son was. He looked at Mu Zhen. Is this his son? How come he is so thin and ragged? His face is 80% similar to Chu Shi's. Mu Xiao was stunned for a moment. Mu Zhen didn't like his look and turned away from his sight. "Father, you have never seen Ah Zhen. I'm afraid you don't know what he looks like. He is called De Huang in the manor. Father didn't even give me a name. But now you don't need to trouble me. I gave him a name, Mu Zhen." Mu Xiao thought of the name he had chosen. Looking at the cold faces of the siblings, he knew the situation and didn't dare to say that he would use the name he had chosen. He nodded and smiled. "Your name sounds better. Thank you for your hard work." "Xiao Yun, I asked Butler Zhu to pick him up. Why did you go too?" Mu Xiao thought that Mu Yun went with Butler Zhu and secretly blamed Butler Zhu for being ignorant. Mu Yun said, "I'm going to see what kind of life my brother is living. I arrived earlier than Butler Zhu. If I hadn't gone earlier, Ah Zhen would have been dead by the time Butler Zhu arrived." Mu Yun angrily recounted what had happened and finally said, "The indentures of those people are with the Zhou family. If father doesn't go and get them, then I will go and get them myself. If they don't give them to me, I will be angry, and she will have to bear the consequences herself." The threat in Mu Yun's tone made Mu Zhao's face turn pale, and his eyes were filled with suppressed anger, but he didn't dare to vent it. He pretended to be angry and said, "These servants should indeed be dealt with. Don't worry, I will tell your mother."
Just don't worry.
"I will have someone send all the indentures to your yard tomorrow morning. By the way, I am going to arrange a bigger and more spacious yard for you. This one is too small and not enough for you to live in." Mu Yun refused coldly. "No, I won't live in this mansion for long. If you want to arrange it, let Ah Zhen arrange it." Mu Xiao looked at Mu Zhen and smiled gently. "Okay, then arrange it for Ah Zhen." Mu Xiao wanted to say something, but Mu Yun drove him away. He had to put away his thoughts and left Shuixiju. He went to Zhou's house and asked her for the indentures of the servants in the manor. Mu Yun introduced Mu Zhen's identity to the children. After they all got to know each other and talked for a while, Butler Zhu came to say that the courtyard had been arranged. Mu Yun asked Mu Zhen to go back and rest. Xiao Chun also moved into Mu Zhen's yard. They were familiar with each other. Suddenly coming to this strange place, Mu Yun was worried that he would not be able to adapt. It would be good to have someone to accompany him. The next morning, Mu Xiner broke into Shuixiju and yelled at Mu Yun. She had just learned that he was going to marry her into the Marquis mansion, and she was furious. She came to Mu Yun angrily to settle the score, and Madame Mu was unable to stop her. Mu Yun disliked the noise and had her thrown out. When Mu Zhen arrived, he saw Mu Xiner being thrown out. Seeing Mu Zhen, Mo shouted, "Master, the young lady is waiting for you to have breakfast. Come in quickly." Mu Zhen nodded. Until now, he was still not used to this title. Mu Xiner looked at Mu Zhen in disbelief. "He is the eldest young master? Are you blind? The eldest young master of this mansion is my brother, Mu Tianming. What kind of rascal is this? How can he be worthy of being the young master of the Mu Mansion? Mu Xiner knew that her father had a son, but she never took it to heart. The manor was too far away, and she had no time to find trouble. Therefore, although she knew there was such a person, she usually didn't think of him, let alone see him. But at this time, this unwanted rascal actually came back.
How could she not know about this?
Mu Xiner felt that since Mu Yun came back, the family had changed and became uncontrollable. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. She rushed towards Mu Zhen with a ferocious face. If she couldn't hurt Mu Yun, hurting her brother would be a relief. Mo Yicha noticed her action and hurriedly flew over and kicked Mu Xiner out. Mu Zhen was also scared. Fortunately, Xiao Chun hurriedly supported him. Otherwise, he would fall. Mu Xiner was kicked out and fell to the ground, crying out in pain. Mu Yun came out and saw this scene. He couldn't help but frown. Mu Xiner, if you dare to touch my brother, I will make you pay a heavy price. Mu Yun said coldly. Mu Xiner endured the pain in her waist, struggled to get up, and shouted at Mu Yun angrily, Mu Yun, what right do you have? Why do you want me to marry into the Marquis Mansion? What are you thinking? Looking at Mu Xiner's angry questioning, Mu Yun really found it funny. They are indeed a family, so shameless. Mu Xiner, you stole this marriage. When she was doing well, you shamelessly stuck to her. Now that she is hurt, you snobbishly abandon her. If you do this, the Lin Shitzi will be sad. Do you want me to tell him that you are so afraid to marry him? With Song Jingyan around, Mu Yun knew everything about Mu Xiner and the Lin Shitzi. Hearing this, Mu Xiner's eyes flashed with anxiety and panic. She said viciously, you dare. Mu Yun sneered disdainfully and said, I dare to marry you to the Marquis Mansion. Do you think I won't dare to tell Master Lin the truth? Master Lin and you love each other. You are a natural match. Since you snatched this marriage from me, you should bear it well. Everything is what you deserve. Go back and prepare. Tomorrow is the day you marry into the Marquis Mansion. Master Lin will be very happy to see you on the wedding night. Mu Xiner was furious and was about to hit Mu Yun, but was kicked away by Mu Yun. Seeing this, Mrs. Mu, who hurried over, felt distressed and angry. She hurried to help her daughter up and nervously checked her injuries. Xiaoyan, Xiner is your sister. Do you really want to be so cruel? Mrs. Mu had no way to deal with Mu Yun now, so she could only question him like this. She was filled with hatred, but she dared not vent it. Looking at the high and mighty Mu Yun, Madame Mu's hands were tightly clenched under her dress, and her nails dug into her flesh. She couldn't help but regret that she didn't kill Mu Yun at the beginning. Mu Yun's mouth curled up and he said nonchalantly, well, I am so cruel. Madame Mu, are you satisfied? After that, Mu Yun turned and walked into the yard. That kind of indifference, that kind of attitude of not taking people seriously, deeply hurt Madame Mu's self-esteem. Madame Mu helped her daughter back to the yard. Mu Xiner cried sadly, but Madame Mu, who had cried all night, now understood that crying was useless. If Mu Xiao could solve the problem, crying in front of him might solve it. But now, Mu Xiao couldn't do anything about it, and he even had to look at Mu Yun's face. At this time, her crying would only make people laugh, and there was no other effect. Enough. With a snap, Madame Mu threw the teacup on the table and roared impatiently. Mu Xiner was startled and stunned. It was the first time she saw her mother get so angry. She was so scared that she dared not cry. She could only sob in grievance and slowly calm down. What's the use of crying? Crying when encountering something is the most useless behavior. Your crying will only make others laugh. Remember, you are not allowed to cry when encountering anything in the future. Instead, you should find a way to solve it. Mu Xiner was wronged. Mom, how can this be solved? I don't want to marry into the Marquis Mansion. Lin Chenxiu is a useless man. If I marry him, how can I live in the future? My husband is a useless man. Where can I put my face in the future? Madame Mu looked at her daughter's useless appearance, helpless and angry. Now, you have to marry even if you don't want to. Mu Yun uses the Mu family as a threat. Without the Mu family, what are you and I? What about your brother? What about me? What about you? So now you can only marry. Madame Mu closed her eyes, her face full of pain and powerlessness. Mu Xiner was furious, throwing a tantrum in anger and smashing things. I won't marry, I just won't marry, I won't marry even if I die, mother, I won't marry, woo woo woo. She said, now you should think about how to live a good life after you marry into the Marquis mansion, instead of losing your temper here. If you don't prepare yourself mentally, after you marry, you will still be unwilling like you are now, and your hard life will really just begin. Madame Mu began to analyze her calmly, and Mu Xiner, who had vented enough, could only listen. Master Lin has feelings for you. He told the Marquis mansion before that he would not change the wife, and he said it was only our idea. You were forced. For this reason, we have kept you locked up and not allowed to go out. I have thought about this matter. When you get married tomorrow, you can tell Master Lin that you secretly knocked out your sister and you got married instead. You can say that your sister has returned with 2 children, but we wanted to keep it a secret and marry your sister to him. You couldn't bear to see him marry such a terrible woman, so you changed the wife and married yourself. You love him so much, so your life will not be difficult in the future. Mu Xiner looked at her mother in surprise. She didn't expect her to come up with so many excuses at once. Seeing that she had calmed down, Madame Mu continued, Shitsi Lin only has a crippled leg, but he is still a man. As long as he is still a man, you can get pregnant. He is the only legitimate son in the Lin mansion, so the title will definitely be his in the future. With your mother-in-law around, those illegitimate sons can't earn this title. As long as you give birth to a son, the title will be your child's in the future, and you will be the Marquis's wife in the future. When you are old, you will be the old lady of the Marquis's mansion and enjoy wealth and honor all your life. In fact, this path is not that bad. Mu Xiner hesitated and said unwillingly, but mother, Shitsi Lin is crippled. I really don't want to marry a crippled man. The Qi family is not bad either, and Mr. Qi is even more talented and has a bright future. Shitsi Lin, apart from inheriting the Marquis's mansion, has no career to rely on. I'm afraid the Marquis's mansion will be worse than the Qi family in the future. Madame Mu said, no, the Marquis mansion is different after all. The old Marquis used his great military exploits to exchange for this title, and finally died on the battlefield. Although he is gone, his merits are there. As long as the Marquis mansion, as long as the descendants don't get into trouble, then you can have wealth and glory forever, and you can rest assured. What else could Mu Xer do? Now, she had no choice but to agree. But thinking of Master Qi, she was reluctant to leave. She really liked him. Okay, mother, I agree, but I have to go out and tell Master Qi that we are in a good relationship now. If we don't make it clear, it will cause misunderstandings in the future, which will not be good. Madame Mu nodded, walked over and touched her daughter's head, her eyes full of pity. Go. My ex-Iner has grown up now. Don't worry, mother will help you. Mu Xiner returned to her own courtyard, washed and combed her hair again, and then dressed up and went out. When Mu Yun received the news, he only asked someone to follow him, and she didn't have the time to follow him. Today was Mu Yun's first day back, and Mu Yun wanted to take him out for a walk and familiarize him with the capital. The children had never been out for a good walk and wanted to go along, so Mu Yun naturally agreed and took them all out together. Madame Mu was busy preparing the dowry at this time. If the person changed, the dowry would naturally have to change as well. She felt that she owed her daughter, so she had to compensate more with the dowry. She didn't plan to tell the Marquis mansion about the change of person. She would say it was her daughter's own idea at that time. In this way, everyone in the Marquis mansion would feel that Xiner was infatuated and would treat her better. Madame Mu was busy preparing the dowry, and Mu Xiner met with Master Qi at a farm in the suburbs. When Master Qi came, he was surprised to ask why she chose to meet here. Mu Xiner hugged him and cried for a long time, crying and telling him about her grievances. When Master Qi heard that she was going to marry into the Marquis's mansion, he pushed her away and asked. Mu Xiner portrayed Mu Yun as a vicious woman, saying that everything was forced by Mu Yun. No matter how Master Qi tried to persuade her, She said that she had no choice but to marry. Master Qi did not dare to confront the Marquis's mansion, and he was also anxious. He really liked Mu Xiner, who was gentle and considerate, talented but not arrogant. In his heart, Mu Xiner was a very good person. The two hugged each other and were sad. The atmosphere in the room was sad until Mu Xiner raised her little face with tears in her eyes and kissed him on the lips with love in her eyes. This was the first time the two of them crossed the line. The temperature in the house gradually rose, and the atmosphere became ambiguous. When the feelings reached a deep level, the two of them could not help themselves, but Master Qi, he tried to stay rational and didn't want to offend her. But Mu Xiner hugged him tightly and said with red eyes, "Brother Yunfan, I love you. I only love you, and I only want to give myself to you. I can't be with you in the future, but my heart and myself are all yours." After that, Mu Xiner couldn't wait to kiss him. Qi Yunfan was very moved. With his beloved in his arms and confessing his love like this, he didn't care about anything else. Mu Yun was shopping with Mu Zhen and a few children at this time. Mu Zhen's clothes didn't fit him, and the fabrics were very poor. She was selecting fabrics to make new clothes for Mu Zhen. She also selected a few ready-made clothes for him to deal with first. After Mo appeared, Mu Yun was surprised that he came back so soon. While Mu Zhen was trying on clothes, Mo hurry up and report to her the whereabouts of Mu Xiner. After listening to this, Mu Yun's eyes flashed with surprise. He didn't expect that Mu Xiner was still in true love with Qi Yunfan. In this era, when women's chastity is so important, she dared to do this. It seems that she was prepared. Mu Yun asked Mo not to make it public. This matter will be exposed slowly in the future. Mu Xiner must go to the Marquis mansion to live a good life for a few days. After Mo finished his report, he stepped aside. Mu Yun continued to pick the cloth. When her hand reached a dark brocade, another hand reached out. The slender jade hands, white and delicate, with round fingertips, are really a pair of beautiful hands. Mu Yun's sight moved from these hands to the face of the owner of the hands. Compared with the hands, the woman's face is obviously more stunning.
Sorry.
I like this fabric very much. I wonder if the young lady would like to give it up. Su Qingyuan spoke, her voice as clear as a spring, giving people a very comfortable feeling. When Mo saw that it was Su Qingyuan, his heart skipped a beat. In the past, they all assumed that Su Qingyuan would be the future princess. Su Qingyuan's infatuation with the prince was also known to everyone in the capital. Now she actually appeared in front of the princess. It was unknown whether it was a coincidence or intentional. Mo did not dare to speak, and could only wink at Mo, asking him to report to the prince quickly. Mu Yun was unaware of the actions of Mo and Mo behind her. Seeing a beauty, such a beautiful beauty, she smiled and said, "There should be more in the store, right? I'll call the waiter to ask for you." Although Su Qingyuan's words sounded very polite, her demeanor still couldn't hide her arrogance, so Mu Yun didn't agree directly. Su Qingyuan was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect Mu Yun to disagree. She had never seen Mu Yun in the capital, so she didn't take her seriously. Su Qingyuan knew who the daughters of the noble families in the capital could be offended and who could not be offended. Therefore, she would unconsciously act very arrogant when talking to Mu Yun. It was also her arrogance that ruined Mu Yun's first impression of her, so Mu Yun would not give up this cloth. Mu Yun shouted to the waiter not far away, "Waiter, come here." The waiter came over quickly and asked with a smile, "What do you need, my lord?" Mu Yun looked at Su Qingyuan and said lightly, "This lady also likes the cloth in my hand. Do you have this color of cloth in your store? Bring her one." The waiter said hurriedly, "Sorry. My dear, there is only one piece of brocade in this color, and the new one will arrive in 3 days. Why don't you take a look at other colors, or come back when the goods arrive?" Su Qingyuan nodded lightly and said nothing more. Her loss of composure that day seemed to make Chu Ziqian a little unhappy. She wanted to buy a piece of cloth to make him a new set of clothes to make him happy, but she didn't expect that the only cloth she liked was taken by someone else. The waiter was soon called away again, and Mu Yun was about to leave, but Su Qingyuan said again, Miss, I am willing to pay double the price. Can you give me this piece of cloth?
Muyan stopped,
Turned around and smiled at her. I'm sorry, I like this piece of cloth very much, so I can't give it to you. You should pick something else. At this time, Mu Zhen came out with new clothes, and Yueya's crisp child voice rang out. Look, mother, my uncle has become more handsome. Muyan turned her head to look, and sure enough, Mu Zhen looked better in new clothes. He had some similarities with her in his features, but his body looked a little too thin and needed some repair. Several children took turns praising Mu Zhen, and their faces turned red because of his praise. Muyan asked Xiao Chunai to choose some cloth for herself, but Xiao Chun refused. She felt that she was just a maid and was not worthy of wearing these expensive cloths. Muyan smiled and pulled her over. You are a guest, not a maid. I will have someone find your indenture and return it to you later. From now on, you are a free person and a friend of Ajahn and me. The fabric is my way of thanking you for taking care of Ajahn. You cannot refuse it. Muyan pulled Xiaochun to choose fabric, not noticing that Su Qingyuan was staring at Yuanbao at the moment. As soon as she saw Yuanbao's face, Su Qingyuan's heart skipped a beat. That familiar feeling, those familiar eyebrows, they were just like the person she had been thinking about, as if they were carved out of the same mold. Yuanbao was talking to Mu Zhen, and he felt as if someone was looking at him. He looked up and saw Su Qingyuan with eyes full of disbelief. Yuanbao was puzzled. He didn't know this person, but the look in his eyes seemed to be full of shock. Yuanbao walked up to Moe and pulled his sleeve, whispering, Uncle Moe, the Anne in front has been staring at me. I feel that her eyes are not very friendly. Moe naturally noticed it, but she just looked and did not do anything. He thought about waiting for the prince to solve it. Hearing Yuanbao's complaint, Moe bent down and whispered to him, Don't worry, my subordinate will protect you. This person is the lady of Xianping Marquis Mansion, named Su Qingyuan, who knows the prince. She may be shocked by your appearance. She should have no other thoughts. Yuanbao nodded. Seeing that Moe knew her, he ignored it and turned his head to continue talking to his uncle. Su Qingyuan still couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. Moe moved a few steps and blocked Yuanbao's sight. The maid next to her looked at her worriedly. Miss, why don't we go to other cloth shops? Su Qingyuan didn't want to leave. She wanted to know if this child was really related to Song Jingnian. Recently, there were rumors in Beijing that Song Jingnian had a child. She had never believed it, but now this child who looked so much like him appeared, which hurt her heart. She couldn't believe that Song Jingnian really had a child. How could he, who was so high and mighty, have a child with someone so easily, so many years ago? At that time, Song Jingnian was even more indifferent, arrogant, and only wanted to fight. But now she knew that at that time, he already had someone in his heart. Su Qingyuan was sad, but she heard a familiar voice. Why don't you call Daddy to go shopping with you? Song Jingnian's figure appeared at the door, and his tall body walked towards the store. He spoke in a gentle tone, with a doting smile on his face. Moe hurriedly stepped aside and stood guard at the door. Seeing Song Jingnian coming, Yueya jumped over happily and shouted in surprise, Daddy, why are you here? Song Jingnian hurriedly bent down to catch his daughter, hugged her affectionately, and gently rubbed her head. Daddy is here to accompany you shopping. Tell Daddy what you like, and Daddy will buy it for you wear. Yueya smiled happily and hugged Song Jingnian's neck tightly. Daddy, I don't want anything. I am very happy to see you. Song Jingnian was coaxed by his daughter. His heart was as sweet as honey, and his smile became more doting and gentle. This was a look that Su Qingyuan had never seen before. She was so shocked that she froze in place, forgetting where she was at this moment. She just stared at the face she thought about day and night, with complicated thoughts in her heart. It turned out that this cold face would also have such a gentle and doting smile. It was simply hard to believe, and it felt like a dream. It was unreal. Mu Zhen had not seen Song Jingnian yet, but had heard about it from her sister. But he didn't expect that his brother-in-law would be such a domineering man, tall, broad shoulders and narrow waist, handsome features, noble temperament, and strong aura. When he came, he felt that the surrounding aura had changed. Everyone was no longer so casual and much more restrained, including Mu Zhen. He didn't know how to greet him, but he didn't expect Song Jingnian to speak to him first. "Are you Mu Zhen?" Song Jingnian smiled, and his tone was deliberately gentle. "I am Mu Zhen, brother-in-law." Mu Zhen was a little nervous and didn't know if it was right to call him that. Song Jingnian smiled and was very satisfied with his address. "Yeah." Song Jingnian nodded lightly and then took a jade pendant to him. "This is specially made by my palace. With it, you can dispatch people in the palace. You can use it if you need any help in the future." Mu Zhen didn't dare to take it and looked at the jade pendant handed over by Song Jingnian with some hesitation. "Brother-in-law, this is too expensive." This was the first time he received a gift, but it was indeed expensive, so he didn't dare to take it. He used to be a person who was not as good as the people in the manor. Although he is back now, he dare not get involved with the royal relatives in the palace, not to mention that this jade pendant looks very valuable. He was afraid that he did not know the rules and embarrassed his sister. Seeing him refuse, Song Jingnian frowned slightly and then stuffed the jade pendant directly into his hand. There are many people in the capital who know this jade pendant, and with this, he can save him a lot of trouble. "Wear it well. It goes well with your clothes today." After Song Jingnian finished speaking, he no longer looked at him, but looked for Mu Yun's figure. As soon as he turned around, he saw Mu Yun coming with 2 pieces of cloth. He hurried over to take it for her and couldn't help saying, "Why do you take so much by yourself?" Mu Yun laughed helplessly. "Even if there are 10 more pieces, I can carry them. You are making such a fuss, which makes people laugh." The warmth and love between the two hurt Su Qingyuan's eyes and her heart, and she began to feel that she couldn't breathe smoothly. Carrying the cloth to pay the bill, these things were naturally the responsibility of Bai Mu, who followed behind Song Jingnian. Song Jingnian was about to pull Mu Yun out, but Mu Yun shook his hand away. "Didn't you say not to make it public first? If we go out like this, everyone will know," Mu Yun said. Song Jingnian felt very aggrieved. The Mu family knows about it, so other people are not important. It seemed so, but Mu Yun always felt that the two of them were not in a proper relationship at the moment, and she didn't want to be exposed in front of the public like this, so she still refused to go out holding his hand. "Let's talk about it later. Be obedient." Patting Song Jingnian's shoulder soothingly, Mu Yun was about to leave, but Song Jingnian grabbed her and brought her into his arms. "You wrong me like this. Aren't you afraid that I will be angry?" Mu Yun quickly pushed him away. "You can go back and get angry slowly. I'm going back after shopping. There will be a good show tomorrow. I need to have a good rest tonight." Song Jingnian could only let her go. There was only helplessness and pampering in his eyes, and he didn't look angry at all. After everyone left, Song Jingnian was about to step out, but was stopped by Su Qingyuan. "Your Highness, please stay." Su Qingyuan walked over with red eyes and did not forget to salute, and then said, "Your Highness, was that your princess just now?" Song Jingnian nodded lightly, looking distant. Sure enough, the current Song Jingnian was the one she was familiar with. Su Qingyuan saw it clearly, and she couldn't tell whether she was disappointed or unwilling. She just felt clearly that she would never let Song Jingnian show her such a pampering and gentle smile just now in her life. Song Jingnian would not like her, no matter the former Song Jingnian or the later Song Jingnian who lost his fertility. It's not that she is not good enough, but it's unreasonable to like this kind of thing. She understood and gave up completely. Su Qingyuan smiled, and the persistence in her eyes dissipated a little. "Congratulations, Prince. I wish you and the princess a happy marriage and love until old age." When saying these words, Su Qingyuan still felt distressed, but no matter how much it hurt, she had to accept her fate. Seeing that she was not the same as before, Song Jingnian was relieved. He also didn't want to ruin someone else's life because of himself. It would be good for everyone if Su Qingyuan could let go and live her life well. "Thank you." Song Jingnian smiled faintly and turned and left. Su Qingyuan also smiled. This was the first time Song Jingnian smiled at her. Was it because she congratulated him and the princess? "Miss, are you okay?" Seeing that her young lady was still smiling, the maid was very worried. Su Qingyuan smiled and said, I'm fine. I'm fine. Sueyu, I won't like the prince anymore in the future. I understand that some things are destined not to be mine. In this case, let go. Su Qingyuan walked out of the store and happened to see Chu Ziqian drinking tea with his subordinates at the tea stall in front. With a smile in her eyes, she walked towards Chu Ziqian. Brother Chu. Chu Ziqian had not been to the Su mansion since their last meeting. Although he would send Su Qingyuan's favorite cakes, he had never been there again. Chu Ziqian was a little surprised to meet Su Qingyuan and hurriedly stood up. Qingyuan, why are you here? Seeing this, the subordinates hurriedly left. Su Qingyuan sat down, looked at Chu Ziqian, smiled slightly and said, I came out for shopping, and I came over when I saw you. Will it disturb you on duty? Chu Ziqian shook his head. Nothing, it's just time to rest, so I brought a few brothers here to drink some tea. Su Qingyuan nodded, and then talked to Chu Ziqian about other topics. This was the first time Su Qingyuan took the initiative to find a topic. Chu Ziqian was a little surprised, and he was very happy in his heart. The two chatted for a while, and in order not to delay Chu Ziqian's duty, she left. Chu Ziqian felt that Su Qingyuan was very different today. Looking at her back as she left, he smiled happily. The next morning was the day when Mu Xiner married into the Lin family. Madame Mu got up early and was busy. She was in a bad mood and had a gloomy face. She had never thought that her precious daughter would be like this when she got married. There were only a few red silks hanging in the house. There was no banquet, no guests, no 8-man sedan chair, no etiquette, only a small sedan chair. Originally, all this belonged to Mu Yun, but now it became her daughter. Madame Mu felt more uncomfortable than eating a fly. But she had to cheer up and arrange everything. She was worried that her daughter would have a temper, and Madame Mu wanted to comfort her. When she came to the room, she saw Mu Xiner was dressing up obediently. Seeing that her daughter was so sensible, Madame Mu's eyes were red with heartache. Exire, don't worry. Mother will pave the way for you. You go well and live a good life. Those who bully us, Mother will not let any of them go. Just watch carefully. Mu Xiner nodded and smiled slightly. Okay, Mother, I believe you, don't worry. I will live a good life when I go to the Marquis mansion. Seeing her daughter so sensible, Mrs. Mu was distressed and relieved. She personally dressed her and explained what she should do after she went to the Marquis mansion. The wife of the Marquis mansion was generous, and Mu Xiner showed deep love and infatuation with the prince. She would definitely be loved and liked by everyone in the Marquis mansion, and her life would definitely not be bad. Mu Xiner listened quietly, without saying a word. Everything about yesterday with Qi Yunfan was still in her mind, and her heart was full of sweetness. What if she married into the Marquis mansion? As long as she coaxed the prince and the Lin family, she would still live a comfortable life and have a noble status. The prince can't do it, but she is Qi Yunfan, and she lives a happy life, openly and secretly. She can also use the power of the Lin family to deal with Mu Yun. So what if she is Princess Ping? As long as she gets the chance, Mu Yun will definitely fall from the clouds. The mother and daughter each had their own thoughts, thinking about their own things, and didn't notice the appearance of Mu Yun. It was not until Mu Yun's voice sounded that they came back to their senses. Congratulations, sister. From now on, you are the wife of the prince, with a noble status, and you will definitely live a comfortable life in the future. Mu Yun smiled and spoke to Mu Xiner, looking at her. It turned out to be her biological daughter. The wedding dress is different, so exquisite. Madame Mu really loves her daughter. But the more you love, the more painful it will be in the future. This is what Mu Yun wants to see. Mu Xiner looked at her coldly, hatred flashing in her eyes. Sister, I also congratulate you. Becoming the Princess of Ping is such a great blessing, but I don't know if you can bear this blessing. Mu Xiner is still jealous. Princess of Ping is such a noble status. It can be said that except for the queen, the Princess of Ping is the most noble position. But now, this person has become Mu Yun. God is really blind to let her, Mu Yun, a witch, get such an opportunity. But it doesn't matter. She will definitely destroy it all. Mu Yun is not so naive to argue with Mu Xiner. She came here just to see the faces of the mother and daughter. Seeing that the mother and daughter are unhappy, she will be happy. Without responding to Mu Xiner's words, Mu Yun smiled and said, "Sister, I look forward to your return in 3 days. I hope you live well in these 3 days. Maybe these are the most comfortable 3 days since you got married." After saying that, Mu Yun looked at the two of them with a smile and turned away. Mu Xiner's face was very ugly, and she couldn't guess what Mu Yun meant by this. She looked at her mother and asked, "Mom, what does this witch mean? Is she going to do something again?" Madame Mu was also worried, but after thinking about it carefully, Mu Yun couldn't do anything now. He just used her status as a princess to suppress her family and make everyone listen to her. Apart from that, there should be nothing else. The auspicious time came, and Madame Mu told her not to think too much, and then she covered her head with a red veil and took her out. A sedan chair at the gate attracted the attention of many people. It was agreed before that Mu Yun would marry out through the back door. It was too embarrassing for the daughter of the Mu family to be carried away in a sedan chair in front of the gate. But now, even if it is embarrassing, Madame Mu still wants her daughter to marry into a wealthy family. When they reached the gate, Madame Mu did not go out again, but let the nanny take Mu Xiner to the sedan chair. People outside were talking about it, and Mrs. Mu couldn't help but her eyes turned red as she listened. She cried uncomfortably, and she felt even more hateful in her heart. Mu Xiao also took a day off today and watched his daughter get married at home. The couple sat together with tears in their eyes. Mu Yun watched them coldly from behind with a sarcastic smile on his face. This family is all hypocritical. Neither the Mu mansion nor the Lin mansion had a wedding banquet or a party. The wedding was held quietly. It was originally intended to embarrass Mu Yun, but now, Mrs. Mu only felt regretful. If she had known this would happen, she should have arranged a grand wedding. But now, it's redundant to say more. I just hope that the Lin family can treat her daughter better. The Mu mansion was dead silent, and although there was no wedding banquet at the Marquis mansion, the house was still decorated and there was a festive atmosphere. The Marquis's wife, Zhao, was very happy. This was the first time she had smiled happily since her son's legs were crippled. Although his legs are broken, at least he is still alive. In that situation, it is good enough to be alive. Now he has remarried and will have 2 more children in the future. He can live a decent life. Zhao's thoughts were very simple, and everyone in the Marquis mansion had the same simple thoughts as hers. Only Lin Qinshu himself had no interest in marrying someone he didn't love. He was like a walking corpse, letting his family arrange everything for him. When Zhao heard the servant say that the sedan chair was about to arrive at the door, she went out to greet her in person with her people. After all, she was her daughter-in-law, and it would be very unfair not to hold a wedding banquet. If she had a bad attitude, she was afraid that the new daughter-in-law would feel aggrieved. Zhao was a very honest person and originally wanted to have a grand wedding, but Madame Mu said that Mu Yun didn't like big ceremonies and just wanted to marry quietly. Zhao thought that Mu Yun didn't want to have a wedding because she disliked her son's disability, so she didn't say anything else and just let Madame Mu arrange everything, and the Lin family would just cooperate. Seeing the lonely sedan chair, Zhao's smile faded a little. She didn't expect her son's wedding to be so simple, even shabby. She suddenly regretted leaving everything to Madame Mu. She should have said firmly that it must be a grand wedding. "Madam, the young mistress is here." The sedan chair stopped at some point, and the nanny beside her saw that her wife was absent-minded and the smile on her face was gone, so she couldn't help but remind her. She said with a smile, "Go and welcome the young lady out." The matchmaker goes to invite the bridegroom immediately, but the groom does not show up. Mu Xiner covered her head with a veil and followed the guidance of the matchmaker to the hall of the Marquis mansion to get married. At this stage, Lin Qinshu still did not show up. Zhao spoke in a gentle tone to comfort him. "Sewer is not in good health, you know, so the wedding ceremony will be replaced by the second young master of this mansion. Do you think you can understand?"
Mu Xiner frowned.
The Lin family actually let a rascal marry her. This was really too much. But at this moment, she couldn't get angry at all, so she could only grit her teeth and bear it. It didn't matter if it wasn't Lin Chenxiu. With his look, he couldn't even kneel down, so naturally he wouldn't come. It didn't matter. Mu Xiner comforted herself and then nodded. Lin Zhe was the only illegitimate son in the mansion. Mu Xiner had never seen him. She only heard about him from Lin Chenxiu. She quietly went to the wedding ceremony with Lin Zhe, and then she was sent to the bridal chamber. Lin Zhe said, "Sister-in-law, I'll take you there." Although there was no wedding banquet, the Lin family notified relatives and clansmen to come to the house to drink a glass of wedding wine and have a meal to celebrate. Mu Xiner ignored him and walked faster. Her maid didn't know where she went. She didn't even wait outside the hall. Mu Xiner cursed the maid several times in her heart. She didn't know where the prince's yard was. Although she had been to the marquis's mansion before, she had only admired the flowers in the garden and had never been to other places in the marquis's mansion, let alone the prince's yard. Mu Xiner was so angry that she couldn't take off her veil, and there was no maid to support her. "Sister-in-law, you don't know your brother's yard. Let me show you the way. I'll go in front, sister-in-law, you follow." Lin Zhe's voice sounded again, and he walked in front of Mu Xiner. Mu Xiner was helpless. At this time, she was blocked by the veil and couldn't see the surrounding environment. She could only see half of Lin Zhe's figure in front of her. She had no choice but to follow him. Mu Xiner never thought that Lin Zhe would dare to lie to her, so she was not prepared. It was not until the noise around her became quieter that she realized something was wrong. "Stop, where is this? Where are you taking me?" Mu Xiner stopped and asked coldly. Lin Zhe smiled and approached Mu Xiner. Mu Xiner subconsciously stepped back, but she didn't expect Lin Zhe to suddenly hug her and cover her mouth, making her unable to make a sound. The sudden change scared Mu Xiner. She wanted to scream in panic, but couldn't make a sound. She wanted to struggle, but Lin Zhe held her tightly, so strong that she couldn't move at all. Lin Zhe smiled and pulled the person into the room next door, closed the door, and pressed the person against the door, biting Mu Xiner's neck. Mu Xiner was scared and kept struggling, but it was useless. Lin Zhe's teasing voice sounded, with an ambiguous tone. "Sister-in-law, my elder brother is a useless man, but you are willing to marry him. I think you are a good person. In this case, why not satisfy my wish? I hope to have a romantic encounter with you, sister-in-law. You are such a good person you won't refuse, right?" After saying that, Lin Zhe's body moved closer to Mu Xiner again, and his head rubbed against her neck under the red veil. His hot breath fell on the skin of Mu Xiner's neck, causing waves of itchiness, making her feel shy and afraid.
Woo, woo.
The harder Mu Xiner struggled, the more excited Lin Zhe became, with a crazy smile in his eyes. "Sister-in-law, you smell so good, and your skin is so delicate. It's a pity that my elder brother may not know how to appreciate it. I, as his younger brother, should appreciate it for him. Sister-in-law, since you and I are the ones who got married, we should spend the bridal chamber together." As he spoke, Lin Zhe's hot lips fell again. Mu Xiner felt humiliated, and tears rolled down her face. Lin Zhe covered her mouth with one hand, pressed her tightly with his body, and roamed her body with one hand. Just when Mu Xiner thought she was doomed, the big hand stopped in time. Lin Zhe smiled and said, "Don't be afraid, sister-in-law. I was just joking with you. Now, I will take you to my elder brother's room. Sister-in-law, please hold back your tears. Otherwise my elder brother will think that you don't want to marry him, and that's why you cry so sadly. At that time, my elder brother will be angry and my sister-in-law will have a hard time in the future." Lin Zhe let go of Mu Xiner, tidied her clothes for her, and then opened the door. Mu Xiner felt her legs go weak at the moment, but she had to cheer up. "Sister-in-law, hurry up. Big brother will be waiting impatiently." Mu Xiner said angrily, "Lin Zhe, I will remember you. You wait for me." Lin Zhe said with a relaxed tone, smiling, "Okay, I will be waiting for you anytime. As long as you are willing, you can come to me anytime." The teasing tone made Mu Xiner feel extremely humiliated. From childhood to adulthood, she had never suffered such humiliation. She hated Lin Zhe and Mu Yun. The hatred in her heart grew even more wildly, and her face under the veil gradually twisted. After walking for an unknown period of time, Lin Zhe stopped. Mu Xiner didn't notice and bumped into his back. Her forehead hurt, and she quickly stepped back. Lin Zhe's teasing voice sounded again. "Sister-in-law, this is Big Brother's yard. It's not appropriate for you to throw yourself into his arms like this. If you want, I will ask you out another day." After saying that, without waiting for Mu Xiner's reaction, Lin Zhe left. "Miss, no. Madam, I will help you in." Hearing the familiar voice, Mu Xiner was about to yell at the maid angrily, but when she thought that this was Lin Chenchu's yard, she held back the words.
"Help me in,"
Mu Xiner said with suppressed anger. After entering the house, Mu Xiner realized that the prince was not there. She immediately got angry at the maid and scolded her for not waiting for her outside the hall. The maid felt wronged and said that the second young master asked her to make arrangements first and put the young lady's things away, so she came. But she couldn't say anything if she had any grievances. The young lady could get angry if she wanted to. As a maid, she could only bear it. "Where is the prince?" she asked. The maid hurriedly replied, "The prince is in the study." Mu Xiner was irritable and could only wait. She sat there until her back and waist ached, and she felt drowsy. The red candle was half burned when Lin Chenchu returned to the room. The sound of the door opening woke up the sleepy Mu Xiner, and she immediately perked up, looking forward to Lin Chenchu's reaction when he saw her. "Prince, it's time to drink the wedding wine." The nanny, who came in with him, reminded him. Lin Chenchu was called back to his room by the Marquis's wife. The nanny was the Marquis's person, so he could only obey. After drinking the wine, the nanny said some auspicious blessings, then smiled and retreated. At the same time, the other servants also retreated, leaving only 2 people in the room. Lin Chenchu sat in his wheelchair, did not speak, and did not continue to move forward. After waiting for a long time, he did not lift the veil. Mu Xiner really lost patience and shouted, "Brother Su." The familiar voice surprised Lin Chenchu.
"Xenia?"
he asked uncertainly, his face full of surprise. Mu Xiner nodded. "Yes, it's me, Brother Su." Lin Chenchu hurried over to lift the veil in disbelief, and was shocked to see that it was really Mu Xiner. Mu Xiner told him tenderly about her secret marriage exchange, which moved Lin Chenchu so much that his eyes were red. He swore to treat her well. The next morning, everyone in the Marquis's mansion knew that it was Mu Xiner who married in. Everyone's reaction was as shocked as Mrs. Mu expected. After learning the whole story, they really felt pity and gratitude for Mu Xiner and treated her better. Mrs. Mu also went to the Marquis's mansion early in the morning and said that the person was wrong, but now that the matter was done, they could only make the best of it. The Marquis's mansion also made many promises for this, such as not taking concubines, and that the position of the prince in the future must be Mu Xiner's child. After Mrs. Mu achieved her goal, she left with red eyes reluctantly. So far, Mu Xiner has completely won the love of the entire Marquis's mansion, and her life is comfortable and happy. Until 3 days later, she returned home. Lin Chenchu had not been out for half a year, but now for Mu Xiner, he still plucked up the courage to accompany Mu Xiner back home. Mu Xiner didn't want him to go back, but after persuading him for a long time, Lin Chenchu was devoted to her, so she couldn't find any words to refute. In addition, everyone in the Marquis's mansion hoped that Lin Chenchu could accompany him, so Mu Xiner couldn't resist and finally agreed. For the Marquis's mansion, Lin Chenchu's willingness to step out of the house was the happiest thing for them, and they were even more grateful to Mu Xiner, and they prepared an unusually generous gift for his return. The Mu mansion also started to get busy early in the morning. In order to prepare for Mu Xiner's return, Mu Yan did not go out today and waited at home. Mu Tianming just came back last night. When he learned that his sister had married into the Marquis's mansion, he immediately wanted to find Mu Yun, but was stopped by Madame Mu. But early in the morning this day, while Madame Mu was busy and had no time to take care of him, he still went to Shuixiju and brought a few servants with him, ready to teach the sister, who suddenly appeared, a lesson. When Mu Yun heard the servants come to report that when Mu Tianming came, they just asked someone to drive him away. He was a half-grown brat, and she didn't think of doing anything to him. Mu Tianming was very dissatisfied with Mu Yun's avoidance. Although he was young, his eyes were full of viciousness. He directly let the servants rush in. The noise startled Mu Yun, and she walked out.
What do you want to do with me?
Mu Yun came to the door and asked lightly. Mu Tianming looked at Mu Yun with hatred on his face. You are the one who caused my sister to marry into the Marquis mansion? Mu Yun said impatiently and coldly. She was the one who snatched the marriage away. How come it's my fault now? Your sister is very happy in the Marquis mansion. Now the Marquis mansion treats her carefully, as a benefactor. She is willing, and your father and mother are willing too. Why are you meddling in other people's business? Mu Tianming said bitterly. You are talking nonsense. It's all your fault. Just wait, I won't let you go. Seeing that his servants were no match for him, Mu Tianming could only say a few cruel words in hatred, and then left unwillingly. Mu Yun didn't take the half-grown child seriously and turned back. After breakfast, Mu Yun asked Moe to send the child to the princess's mansion. The princess hadn't seen the child for a few days, and she was complaining about him a lot. She asked someone to ask Mu Yun if she could send the child to the princess for a day. Mu Yun naturally agreed. After arriving in the capital, she really didn't need to worry about the child. His studies and safety were all guaranteed. So she just became a hands-off boss. Mu Yun had been staying in his yard these days, learning to read and write. Mu Yun found a teacher to teach him, and Xiao Chun also accompanied him. Both of them studied very hard. The carriage for the return trip to the Marquis mansion arrived. Madame Mu and Mu Xiao were at the door to greet them. They were very happy to see Lin Qinshu coming with them. Everyone in the capital knew that Master Lin had never left the house since he injured his leg. Now that he was willing to go out, it must be the credit of his daughter, Xiner. Seeing Master Lin's gentleness towards their daughter, the two were completely relieved. The family entered the house happily. The piles of gifts carried into the mansion made Mrs. Mu very happy. She couldn't stop smiling today. Mu Xiner took Lin Qinshu to her yard to play. Zizhu asked Mu Yun if he wanted to go over. Mu Yun smiled and said, I'd better not disturb you. Let's meet again when we have dinner later. No one knew that Mu Yun was holding back bad thoughts. The Mu family was immersed in joy. At this time, the princess's mansion also welcomed an unpleasant guest. The children had just arrived, and the princess was so happy. But the dying Duke of Qin came again, instantly ruining the princess' mood. She closed the door and refused to see him, but she didn't expect that the man would just break in. Duke Chun was in poor health now, and the guards didn't dare to really stop him, for fear that he would be killed accidentally and they would not be able to take responsibility. In the yard, Yueya, Yuanbao, and the others were playing archery games. The princess's mansion was spacious, with a large lawn, allowing them to have fun. Duke Chun, who had rushed in dragging his dying body, was stunned when he saw the child in the yard, looking at the scene in disbelief. Of course he knew about the recent rumors in the capital, but he had never taken them seriously. Zhou was always telling him about it, and after hearing it so many times, he became curious. He had come to the princess's mansion several times to find out whether the recent rumors were true or not, but was always turned away. Today, he heard that a child had entered the princess's mansion, so he couldn't wait to come. The closer he got to his death, the more regretful he felt, and the more guilty he felt towards Song Jingnian and the princess. He was originally about to die, but when he knew that the princess and Song Jingnian were back, he felt much better, and his health improved as well. He no longer looked as sickly as before, and it seemed that he could hold on for a while longer. The eldest princess saw people, but pretended not to see them. Her eyes were only on her two babies. She smiled lovingly, and her eyes were full of pride. Grandma, I hit the target. I am so awesome. Yueya's surprised voice sounded, with a little arrogance, and the proud look of looking up made the princess love her very much. Okay, Yueya has a reward. This little rabbit-shaped jade is for you. Yueya cheered happily. In order to cooperate with them in playing the archery game, the eldest princess even set up prizes. Whoever won would get a reward, which further stimulated the children's competitive spirit. When Duke Chen saw that no one paid attention to him, his eyes became dim. He walked slowly towards the eldest princess, who was talking to Yueya, and didn't even look at him. Yuanbao, Mu Yang, and the others surrounded Yueya and praised her. The scene was so warm that people couldn't help but feel a little envious. Duke Chen thought back on his life, as if he had never enjoyed this family happiness, and thought that the eldest princess would not enjoy it either. But now, fate was particularly kind to her and cruel to him. Is this Jason's child? Duke Chen's eyes fell on Yuanbao, and at a glance he knew that the child was Song Jingnian's. All the doubts in his heart were dispelled the moment he saw the child, but he was still wondering whether Song Jingnian's infertility was true or not. Duke Chen attracted the attention of several children. The children all looked at him curiously. The eldest princess' eyes flashed with impatience. Facing Duke Chen, she immediately lost her smile and said coldly, "This has nothing to do with you. You are not welcome here. Please leave. You are all going to die, so don't embarrass everyone." Duke Chan was sad, and his eyes flashed with disappointment. "I just want to see Jingnian's child, so that I will die without regrets." The eldest princess sneered and said, "Okay, now you have seen it. You can go." Duke Chan was helpless. Knowing that the eldest princess would not talk to him well, he could only say to Yuanbao, "Child, come here. Grandfather will see you." Yuanbao frowned, first looked at the eldest princess, and then asked, "Grandmother, didn't you say that grandfather was dead?" Hearing this, Duke Chan was stunned and looked at the eldest princess. The eldest princess didn't even look at him, but said to Yuanbao, "He is not your grandfather. Yuanbao doesn't need to care about him. You all go and play, and see who can win this time." The children left, and the eldest princess immediately turned cold and ordered them to leave.
"Child, you have seen it.
Hurry up and leave. You are not welcome here." Duke Chen refused to leave. His eyes fell on the children who ran away. He smiled and said, "It has been a long time since I saw such a lively and happy scene. Your Highness, I know that I don't have much time left. In these last days, please don't say bad things to me. Let me spend the last few days in peace, okay?" The princess didn't respond to his words. She just drank tea and ate snacks leisurely, watching the children's archery competition. The children on the lawn were having fun. The housekeeper acted as a referee. The other servants in the princess's mansion also played with them. The scene was very harmonious. Only Duke Chen felt that he was excluded. It seemed that he could not fit in no matter what. This feeling was both embarrassing and uncomfortable. He could only speak again. "Your Highness, I heard that the Ministry of Rites is preparing a wedding for Jingnian recently. After attending Jingnian's wedding, I will have no regrets." The princess still treated him as if he didn't exist. She ate and drank, looking into the distance. Duke Chen sighed helplessly a few times, feeling that he was asking for trouble, until there was a noise outside, as if he heard Zhou's voice. He carefully glanced at the eldest princess and finally stood up and said, "Then I will go back first." He took out 2 gifts from his arms and put them on the table and said to the eldest princess, "Your Highness, these are gifts for the 2 children.
Please help me give them to them.
Although they are not as good as you prepared, they are also a little thought from me as a grandfather." The eldest princess glanced at the box and couldn't tell what it was, but no matter what it was, she didn't care. Her grandchildren had no shortage of gifts. As long as they liked it, no matter what it was, she, as a grandmother, could find it for them. Who would care about his rags? Seeing that the eldest princess didn't say anything and there was a lot of noise outside, Duke Chen finally left. As soon as he left, the eldest princess asked someone to give away the things he left behind without even looking at them. When Duke Chen came outside, he saw Zhou arguing with the servants. Seeing Duke Chen coming out, Zhou hurriedly said, "Master, these people are so presumptuous that they dare to stop me." Zhou's psychology was getting more and more distorted. Now she was becoming more and more irrational. She did things without scruples and sometimes acted like a madman. Duke Chen said indifferently, "Let's go. Let's go back." He ignored Zhou and walked forward, but saw Chen Jingyang. Chen Jingyang is now in a very prosperous position. He has a good career and is highly valued by the emperor. He has made many friends in the court and is considered a figure. The more this happened, the more Zhou couldn't accept it and the crazier she became. Father, aunt, Chun Jingyang said indifferently. Duke Chen nodded slightly and was about to leave, but Chun Jingyang asked, Father, are you here to see your eldest brother's child? Have you seen it? Duke Chen paused and replied, I have seen it. It looks very much like your eldest brother, almost like they were made from the same mold. Your eldest brother is a blessed man. Duke Chen was actually happy. When he learned that Song Jingnian would never have children again, he actually found it hard to accept and was very heartbroken. Now that he saw him getting married and having a wife and children, he was really happy. Chun Jingyang smiled and said sincerely, people like my eldest brother are naturally blessed, unlike some people who plan their whole lives but end up with nothing. He said the last two sentences with a sarcastic tone. Both Zhou and Duke Chen looked unhappy. Chun Jingyang's words seemed to be talking about them. Isn't it true? In the end, nothing was gained and everything was lost. Looking back on his life, he had made too many mistakes. Zhou said sarcastically, others have raised a good son, but I have raised an ungrateful person. People naturally cannot compare with others, otherwise they will be angry to death. Chun Jingyang chuckled and said, it's good to be angry to death. It's also a rare way to die. Heaven will punish you. People do things and heaven will see. Who will have what kind of ending? Heaven knows it. My eldest brother's children are also my nephews. I want to go and see the two children. Father and aunt, you can do whatever you want. Zhou's disdainful voice sounded, unfilial son, if you treat your mother like this, heaven will also let you get retribution. I'm waiting. Zhou felt that even enemies were better than this son. She regretted more than once that she didn't strangle him to death when he was a child, letting him live until now and treat his mother like this. Chun Jingyang heard the words behind him and smiled and ignored them. When he came to the princess's yard, Chun Jingyang saw Yuanbao in the crowd at a glance. Sure enough, that face was exactly the same as Song Jingnian. Chun Jingyang was also really happy for his eldest brother. Mother. Chun Jingyang came to the princess and saluted respectfully. The princess nodded. Well, why are you here? Chun Jingyang smiled, no longer the kind of fake and sarcastic smile, but a sincere, light smile. I came to see the eldest brother's children. I haven't seen the two children yet. Speaking of the two children, the princess immediately put on a loving smile on her face. They are shooting arrows over there. You can go and see. They are twins. The brother is Yuanbao, and the sister is Yueya. Chun Jingyang nodded, and then walked towards the children. Yuanbao was drawing the bow and shooting arrows. At this time, there were only servants in the princess's mansion. No one knew archery, and no one corrected Yuanbao's mistakes when drawing the bow. Chun Jingyang walked over with a smile, held Yuanbao's hand, and said gently, you can't hold your hand here. You have to go a little lower so that you can use more force and shoot farther and more accurately. Yuanbao looked back and was stunned for a moment. Although he didn't know each other, he could feel the gentleness and kindness in the other's eyes, so he didn't push away, but did it obediently. Okay, shoot it. As Chun Jingyang's voice fell, the arrow in Yuanbao's hand also shot out. With a whoosh, the arrow cut through the wind and rushed away, hitting the red heart in the distance. Yuanbao looked at the person behind him in surprise. I shot it? This is 10 meters. Before, they only played 5 meters, just like playing games, not seriously. But this time it was real archery, not a joke. He actually shot it. Seeing Yuanbao's happy smile, Chun Jingyang also laughed. He reached out and touched Yuanbao's head and said in a gentle tone, you are very smart and you can understand it at once. This time you shoot by yourself, you will definitely be able to hit it. Yuanbao hurriedly picked up the arrow again, pulled up the bow, and followed the posture just now, in one go, and shot it out without hesitation after aiming. Chun Jingyang smiled and nodded. Yuanbao is very smart. He will learn it once, and he will definitely be an archery master in the future. Yuanbao looked at him in surprise. Uncle, do you know me? Chun Jingyang smiled and said, I am your father's younger brother. You should call me second uncle. Yuanbao was surprised. Second uncle? Chun Jingyang nodded with a smile. Yeah. The children were very curious about this new second uncle, and they gathered around him to ask for advice on archery. Chun Jingyong quickly got along well with the children, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. The eldest princess was a little surprised that he could get along so well with the children, which was a little different from his usual self. At this time, in the Mu mansion, it was time for dinner, but no one called Mu Yun, so Mu Yun had to go to the front hall by himself. No one mentioned Mu Yun at the table, as if she didn't exist at all, so Lin Chenxiu didn't ask. Unexpectedly, just as they started eating, Mu Yun appeared at the door. My sister's return home is such an important day, but you didn't invite me to have dinner with you. Is my father alienated from me? Mu Yun walked in with a smile. Seeing that there was no empty seat, she said to Zizhu beside her, Zizhu, go and move a stool over. I will have dinner with my father and others. This was the first time Lin Chenxiu saw Mu Yun. He was not as hateful as he had imagined. Instead, he looked good. When he spoke, he had a faint smile on his face, and his eyes were bright and lively. He didn't look as annoying as he had imagined. Mu Xiner still remembered what Mu Yun said, so she didn't want Lin Chenxiu to come back with her, nor did she want Mu Yun to come to dinner. She was afraid that Mu Yun would make trouble and say something he shouldn't say. At that time, everything she had would be ruined. After Mu Yun sat down, he looked at Lin Chenxiu and said with a smile, no wonder my sister rushed to marry into the Marquis mansion. It turns out that Master Lin is so handsome. Mu Yun's words made everyone at the table hold their breath, and their hearts instantly rose to their throats. Mu Xiner tried to force out a smile and said, Sister, today is the day I return home. Let's have a good meal together, okay? Mu Xiao also felt sorry for his daughter and hurriedly said, Xiaoyun, today is a good day for Xiner to return home. Let's have a good meal and not talk about anything else, okay? Madame Mu also smiled flatteringly. Yes, let's eat. Eat. Xiaoyun, come and have a piece of braised spare ribs. These spare ribs are fresh. The whole family was trying to please her, which made Lin Chenxiu frown and feel a little unhappy. A shameless woman who gave birth to a child out of wedlock. What was there to deserve the Mu family to treat her like this? Lin Chenxiu felt sorry for his wife. In his eyes, his Xiner was gentle, kind, and considerate, much better than Mu Yun. However, he had to look at Mu Yun's face at her mother's house, which made him very embarrassed and showed it. Lin Chenxiu put down his chopsticks and said with obvious displeasure, Father-in-law, I only want to see you, mother-in-law, and my younger brother at the family dinner today. The rest of you should not show up. Lin Chenxiu's words made Mu Xiao embarrassed and difficult. He couldn't afford to offend his son-in-law, and he couldn't afford to offend his daughter. Unfortunately, Lin Chenxiu didn't know the pain in his heart. He looked embarrassed and couldn't speak. Seeing this, Lin Chenxiu was even more displeased, and his face turned cold. Father-in-law, do you think that your son-in-law's words are useless now? Mu Xiner pulled Lin Chenxiu's sleeve, her eyes full of pleading. Husband, forget it, my sister and I are also a family. Mu Yun looked at this family, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. He was really good at pretending. No wonder he could fool everyone in the Marquis mansion. Lin Chenxiu said helplessly, Xiner, you treat her as a family, but I think she doesn't seem to treat you as a family. In this case, don't waste your feelings. Mu Yun chuckled. Master Lin is right. Don't waste your feelings. I also advise Master Lin not to waste your feelings. Don't let others keep you in the dark and play you like a fool. Mu Xiner was anxious. Her tone was a little sharp. Sister, how can you let me go? Isn't it enough now? Mu Xiner's face was full of grievances. Her heart was lifted up, and she was afraid that Mu Yun would say something to ruin her future. Mu Yun smiled lightly. Of course it's not enough. Sister, have you forgotten how I spent the past 10 years and my brother? So it's not enough. Madame Mu's face was ugly, and her eyes were fixed on Mu Yun. If Mu Yun dared to say anything, she wanted to die with her. Being stared at by so many hateful eyes, Mu Yun still smiled. Prince Lin, how is my sister doing in your Lin family? Lin Chenxiu didn't understand why she asked this, but still replied, Xiner is naturally doing very well in our family. My mother treats her like her own daughter, and everyone in the mansion respects her very much. This is what Xiner deserves. She is such a kind and beautiful person. She should live a happy life, unlike you." When he said the latter sentence, Lin Chenchu's eyes were full of disdain and contempt. Muyan thought it was funny and looked at him as if he was looking at a fool. "I didn't expect that Prince Lin would speak so highly of my sister. It seems that you are indeed happy. Happiness is good. Since you are happy, there are some things I should tell you." Mu Xiner hurriedly said, "Sister, let's eat first. There's no rush to talk. Let's chat together as a family after dinner." Seeing her so panicked, Mu Yun smiled happily. "No hurry, we can eat any time, but it's not good to say some things too late." Lin Chenchu was curious, but Mu Xiner was afraid and worried.
She was in a mess.
At this moment, she just wanted to curse. "Prince Lin, actually, I have something to say about the wedding 3 days ago." As soon as Mu Yun finished speaking, Mu Xiao couldn't wait to speak. "Xiao Yun, the wedding is in the past, so don't mention it anymore. Now your sister and brother-in-law are so close, which shows that this is a marriage destined by heaven and can't be broken up. So now, we just need to bless them. Come, have a good meal." Mu Xiao smiled and started to pick up dishes for Mu Yun and Mu Xiner and hurriedly ordered the housekeeper to serve good wine, trying to disrupt the topic. Mu Yun naturally understood their intentions and did not expose them immediately. He just looked at them with a smile and didn't say anything. It was really fun to play with people. It is so boring to die all at once. It's necessary to die slowly, gain and lose, fall from the clouds to Hades. That feeling is the most torturous. Okay, since you don't want to hear about the wedding, then I won't say anything. You guys take your time to eat. I'm leaving first. After a round of disruption, Mu Yun left with a dashing back. Mu Xiao had no choice but to apologize to Lin Chenxi with a smile, saying that he was so tolerant of Mu Yun because he owed her and didn't want to make her have such a personality. Lin Chenxi didn't take it to heart, but was glad that it was Mu Shiner who married him, not the rude Mu Yun just now. After Mu Yun left, the atmosphere quickly became harmonious, and the family finished the meal happily. When Lin Chenxi left, Mu Yun asked Moe to deliberately stuff a lot of notes into the Lin family's carriage. When Mu Shiner and Lin Chenxi got on the carriage, they saw a white note on the ground. The two were a little surprised, and Mu Shiner was quick and immediately picked up the note, and then quickly opened it. Seeing Mu Xiner lowering her head and not speaking, Lin Chenxi asked in confusion, "Xine, what's wrong?"
"What is it?"
Lin Chenxi didn't think much about it. He was sitting in a wheelchair, and the carriage of the Lin mansion was big enough. Even if the wheelchair was placed in it, it seemed very spacious. After the carriage started, he glanced at something that seemed to be stuffed in the gap of the window above Mu Xiner's head. "Xine, what's that on your head?" Seeing his puzzled face, Mu Xiner hurriedly touched her head. "What? What's on my head?" "No, there's something stuffed in the gap of the carriage window."
Mu Xiner was shocked.
She stood up quickly, but because the carriage was shaking, her center of gravity was unstable, and she fell straight to the ground. "Xiner, be careful." Lin Chenxi wanted to help her, but he was a step too late. Mu Xiner had already fallen down, and she groaned in pain. The driver stopped immediately and asked in panic, "Prince, madam, are you two okay?" Lin Chenxi yelled at the driver with anger, and then hurriedly asked the maid to come in to help Mu Xiner, but she quickly refused. "No, I'll get up by myself, you just wait outside." Then she looked at Lin Chenxi embarrassedly and said, "Husband, this is too embarrassing. Let's not let them in and see." Mu Xiner was worried about the things in the gap, and she didn't dare to let anyone in. She could only endure the pain and climbed up by herself, and then reached out to pull the things in the gap. When she opened it, it was empty. She was immediately surprised. Fortunately, if there were those messes this time, it would be hard to explain. "Prince, it's just a blank piece of paper. I don't know who played a prank on it." Mu Xiner handed the paper to Lin Chenxi, but Lin Chenxi didn't take it. "Since it's a prank, just throw it away. I'll have someone check who threw these things in our carriage later."
Mu Xiner nodded.
She couldn't help but glance around the carriage, but unexpectedly saw that there were things stuffed in several gaps. She was stunned for a moment. Who on earth was deliberately making fun of her like this? Mu Xiner immediately thought of Mu Yun. She was sure that it must have been Mu Yun who did it. He didn't expose her at the dinner table today, so he thought of this method. Mu Xiner really hated him. When she wasn't paying attention, her face twisted by jealousy was seen by Lin Chenxiu. Lin Chenxiu shouted unconsciously, "Xiner, what's wrong with you? You look so ugly." Mu Xiner quickly came back to her senses, and panic flashed in her eyes. "It's okay, husband, let's go back. I still like to stay in our own home. I don't want to come back to this home anymore." Mu Xiner showed a sad look, which immediately attracted Lin Chenxiu's attention. She could only pray that Lin Chenxiu would not see the notes. She was very nervous all the way and finally arrived at the Marquis mansion. While Lin Chenxiu got off the carriage, Mu Xiner hurriedly tore off the notes and stuffed them into her sleeves. "Xiner, what's wrong?" Seeing that Mu Xiner had not gotten off the carriage yet, Lin Chenxiu asked. The next moment, the carriage curtain opened, and Mu Xiner came out with a smile. "It's okay, husband. My feet were a little numb just now, so I took a break." Mu Xiner quickly got off the carriage and hurriedly followed him into the Marquis mansion. After returning to the room, she took out the notes one by one and read them. "Mu Xiner lied to you. Mu Xiner lied to your feelings. You are so pitiful. Master Lin. Do you like this planned wedding, Master Lin?" "Master Lin, Mu Xiner not only lied to your feelings, but also wanted to cheat your family's property." The words on each note were different, and Mu Xiner was so angry that she wanted to go crazy. But she didn't expect the voice of the maid to sound outside.
"Master."
Hearing that Lin Chenxiu was coming, she hurriedly sorted out the notes and stuffed them into her makeup box, and then went to meet him. "Husband." Lin Chenxiu handed over a note and asked, "Xiner, the servant said this is what you just dropped. What is this?" When Mu Xiner saw the white note, her nerves instantly tensed up, and she swallowed subconsciously. "I don't know what this is." "What's wrong, husband?" Mu Xiner was keenly aware that Lin Chenxiu's mood was a little off. She was a little panicked and a little scared. She reached out to take the note and opened it, but saw that it said, "Mu Xiner has already secretly married someone else. Now she is lying to you. You are so stupid, Lin Shitzi." There was also a contemptuous, smiley face behind it. I don't know what kind of drawing it was. It didn't look good, but it could make people see what kind of emotion it was. The words on this note were more frightening than all the previous ones. Mu Xiner shook her head violently, tears welling up in her eyes. Who dares to slander me like this? I really can't explain it clearly. Husband, you won't believe it, right? Lin Chenxiu didn't say anything, just looked at her. His eyes were gloomy, his emotions were obscure. Mu Xiner felt that he was strange and scary like this. "Well, of course I don't believe it. Xiner, I know you only love me. I understand. You'll be with me forever, right?" Lin Chenxiu spoke, but his tone was a little strange, different from usual. Mu Xiner nodded repeatedly. "Of course. I will be with my husband for the rest of my life. My husband. Don't listen to other people's slander." Lin Chenxiu smiled, and the paranoia and gloom in his eyes made Mu Xiner shudder in his heart. "Xiner, if you don't love me anymore, then there is no need for you to live in this world. I gave up on you. You said you loved me and couldn't bear to leave me, so you married me. In this case, you can't regret it. If you betray me, the entire Mu family will die. I will also let you understand and feel the consequences of betraying me." Lin Chenxiu suddenly changed his appearance, and the coldness in his eyes was creeping, which frightened Mu Xiner so much that she didn't dare to breathe. Mu Xiner and everything in the Marquis mansion were under Mu Yun's control. As time passed, the wedding of Mu Yun and Song Jingnian was getting closer and closer. 10 days before the wedding, the betrothal gifts from the Pingwang mansion were sent to the Mu family like water, and this behavior shocked everyone. Everyone was trying to find out the identity of the Pingwang concubine, but no one expected that she was just the legitimate daughter of a small fifth-rank official family. It was really unbelievable. In the past, people didn't know much about the Mu family. After all, who would pay attention to the people in a small fifth-rank official's family? But now, everyone has started to inquire about the Mu family. Since the betrothal gifts from Prince Ping's mansion were delivered, the door of the Mu mansion has been trampled. Those relatives and clansmen who usually don't interact with each other have also rushed to the door, giving gifts and currying favors, with smiles on their faces. Knowing and not knowing, when they meet Mu Xiao on the road, they will also say hello to him, and their words are full of politeness and respect. This feeling makes Mu Xiao so happy that he can't find the north. The whole person is floating, walking with the wind, full of smiles, and he values and flatters Mu Yun more in his heart. However, Mu Xiao is the only one who is happy in the Mu family. Every time someone comes to curry favor with Mu Yun, Mrs. Mu feels uncomfortable, but she can't get angry. She is very annoyed and just hopes that none of those people will appear again. But she could only think about these in her heart. Mu Xiao warned her several times that she should put the overall situation first, put down her temper, and put Mu Yun first. Mrs. Mu would lose her temper every time she heard this, but after venting, she could only obey and do as she was told, not daring to disobey at all. Everyone knew the identity of Princess Ping, and the wedding day was getting closer and closer. 3 days before the wedding, Song Jingyan came to the Mu mansion and said that the emperor wanted to see Mu Yun, and he came to take her into the palace. Mu Xiao respectfully sent the two away, with a proud look on his face. He really didn't expect that one day he would become the father-in-law of His Royal Highness Prince Ping. This honor is really unique in the world. In the carriage, Song Jingyan smiled and said, "Your father treats you very well now." Mu Yun sneered, "He treats you well because of my current identity, not me, but to be honest, it's all because of you. If it weren't for the identity of the princess you gave him, he wouldn't be so flattering."
Mu Yun joked.
Song Jingyan hurriedly said, "No, it's because you are willing to give me the status that I can become your husband and the father of your children. I rely on you to have the happy life I have now. Yun, you can't abandon me, otherwise I will be sad to death." Song Jingyan hugged her, with a hint of coquettishness in his tone. Mu Yun smiled and pushed him away, touching his face and jokingly said, "Now that the status of Princess Ping is public, I'm afraid that many women will be jealous of me."
"I have heard a lot about me."
Song Jingyan, why is your face so provocative? Song Jingyan was helpless. "That's none of my business. Yun, I only have you in my heart. Even if it's troublesome in the future, you are not allowed to dislike this status. You have to stay with me all the time." He was not used to living with Mu Yun and the children during this period of time. He was busy with things and had little time to meet her, which made him very dissatisfied. He also felt that time was passing too slowly, and the wedding day was not coming. Mu Yun pushed him away with pretended disgust. "See how you behave. After the wedding, I will also start my business plan. Let's go about our own business." Thinking of the recent events in the court, Song Jingyan said, "Ayun, maybe there will be another war, but not necessarily. This is just my guess. If there really is a war, maybe I will go to the battlefield." Mu Yun frowned slightly, then smiled and said, "It's okay. Even if there is a war, with your ability, we will win. Nothing will happen. What are you worried about?" A thought flashed through Song Jingyan's eyes, and he said lightly, "In the past, when there was a war, I was only thinking about fighting and worrying about the suffering of the people. I would not have any other ideas. But now I am worried about you and the children. The battlefield is dangerous, and I am not always sure of winning. If something happens, I will be worried about you and the children." Mu Yun held his hand and said gently, "There is nothing to worry about. I will go with you. If you want to go to the battlefield, I will go with you too." While the two were talking for a few words, the carriage had arrived at the palace gate. Mu Yun then asked, "By the way, you haven't told me what the emperor wants me to do?" Song Jingyan shook his head. "I don't know either.
He didn't tell me. But don't worry.
My uncle is a very good person. Although he is the emperor, he is not a cold-blooded and suspicious person. He may just be curious and want to see you." Mu Yun nodded. "Okay, I know." The two entered the palace and met several waves of people along the way, such as the virtuous concubine and the eldest prince. It was quite coincidental that they all stared at Mu Yun curiously, and their eyes did not know how to restrain. Mu Yun just pretended not to see it. Song Jingyan said that she didn't need to pay tribute to anyone, and she didn't need to pay attention to those she didn't want to pay attention to. He had the final say, so Mu Yun ignored them and pretended not to see their eyes. The two came to the door of the imperial study, and the eunuch immediately went to report. Before the emperor spoke, Song Yian ran out impatiently. "Sister Mu, I finally see you again." Song Yian had wanted to see Mu Yun for a long time, but was stopped by Song Jingyan, saying that he didn't want to disturb Mu Yun. In addition, he had been out for a few days and only came back today, so he hadn't been able to see Mu Yun. After not seeing each other for a long time, Song Yian looked more mature. The immaturity and tenderness on his face faded away, and he grew into an adult. Mu Yun smiled at him. When she saved him, she didn't expect that such a young boy would be the prince of a country. She didn't expect that saving him would attract Song Jingyan. In the dark, fate involved, and in the end they became a family. "Long time no see, Xiaoan. No, I should call you Your Highness the Crown Prince." Mu Yun smiled and said. Song Yian hurriedly said, No, Sister Mu, don't call me that. I'm still your brother. I was before, and I will be now and in the future. Call me by my name. Don't be like an outsider. Call me Your Highness the Crown Prince. I will be sad if you do that. Song Yian pouted and pretended to be dissatisfied. Mu Yun knew Song Yian's personality, so she didn't say it anymore. She smiled and nodded. "Okay, then I'll still call you Xiaoan." Song Yian was happy. The emperor's voice sounded behind him, full of energy and a little bit of majesty. "Are you not going to come in? Are you going to stand at the door and talk?" The three of them hurried in. Mu Yun looked at the emperor on the high throne. He was about 40 years old, but he didn't look old. His eyes looked a bit like Song Jingyan's, only a little more tired and old. The majesty and aura of a superior were very obvious in him. When he didn't smile, it would make people feel a little uneasy. While Mu Yun was looking at the emperor was also looking at her. "Uncle, Ayun doesn't like to perform formalities. You can exempt her from paying respects in the future. By the way, issue an edict that Ayun doesn't need to pay respects to anyone in the future." Song Jingyan was the first to break the silence, calling his uncle, not the emperor. The emperor had no choice but to withdraw his gaze and put on a kind smile. "Okay, I'll listen to you. You are really good at protecting your wife." Song Jingyan took Mu Yun's hand and smiled at her. "Ayun, just call me uncle. No need to be distant." Mu Yun raised a polite smile. "Hello, uncle." The emperor smiled and nodded, completely losing his majesty just now. Okay, I've heard Jingyan mention you many times, and today I finally see you. Uncle thanks you very much. Thank you for giving birth to such a smart and cute child like Yueya Yuanbao for Jingyan. Thank you for saving Ian's life. You are really the benefactor of our Song family. I asked you to come here today. In addition to wanting to see you as an uncle, I should give you a gift. You can choose the gift from my private storehouse. Just take whatever you like." Mu Yun smiled and agreed. "Thank you, uncle." Seeing that she was so straightforward and did not refuse shyly, the emperor liked her character even more. She looked like an honest person. "I have asked someone to prepare a family dinner. Let's have dinner together. You and Jingyan can go to the storehouse to choose." The eunuch hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, the dishes are all served. We can start the feast." The emperor also asked someone to call the queen. The queen was also gentle and kind to Mu Yun. During the meal, the emperor talked about the things that had been giving him a headache recently. One was that the Jin kingdom seemed to have the intention of sending troops, and the other was that the flood in the southwest was serious. No one in the entire court proposed a solution. They could only continue to allocate funds for disaster relief, but a lot of money was spent, but the people's sentiment did not improve. No matter how much money was spent, it would be redundant. Recently, the prince was also busy with the flood, but he had no idea. Both father and son were very troubled. The emperor wanted to meet Mu Yun, not only to send a gift, but more to see if Mu Yun would have any new ideas. She could solve the people's livelihood in Yen's state, and maybe she could have some ideas about their flood. But he just tried it mainly because he always had a hunch that Mu Yun was very different, seemed very smart, and could understand everything. Mu Yun listened to their conversation but didn't say much. The emperor saw that she didn't say anything for a long time, so he couldn't help asking, "What do you think about this, Ayun?" When the emperor said this, the queen was surprised. Mu Yun was also a little surprised. She didn't expect the emperor to ask her. In this era, don't people look down on women and say that women can't get involved in politics? It's really strange that the emperor would ask her about court affairs. The queen smiled and said, "Your Majesty, Ayun is a woman. Why are you asking her these questions? Isn't this embarrassing for her?" Seeing that Mu Yun didn't say anything, the queen thought she didn't know how to deal with it, so she offered to help. The emperor laughed and said, "Haha, it's okay. This is not the court. We are just chatting as a family. There is no need to be restrained. Just say whatever you want. You can also tell me what you think, Queen." The queen smiled and said, "I am just a woman and don't understand court affairs. Your Majesty, aren't you making things difficult for me?" Song Yayan hurriedly said, "Mother, Sister Mu is very capable and knowledgeable. Maybe she really has a way." Mu Yun smiled and naturally realized that the emperor was not asking this by chance, but called her here just to ask these questions. She thought for a moment and said, "Uncle, the problem of floods is huge and involves a lot of people. Officials in the capital, local officials, and the court not only have to pay money, but also have officials who are dedicated to the people to be responsible for disaster relief. There must also be officials who know how to drain water and build drainage systems to supervise the construction of a complete drainage system in the local area. Only in this way can the problem be solved once and for all. Even if there is a flood again, we will not be afraid, instead of waiting for the flood to occur every year and then spending money on disaster relief. This is neither a temporary solution nor a fundamental solution. It is useless." The emperor looked serious. It was the first time he heard the word drainage system, and he was unfamiliar with it, but he could understand a thing or two. He immediately became interested and asked, "Ayun, what is the so-called drainage system? How do we build it?" Mu Yun didn't know how to explain to the emperor. She glanced around and saw the pavilion and rockery outside. Her eyes lit up. She explained, "Uncle, look at this rockery. Is there water in it? This water is artificially controlled, so it can be used as a good scenic spot, but if it is not artificially controlled, if it rises like the flood, then the palace will be in danger. The so-called drainage system is to dig a suitable canal artificially to divert the water to other places. When the water flow is small, the canal has no effect. When the water flow is large, it will be dispersed. In this way, when the flood rises, it can be controlled and will not harm the people." The emperor nodded and said in a serious tone, "I have also ordered people to dig this canal in previous years, but it didn't work. I also tried to block the flood and built a high wall, but it was also washed away. That year, more people died. Later, I didn't dare to let people build anything easily, for fear that it would have the opposite effect and end up harming more people." Mu Yun understood that this must be a problem with those officials. Money was flowing in like water, but their work was ineffective. Mu Yun said, "Uncle, building a drainage system is not easy. People who don't understand it will indeed have the opposite effect as you said, and harm the people. Therefore, the design is crucial. If the design is good, then everything will be fine." The emperor looked at Mu Yun, who was talking big and confident, and asked, "Can Ayun design it?" Mu Yun didn't nod, but said, "I can only know if I can design it after looking at the geographical location of the flood." Although she didn't understand water conservancy projects, she saw a lot of them in modern times. She should be able to design some general designs, but the specific details, such as what materials to use and how to build, etc., require professionals, and she doesn't understand those. The emperor hurriedly asked someone to bring Qingzhou's geographical drawings to Mu Yun, but the drawings were not detailed, and he couldn't see anything at all. Mu Yun frowned and said, "Uncle, it's hard to tell. I need a sand table to simulate the geographical conditions of the flood location so that I can better design a drainage system suitable for this place. It's better to see the place in person so that it will be safer." Mu Yun didn't want to go, but after the emperor said that, she could only say, "It's okay, uncle. If you really need me to go, I can go. As for danger, Jingnian and I both have martial arts skills, so we're not afraid. Hearing this, the emperor looked at her with some emotion. Ayun, if you can really solve this flood and build the drainage system you mentioned, so that the people of Qinzhou will no longer suffer from floods in the future, then you will be the reborn parent of the people of Qinzhou and a great contributor to my Xia country. Uncle doesn't know how to thank you. Muyan looked at the emperor's poor acting skills, feeling a little helpless. She smiled faintly and spoke. Uncle, you're welcome. I'm also a Xia countryman, and I should contribute to our Xia country. But if you really want me to go, you have to give me the power. You must make all the people involved in the disaster relief listen to me. Otherwise, it will be difficult for me to show my ability. If things go wrong, I might be blamed. If I have full authority, I will be responsible if something goes wrong. If the drainage system is not well done, I can also be responsible. The emperor nodded readily. Okay, you decide, I agree. After Mu Yun and Song Jingnian finished their meal, they went to the emperor's private storehouse to choose gifts. Mu Yun specially picked a few good ones. The emperor now ordered her to go out to do things, so she had to give him more good things. The queen was very puzzled about the emperor asking Mu Yun to control the flood, but she didn't ask much. Over the years, she has been a stable queen and has been loved by the emperor because she doesn't care about anything, only takes care of her own affairs, and doesn't ask a single question, let alone interfere or participate in anything. She keeps her duties and is a good wife. As for the disaster relief personnel, Mu Yun said he wanted to choose them himself, and the emperor also agreed. After the two left the palace, Mu Yun asked Song Jingnian to sort out the information of all the officials in the court for him, big and small. The wedding was 3 days away. After Mu Yun came back from the palace, he did not go out. That day, he also brought back many rewards, each of which was priceless. Mu Xiao was very happy about this, and he dared not interfere in Mu Yun's affairs. He just went to court happily every day to prepare for the wedding of Prince Ping. The officials who worked with him now flattered and respected him. He did not have to do anything, and he still got benefits. His life was so easy. Soon, the day of the wedding came. The Mu mansion was decorated with lights and red silks everywhere. The whole mansion was a sea of red. The faces of the servants were all happy. There was an endless stream of guests coming to the banquet, and the threshold of the Mu mansion was almost broken. Mu Yun sat in her boudoir, letting Zizhu dress her up. Her wedding dress was personally arranged by the Ministry of Internal Affairs. It was made by a royal embroiderer with fine fabrics, expensive and gorgeous gold thread embroidery, and excellent craftsmanship. The wedding dress was beautiful and noble. Zizhu had very skillful hands. In order to be able to do Mu Yun's bridal makeup today, she had been practicing before, and today she finally put on a satisfactory makeup. Mu Yun in the mirror was now gorgeous and beautiful, with skin as white as snow, bright red lips, and a pair of eyes as soft as water. She was so beautiful that people dared not look directly at her. Mu Yun looked at herself in the mirror and felt a little strange. She didn't expect that she would be like this after dressing up carefully. It was really a little strange to look at her, but she was really beautiful. She smiled slightly and praised Zizhu. Your makeup skills are getting better and better. Today's makeup is very beautiful. Zizhu smiled happily when she was praised. Miss, I'm glad you are satisfied.
You are so beautiful today.
I'm afraid the prince will be stunned when he lifts the veil. Zizhu couldn't help but joke, her mouth wide open with a smile, looking very happy. Mu Yun looked at her helplessly. This little girl had even learned to tease her. Are the children settled? Mu Yun asked. Zizhu nodded. Everything is fine. Don't worry, miss.
Mu Yun nodded.
As they were talking, there was suddenly a bustle outside.
It was Song Jingnian who arrived.
No one from the Mu family dared to block their way, so they let Song Jingnian in. Mu Yun did not let Madame Mu preside over her wedding. When bidding farewell to her parents, the tablets of Mu Xiao and her biological mother sat at the main seat, while Madame Mu sat at the lower seat, feeling filled with humiliation. Many guests were watching, but Mu Yun still treated her like this. Madame Mu could imagine what these powerful ladies in the capital would say about her from now on. After bidding farewell to his parents, Song Jingnian took Mu Yun's hand and left the Mu mansion and got into the bridal sedan. Festive music sounded. The bridal sedan and the wedding procession gradually left, and the procession circled the city. In the capital city today, red ribbons were hung on every tree, and the whole city was filled with joy. The servants of the prince's palace and the eldest princess's palace were distributing red envelopes along the street, constantly saying auspicious words. The people who grabbed the red envelopes were also very happy and kept saying joyful blessings. Mu Yun sat in the sedan chair, unable to hide the smile on his face. Song Jingnian was riding on a horse, also smiling triumphantly, his face full of happiness. On the top floor of Baiweizhai, Su Qingyuan and many noble ladies who did not attend the wedding banquet gathered there, wanting to see how graceful and elegant King Ping was today. But they didn't expect that this sight would make them envious and jealous. Today, Song Jingnian looked more handsome and dazzling than ever before, wearing a bright red wedding gown, which made him look elegant and noble. His usually cold and handsome face was now radiant, his eyebrows were gentle, and there was always a smile on the corners of his mouth. It was obvious that he was very happy, and he even distributed red envelopes himself. Whenever he heard those words of blessing, his smile became even bigger, and he distributed more red envelopes. No woman in the capital had ever seen King Ping in his current state. Everyone now understood that King Ping married not only because of the child, but also because he loved her. He loved that woman, and because of his love for her, he was so happy when he married her. Although Su Qingyuan had let it go, she still felt sad when she saw Song Jingnian like this. The resentment and jealousy in her heart seemed to emerge uncontrollably, making her very irritated. She just watched quietly, while at the window of the private room on the other side, Princess Pingjia could no longer hold back her resentment and anger, and threw the cup in her hand at the sedan chair moving below. A mere cup cannot hit the sedan chair. The person who flew over to catch the cup was Mo Shi. At the same time, he also saw the frightened people at the window. He memorized those faces one by one and returned to his original position calmly. Princess Pingjia was only panicked for a moment, and her emotion was immediately replaced by anger. She said disdainfully, "Humph. A daughter of a mere fifth-rank official dares to marry Brother Jing. She really doesn't know how to live or die. This princess must make her give up this position." Princess Pingjia has admired Song Jingnian for many years. She was strictly controlled and was not allowed to come to the capital on weekdays. She could only come once a year with her father and brother at home and would stay for a month or so each time. Since she met Song Jingnian when she was 12 years old, her motivation to come to the capital every year was Song Jingnian. She had not been able to see him in the past few years, but this year she finally saw him, but it was this scene. How could she be willing? And he married Mu Yun, who had harmed her a few days ago. Princess Pingjia was almost angry to death. The other noble ladies did not dare to speak. She was the princess of Ping. No matter how humble her background was, it was not their turn to say anything. Just as everyone was trembling with fear and worry, the door was opened, and an old nanny and two people who looked like guards walked in and walked straight towards Princess Pingjia. Everyone didn't react to what happened. The next second, two guards stepped forward to hold Princess Pingjia's arms, and the old nanny stretched out her hands and slapped Princess Pingjia's face twice. Everyone was stunned. They stepped back subconsciously. Princess Pingjia was even more stunned. She looked at the old nanny in disbelief and said ugly words. "Old witch, who are you? How dare you hit me? Do you know my identity? I am a princess of the royal family. You old witch who doesn't know how to live or die. Do you want to die?" Princess Pingjia's face was twisted with anger, and there were two obvious red and swollen slap marks on her beautiful face. Her hair was messy, and she looked miserable, like a shrew scolding in the street, without any dignity and nobility of a princess. The old nanny looked at her with her hands on her hips and said in a cold voice, "Princess Pingjia, you dare to throw a cup at Princess Ping's sedan chair. You are so brave." When the old nanny said this, the noble lady was filled with panic and her face turned pale. fearing that she would be implicated. When Princess Pingjia heard this, a trace of guilt flashed in her eyes, but it was soon replaced by anger. "You are talking nonsense. Which dog eye of yours saw me throwing the cup? You are blind. Let me go quickly, or I will make you look good." Princess Pingjia's arrogant appearance made the old nanny angry, and she stretched out her hand to slap her twice more, and the force was so great that she almost knocked her down. Princess Pingjia felt her head buzzing, her mind was shaking violently, and the blood was flowing backwards, filling her brain, making her feel dizzy for a moment, and it seemed that phantoms appeared in front of her eyes. The old maid spoke with great momentum. "I am here today on the orders of the prince to teach a lesson to the person who attempted to murder the princess." The prince said, "No matter who it is, whose hand threw the cup will have that hand cut off." "Excuse me, Princess Pingjia, which hand did you throw the cup just now? I will have someone cut off your hand and report to the prince." Princess Pingjia came to her senses after a while. The buzzing sound in her head had not yet completely dissipated, but she heard the old maid's words. She was so angry that her face turned red, and her neck became thick. She shouted, "You dare! I am a princess, a royal princess. You dare to cut off my hand. Do you want your entire clan to be exterminated?" As she spoke, the flesh on both sides of her face was pulled, and she gasped in pain, and her hatred became even greater. The old nanny said disdainfully, "Humph, you plotted to murder Princess Ping. Even if you are a princess, you will have to pay the price for it. Since the princess won't say which hand it was, then I can only guess blindly. The right hand was used to drink tea, so it must have been used to throw the cup. In that case, let's cut off the right hand." Following the old nanny's order, the two guards immediately took action. Before Princess Pingjia could say anything, she heard a click, followed by a severe pain. She instantly broke out in a cold sweat and felt that she had never felt such pain in her life. After her hand was broken, the two guards immediately let her go with clean movements, allowing her to fall to the ground. The maidservant beside her seemed to have just realized what was happening and hurried over to help her. "Princess, how are you?" Princess Pingjia was in so much pain that she couldn't even speak. The old nanny looked down at the servants on the ground and said with disdain, "The princess is the apple of our prince's eye. If you dare to murder her, you will die." Princess Pingjia should be thankful that her father is His Royal Highness the Prince of Pingxi. Our prince gave the Prince of Pingxi some face and only cut off one of your hands. Otherwise, you would not have lost just one hand. After saying this, the old nanny's sharp eyes swept around the people present, and the noble ladies were so scared that they wanted to hide themselves for fear of being swept by her eyes. Everyone dared not breathe and lowered their heads in fear. The timid ones even began to tremble. Fortunately, the old nanny only threatened them with her eyes and left. Everyone was relieved. After the old nanny left, they all ran away. They dared not play with Princess Pingjia again next time. It was too dangerous. Su Qingyuan had naturally heard about what was going on here. When the maid reported it to her, she felt mixed emotions and a sour feeling. Here, the wedding procession made a circle and arrived at the gate of Prince Ping's mansion. At the gate, the eldest princess was also dressed in festive clothes today. Her face, which had always been distant and smiling, was now visibly happy. The corners of her mouth were raised high, and the fine lines at the corners of her eyes were more obvious. When the sedan arrived, Song Jingyan got off the horse and personally helped Muyan out. His bony hands reached into the sedan. Muyan looked at the familiar hand through the veil, smiled slightly, and put his hand on it. Holding hands, the two of them smiled. Holding hands, they walked on the red carpet, crossed the front yard, and came to the main hall step by step. The emperor would naturally not be absent from today's wedding. He also came to watch the ceremony. He was sitting in the main seat, looking at the scene with satisfaction. Now, he finally didn't feel guilty about this kid. The two of them bowed to their parents, the heaven and earth and each other, completing the ceremony and becoming a real couple. At this moment, Song Jingyan's heart was complete, and his whole face was full of happiness, and people who saw him couldn't help but envy him. Everyone could see how much he loved this wife, and how happy he was at this wedding. Mu Xian'er, who was sitting in the guest seat, was jealous to death at this time. As a member of the Marquis' family, she naturally had to attend the wedding banquets on both sides. Seeing such a handsome Song Jingnian, his noble status, and the love represented by his bright happiness, made Mu Xian'er uncomfortable. Thinking about herself and Mu Yun, there was really a world of difference. This gap made her feel like she was being eaten by thousands of ants, and she felt uncomfortable to death. The wife of the Marquis of Yongyi next to her couldn't help but say, "Xian'er, your sister is also very lucky. Looking at the prince like this, he really loves your sister very much, so he is so happy." I heard that the prince also personally distributed red envelopes along the street and had fun with the people. After the wedding process was completed, the emperor went back. The eldest princess was greeting guests in the hall. Now, she could finally hold her head high. Before, many people said behind her back that her son would have no descendants and that her son could not find a wife, and they looked at her with pity. Now her son not only got a wife, but also had children, a boy and a girl. Who could compare to this blessing? The eldest princess has been smiling all day. As Song Jingnian's father, Duke Qin must be present today. He hadn't seen the eldest princess smiling so happily for many years, and his face unconsciously smiled. In the bridal chamber, Song Jingnian did not go out to entertain the guests. After removing Mu Yun's veil, he was also stunned for a moment, staring at her, unwilling to look away. In this life, this was Mu Yun's first marriage. After a set of itineraries, her nervous mood was relieved a lot. Seeing that there were only the two of them in the room, she relaxed instantly. Seeing Song Jingnian still staring at her, she reached out and touched him. "What are you doing?" Song Jingnian smiled happily, with a gentle smile in the corners of his eyes and eyebrows. He said gently, looking at my wife.
Muy unchakeld.
Even though they were very familiar with each other, she was still a little uncomfortable being looked at by him like this. What should we do next? Mu Yun quickly found a topic, always feeling that the atmosphere was weird. Song Jingnian's mouth curled up, and his tone was ambiguous. The next step is naturally the bridal chamber. Can't Ayun wait? Mu Yun glared at him unhappily and said helplessly, "Be serious." Song Jingnian went to the table to pour the wine, brought it to her. "It's time to drink the wedding wine." Mu Yun took the wine from his hand. The two of them toasted and drank the wine. "Madam, now it's really time for the bridal chamber." After Song Jingnian finished speaking, he threw her down and kissed her impatiently. Mu Yun pushed him away and asked anxiously, "Are you not going out for social events?" Song Jingnian kissed the person under him and replied, "No. Who among those people is qualified to let me go for social events? The most important thing for me now is to entertain you, my beloved concubine." The deep and magnetic voice, the burning heat, and the ambiguous breathing made Mu Yun feel very seductive. Hearing this, he did not stop him. There were still many people in the hall waiting for Song Jingnian to come out, wanting to chat with him and congratulate him while he was in a good mood. Maybe they could get his favor and have some friendship in the future. But they didn't expect that. They waited and waited, but Song Jingnian didn't come. Then everyone realized that the prince would not come out, and maybe he had already entered the bridal chamber. Everyone had to sigh again that the princess was indeed favored, and the prince was reluctant to leave even a step. Mu Xian'er stayed for most of the day and was in a very bad mood until a maid came and handed her a long note. She quietly opened it and looked at it, and then her face was full of surprise. Then she quietly got up and left while no one was paying attention. Qi Yinfan found a secret corner and asked Mu Xian'er to meet. When the two met, they talked to each other, and then they got close to each other and got intimate. This is the palace, and Moe has always been responsible for monitoring everything about Mu Xian'er. When he heard his subordinates coming to report, Moe said with disgust, "Go and interrupt. This is the Prince Ping's palace, not a place where they can mess around. If it weren't for the wedding of the prince and princess today, I would have to let everyone see the shameless appearance of these two people today." After receiving the order, the subordinate immediately went back to stop them. If he didn't come again, the two would probably roll to the ground. After a noise, the two people who were immersed in their world were startled. Their minds instantly cleared up, and they hurriedly tidied up their clothes. Both of them looked unsatisfied. Yunfan, can we make an appointment another day? Yunfan nodded. This feeling of being on top was really exciting, and he also liked it very much. Xiner, I miss you so much. These days, I can't sleep because I miss you so much. I always dream about the day you said goodbye to me. Please don't make me wait too long, okay? Mu Shiner nodded, her heart full of sweetness. Okay. Tomorrow I'll go out to inspect the shop on the pretext of going out. The Moose Cloth Shop on West Street is my dowry. You go there and wait for me. Yunfan nodded, and the two reluctantly separated. It was getting later and later, and everyone left the palace and went home. The eldest princess was busy all night, and just as she was about to go to bed, she heard the servants come to report that Duke Qin was going to die. The eldest princess didn't want to pay attention to it. That person had said he was going to die a long time ago, and he didn't die. She really didn't want to pay attention to it. But Nanny Qin said that the person who came was the old housekeeper beside Duke Qin, who knelt down and begged the eldest princess to meet him. The eldest princess asked people not to disturb Song Jingnian and, finally, went to the duke's mansion. This was the first time she stepped into this place after more than 10 years, and she didn't feel familiar. Everything in this mansion had changed. The eldest princess came to Duke Chen's room with an expressionless face. At this time, the room was almost full of people. Zhou, her 2 children, daughter-in-law, grandson, and some servants filled the room. Seeing the princess coming, everyone made way. Zhou stayed by the bed and cried sadly, which made people feel irritated. The princess gave a look, and Nanny Qin beside her immediately winked at the maid behind her. The maid nodded in understanding and immediately stepped forward to pull Zhou away. The doctor saluted the princess and said, "Your Highness, I have tried my best, but there is nothing I can do to save her." The princess nodded calmly. "Well, I know you have tried your best, and you have worked hard. Go down and have a rest." Zhou hurriedly shouted, "No. The doctor can't leave. The doctor can't leave. What will happen to my master if you leave? Princess, you're going to kill the duke. You can't stop the doctor from treating him just because you hate him. Princess, you can't be so cruel." Zhou's crying and yelling was really annoying. The princess didn't want to listen to her quarreling, so she ordered the servants, "Please take Zhou out. If she makes a noise again, I will block her mouth." The servants immediately pulled Zhou out. She was still yelling, and the next moment, her mouth was blocked. No one spoiled her. Chen Jingyue and Qin Jingqiu in the room saw their mother being pulled out, but they dared not speak. At this time, their father was going to die, which was like the sky was falling for them. The title of Duke's Mansion was gone in this generation, which meant that after their father died, they were nothing, no longer the young lady and young master of the Duke's Mansion. Chen Jingqiu married, but Chen Jingyue had not married yet. Without the identity of a young lady of the Duke's Mansion, she could not even marry into an ordinary official family, let alone a wealthy family. Therefore, she was really crying. At this time, she dared not jump in front of the eldest princess. Both the brother and sister lowered their heads, dared not breathe, and just shed tears silently. Duke Qin on the bed was still very conscious at this time, but his body was completely unable to move. He fell on the way back, and then he felt that his life seemed to be passing away. He had a feeling that he was going to die. Sure enough, after the imperial physician came to diagnose, he also said that he was going to die. When he heard this, he had a lot of regrets in his heart for a moment, and then he thought, forget it. People are going to die, so don't care so much. Listening to Zhou's crying, he no longer felt distressed. He was a little reluctant to let Qin Jingqiu and Qin Jingyue go, but he was powerless. The eldest princess stood in front of the bed with an expressionless face and said to Nanny Qin, "Let someone prepare for the funeral." Her ruthless words still made Duke Qin feel sad. He said to the eldest princess, "Your Highness, I am leaving soon. There will be no me in the future. I know you may be very happy. These years are my fault. I admit that I shouldn't have." Duke Chen's eyes flashed with disappointment, and he nodded with effort. Okay, I won't say anything. I know that saying more is redundant. I'm sorry. Duke Chen looked at the always indifferent eldest princess and couldn't help but redden his eyes and moisten his eyes. He really loved her, but she was too independent, too proud, and too high-handed, so he was distracted and gave Zhou a chance. Thinking back to everything in the past, he had too much to say, but he knew that the eldest princess didn't want to listen. The princess had a chair brought and just looked at him coldly, waiting for him to die. At the last moment, Duke Chen still wanted to plead for his children. He spoke weakly, his tone full of pleading, "Your Highness, I beg you, please take care of Jingqiu and Jingyue after I die. Jingyue hasn't married yet. Without the title of the Duke's lady, I'm afraid she can't marry into a good family. Please have pity on her and find a place for her. And Jingqiu, he can't do anything, he didn't study well, and he has no martial arts. I divided the shops between the two brothers and sisters. Can you help take care of Jingqiu in the future? I don't ask for your care, I just ask you to keep them safe and let them live well. I want him to do some business, well. With your care, no one will bother him. At least he can live decently. He has to support a family now, not a child anymore. Please help him, Your Highness." Jingyang is living a good life now, with a promising future, and Jingnian is even better, with wealth and status. They are both good, but Jingqiu and Jingyue will have nothing once I die. Duke Chen felt that parents are all concerned about their children, and Song Jingnian doesn't need him to worry about him at all, and can easily get everything. Chen Jingyang is also capable, and can live a good life on his own. Only Chen Jingqiu and Chen Jingyue need him to take care of them and worry about them. Only with them does he feel like a father. He is about to die, and the only thing he is worried about is these two. The eldest princess did not refute him, nor did she pay attention to him, but just listened quietly, without saying a word, with a blank expression on her face. Duke Chen talked for a long time, and seeing that the eldest princess still didn't speak, he couldn't help but get a little anxious. He begged bitterly, "Your Highness, since I am about to die, please fulfill my last wish. Please." The eldest princess' eyes were full of sarcasm, and she said in a cold voice, "I will definitely not fulfill your wish. Go with peace of mind. Your two children will have endless suffering and endless pain in the future." Hearing this, Duke Chen's face turned even paler, and he couldn't help but be angry for a moment, but soon turned into powerlessness. Chen Jingqiu and Chen Jingyue, who were kneeling on the ground, couldn't help but worry about themselves. The eldest princess's status was so noble. If she really wanted to do this, then they, the brother and sister, would have no way to survive. The brother and sister cried even more sadly, but they didn't dare to speak at all, for fear that the eldest princess would hate them even more. Duke Chen felt a lump in his throat and found it even harder to breathe. He said with difficulty, "Your Highness, please, I will work like a cow and a horse for you in the next life to atone for my sins in this life. Please help these two children. The only thing I am worried about is them." The princess was annoyed and regretted coming here. Didn't he say he was going to die? Seeing him like this and talking so loudly, he didn't look like a dying man. Not wanting to listen to his nonsense anymore, the princess said coldly, "Go and invite the imperial physician to see when the duke will die. If he can't die, then there is no need for me to waste my time here." Nanny Chen nodded and was about to walk outside, but Duke Chen was so angry that he couldn't breathe. He started to tremble with his eyes wide open. The old butler beside him hurried forward to calm him down. Master, take your time. Don't rush, don't rush." Seeing Duke Chen like this, Nanny Chen no longer went out to ask for the imperial physician. Duke Chen stared at the princess. He never thought she could be so cruel. Even when he pleaded for mercy, there was no tenderness in her eyes. At this moment, Duke Chen understood that she really hated him. In the past, he always thought that the eldest princess hated him because of love. But at this moment, he clearly felt that she really hated him. At this moment, he was filled with resentment, sadness, fear, and many other complex emotions intertwined together. In the end, he couldn't breathe and died. With a stiff body and wide open eyes, Duke Chen died with his eyes open. The old butler cried out in grief, "Master, When Chen Jingyue and Chen Jingchu saw this, they were stunned for a moment. Then they came to their senses and lay on the ground crying sadly. Seeing that the man was really dead, the princess raised a cold smile and said, "Housekeeper Su, all the funeral affairs of the Duke's mansion will be handed over to you. If you need anything, come and tell me." Housekeeper Su was the old housekeeper who had served Duke Chen all his life. The master and servant had a deep relationship. He was really sad about the death of Duke Chen. Hearing this, he nodded and agreed, "Yes, Your Highness, I will do it well and let the Duke be buried properly." Knowing that the princess did not like Duke Chen, Housekeeper Su did not even dare to say the 4 words grand funeral. The princess nodded. "Well, I will send someone to assist you." After that, the princess left without even looking at Duke Chen. The annoying person died, and the princess only felt that the air smelled a lot better. It was good that all those annoying people and things would be gone in the future. It was really quiet. It was late at night, and the princess went back to sleep well. The next morning, Song Jingyan woke up and saw the big red bed curtains and Mu Yun, who was still sleeping beside him. He smiled gently, staring at Mu Yun's face carefully. Just as he was about to reach out and touch him, he heard a voice outside. "Prince, something happened. Are you awake?" The voice was very low, as if afraid of waking people up. Song Jingyan frowned, got up quietly, and then put on his clothes and went out. The person who called outside was Mo Wu. Seeing Song Jingyan coming out, Mo Wu hurriedly told him about the Duke's mansion. Hearing the news of Duke Chen's death, Song Jingyan was a little surprised. The person who was still there yesterday was gone today. He just nodded lightly to show that he knew, then called Zizhu to give a few instructions, and then went to the Duke's mansion. When Song Jingyan arrived, the Duke's mansion was already handling the funeral. Everything was handled by Butler Su. At the morning hall, Chen Jingyue, Chen Jingchu, and others were wearing mourning clothes and crying in front of the coffin. Chen Jingyang was also there, wearing mourning clothes and standing outside the mourning hall. When he saw Song Jingyan coming, there was a hint of relaxation in his eyes. "Brother." Chen Jingyang opened his mouth and shouted. Song Jingyan nodded slightly and then asked him a few questions about the affairs in the mansion. The funeral lasted for 3 days, and Song Jingyan and Mu Yun's trip to Qinzhou was delayed. In the past few days, Song Jingyan was busy with the funeral, while Mu Yun was busy checking the list of disaster relief officials to see who was suitable for this task. After the funeral, Mu Yun handed the list he had selected to Song Jingyan and asked him to arrange it according to the list. Song Jingyan took a look and asked in confusion, "Ayun, have you read the information carefully?" Mu Yun nodded, "Yes, I have." Song Jingyan looked a little hesitant, and Mu Yun smiled and asked, "Are you going to ask me why I chose them, instead of choosing a few others?" Song Jingyan nodded. "Well, these people are all greedy parasites. Letting such people go to disaster relief will only make the disaster worse." Mu Yun smiled and said, "It is precisely because these people are parasites that I chose them, and by the way, I will help the emperor to clear up the government." Song Jingyan looked at the smile in her eyes and immediately understood. He smiled and said, "You want to dig a hole for them, let them all jump in, and then kill them all at once, right?" Mu Yun said with a serious face, "I hate corrupt officials the most, but since you know what these people are like, why don't you find a way to solve it?" Seeing that she asked seriously, Song Jingyan hurriedly explained, "I didn't know before. These materials were investigated by Mu and others. I only found out after reading them. I haven't started to think of a solution yet. Yun, you think for me?" Mu Yun thought he was deliberately letting it go. In her impression, Song Jingyan should not be such a person. Hearing this, she also understood and did not misunderstand him. She nodded. "Well, then it's decided. You go and contact the second group of people and let them be prepared. They may be asked to take over at any time. But there are 2 people who cannot be disclosed, Su Chung and Jiang Jin. Don't disclose the news to these 2 people for the time being." Song Jingyan nodded. He didn't need Mu Yun to say it. He also understood this. These 2 people's positions were not firm. Knowing in advance would only do bad things. He just didn't expect that Mu Yun had figured out the details of these people in just a few days. He said, Ayun, you should do the contact matter. Tomorrow, your uncle will announce the order to send you to Qinzhou for disaster relief. Then you will contact Zhang Yuan and Qinzhou. Mu Yun looked at him curiously. Why don't you go? Song Jingmian smiled and said, I have other things to do. I'm sorry to bother you with this. Mu Yun nodded, okay. Then I'll go. The next morning, people found that His Royal Highness Prince Ping went to court with his princess. Everyone was very curious about this new princess and cast curious eyes at her. All the way to the hall, the emperor came as soon as everyone stood up. He stood on a high position and announced the appointment of Mu Yun as the ambassador for disaster relief. The court officials were very surprised by this order. Immediately, a minister raised an objection. Your Majesty, Princess Ping is a woman of the first rank and is not suitable to participate in government affairs. Please choose another candidate for the disaster relief ambassador in Qinzhou. Yes, Your Majesty, Princess Ping is indeed not suitable to be the disaster relief ambassador. Please choose another candidate. Your Majesty, think twice. Please think twice. Most of the court officials asked the emperor to take back his order. The emperor said nothing, just looked down at them coldly, letting them talk non-stop. Until they finished speaking, he spoke. His tone was unquestionable. At this time, my mind is made up. No one needs to say anything more. Also, all matters concerning disaster relief, including the accompanying personnel to Qinzhou for disaster relief, are decided by Princess Ping, and this matter is not open to discussion. Anyone who dares to refute will be charged with treason. After the emperor finished speaking, everyone was surprised. They didn't expect the emperor to be so strong this time. Everyone dared not say anything and could only remain silent. The court was suddenly silent. Mu Yun looked at these people with a hint of amusement in his eyes. They really bullied the weak and feared the strong. When the emperor got tough, they dared not say a word. The emperor spoke to Mu Yun in a much gentler tone. Princess Ping, the disaster relief work this time is entirely in your hands. You can name who you want to go with you. Mu Yun nodded, and then began to call out the names according to the list he had arranged. Mr. Xue, the Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Revenue, Mr. Chao, the Minister of the Secretariat, Mr. Zhao, the General of Zhongwu, and Mr. Su, the Minister of Personnel, just the four of you. The four people who were named were stunned and looked at Mu Yun in surprise. Disaster relief had nothing to do with them, but Princess Ping actually named them to go. The four of them were a little confused. Mu Yun continued, Your Majesty, I need 10,000 taels of gold for this disaster relief. Please grant me your permission. When Mu Yun said this, the court officials all looked at her in surprise. Wasn't this a blatant attempt to get money? Since ancient times, disaster relief had never required so much money. At most, it was a few thousand taels. In history, the most was only 5,000 taels. But Princess Ping asked for 10,000 taels, and it was gold. She was so greedy. Immediately, a minister jumped out to question, Your Majesty, Princess Ping is asking for too much. 10,000 taels of gold can build another Qinzhou. Princess Ping wants so much. I'm afraid she has other purposes. Your Majesty, a first-class woman, how can she understand disaster relief or state affairs? Please don't let the princess act nonsense. Disaster relief is no joke. The emperor asked Mu Yun, Princess Ping, you really want too much. Tell me, why do you want so much money? Mu Yun said seriously, Your Majesty, I want 10,000 taels of gold, not only to solve the current flood, but also to build a drainage system to protect the people of Qinzhou in the future and save them from the suffering of floods. 10,000 taels of gold in exchange for no more flood damage in the future. I think it's worth it. The emperor seemed to be thinking seriously, but the ministers had already begun to mock him. What are you saying, Princess Ping? Are you playing house here? How can you control the flood? Are you going to say that you are offering these 10,000 taels of gold to God so that God will not rain on Qinzhou anymore? After saying this, some ministers couldn't help but cover their mouths and laugh. Song Jingnian glanced at them with cold eyes, and they immediately put away their smiles and stood up straight. Suddenly, they felt hairy all over, regretting that they had just reacted too much. 10,000 taels of gold to save Qingzhou from the suffering of the flood. Does Princess Ping believe this? A minister said sarcastically. I believe it. Muyan spoke with a confident look, but no one believed her. The ministers were speechless. They had never seen such a confident person. Facing so many people's doubts, he could still laugh. Someone was very dissatisfied with her attitude and immediately said, Princess, do you think that you are capable just because you gave birth to 2 children for the prince? That you can participate in the affairs of the court? Please don't be unreasonable and delay the people and all of us. Muyan said directly, if I can't do it, then I will not be the Princess of Ping. What do you think? As soon as these words came out, everyone could clearly feel that the temperature around them had dropped a little. The cold eyes of Prince Ping seemed to sweep over everyone, making them shiver. The emperor also asked seriously, Princess Ping, are you sure? Muyan nodded, yes, your majesty, I am sure. The emperor nodded, okay, then I will give you 10,000 taels of gold, but the treasury is tight recently. I am afraid it is not easy to take out so much silver. This is a problem. Muyan smiled and said, Your Majesty, I can donate 100 taels of gold. Usually, we rely on Your Majesty and the country to live a stable life. The country protects us, and now the country is in need. It is time for us to lend a helping hand. I think this responsibility is shared by every adult present. I propose that every adult present today donate 100 taels of gold to show their love for the flood in Qingzhou. As long as everyone gives a little love and unites to overcome difficulties, there is strength in numbers. As long as every adult gives a little, then the 10,000 taels of gold will not be a problem, and we don't even need to use the treasury. What do you think, Your Majesty? But that was 100 taels of gold, not silver. Although everyone could come up with it, who would be willing to pay such a large sum of money? They were unwilling to pay, but also afraid not to pay. Everyone was in a dilemma. Seeing the silence, the emperor narrowed his eyes, and his eyes suddenly became dangerous. Why? My dear ministers, do you think this proposal is not feasible? You are unwilling to pay? Muyan hurriedly said, Your Majesty, how could that be? You must have misunderstood you. Who among you present would not have such a noble act of paying for the country? Everyone has a patriotic heart. If not, it can only mean that he is not from our Xia country. Muyan's words scared everyone. What a big hat he was going to put on them. He said so much. Prime Minister Zhu took the lead and said, Your Majesty, I am willing to pay 50 taels of gold. It's not that I don't want to pay 100 taels. It's just that I don't have that much at home. Please forgive me, Your Majesty. The emperor knew Prime Minister Zhu. He was honest all his life and never embezzled or accepted bribes. He was a good official that the emperor admired. Hearing this, the emperor said, Lord Zhu, you don't have to donate. I understand your family's situation. Your grandson is getting married, right? Save it for the wedding banquet. After that, the emperor said to everyone, Lord Zhu and Lord Si don't have to donate. The rest of you should donate 100 taels. Of course, the more the better. I will remember your contributions. You are all meritorious officials of Daxia. The emperor and Muyan sang the same tune, so that everyone had to donate. In the end, they could only bite their teeth and agree. One person agreed, and the others naturally couldn't bear the pressure. One after another, they all agreed. Seeing this, the emperor's smile deepened. They had always been greedy, but this was the first time he let them spit it out. This felt good. The emperor was happy today, and he walked with the wind after leaving the court. After Muyan left the hall, all the 4 people she named came up. Princess Ping, why did you specifically ask us to follow you on this disaster relief mission? Lord Su, the Minister of Personnel, was the most senior official among the 4, so he asked. Muyan smiled and said, Nothing. I just think that you all look good and are easy to get along with. To work together, we must get along well. I think you are suitable, so I chose you. Muyan's smile was sincere, and it was really hard to tell what she was saying. Seeing her silly smile, Lord Su also smiled. Thank you for the compliment, Princess. In that case, please take care of me in the future. I will definitely listen to your instructions. Muyan nodded. Okay, Please give me more advice, Lord Su. You all leave first. I'll wait for my prince. The four nodded and left with a smile. Muyan smiled and looked at the backs of the few people. She knew without monitoring them that these people would definitely laugh at her after returning, and then happily prepare to go to Qingzhou with her. She was afraid that they had already started discussing how to embezzle the money from her. Muyan found it funny. He didn't know who was playing whom. He was really looking forward to seeing these people lose everything. Muyan stood under the palace wall waiting for Song Jingyan, but instead of waiting for him, he waited for the eldest princess, Song Qianyu. As the only princess of the Xia kingdom, Song Qianyu was used to being arrogant and domineering. She had never met Mu Yun and did not know that Mu Yun was the most discussed Princess Ping recently. As Song Qianyu walked along, everyone who met her knelt down, except Mu Yun. Instead, he looked at her, not a careful look, but a glaring look. This immediately made her unhappy. She walked to Mu Yun with an arrogant step and looked her up and down. Which family are you from? Why don't you kneel when you see this princess? The material and style of Mu Yun's clothes were excellent, and her figure and temperament were not bad. Song Qianyu thought she was a daughter of a rich family.
Mu Yun smiled lightly. Hello, princess.
The emperor said that I don't need to kneel when I see anyone. Even the emperor. She is a modern person. Although she really doesn't want to kneel, if she really doesn't have this honor, she still has to kneel. After all, it is simply a fantasy to challenge the ancient imperial power rules by herself. Unless she really wants to die, she has to kneel when she has no ability. Now that she can get the honor of not kneeling, it is also very worry-free. Mu Yun is still very satisfied with this. The identity of the princess is indeed very convenient. She didn't marry the wrong person. Song Qianyu sneered disdainfully, and then thought of something, and quickly retracted her sarcastic eyes and smile, and immediately became serious. Are you Princess Ping? She looked at Mu Yun again. Song Qianyu remembered that someone had said a few days ago that Princess Ping had received special permission from her father and did not have to kneel to anyone. She was about to get angry just now, but suddenly remembered this.
Mu Yun nodded. Yes, I am.
Seeing her cold attitude, Song Qianyu did not dare to get angry for a while, but she felt aggrieved if she did not get angry, which made her very uncomfortable. After Mu Yun looked Song Qianyu up and down, he asked, Are you the eldest princess? Song Qianyu nodded and raised her proud head with a proud look on her face. Yes, I am the princess. Mu Yun nodded. Oh, I've heard of you. Song Qianyu was curious. Where have you heard of this princess? Mu Yun said lightly, in a place far away from the capital. Song Qianyu frowned. Where is that? Mu Yun did not answer her question, but said lightly, You stole someone's fiancé and caused them to be separated. I heard about this. Mu Yun looked at her with amusement. This princess is really arrogant. Looking at her righteous look, no wonder she could steal someone's fiancé. It was also Xiaoningji's bad luck to be favored by such a princess. Seeing that Mu Yun didn't say anything, Song Qianyu frowned. Who told you this nonsense? This princess must tear her mouth apart. Mu Yun smiled and said, Listen to Xiaoningji, princess. Are you going to tear his mouth apart? No one around Song Qianyu has mentioned this name for a long time because it is her taboo. Xiaoningji is the only thing she has not got in her life, which makes her angry and obsessed. When she heard this name again, she didn't feel strange, but more familiar. Have you seen him? Song Qianyu frowned and asked. Mu Yun nodded. Yes, I have. Song Qianyu's mood was low, and she asked lightly, How is he? Is he okay? She was too angry at the beginning, so she asked someone to transfer him out, and then she regretted it. On the day Xiaoningji left, she asked someone to ask if he was willing. She could immediately ask her father to withdraw the order and let him stay in the capital, but what did he say? He said that he didn't want to. Not only didn't want to, he also said that he would only like Chu Ning in this life and would never like anyone else. Song Qianyu hated Chu Ning very much at that time. Although she was a princess, she could not do everything. Although she hated Chu Ning, she could not do anything to Chu Ning. That person was like a turtle, hiding at home all day long, never leaving the front door or the back door. She could not find a chance to deal with her even if she wanted to. Thinking of the past, Song Qianyu's face became bad again, and anger rose in her eyes. Humph. Can it be good to be moved to such a remote place? I am asking you unnecessary questions. Without waiting for Mu Yun to answer, she asked and answered herself. Mu Yun smiled and said, "He is very good, a good official. The local people like him very much. He also has a fiancée who stays with him all the time. Don't be too carefree. The two of them should be back soon." Song Qianyu frowned and said sharply, "How is it possible? Without the permission of this princess, how can he come back?" Hearing that Chu Ning was actually with Xiaoningji, Song Qianyu was very angry. Seeing her so conceited, Mu Yun smiled and said, "Thanks to his merits, he has led the people of Lingxi County to live a prosperous life and brought more taxes to the national treasury. Lord Xiao is a capable man, and the princess has good vision. But if he doesn't like you, you'd better restrain yourself and don't make yourself too embarrassed. Women should love themselves more. As a princess, you should have your own pride. There are many men in the world. Why do you have to like the one who doesn't like you and make yourself suffer?" Song Qianyu was angry. "Then, why don't you marry someone else? Why do you have to marry my cousin?" "It's because you're attracted by my cousin's noble status. You're so good at talking. Why don't you marry my cousin? Go marry someone else." Mu Yun was helpless. This girl must have a problem with her brain. What she said was wrong. Seeing Song Jingnian coming, Mu Yun smiled and said, "It's not that I have to marry your cousin. It's your cousin who has to marry me." Song Qianyu said disdainfully, "How is it possible? You are just pestering my cousin. You are attracted by his power. I have seen many women like you, greedy and vain." Song Qianyu was talking excitedly and suddenly felt that the temperature around her had dropped. It was not until Song Jingnian's voice sounded that she realized there was someone behind her. "Song Qianyu, are you encouraging my princess to marry someone else? And slandering her?" Song Qianyu turned around and saw Song Jingnian with a gloomy face. She was startled and stepped back a few steps and said, "Cousin, I didn't mean that. I just made a slip of the tongue and was joking." The most popular rumors were about how much Song Jingnian doted on his princess. Song Qianyu didn't believe it at first, but seeing Song Jingnian like this, she had to believe it. She was just joking, but she could make him so angry. Song Jingnian walked over and took Mu Yun's hand, then glanced at Song Qianyu coldly. This king doesn't like such jokes. Song Qianyu nodded repeatedly. "Yes, cousin, I know, I won't do it next time." In front of Song Jingnian, the arrogant princess was as obedient as a rabbit at this time. Song Jingnian took Mu Yun away and ignored her. "Have you been waiting for a long time?" Song Jingnian asked gently. Mu Yun shook his head. The voices of the two gradually faded, and Song Qianyu stood there, gritting her teeth in anger. Xiaoningji is coming back. Or the two of them together. She felt so uncomfortable. Outside the palace, Mu Yun told Song Jingnian about Xiaoningji. Xiaoningji was going to be transferred back. It was not Mu Yun's nonsense, but it was true. The two chatted about the affairs of the court all the way and returned to the palace. The eldest princess has now moved to the palace to live, unwilling to be alone in her princess's mansion. After the funeral of Duke Qin, the duke's mansion was taken back, and Zhou and her son, daughter-in-law and daughter were all driven out together. The family bought a house to live in again, but it was no longer in such a good location as the duke's mansion. Chen Jingyang himself also bought a new house. He bought it before Duke Qin died. The princess was enjoying the flowers in the back garden of the palace at this time. She was with the wife of the Grand Tutor and the wife of Duke Su. Since Song Jingnian's wedding banquet, the princess has resumed socializing and her life has become more comfortable. After Song Jingnian and Mu Yun came back, they told the princess that they were going to Qinzhou. In order to punish those corrupt officials and expose their tracks, Mu Yun had to go alone. If Song Jingnian was with them, those people would be much more timid. If they dared not to move, it would be a loss. Song Jingnian disagreed with Mu Yun going alone, but Mu Yun didn't care. Now that someone was looking after the child, there was no problem with safety, and studying was no problem. She couldn't sit still anyway, so it was good for her to go out and do something. The two of them had a little unpleasantness because of this matter. The princess knew Mu Yun's temperament and smiled helplessly. Jingnian, Ayun is good at martial arts and smart. Don't worry, she will be fine if she goes alone. Let Bai Mu and the others follow. If there is anything dangerous, let them do it, and Ayun will be in charge of the command. Seeing that the princess agreed, Mu Yun smiled and said, Mother still understands me. Jingnian, you stay at home obediently. There are many things at home. Aren't people from Jin and Yin coming? You may have to participate in these things. The emperor called Song Jingnian to go before, just talking about this matter. He was very helpless, but he could only agree in the end. In order to solve the flood as soon as possible, Mu Yun set off with people the next day. 10,000 taels of gold were also prepared, and they set off for Qinzhou with a team. On the way, Lord Su frequently looked at Mu Yun, and that look could not be ignored even if Mu Yun wanted to ignore it. Mu Yun didn't understand why he looked at her like this. It couldn't be that he wanted to embezzle the gold now. What Mu Yun didn't know was that Lord Su was very entangled at this time. When he talked about disaster relief yesterday, he mentioned Mu Yun's name. Who would have thought that his daughter actually said that she knew him? He also said that this Princess Ping was just an ordinary peasant girl with a vicious heart. She had harmed his daughter before, and later his daughter retaliated. The two were now enemies, but he didn't expect that Mu Yun would suddenly become Princess Ping. The difference in status was too big. If Mu Yun found out that his daughter was her enemy, then their Su family would definitely suffer. This matter was very tricky. After the father and daughter discussed it, his daughter suggested that he find an opportunity to kill Mu Yun so that their Su family would be safe. But this was Princess Ping. How could she be so easy to kill? Lord Su was really entangled at this time. The team kept moving forward until 3 days later, they arrived in Qinzhou. Qinzhou has a lot of water and fertile land. If there is no flood, the people here can always rely on crops to survive and live a rich life. When Mu Yun and others arrived, they only saw a ruin and people who were in tatters and staggering all over the place. No one had a smile on their face, and they were lifeless and sick. Looking at the ruins all over the ground, some people had lost hope of survival, some people had lost the confidence to continue living, and some people were crying sadly while guarding the bodies of their family members. This was the first time Mu Yun saw the disaster scene, and he was deeply touched. A little girl about 5 or 6 years old fainted on the side of the road, and no one cared about her. Mu Yun couldn't bear to see it, so he asked someone to settle the little girl. All the way through the dilapidated streets, we came to the gate of the government office. The government office also showed signs of being flooded, but the water here was small and would not cause any harm to people. The gate of the government office was closed, and Bai Mu asked someone to knock on the door for a long time before someone came to open it. Seeing a group of people outside, the Yamen runner was stunned for a moment, and then asked, "Who are you?" Bai Mu kicked the person away, pushed open the door, and broke in. Unlike the rags and dirt outside, the government office was clean. On the floor of the hall, many Yamen runners were lying on their backs. When they heard the noise, they all got up. Bai Mu took out a wooden sign and said in a cold voice, "The disaster relief ambassador has arrived. Where is the governor of the government office?" Hearing that it was the disaster relief ambassador, the Yamen runners became serious and stood up in a panic. "I will report to the master now." A Yamen runner bowed and said, and then he was about to walk to the back. Mu Yun shouted, "Stop. You don't need to come. I will shout myself." The Yamen runner stopped immediately and dared not walk anymore, but his heart began to beat, and his eyes were full of anxiety. Mu Yun walked around the hall and walked inside. When he came to the backyard, the scenery in front of him was completely new. The green plants and flowers, the attic pavilion, formed a sharp contrast with the dirty scene outside. The sound of the piano was faintly heard, and laughter came from time to time. The faces of the people following Mu Yun were all very bad, especially Lord Su. He was only thinking about what his daughter said to him, and forgot to send someone to notify the arrival time of the disaster relief ambassador in advance. Now, the prefect is afraid that his official hat will be lost. Mu Yun quickened his pace and walked towards the house in front. The closer he got, the more obvious the laughter became. Mu Yun kicked the door open with a calm face, which scared the people inside. On the soft couch in the room, a middle-aged man half exposed his chest, hugged left and right, and laughed happily. The sudden sound scared everyone in the room, and Zhao Zhizhou looked up unhappily. The others also looked out the door frequently. Seeing a large number of people standing at the door, Zhao Zhizhou was angry at first, but then he realized something was wrong, as if someone was wearing the clothes of an officer. He quickly pushed away the beauty in his arms, gathered his clothes around his chest, and asked, "Who are you?" Seeing that the other party was very aggressive, he was a little nervous. After all, this was a critical period in flood control. If the people who came were from the imperial court, it would be troublesome. Mu Yun said coldly, "As the governor of Qinzhou, is this how you treat flood relief?" When Zhao Zhizhou saw that it was a woman who was speaking, he felt relieved. He spoke unhappily in a bad tone. "You are just a little girl. What qualifications do you have to manage my affairs?
Who are you?
How dare you trespass into my prefectural government office?" "Ambassador for disaster relief," Mu Yun said lightly. Zhao Zhizhou frowned and asked in disbelief, "Ambassador for disaster relief?" Lord Su was blocked by Mu and others, so Zhao Zhizhou could not see him. He was very anxious at this time. Fearing that Zhao Zhizhou would speak rudely again, he didn't care about much and squeezed over. "Zhao Zhizhou, why don't you pay your respects quickly? This is not only the ambassador for disaster relief, but also the princess of the current Prince Ping." Seeing Lord Su's face, Zhao Zhizhou was shocked. "Lord Su? You are here too?" Lord Su's face was very ugly. Zhao Zhizhou's surprised look was really stupid. After knowing this, Zhao Zhizhou hurriedly saluted to Mu Yun. "Your subordinate greets the princess. I didn't know that the princess was coming. I didn't come to greet you. Please forgive me." Zhao Zhizhou was very frightened at this time. He was even more puzzled why Lord Su didn't send the news earlier. Let the princess see his current appearance. I don't know if it will leave a bad impression on the princess. "Zhao Lin, you are very comfortable as the governor. The people outside are displaced and hungry, but you are singing and dancing here, indulging in pleasure. Do you know your crime?" Mu Yun's tone was very cold. For such an official, she really wanted to kill him with a sword to relieve her hatred. Zhao Zhizhou was even more frightened and hurriedly explained, "Princess, your subordinate. Your subordinate is doing disaster relief. I was just tired and took a short rest. Please forgive me." "Take a short rest?" Mu Yun's voice was slightly cold. Everyone smelled a hint of danger and couldn't help but straighten their bodies, worrying about Zhao Zhizhou. "By Mu, go outside and invite 2 civilians in. I want to ask them how Magistrate Zhao provided disaster relief." Mu Yun said. Bai Mu nodded and walked out immediately. Zhao Zhizhou was immediately anxious and looked at Lord Su for help. Lord Su cursed him several times in his heart, but he had to say, "Princess, you have been tired from the journey. Why don't you leave the things here to me? I will ask you clearly." Mu Yun glanced at him and said lightly, "My things are not yet Lord Su's turn to arrange." Seeing her cold eyes, Lord Su's heart jumped, and he smiled a little embarrassedly. "Yes, princess, you are right. I am just afraid that you'll be tired. I don't mean anything else." Mu Yun nodded and changed his attitude in an instant. "Okay. I am really tired, then I will leave this to you. Be sure to ask clearly how Zhao Zhizhou's work has been carried out recently, what remedial measures he has taken for the flood, and what he has done for the people, and then report back to me." Lord Su nodded repeatedly, and the emotions in his eyes immediately relaxed, and he was no longer worried. It seems that this princess is indeed easy to fool, and there is nothing to be afraid of. Mu Yun left, along with Bai Mu and Bai Xing. Only the few people she brought with her and Zhao Zhizhou were left. The next morning, Lord Su came to report yesterday's events to Mu Yun. Zhao Zhizhou was indeed cleared of all charges by them, saying that he was usually very active in disaster relief, and he was indeed tired yesterday, so he relaxed for a while. Mu Yun did not pursue the matter, and called people to start work. "Lord Su, you will be responsible for managing the food for the victims. I'm afraid that the food we bought along the way can only last for 2 days. See where else we can buy food." Lord Su was very happy to receive this order, and hurriedly said, "Don't worry, princess. I am most familiar with food, and I will definitely buy enough food for you." Mu Yun nodded, and then arranged for General Zhongwu to be responsible for maintaining public order, and Lord Shui, the minister of the Ministry of Revenue, to purchase food with Lord Su. After everything was arranged, he ordered Zhao Zhizhou to be responsible for distributing porridge today. Now the people of Qinzhou have no food to eat and can only rely on the government to distribute porridge to survive, but the government has always been very lazy, only distributing 1 meal a day, and many people have starved to death. As soon as the porridge shed was opened today, countless victims rushed over. Zhao Zhizhou was arranged by Mu Yun to distribute porridge in person. He was a little afraid to show up. Seeing these reckless victims, emitting a foul smell all over their bodies, rushing towards him, he was scared and retreated again and again. Mu Yun said coldly behind him, "Master Zhao, are you unable to stand steadily? These victims have not had enough food for several days, and they are more stable than you." Hearing Mu Yun's voice, Zhao Zhizhou did not dare to retreat again and could only bite the bullet and move forward. Mu Yun gave Bai Mu a look, and Bai Mu immediately shouted to the victims outside, "Don't worry, there is enough porridge today, and everyone can eat their fill. Today, our Master Zhao will personally distribute porridge. Don't squeeze, or you will squeeze Master Zhao." Zhao Zhizhou heard this and felt bad instantly. When the sick victims heard that it was Lord Zhao who was distributing porridge, they immediately showed resentment on their faces. Everyone suddenly squeezed forward regardless of anything, and several Yamen runners could not stop them at all. "Kill Zhao Zhizhou. Kill this dog official, and avenge our relatives."
Kill him.
"Kill Zhao Zhizhou. I want to die with this dog official. Dog official, give me your life." The victims were instantly like chicken blood, shouting and swarming towards Zhao Zhizhou. Zhao Zhizhou was so scared that he wanted to escape long ago, but he was stopped by Bai Mu and couldn't run away at all. Bai Mu didn't hide until a disaster victim caught him. Falling into the hands of the disaster victims, Zhao Zhizhou was naturally worse than death. The disaster victims punched and kicked him, and his cries for help were drowned out. No one heard, and no one paid attention. The Yamen runners were also beaten up and had no power to resist. It was not until Zhao Zhizhou was beaten to death that Mu Yun stepped forward to stop him. Bai Mu stood on the platform and shouted, "Fellow villagers, don't get excited. Our princess is the ambassador for disaster relief this time. She is here to save everyone. Everyone calm down first. If you have any grievances, tell our princess and she will take care of it for you. Everyone calm down first. If there is anything, talk to her nicely. The princess will definitely take care of it for you." Hearing that it was the princess, everyone calmed down immediately, stopped their hands, and looked at Bai Mu curiously. Mu Yun stood next to Bai Mu and said to the people, "Fellow villagers, don't get excited. This time I came here to help you rebuild your homes. The emperor attaches great importance to the flood in Qinzhou. This time I was sent here not only to solve the flood problem this time, but also to build a new drainage system so that the people of Qinzhou will be free from flood disasters in the future." Mu Yun spoke loudly and seriously. Everyone was confused and looked at her in confusion. Mu Yun knew that they didn't understand what the drainage system was, so she explained it to them. The people's emotions gradually stabilized, and Zhao Zhizhou was dying at this time. The people began to complain to Mu Yun, and all the crimes of Zhao Zhizhou were explained clearly by the people one by one. Mu Yun was furious after hearing this and immediately said, "Come here. Zhao Zhizhou has been corrupt and accepted bribes, deceived the emperor, bullied the people, imposed heavy taxes, and colluded with officials and businessmen. He should be beheaded for multiple crimes." Hearing this, the dying Zhao Zhizhou immediately regained consciousness and wanted to cry out for injustice, but he was in so much pain that he couldn't speak at all. Before he could recover and explain, Mu Yun's people arrested him. In front of the people, Mu Yun said, "Fellow villagers, I will kill this shameless man immediately. Now, please turn your heads away if you are timid and dare not look. I am afraid of scaring you." The people said, Princess, don't worry about scaring us. We have seen things more cruel than beheading. This is nothing. The people's sallow faces were full of vicissitudes, and their expressions were calm. Not only was there no fear in their eyes, but they were smiling. Killing Zhao Zhizhou was a great thing for them. Seeing this, Mu Yun did not avoid it and directly asked someone to cut off Zhao Zhizhou's head with a sword. The accompanying Zhongwu General Zhao did not expect Mu Yun to be so tactful, and he could not help but feel a little worried. They came here to covet the 10,000 taels of gold. Now, he suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart, fearing that he could not get the gold. At this time, Master Xue and Master Su were out, and only he and Master Chao were left here. Master Zhao was worried, and after killing the man, he took the time to find Master Chao and told him about it. Master Chao's face was a little solemn, and he only said, "Let's do our own things for the time being, and wait for Master Su to come back." The two did not dare to make any more moves, but just quietly waited for Master Su and his men to come back. The people's food problem was temporarily solved. Bai Mu personally watched the porridge distribution, and the people had a full meal for the first time since the flood. The accompanying imperial doctors also built a shed for consultation. All the people who were injured or unwell could be treated for free. For a time, the people who came to see the doctor also lined up in a long line. After settling the people, Mu Yun went to see the flooded area. It had been a month since the flood, and the flood had long since returned to calm. It looked similar to the usual river, but there were traces of scouring everywhere. Mu Yun brought Bai Mu and two strong villagers who were familiar with the terrain here. The group walked around the entire flooded river to take a closer look. After walking for a day, they only finished half of it, but Mu Yun already had a rough plan in her mind. In fact, it was not very difficult to drain water here, but it just needed a suitable method. The next day, she continued to check the rest of the terrain. After 2 consecutive days of observation, she drew a topographic map by herself, which was considered to be a thorough understanding of the geographical structure here. As soon as she came back from drawing the topographic map, she heard Bai Xing say that Lord Su and his men had returned and brought back 10 carts of food. Mu Yun had a faint smile on her lips. She wanted to see how greedy Lord Su was. Mu Yun had the news of Zhao Zhizhou's death blocked. At this time, Lord Su and his men did not know that Zhao Zhizhou was dead. In the hall of the government office, the two sat drinking tea, waiting for Mu Yun to come back. It can be seen that both of them looked very relaxed, and there was a smile in their eyes from time to time. Mu Yun frowned and looked at the two of them. His tone was slightly cold. 10 carts of grain for 1,000 taels of gold? Lord Su frowned and said, "Yes, it's too expensive, princess. What do you say?" This 10,000 taels of gold is not enough. Both of them frowned and thought hard, as if they were really worried about disaster relief. Mu Yun sneered, and the two of them were stunned for a moment, not understanding what she meant. Mu Yun stared at the two of them closely and said, "Lord Su, do you have a list for buying grain?" "Let me see." Lord Su hesitated for a moment, and under Mu Yun's pressing gaze, he had to take the list out of his arms. He thought that Mu Yun, a countrywoman, should not be able to understand these lists. Although he was a little uneasy, he still comforted himself that it was okay. The hall was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Lord Su and Lord Xue gradually became nervous, and they felt that time seemed to be too long, which made them feel a little tormented. Just as the two were thinking about it, Mu Yun slammed the list in his hand on the table with a snap and looked at them coldly. "Very good. This is how you two work for the court and His Majesty, right?" The two were confused, looking at the angry Mu Yun. Their hearts were a little nervous. Lord Su asked in a daze, "Princess, what do you mean?" Looking at Lord Su, who was pretending to be stupid, Mu Yun said coldly, "Should I ask what you two mean? These 10 carts of grain only need less than 300 taels. And it's still a high price. The batch you two bought is still inferior goods. The price of less than 300 taels is already very high. You said that you can buy it for 1,000 taels, and it is gold. Lord Su, do you think you are fooling me like a 3-year-old child? Or do you think that His Majesty is easy to fool and dares to be so bold and greedy?" Lord Su and Lord Shui were so scared that they knelt down with a thud, feeling panicked. Princess, where did you hear this rumor? These 10 carts of grain are the best we can choose. The price is indeed 1,000 taels of gold. Maybe some merchants are raising the price, which is so outrageous. So, I dare not buy more. I only buy some to deal with it and then ask your opinion and do it according to your opinion. I have no intention of deceiving you. The two knelt on the ground, kowtowed in fear and explained, and their words were very realistic. If Mu Yun really didn't know anything, he would have been deceived by them at this time. You didn't mean to deceive me? Well, you won't cry until you see the coffin, right? Come on, bring them up. Soon, Bai Mu came in with 2 middle-aged men. Mu Yun said, Master Su, these 2 are merchants from Pinghua County, which is the county where you bought the grain. They sold me grain for only 260 taels of gold for 10 carts of grain, and they were good rice and flour. You want 1,000 taels of gold for a few carts of low-quality rice and flour. How can you be so mean? With such a big difference in the amount, you are treating His Majesty and the court as fools, right? Master Su's face was pale as he crawled on the ground. His eyes were full of fear and uneasiness. His 10 carts of grain were only bought for 180 taels, and they were indeed the worst quality. But how did Mu Yun know all this? He didn't dare to think about it. When he thought about it, he broke out in cold sweat and was extremely nervous. Lord Shui has already begun to explain, Princess. You misunderstood. These 2 people are deceiving you. How can 260 taels buy 10 carts of excellent grain? They must have used something to trick you. You can't trust them. Lord Su also hurriedly defended himself. Yes. Princess, this villain must have used some inferior means to deceive you. You can't believe him.
Mu Yun sneered.
Their defense was too pale. Okay, I can still tell who deceived me.
Come on, put these 2 people in jail.
I will report to His Majesty, and then deal with them. I didn't expect Mu Yun to be so strong and actually put them in jail. The 2 widened their eyes, full of disbelief. The soldiers immediately came to take the 2 people down and put them in jail. Bai Xing had already sorted out the evidence of these people's corruption and reported it to the capital. After the emperor received it, his face was full of smiles. Mu Yun's speed was too fast. Regarding the corruption case of disaster relief, the emperor was furious and got angry in the court. The court officials trembled and dared not plead for mercy. They let the emperor punish Lord Su and Lord Shui. The 2 were directly sentenced to death, and their families were sentenced to confiscation of property and exile. On the day when the Su family was confiscated, Su Huanju went out. When she came back, she happened to meet the team that confiscated the house. She was so scared that she dared not go back. She could only hide in the distance and observe slowly, and let the maid find out what was going on. The case sentenced by the emperor was easy to find out. When Su Huanju learned that her father was guilty of corruption, she knew that it was Mu Yun who caused it. Before her father left, he told her about the disaster relief. He embezzled the 10,000 taels of gold and then killed Mu Yun. But now, not only did he not kill people, he did not embezzle the gold, but his father was gone first. Su Huanju suddenly felt that the sky had fallen. It was not easy to come back to live a good life for a few days, but it was destroyed so quickly. Su Huanju did not go home again, but hid with the maid. The better life of the people in Qinzhou was temporarily guaranteed. Mu Yun asked the people in the yamen to lead the people and help them rebuild their houses. The money was naturally paid by the court. The people were very happy about this. They were naturally very active in rebuilding their homes for themselves. They were full of food and full of energy every day. Mu Yun was busy designing the drainage system. She drew several blueprints, but she was not satisfied with them. After each drawing, she also found local people who knew more about it to communicate with. The more they communicated, the more local people understood, and they were more excited about the drainage system that Mu Yun said, and they were full of hope for their future life. Finally, 3 days later, Mu Yun drew a suitable design. After discussing with the villagers, everyone thought it was feasible. The people sent by the court also arrived. Mu Yun took the blueprint and communicated with them. Only then did they know that Mu Yun was such a powerful person. In just 10 days, most of the people's houses were built. They began to tidy up the fields and planted whatever they could. As for the drainage system, Mu Yun reported it to the court, and the court sent special people to build it. In addition to the builders, there were also supervisors, financial managers, etc. With more people, they could supervise each other, and there was no need to worry about corruption. Mu Yun was busy here, and the capital also welcomed the two countries' delegations on the day of autumn. The representative of Yen State was Situ Xuanqi. The representatives of the Kingdom of Jin were Princess Jin Ling and the eldest Prince Jin Chen. On the day when the two countries' envoys entered the city, all the officials of the Ministry of Rights went to greet them. With the arrival of the envoys, the entire capital was guarded more strictly. On the second day after the two countries' envoys entered the country, a grand banquet was held in the palace, and civil and military officials were invited to welcome the envoys into the city. On this day, Song Jingnian also brought 4 children to the palace to attend the banquet. This was the first time for the children to attend a banquet, and they were very curious about the banquet. Song Jingnian arranged people to protect them. The maids and guards around each of them were all secret guards with high martial arts skills. For the sake of his daughter, Song Jingnian found 2 women with excellent martial arts to be maids for Yueya. In addition, he also recruited and trained a group of new female secret guards, preparing to give them to Yueya in the future to protect her. In the luxurious and spacious carriage, Yuanbao asked, "Daddy, when will Mommy come back?" Although the maids had taught them many times that they should call them father and mother, the 2 children still couldn't change it. Song Jingnian asked the maids not to be too rigid and to just follow the children's temperament in addressing them. Counting the days, Mu Yun had been gone for more than half a month. A letter came yesterday saying that she was confirming the construction of the drainage system with the people from the Ministry of Works. After the confirmation and a few more days of construction, she should be able to come back. Not only the children, Song Jingnian himself wanted to fly over to find her, but the envoy's affairs here held him back and prevented him from going there. It should be soon. She should be back in a few days. Song Jingnian replied. Yueya said, "Daddy, I miss Mom too." Song Jingnian touched his daughter's head and smiled. "Your mom wrote to say she misses you too. Yueya can also try to write to Mom to express your thoughts so that your mom can come back faster." Yueya nodded. "Okay, then I'll write to Mom when the banquet is over." Song Jingnian nodded and then instructed, after entering the palace, "You guys can't separate. You can't eat food given to you by strangers, understand?" Several children nodded. "Yes, I understand." The carriage quickly entered the palace. The carriages of other families had to stop at the gate of the palace and then get off and walk into the palace. Only Song Jingnian's carriage could go straight into the palace. Seeing this, the families of the court officials were very envious. After entering the palace, Song Jingnian asked people to arrange several children, and Moe and others also waited by the children, and then he went to the imperial study. The emperor handed the information he had investigated to Song Jingnian, and he said with a serious face, "The eldest prince who came from the Jin kingdom this time is said to be the person most likely to ascend the throne of the Jin kingdom. The current ruler of the Jin kingdom is not in good health, and it is said that he intends to pass the throne to the eldest prince. There is also Princess Jinling, the only legitimate daughter of the central palace. Her status is the most noble among all the royal heirs. I don't know what the purpose of the Jin kingdom sending these 2 people is. The rumors about their military training are not false, and we have found out inside information that the 3rd prince of the Jin kingdom, who is the most valiant and warlike, has always advocated sending troops to our Xia kingdom, but the emperor of the Jin kingdom has been hesitant to agree. Many things in this are now unknown, which is not very safe for us." Song Jingnian said, "I don't think the 3rd prince is to be feared. The most powerful commander of the Jin kingdom is Shi Mu. The Shi family is the maternal family of the queen, and they hold a large number of troops. Shi Mu is very smart and knows how to fight. But your majesty does not need to worry. Jin has Shi Mu, and we still have me. No matter how powerful Shi Mu is, he is just a defeated general of mine, and he can't make much waves. You don't have to worry too much." The emperor sighed and said, I am not worried that you and beat Shimu. I can't bear the suffering of the people. Any war will cost the people money and labor, and for the people it will be the most difficult days. Song Jingmian understood what the emperor meant, but if Jin wanted to fight, this war was inevitable and they had to fight. The two talked for a long time in the imperial study until the eunuch came to report that the envoys of the two countries had entered the palace, and the two ended the conversation. At this time, at the palace banquet, Yueya, Yuanbao, and others were bored and wanted to go out for a walk. The four of them left the hall together and walked outside. Yueya worriedly said, Brother, Daddy told us not to walk around. What if Daddy can't find us later? Yuanbao said, It's okay. Uncle Moe and the others are here. They will tell us where we can't go. Hu Tianxi and Muyang had never seen the palace. They were very curious at this time and pulled Yuanbao and Yueya around. Yuanbao, it's so beautiful here. I've never seen so many flowers. They're so beautiful. Look, those flowers are so big and beautiful. Hu Tianxi's childish tone was full of amazement. He looked left and right curiously, very excited. Muyang was more calm. Although he had never seen these, he was more patient. He just looked around curiously, and his expression was not too exaggerated. At this time, more and more people were in the imperial garden. Today's palace banquet could be attended by officials of all sizes, so there were extra people. Muyang just looked at them for a few times, and then quietly looked at his brothers and sisters, paying attention to their safety. He focused his eyes on Yueya, and didn't notice that he seemed to have bumped into someone behind him, so he turned back to apologize. Sorry. I didn't mean it. The woman who was hit frowned and said unhappily, Whose child is so reckless? When Muyang saw the woman's face, his apologetic look disappeared instantly, and there was only surprise in his eyes. Then he thought about it and understood that it was normal for her to appear in this palace banquet. He had not thought of these things before, and subconsciously forgot all the things in the past. When the woman saw Muyang's face, she was surprised and widened her eyes, full of disbelief. The people next to her started to help, saying in a disdainful tone, Whose child is so blind that he bumped into the princess of the county and didn't know to apologize quickly. Princess of the county, don't be angry. This child looks stupid. Maybe his brain is not very good, so he didn't know to apologize. The woman who was hit was the princess of Linen County. She was in her 30s and looked pretty, but her eyebrows and eyes were a little mean. At this time, she was staring at Muyang, the stepson she sold to the human traffickers. Muyang frowned and looked at the woman coldly. He had recovered his memory a long time ago, but he had never told anyone about it because he wanted to forget the past and start a new life. He considered himself a member of the Mu family and had long forgotten his original identity. But at this moment, those people he had deliberately forgotten appeared in front of him, and those dusty memories were also opened. Seeing Muyang being bullied, Yuanbao hurried over, stood in front of Muyang, and said to the people opposite, My brother apologized. You are deaf and didn't hear it, right? Yueya and Hu Tianxi also hurriedly chimed in, accusing the woman. Yuanbao's little face had a serious expression, but no matter how serious he was just a child, and the people opposite didn't take him seriously at all. A woman said in a sarcastic tone, He apologized? I think you are deaf, right? Do you know who your brother bumped into? It was the princess of the county. Why don't you kneel down and apologize quickly? The princess of the county is kind-hearted and might forgive you. Don't be ungrateful. That's right, kneel down and apologize quickly. Several people were brought by Princess Yun from Linen. They were used to being arrogant and domineering in that small place, and respected the Princess of Linen. When they arrived in the capital, they seemed to have forgotten that this was not Linen, but the capital, where powerful people were flying all over the place. The noise here attracted everyone's attention. Everyone couldn't help but look over here, and their footsteps gathered here, very curious about what happened. There are few people who dare to make such a noise in the imperial garden. After being surprised, Yun quickly came to her senses. She stopped the people around her and said to Muyang, Hinger, why are you here? Her face was full of surprise, and she smiled and wanted to reach out to touch Muyang's face, but Mu Yang dodged her. Many people know the Princess of Linen County, and everyone knows something about the Prince of Linen County mansion. Linen is not far from the capital. The Prince of Linen County is a royal relative, and the title is hereditary. The previous Princess of Linen County was the daughter of the Yun family in the capital, and this one is also the same. The Yun family is a third-rank official of the Ministry of Works, and because their two daughters married into the Prince of Linen County mansion one after another, it was a hot topic. The eldest daughter died of illness less than 3 years after marrying into the Prince of Linen County mansion, and then the youngest daughter also married there. After Yun got married, she had been taking care of her stepson, working hard, but it was said that the young prince was very willful, and when Yun was pregnant, he pushed Yun into the lake, causing her child to die. After that, Yun could no longer get pregnant, and she was devoted to raising her stepson. In order for her stepson to have a companion, she even adopted a child to keep her stepson company. She was very good to her stepson. But half a year ago, the prince of the prince's mansion disappeared. It was said that he ran away capriciously and left a letter home. Later, the prince's mansion searched for a long time, but learned that the prince had been killed by mountain bandits and his body was thrown into the wilderness. The whole prince's mansion fell into grief. Until a few days ago, the Prince of Linen wrote a letter to ask for the adopted child to be made the prince and inherit the title. The originally infamous prince had long been forgotten by people. But I didn't expect that he would appear at the palace banquet at this time.
People around were talking about it.
The people who followed the princess of the county to attack Mu Yang also reacted at this time and hurried to ask the princess of the county for confirmation. Princess of the county, is this your wolf-hearted stepson? How could such a vicious person appear here? Isn't it said that he had been thrown into the wilderness by mountain bandits? Yun didn't say anything but just cried and looked at Mu Yang excitedly, wanting to catch him, but he dodged and was stopped by Yuanbao. Stop! Don't touch him! Yuanbao scolded coldly. Yun was stunned by the shouting, frowning. Who are you? Why are you stopping me from recognizing my child?
Whose child are you?
You are so uneducated. No one around knew Yuanbao and the others. The princess listened to what everyone said. Seeing that no one knew these children, she concluded that these children had no identity. She immediately pushed Yuanbao away and wanted to pull Mu Yang. Good hunger, go back with your mother. Your father and grandmother will be very happy to know that you are still alive. If there were not so many people watching, proving that she had seen the child, she really didn't want to recognize him and just wanted to solve it quietly. However, in an occasion like today, it was not possible to solve it quietly. She could only think of other ways. After taking the person back, it was up to her to crush and flatten him. Yuanbao had learned kung fu, so how could he be pushed away so easily? He pushed Yun with his backhand. Yun was unstable and almost fell down. It was the women behind her who quickly supported her and let her stabilize her body. Seeing the conflict, Mu Yang hurriedly pulled Yuanbao to protect him. Yuanbao said, I'm fine, don't worry. You don't have to pay attention to this woman. Wait for daddy to deal with it.
Mu Yang nodded.
He was not old enough to know nothing. He understood that with Song Jingnian's ability and status, it was more than enough to deal with this woman. So, he was not worried. Where did this wild child come from? He actually dared to push the princess of the county. He is so audacious. The accompanying woman yelled at Yuanbao. Her mean and sarcastic look made people hate her. The princess of the county gave a look, and the woman immediately stepped forward and was about to grab Yuanbao. At this time, Moe showed up and kicked the person away. You dare to attack my prince? You're looking for death. Hearing Moe's address, everyone looked at Yuanbao in surprise. Prince? Whose prince in the capital is so young? Everyone thought about it but couldn't think of it. Yun was also surprised for a moment. She thought that the person with the child would not be of high status, but now it seems that this is not the case. Yun asked, Whose prince are you? I haven't seen you before. Yuanbao had a cold face and didn't speak. Everyone stared at the children closely, trying to see something. Song Jingnian came over at this time and saw a group of people gathered together. He asked in a deep voice, Yuanbao, what's going on? Daddy, this person wants to bully Mu Yang, and calls me a wild child, uneducated. Yuanbao said hurriedly when he saw his father coming. Yueya also pointed at one of them and complained, "Daddy, she also wants to beat her brother." Everyone was surprised to see Song Jingyan. He walked out of the crowd, and no matter his identity or appearance, he was stunning enough to make everyone unable to look away. Those women who had had a girlish heart for him in the past couldn't help but feel moved when they saw him again. They couldn't bear to blink and stared at him closely. Song Jingyan came to Yuanbao, reached out and touched his head. "It's okay. Daddy is here." He took Yueya's hand and comforted his daughter. Yun couldn't believe it and stared at Song Jingyan. Song Jingyan's child? How could it be possible? The women behind Yun were so scared that they trembled all over, and they felt that they were afraid that their death was coming. "I actually offended the legendary god of war, His Royal Highness Prince Ping." Seeing that the father and son looked almost identical, everyone suddenly realized that it was Prince Ping's child. "His Royal Highness Prince Ping?" Yun hesitated and spoke. The women behind her were already trembling with fear. They just insulted Prince Ping's child. It was really terrible. "Princess of Linen County? What's going on? Did my child offend you?" Yun shook her head repeatedly. "No, Your Highness, no, it's my fault. I didn't know he was the prince of Prince Ping's mansion. Please forgive me, Your Highness." The women behind her were even more frightened and knelt down quickly. "Your Highness, please forgive me. We didn't know he was the prince of the mansion. We were blind. Please forgive me, Your Highness." Yun knew Song Jingyan. He was a young genius with extraordinary talent and noble status. Song Jingyan looked at her coldly. "You don't know? Just because you don't know, you can bully me at will, right?" Yun looked at his cold eyes, trembled subconsciously, and shook her head. "No, Your Highness, I don't mean that, Your Highness. Please forgive me." Song Jingyan glanced around and said lightly, "This is a palace banquet, not your family banquet. If you want to show off, go back to your linen. Princess of Linen County, you can take your people back. Are you going to drive her away?" Yun's face was very ugly. If she was driven away from such a grand banquet, her face would be completely lost, and she would never be able to gain a foothold among the noble ladies in the future. "Your Highness, please forgive me. It's my fault. I will apologize to the prince now." "Little prince, I'm sorry. I was wrong just now. Please don't bother with me." Yun lowered her face to apologize, looking weak. Yuanbao asked in a cold voice, "You just said that you are Mu Yang's mother. Is that true?" Yun looked at Song Hung, guessing that the Mu Yang he was talking about was him, and said, "Sir, I didn't lie. He is indeed my child, named Song Hung. I don't know how he met you. Why did he change his name?" Mu Yang said lightly, "I am Mu Yang. I don't know who Song Hing you are talking about. You recognized the wrong one." Song Jingyan glanced at Mu Yang, and then said to the Princess of Linen County, "Mu Yang is my adopted son. As for the Song Hung you mentioned, I will find out about this matter. Now, please take your people home with you. If you delay the reception of envoys from the two countries, then the entire prince's mansion can't afford it." Adopted son? Yun was shocked. The adopted son of King Ping, this little rascal has this identity. How can she control him in the future? Yun really began to panic at this time. Does the princess not understand what I'm saying? Or do you want me to use the Black Armor Army to ask you to leave the palace? Seeing that she didn't leave and was still staring at Mu Yang, Song Jingyan's tone became even colder. Yun's face was very ugly. Just as she was about to speak, she was interrupted by a strange voice. "It's just a small matter. Why is the prince so angry? If you don't know, you might think you are using your power to oppress others." A woman dressed in exotic clothes came over with a smile. Her face was slightly powdered, and she was wearing a scarlet dress. Her slender waist was so beautiful that it made people's eyes light up. She wore a gemstone necklace unique to the Jin dynasty around her neck, and a red coral bracelet unique to the Jin dynasty on her wrist, which made her skin even whiter. Everyone's eyes were instantly attracted to her, and they looked at this exotic beauty curiously. "Prince, I haven't seen you for a long time. I miss you so much." Jinling spoke with a crisp voice and a familiar tone, and her eyes looking at Song Jingyan were still hot. Song Jingyan frowned and said coldly, Princess Jinling, how are you? When she failed to take the drug, she ran back to the kingdom of Jin and hid. Later, thinking of the peace talks between the two countries and the need for further disputes, he did not bother Jinling. Unexpectedly, when the two countries were about to have a dispute, she dared to come. Jinling smiled happily, her eyebrows curved, and her tough features instantly took on a hint of tenderness. If the prince is free, we can find a place to reminisce about the past. Yueya looked at the woman opposite and was very unhappy. She hurriedly pulled Song Jingnian and said, "My father is not free." The childish voice attracted everyone's attention. Jinling's eyes fell on Yueya, and then on Yuanbao. The smile that was just hanging on slowly withdrew, and the coldness in her eyes rose. Are these the two rascals? She spent so much effort at the beginning, but ended up making wedding clothes for others. Looking at these two children, Jinling felt disgusted for no reason. If there had been no mistake, Song Jingnian would have been her husband and the father of her child. He would have worked hard for her country, and maybe even the Xia kingdom would be in their pockets in the future. Humph. Which woman got the advantage? She wanted to see if that person had the blessing to enjoy what she, Jinling, valued. Princess Jinling said sarcastically, "Daddy, I didn't expect that after not seeing you for a few years, Your Highness actually has a child. But how could I remember that Your Highness had no heirs? Was this adopted?" Song Jingnian touched Yueya's head lovingly, with a faint smile on his lips. "Speaking of which, I have to thank Princess Jinling for giving me these two smart babies. It was also because of the princess that I met the princess, and this marriage was made possible. I have always remembered what the princess did, and I will definitely repay her one day. Well, the opportunity has come. Princess Jinling, please be ready to welcome my reward." When Song Jingnian said this, his eyes were unpredictable, with unfathomable coldness. Jinling's smile froze, and she understood what he meant. She lowered her raised mouth, looked at the two children with disgust, and then said, "I have admired you, Your Highness, for many years. How could I help you and others, Your Highness? You are joking." The crowd watching was getting more and more surprised. I didn't expect that Princess Jinling had a relationship with Prince Ping, which was really unexpected. But now that Prince Ping is married, it is impossible for the two to be together. I wonder what Princess Ping would feel if she knew that Princess Jinling loves her prince. Everyone was eating melons, staring at Song Jingnian and Princess Jinling, wanting to know more. Song Jingnian didn't expect this man to be so shameless. If his Yin knew, he would be angry. He said with a cold face and disdain, "I heard that Princess Jinling has more than a dozen male lovers in her mansion, and she has a son with Duke Chai of your country. I am not worthy of the princess's love. Please respect yourself in the future and say less self-deprecating words that will damage the reputation of your royal family." Song Jingnian's words were like a depth charge, and the crowd of onlookers exploded immediately, looking at Princess Jinling in disbelief. I didn't expect that the princess who looked so glamorous on the outside would live such a private life.
It's really hard to describe.
The strange looks and whispers from the crowd made Princess Jinling's face turn pale, her eyes full of anger. What surprised her even more was that Song Jingnian knew so much about her affairs. What this meant was self-evident. Princess Jinling was obviously displeased and said in a cold tone, "Is this how the Xia kingdom treats distinguished guests from afar? When did the prince learn to make up stories like a gossip woman?" Song Jingnian pulled up a sneer at the corner of his mouth and said nonchalantly, "This king has always only told the truth. There is no such thing as making up stories. Princess Jinling, please be careful with your words." A vicious look flashed across Jinling's eyes, and anger rose in her heart. Song Jingnian. Fearing that she would lose her composure if she got angry, the eldest prince of the Jin kingdom, Jinkin, hurried over and said in a gentle tone, "Your Highness Prince Ping, my little sister has been spoiled by her family and is a little willful. Please don't bother with her. A girl's reputation is the most important. Although my little sister looks careless, she still cares about her reputation. Please be kind to her." The eldest prince of the Jin kingdom was dressed in black, which was also a unique costume of the Jin kingdom. He had handsome eyebrows and eyes, and was very good-looking, but his temperament seemed a little feminine and not masculine enough. It is said that he was not in good health. Song Jingnian didn't think about what to do here. Seeing the eldest prince come out, he said, "It doesn't matter if she is spoiled at home, just know your limits outside." Jean Can smiled and nodded. "Yes, your highness is right, I will tell my little sister when I go back." Song Jingnian took the child away, and the rest of the people also hurriedly left and headed towards the banquet hall. After everyone left, Princess Jinling finally showed her tyrannical side. She turned around and kicked Jean Can hard. She was good at martial arts, so her strength was naturally great. The kick hit Jean Can's knee again. Jean Can groaned in pain, his knee bent, and he almost fell to the ground. It was the subordinates behind him who hurriedly supported him and helped him stabilize his body. A subordinate immediately stood in front of Jean Can and said to Jinling, "Princess, this is Xia country. You can't act recklessly." Jinling snorted coldly and turned away. The subordinate sighed helplessly and said to Jean Can, "Don't bother with the princess, the eldest prince. She is so willful because she is spoiled by the queen." Jean Can smiled faintly and said, "I know, uncle, don't worry." The man frowned and said, "Eldest prince, I am your guard. You called me the wrong name." Hearing this, Jean Can's eyes flashed with helplessness. "Well, I know." Jean Can raised his foot and walked towards the banquet hall, and the man behind him, who was called Uncle, immediately followed. In the hall, everyone had almost arrived. The emperor was also surrounded by a group of guards and walked slowly. The ministers knelt down to salute, and only the envoys of the two countries saluted standing. The emperor's gentle voice sounded, "All the nobles, please stand up. The envoys of the two countries do not need to be polite. Today's banquet is to welcome the arrival of the envoys of the two countries. Come, raise your glasses with me and welcome you all." The emperor smiled and spoke. His attitude was neither unenthusiastic nor indifferent. The representatives of Jin and Yen said a few words each before sitting down. Yueya looked at the familiar face in the center of the hall, her eyes full of surprise. "Daddy, is that my little uncle? Situ Xuanqi?" Song Jingnian nodded. "Yes, it's him." Yuanbao looked at his sister in surprise. "Yueya, do you know him?" Yueya nodded. She didn't know that Situ Xuanqi had concealed her whereabouts, so she still had feelings for Situ Xuanqi. "Brother, he is the Situ Xuanqi I told you about. I call him Little Uncle." Yueya had told Yuanbao and the others about what happened in Yen State. Therefore, the children were somewhat familiar with this name. In the hall, the envoys of the two countries began to present the gifts prepared for each country. The emperor said a lot with a smile, and finally gave the envoys seats. After Situ Xuanqi sat down, he looked at Yueya. Yueya smiled at him happily and waved her little hand to greet him. Situ Xuanqi's serious face was also stained with a smile, and he subconsciously raised his hand to wave at her. But after meeting Song Jingnian's indifferent eyes, the smile suddenly became a little guilty. The raised hand slowly fell. After Yueya left, Situ he was in worse spirits than before and often missed this little girl. Situ Xuanqi saw it, so he recommended himself for this mission to Xia Kingdom. Seeing this little girl again, she seemed to have grown taller, and her chubby face was still cute. In the hall, the dancers began to dance, and the sound of musical instruments rang out. After a song and dance, Princess Jinling stood up and said, "Your Majesty, it has been 4 years since our Jin Kingdom signed a friendship agreement with your country. In the past 4 years, the two countries have lived in peace and friendship, and the people have lived and worked in peace and contentment. This is all thanks to His Royal Highness Prince Ping." The emperor nodded, "Yes. Thanks to Prince Ping. Does Princess Jinling have any suggestions?" Jinling smiled and said, "Your Majesty, Jinling feels that if we want the two countries to live in peace forever, we still have to become a family so that there will be no more disputes. Jinling has admired the prince for many years and is willing to marry into the Xia Kingdom and become a part of the Xia Kingdom. I hope that the two countries will always live in peace in the future, and the people of the world can live and work in peace and contentment." Hearing this, a hint of sarcasm flashed in Song Jingnian's eyes. The emperor smiled lightly and said, I'm afraid that Prince Ping can't bear the kindness of Princess Jinling. He is already married and has a princess. Princess Jinling is a daughter, so she can't be a concubine, right? Jingguo looked at the smile in the emperor's eyes and was very unhappy, but he couldn't show it. She could only smile and say, Your Majesty, Jinling cannot be a concubine, so please order the decree to abolish the Princess of Ping, so that Jinling can become a princess? When Princess Jinling said this, everyone was stunned. They couldn't believe that the princess would say such a thing so blatantly. Song Jingnian didn't say anything, but lowered his head to drink the wine in the glass. Yuanbao looked at Princess Jinling with cold eyes, and his little face was so gloomy that it seemed that water could drip out. Father, I hate this person. Yuanbao pointed at Princess Jinling and said to Song Jingnian. Yuanbao's voice was neither loud nor soft, and most people around heard it. The words of the Prince of Ping's mansion were not small, even though he was just a child. Everyone looked at Song Jingnian with interest, and then looked at Princess Jinling. Princess Jinling naturally heard what he said. She shot her eyes at Yuanbao. A cold look flashed by, and then a smile crept up. The prince doesn't like me? What a coincidence, I like you very much. Princess Jinling smiled sweetly, looking innocent. The emperor still smiled faintly and said, Princess Jinling, although I am the emperor, I cannot order my subjects to divorce their wives. I am not so stupid. I can't do anything about Princess Jinling's wish. Princess Jinling still smiled and said, Your Majesty, if His Royal Highness Prince Ping is willing to welcome me as a princess, my Jin kingdom is willing to offer 3 cities as a dowry. As soon as this was said, the ministers began to discuss. A minister began to speak. Your Majesty, Princess Jinling is a daughter of gold, and she is really a perfect match for the prince. Why don't you help the princess and the prince get together? Yes, Your Majesty, I also think that Princess Jinling and the prince are a perfect match. Why don't you help them get together? In this way, the 2 countries will be a real family. There will definitely be 100 years of peace in the future, and there will be no more wars. This is a great joy for the world. I second the motion. More than half of the ministers agreed to echo. Song Jingnian glanced over and remembered all those who echoed. The emperor looked at Song Jingnian with a sly smile in his eyes, and then he spoke seriously. Jingnian, what do you think? Song Jingnian pulled up a sneer at the corner of his mouth, and then he said, I don't think it's very good. The adults are so enthusiastic. Why not let them divorce their wives and marry Princess Jinling? So many ministers can also represent the wishes of our Xia country. Princess Jinling likes to have many people. Doesn't this just fit the princess's preferences? Jinling's face, which was full of smiles just now, suddenly became gloomy. She frowned and said in a cold voice, Your Highness actually humiliated me so much. Don't you take my Jin country seriously at all? Song Jingnian said lightly, Princess, you're joking. It seems to me that the Jin country does not take my Xia country and me seriously. They even dared to propose to marry you to me.
Who do you think I am?
Song Jingnian's eyes that saw through everything made Jinling feel very guilty. Thinking that he knew everything about her, Jinling felt a little embarrassed at this moment, and then her eyes were full of resentment. If he hadn't run away, she wouldn't have been so angry that she lost her mind, nor would she have kept those concubines, and she wouldn't have had a son with Duke Chai. That son should have been with Song Jingnian. It was because he ran away that she became what she is today. Does the prince look down on me so much? Jinling's voice was very cold. She narrowed her eyes, and her eyes were cold, like a poisonous snake, staring at Song Jingnian as if thinking about how to swallow him into her stomach. Song Jingnian didn't answer her, just ignored her so blatantly and directly ignored her. He lowered his head and picked up the grapes for Yueya to eat, with a doting look in his eyes. The atmosphere in the hall suddenly fell silent. Everyone felt a little awkward. The emperor laughed dryly twice, then said, Haha, Princess Jinling, it's a pity. It seems that this beautiful marriage cannot be achieved. But the princess can take a look at the other good men in my Xia country. Although they are not as good as Jingnian, they are still very good. I think they're very suitable for Princess Jinling. Jinling smiled faintly. No need, Your Majesty. Jinling was just joking just now. In fact, Jinling likes not the prince, but your country's crown prince. I heard that the crown prince is both civil and military, handsome, and has not yet married. It just so happens that this princess is also unmarried. In terms of status, your country's crown prince is more suitable for me. What do you think, Your Majesty? Song Yan, who was sitting quietly watching the show, was suddenly frightened. His hand, which was drinking, shook, and the wine spilled on his moon-white brocade robe, destroying the original beauty. Everyone's eyes fell on the prince, who stood up in a hurry and said to Princess Jinling, Princess Jinling, I already have a lover. I can't marry you, I'm sorry. Without waiting for the emperor to speak, Song Yan quickly refused. Princess Jinling smiled and said, Your Highness, you're joking. Although Jinling is in Jin Kingdom, she's been asking around for the past few days. Your Highness, you don't have a lover. You have always been chaste and have never even had a concubine. Men like you are what Jinling likes. Your Highness, rest assured, if you marry me, Jin Kingdom is willing to give you 5 cities as a dowry to show its sincerity. The ministers were even more surprised when this was said, and they started discussing it again. Song Yan looked at these ministers who were whispering to each other and felt speechless. Just a few cities, they have lost their dignity? They only want to achieve their goals through marriage. Can't they be more motivated and use their own abilities to achieve their goals? What a bunch of idiots. Song Yan was very disappointed with these ministers. As for those ministers who proposed to agree to the marriage, he remembered their faces very well. He would not give them important positions in the future. Several ministers did not know that their future career development would be ruined because of their words today. Princess Jinling did not look at the crown prince, but only looked at the emperor and asked, What do you think, Your Majesty? Is our Jin Kingdom's sincerity enough? The emperor did not reply immediately, but was thinking. His thinking frightened Song Yan, and he winked at him, but the emperor pretended not to see it and continued to look thoughtful. Song Yan was helpless and anxious, so he could only look to his cousin. Now he could only count on his cousin. But he didn't expect that Song Jingnian didn't even look at him and was only concerned with taking care of the children. Song Yan suddenly felt cold-hearted and looked like he had lost all desire to live. He looked so pitiful. When Princess Jinling saw that the emperor was silent for a long time, she knew that the emperor was also somewhat tempted, because those were 5 cities, not ordinary gold, silver, or jewels. She smiled confidently and spoke again. Not only 5 cities, but also our Jin Kingdom can pay tribute to Xia Kingdom with 1,000 war horses every year. It is well known that our Jin Kingdom's war horses are vigorous and powerful. 1,000 horses every year is not a small number. What do you think? Hearing this, the emperor's eyes lit up and he asked hurriedly, Really? Jinling smiled and said, Your Majesty, Jinling is a princess of a country after all. She is trustworthy. If you don't believe me, you can ask my brother. These are all agreed by my father. Seeing that the emperor seemed to be about to agree, Song Yan was shocked. He hurriedly said, Father, I am not suitable for Princess Jinling. Princess Jinling is older than me, and much older. We are not suitable. Please think twice. The ministers seemed to be happy to hear it, and the emperor also had a tendency to agree. King Ping pretended not to hear it. Song Yan was really a little panicked. Your Highness, whether it is suitable or not, we will know after getting along with each other. Maybe after getting along with each other, Your Highness will fall in love with me? Some things are uncertain. Don't think about things so firmly, don't you think? Princess Jinling smiled brightly. If you didn't know her true face, you would really be deceived by her appearance, looking like an innocent and flawless girl. Song Yan said coldly, I say it is not suitable. It is not suitable. A force melon is not sweet. Princess, please choose another good husband. After speaking, Song Yan said to the emperor, I accidentally spilled wine on myself just now. Father, I will go change my clothes first. When Song Yan spoke, he blinked at the emperor several times, and the meaning was self-evident. The emperor was helpless. This silly boy, how could he be so stupid? The emperor nodded slowly. I think Princess Jinling's proposal is very good, but the prince seems a little reluctant. Although I am the emperor, I am also a father, and I don't want to force my own child. Let's do this. Wait a few days and see if I can convince the prince. If the prince agrees, then I will do as Princess Jinling says. Do you think this is okay? Princess Jinling smiled and said, Of course, then it's settled. Please comfort the prince more, and don't let Jinling down. The emperor nodded, and the marriage was considered over. Jinling sat back in her seat and glanced at Song Jingyan. Seeing that he was only focused on feeding the child, she gritted her teeth, and the fire of jealousy in her heart burned fiercely. She raised her head and took a sip of strong liquor, and her heart felt even more burning. She could only get up and quietly retreat to an open place outside to get some fresh air. Song Jingyan just kept taking care of the child and hardly spoke. It was not until Situ Xuanqi spoke that his eyes fell on Situ Xuanqi. Although he looked like a child, Situ Xuanqi's aura and temperament that could not be ignored still attracted many people's attention. Today, Situ Xuanqi is already a veritable state teacher of Yan State. It was unprecedented to have such a young state teacher. Everyone in the hall looked at him curiously. Situ Xuanqi also expressed Yan State's intention to have friendly exchanges with Xia State. The emperor had received these things before. He was very happy about Yan State's goodwill. He also understood that this was probably the credit of Mu Yun and Song Jingyan. The emperor also had his own ideas about Yan State. The place was too remote, and the temperature was too cold. Even if it was attacked, it would not have much effect, and it was difficult to govern. Therefore, he never thought of being an enemy of Yan State. Yan State never had any ideas about Xia State. They did not have the strength at present. After all, the supplies there were too scarce, and they could not afford to support many soldiers. State affairs were being discussed in the hall, and many people quietly withdrew during the banquet. Today's palace banquet was the first time that the prince of the Yongyi Marquis appeared openly. Lin Chenxiu sat at a seat, and next to him was the seat of his wife Mu Xiner. But at this time, that seat was empty. Lin Chenxiu didn't care until a maid came to him and whispered something in his ear. His face immediately became gloomy, and he had his wheelchair pushed, and he also left the hall. Moe, who was standing behind Song Jingyan, saw this and smiled. It was a pity that the princess didn't see this drama today. After Lin Chenxiu left the hall, he let the servants push him and followed the maid in front. The wheels of the wheelchair turned faster and faster, and at this time in the side hall for people to rest, Mu Xiner and Qi Yunfan were tearing each other's clothes. The scene was so exciting. The two seemed to be addicted to stealing, and now they are more and more indifferent to the occasion. The stimulating feeling made the senses of the two more sensitive and more addicted. Neither of them dared to make too much noise, but occasionally they could not help but let out a sound. The maid walked slowly to the door of the room, and Lin Chenxiu's wheelchair stopped.
Ah!
His face was very cold, and his eyes were dark, as if they were about to freeze. "Prince, do you want me to knock on the door?" The maid bent down and asked in a low voice. Lin Chenxiu raised his hand to signal her not to do so, and the maid stood quietly aside. There was more and more noise inside, and it could be felt that both of them were trying to control it, but there were still occasional noises. Qi Yunfan said in a smug tone, Master Lin can't give you this feeling, right? Promise me that you can only be mine. Don't touch him, okay? The man's voice was coaxing, with heavy breathing. Mu Xiner's charming voice also rang out. Well, Xiner is only yours. Then there was another noise. Lin Chenxiu held the wheelchair with his hands tightly, his veins bulging. Those clear blood vessels seemed to be about to burst at any time, showing the anger in his heart at the moment. I don't know how long it took, but the noise inside finally stopped. After a moment, the door opened, and the first person to come out was Qi Yunfan. Qi Yunfan was almost frightened to death when he suddenly saw Lin Chenxiu. He staggered, his body tilted, and he almost fell. Fortunately, he grabbed the door frame in time and managed to stabilize his body. Mu Xiner, who was standing behind, couldn't see outside the door. She could only see Qi Yunfan holding onto the door frame unsteadily. She was confused but didn't dare to ask, fearing that someone would hear the noise. Qi Yunfan quickly steadied himself and swallowed nervously and fearfully. Lin Chenchu's gloomy look and dark eyes were really scary. Lin, young Master Lin, why are you here? Qi Yunfan's words immediately scared Mu Xiner inside. She ran out in a hurry and saw Lin Chenchu sitting in a wheelchair at the door. He had a blank expression on his face and stared at her coldly. Mu Xiner's legs went weak instantly, and she fell down. She looked out the door in disbelief. She thought of thousands of explanations in her mind, but each one was weak. Prince. Mu Xiner spoke with a trembling voice. She didn't know when Lin Chenchu was outside the door. When she thought that he had been outside for a long time, she felt as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. She felt cold all over and couldn't help shivering. Qi Yunfan wanted to say something, but when he met Lin Chenchu's eyes, his courage suddenly extinguished, and he could only say timidly, "Prince, I'll go first." He raised his foot to try to leave, and when no one stopped him, he flashed a glimmer of joy in his heart. When his footsteps passed Lin Chenchu, he hurriedly quickened his pace, as if there was a vicious dog chasing him behind him, and he ran very fast and disappeared in just a moment. Mu Xiner was stunned for a moment, and she couldn't believe that Qi Yunfan just ran away like this without caring about her at all. Mu Xiner felt chilled, and she didn't dare to face Lin Chenchu, and she didn't dare to imagine what her fate would be like. "Ruhua, help the young lady up, let's go home first." Lin Chenchu's tone was indifferent, and his emotions were extremely calm. He didn't look angry at all, but this made everyone nervous, feeling that this was just the calm before the storm. Mu Xiner's legs were so weak that she couldn't even walk. The maid Ruhua supported her. Lin Chenchu glanced at her indifferently and said coldly, "The young master of the Qi family is so powerful that you can't even walk." Mu Xiner's body froze, and she felt extremely ashamed. When she met Lin Chenchu's gloomy eyes, she subconsciously shrank and forced a smile. "Husband, did you misunderstand something?" Lin Chenchu took Mu Xiner away. They left quietly, and when the Marquis wife found out, she was still confused. The banquet in the palace was still going on, and in the Marquis's mansion. After returning to the mansion, Lin Chenchu sent all the servants in the yard out. Only he and Mu Xiner were left in the house. Mu Xiner smiled and approached him, saying flatteringly, "Husband, listen to my explanation. Qi Yunfan asked me out today just to ask me to borrow the power of the Marquis mansion to help him. I didn't agree. I have nothing to do with him. I told him that I only have you in my heart and asked him not to look for me again in the future. Husband, do you believe me?" Mu Xiner stared at Lin Chenchu's face, wanting to see his smile and the love in his eyes. But no, Lin Chenchu still had that expressionless look, staring at her closely. "Husband." Mu Xiner's tone was gentle and flattering, and she wanted to lean her head on his legs.
Pa.
A slap came unexpectedly, and Mu Xiner felt a burning pain on her face. She lowered her head, and a trace of hatred flashed in her eyes, which quickly dissipated. She raised her head and looked at him pitifully, her eyes full of weakness. Husband, have you misunderstood? There is really nothing between him and me. Can you believe me?" Mu Xiner was still making a dying struggle, always holding a glimmer of hope in her heart. Lin Chenchu shook his hand, and the pain in his palm dissipated a little. He looked down at Mu Xiner. On that delicate face, there were 5 obvious slap marks. Her watery eyes looked at Lin Chenchu with hope and expectation. One side of her was swollen, but the other side was intact. Lin Chenchu reached out, touched the delicate half of her face, and kneaded it gently. "Such good skin, such a beautiful face. It's a pity that you will never see it again." His words made Mu Xiner's face pale instantly, and fear rose in her eyes. "Husband, you don't believe me?" Lin Chenchu narrowed his eyes and stared at her. "Believe you? Mu Xiner, in your eyes, am I so gullible?" Mu Xiner shook her head repeatedly. "No, that's not what I mean. Husband, I married you under such great pressure. In order to be with you, I did not hesitate to design a marriage exchange, ruined your marriage with my sister, and caused my mother to blame me for a long time. All this is to marry you. All because I love you. I have done this. Do you also doubt my sincerity to you? Lin Chenxiu's eyes relaxed for a moment, but when she thought of what she and Qi Yunfan said in the room, that little bit of relaxation immediately disappeared and turned into more hatred. Mu Xiner, are you really willing to marry me? Or even planned it yourself? Are you sure? Mu Xiner nodded repeatedly. Of course, husband, you believe me. My feelings for you are known to the world. Lin Chenxiu stared into her eyes, as if examining her. You have to think it over before you speak. If I find out that you have lied to me, the consequences, believe me, you can't afford it. So, I tell you very seriously, think it over. Then you speak. Lin Chenxiu's expression was very serious, and his sharp black eyes seemed to see through her. Mu Xiner felt panic inexplicably. She subconsciously wanted to explain, but Lin Chenxiu suddenly went crazy. With a pop, Mu Xiner's intact face immediately swelled up, and even a trace of blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. Lin Chenxiu's face became distorted, and his eyes were fierce and gloomy, which dared to lie to me. He gritted his teeth and spoke. Hatred filled his eyes, like a beast that was about to get angry at any time, making people tremble. He did not miss the panic that flashed in Mu Xiner's eyes just now. I will ask someone to investigate the matter of our marriage. I will come to see you again when the results come out. After saying that, Lin Chenxiu turned the wheelchair and left. His calm voice sounded outside the door, and he ordered the servants, watch the doors and windows tightly. Don't let the young ladies step out of this threshold. Yes, Prince. Lin Chenxiu was still restraining himself, hoping that the results of the investigation were really as she said, then perhaps he could still forgive her behavior today. The matter of the Marquis's mansion was soon reported to MOE. At this time, the banquet in the palace was still going on. The emperor accompanied him to enjoy the singing and dancing for a long time, and also talked a lot with the envoys of the two countries. Then he left, leaving only the queen to preside over the overall situation. In addition to singing and dancing, the banquet was also about the fun of the young ladies performing. Song Jingmian felt bored and wanted to leave, but several children went out to play and seemed to be in high spirits, so he didn't spoil the fun. Situ Xuanqi came over and sat next to Song Jingmian. A teenager, sitting with Song Jingmian, was not much inferior in temperament, which attracted the attention of others. Your Highness Prince Ping, long time no see. Situ Xuanqi spoke. His voice was still a little childish, and a faint smile hung on his face. Song Jingmian raised the wine glass in front of him, took a sip, and then said lightly, We meet again. You are already a veritable national teacher. Shouldn't I say congratulations to you? Situ Xuanqi could feel Song Jingmian's indifference. He knew that Song Jingmian blamed him for looking for Yueya. It was indeed his fault. Situ Xuanqi apologized seriously. Your Highness, Prince Ping, I was wrong about Yueya. I apologize to you.
I'm sorry.
Song Jingmian snorted coldly and said in a somewhat sarcastic tone, I don't accept the apology of Situ Guesher. If you have nothing to do, don't bother me. Seeing that he was always so indifferent, Situ Xuanqi felt helpless in his heart. He moved closer to Song Jingmian and whispered, My master is here too. He is very concerned about Yueya. Song Jingmian was surprised. Situ he was here too? He looked towards the Yen state delegation but could not find Situ he. Situ Xuanqi said hurriedly, My master is outside the palace. He came to see Yueya on purpose. Song Jingmian nodded, Okay, I understand. Situ Xuanqi wanted to say something else, but seeing that he didn't want to pay attention, he simply didn't say anything and went back to his seat silently. He didn't get up until he saw Song Jingmian leave, and then he went out and looked in the direction Yueya and the others had just gone. At this time, many half-grown children gathered in the yard outside, playing the game of pitching pots, which is a game that is set up at almost every banquet. Yuanbao and Yueya have played it before, and their skills are not bad. At this time, they're competing with several children. Yuanbao and Muyang threw every arrow into the palace, which made several children next to them very dissatisfied. What's so great about this? If you have the ability, stand farther away, 20 meters away, so that if you can still get in, it will be considered really amazing. The boy who spoke, about 12 or 13 years old, was the youngest third prince in the palace, and his biological mother was concubine Xian. Because of his young age, the emperor doted on him, which led to his willful character. Yuanbao said lightly, "I didn't say I was good, and I don't have to stand 20 meters away to throw to prove that I am good." After Yuanbao threw, he put down the arrow and wanted to play with other things. But the third prince stopped him and said with an unhappy face, "No, you didn't say you were good, but everyone said you were good. You must prove it. You must stand 20 meters away to throw." Yuanbao didn't want to pay attention to this unreasonable child. He frowned and said impatiently, "If I don't prove it, what do you want?" It was the first time that the third prince saw someone who didn't listen to him so much. He was very dissatisfied and roared angrily, "If you don't listen, I will let people beat you until you listen." The children behind the third prince also followed suit, with an arrogant look. Everyone whispered, but no one stopped him. Yuanbao said expressionlessly, "Why don't you try it?" Seeing that he was so stubborn, the third prince felt very embarrassed. In the past, who dared not to listen to him? The nanny said that he was a prince, the most honorable person, and he could hit or scold anyone he wanted, and no one could refute him. Now a little brat actually dared to refute him, which made him very angry, and he raised his hand to grab Yuanbao. Yuanbao leaned to avoid it, and the third prince lost his balance and fell to the ground. The eunuchs who were serving hurriedly helped the third prince up, and then shouted at Yuanbao, "Where did these kids come from? How dare you touch our third prince? Come on, catch these kids and ask who their parents are, and let the virtuous concubine decide." Immediately, several little eunuchs surrounded him, and the third prince said angrily, "Don't move. I'll do it myself." This was the first time that the third prince had suffered such an injustice since he was a child. He attacked Yuanbao again. Yuanbao did not dodge this time, but grabbed his wrist and then threw it away fiercely. "If no one offends me, I will not offend anyone. If someone offends me, I will definitely retaliate. If you do it again, I will not be polite." Yuanbao's voice was cold, and his unhappy look was exactly the same as Song Jingnian. Everyone felt that they were very similar. The third prince was thrown to the ground, and he felt even more humiliated. The whispers of the crowd and the frequent looks made him feel very embarrassed, and his face turned red with shame. "Come on, take this man down for this prince." He could only give orders in the end, knowing that he couldn't catch him by himself. He couldn't even catch a little kid, which made him feel even more uncomfortable and ashamed. Situ Xuanqi looked at this farce and was about to stop it, but he heard the eunuch report, "The virtuous concubine is here." Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw a woman in a water-red palace dress slowly walking over. "Mother, this man hit me. My feet hurt so much. I can't even walk." The third prince threw himself into his mother's arms and complained. Concubine Xian looked at Yuanbao. A cold look flashed across her eyes, and then she smiled and said, "This is the child of His Royal Highness Prince Ping, Yuanbao, right?" Yuanbao had no expression on his face and did not answer her. The virtuous concubine smiled and said, "My son, this child is still your nephew. He is the child of your eldest cousin. You are also an elder, so don't bother with the younger generation." The third prince threw a tantrum. No, mother, he hit me. I want him to pay it back. I want him to pay the price." The virtuous concubine had no choice but to bend down to coax her son, but when no one was paying attention, she whispered in his ear, "Whoever bullies you, you should bully him back. Remember, you have to pay it back yourself. In front of outsiders, mother can't openly help you." Hearing this, the third prince's eyes lit up, and then he roared, "I don't want it. I want him to pay the price." As he said that, he turned around and rushed towards Yuanbao quickly. Yuanbao reacted quickly and hurriedly got out of the way. The third prince fell out again. His palm rubbed on the ground, scratched his skin, and it hurt like a fire. Seeing this, the virtuous concubine flashed a trace of hatred in her eyes. This kid was so difficult to deal with. The third prince did not cry or complain this time. He was much bigger than Yuanbao, and he didn't believe that he couldn't beat this little brat. He got up and attacked Yuanbao again. Yuanbao had learned martial arts, and the third prince's attack did not pose much threat to him. Seeing that concubine Xian did not care, Yuanbao did not show any mercy. He stopped dodging and launched an attack. After a few hits, the third prince was kicked twice and punched twice in the abdomen, which made concubine Xian's eyes blaze with anger. Her hands holding the handkerchief dug into her flesh, unable to conceal her inner anger. The more the third prince was beaten, the angrier he became. The angrier he became, the more nonsensical his attacks became. He had lost his mind and wrestled with Yuanbao. After all, he had the advantage of height. When he went crazy, Yuanbao was also entangled. Soon Yuanbao also had bruises on his face. The two men fought fiercely, but it was the third prince who suffered more. Yueya felt a little sorry for her brother, but after looking around, she didn't know how to help. Yuanbao would show no mercy now. He would attack the more vulnerable parts of the human body with all his might. It was like he was the one causing trouble. Daddy said that no matter who bullied him, he could bully back. Yuanbao remembered it very well, so he didn't care. He was just using his hands and feet, so it wouldn't cause any harm, it just hurt a little. Soon the three emperors were beaten black and blue. Concubine Xian couldn't stand it anymore and called for them to stop. Okay, come on, pull them apart. This is disgraceful. Concubine Xian looked very unhappy. Yuanbao was obviously only a 4-year-old child, so short and chubby. In comparison, it was obvious that her son would win, but he ended up like this. This made her very angry. When the eunuch went to separate the two people, he received the gaze of concubine Xian and started to attack Yuanbao while pulling them together. Seeing this, Mu Yang, Yueya, and Hu Tianxi immediately rushed up and attacked the eunuchs. The scene suddenly became chaotic. Just as Moe and the others were about to come forward, they heard the queen coming. The queen is here. Following behind the queen was Su Qingyuan. It was she who informed the queen, which made her come over. At this moment, several eunuchs knelt down, lowered their heads and laid on the ground. At this moment, several eunuchs knelt down, lowered their heads and laid on the ground, feeling extremely nervous. When the queen saw Yuanbao's injured face, she was shocked. Yuanbao, how did this happen? Who hit you? Yuanbao saluted the queen and said, Queen, he hit me first, so I hit him. The queen looked in the direction Yuanbao pointed. When she saw the more tragic appearance of the third prince, she wanted to laugh, but she stopped immediately. She frowned and asked what was going on. Concubine Xian spoke first. Although she blamed her son, everyone could hear. After listening, the queen did not make a judgment for them. She just said, okay, I know everything. It's about the prince, so let your majesty make the decision. I can do it, but I'm afraid you, concubine Xian, will not accept it. Concubine Xian said hypocritically, how could it be, queen? You are the master of the central palace, and I have to obey whatever you say. The queen sneered in her heart and was too lazy to pay attention to her. Concubine Xian relied on the emperor's favor, her youth and beauty, and the birth of another prince. In recent years, she has become more and more arrogant.
I just don't know if she can continue to laugh this time.
The queen asked someone to invite the emperor to come. The emperor had heard about what happened on the way here, and Song Jing also received the news and rushed over. The emperor had just arrived when Song Jingnian came. The queen briefly told the emperor what happened, and concubine Xian also spoke quickly. Although she apologized for her son, she blamed Yuanbao in her words. Your Majesty, Chen'er only looked seriously injured, but it should be nothing serious. The prince is young, so the force of hitting people must be much lighter. After all, Chen'er is so old, he knows to give in to the younger one, so he didn't dare to do it. In fact, no one can be blamed for this matter. Your Majesty, please don't blame the young prince. Concubine Xian was very confident in her favor. She was the youngest and most beautiful concubine in the palace, unlike others who are old and ugly. The emperor has been very good to her in the past few years, which makes her feel that the emperor's affection for her is deep, which is incomparable to others. The emperor had a gloomy face and ignored concubine Xian, but waved to Yuanbao in a gentle tone. Yuanbao, come here, uncle, take a look at your injury. Hearing this, Yuanbao walked over obediently. Concubine Xian's eyes were full of surprise. The emperor didn't care about his own son, but cared about an outsider? This made her very confused. When everyone heard the emperor's self-proclaimed name, they also understood that the two children of Prince Ping's family had a high status in the emperor's heart. She thought that as a parent, the emperor would first protect his own children. The emperor's behavior was beyond her expectations. The emperor looked at Yuanbao's cute face, which was a little purple, and reached out to touch it helplessly. Let the imperial doctor take a look at you later. Does it hurt? Yuanbao shook his head. Feeling the emperor's concern, Yuanbao's heart was slightly warm, and there was a smile in his eyes. Uncle, I'm fine, just a little injury, but I didn't take the initiative to hit people. He insisted on pestering me, but I did hit it a little hard. Uncle, did I do anything wrong? Yuanbao blinked his innocent big eyes and looked at the emperor expectantly. The third prince was pinched lightly by concubine Xian, and when he received the eyes of his mother, he immediately cried out.
Ouch!
Father, it hurts so much. Look at the wounds on my body. It hurts so much. I saw that he was young, so I let him go, but he hit me with all his strength. Father, you have to take care of me. The third prince, a half-grown boy, walked towards the emperor crying, trying to hold the emperor's sleeve to gain sympathy. The emperor frowned and slightly moved away. The third prince rushed too hard, and after the emperor moved away, he fell to the ground. The virtuous concubine looked at this scene and frowned deeply. She was unwilling to believe that the emperor would treat his son like this. The third prince was also confused. Looking back at his father's face, he couldn't help but feel a little scared. The emperor frowned and said impatiently, "Look at yourself. You are 12 years old, but you actually fought with a 4-year-old child. You still have the nerve to say that you gave in when you lost. Do you think I am easy to fool? You just talk nonsense. What's more, you have the nerve to cry and complain." Yuanbao was 4 years old, but he didn't cry and complain. How can you be ashamed? The emperor was very angry, and his eyes were full of disgust. He didn't know how his son became like this. Fortunately, he was still young and could correct himself. Thinking of this, the emperor said, "From today on, the third prince will be raised by the queen. He is a half-grown boy, but he still cries like a 3-year-old child. It's really shameful." When concubine Xian heard this, she felt like the sky was falling. How could her son be handed over to the queen to raise? Isn't this tearing her heart out? She said anxiously, "Your Majesty, no, this cannot be done. Chun'er is my life. I carried him for 10 months before giving birth. You cannot give him to others. You cannot do this to me." The emperor had been thinking about this for a long time. Today was just the right opportunity. He ignored the crying and pleading of concubine Xian and said to the queen, "Queen, you will have to take more care in the future. As a son of the royal family, you don't have to be talented and good at both civil and military affairs, but at least you have to be an upright and responsible son, not like now. You are half a grown man, but you can only cry and complain. How shameful." Although the queen was reluctant to accept this task, she would never refuse the emperor, so she nodded in agreement. "Yes, Your Majesty, I will do my best." The emperor nodded with satisfaction. He only had 3 princes, but except for the crown prince born by the queen, the other 2 were both idiots. Not to mention the eldest prince, he had heard about his deeds many times. The younger one now looked just like the older one. If he continued to be indulged, he would only be a waste. Thinking of this, the emperor looked at the queen with a softer look. His queen was sensible, and the children she educated were outstanding. It was self-evident that the concubine Xian couldn't believe that the son she had raised for more than 10 years was suddenly going to be snatched away by someone. She stared at the queen with wide eyes. "Your Majesty, I know it was Chun'er's fault today. I beg Your Majesty to punish him well, but please don't take Chun'er away from me. Without Chun'er, I will die. Woo Your Majesty, please." Concubine Xian knelt at the emperor's feet and begged bitterly. At this time, she was not pretending, but was really sad. The emperor helped her up. His eyes were not as cold as before, but the words he said made concubine Xian feel cold. I did this for the good of the child. You indulged him too much. This is not a good thing for him. Following the queen, he can become more talented. Believe in my decision. Okay, let's not talk about this. It's settled. Third brother, you are so old, and you still fight with Yuanbao, and you are not ashamed. Now apologize to Yuanbao, and then move to your mother's palace from now on. Your mother will decide everything for you in the future. You are not allowed to see your mother again within 3 months. Concubine Xian was immediately disheartened and fell to the ground in despair. The third prince was even more frightened. He just looked at his father's face and dared not beg for mercy, let alone cry. If he cried, his father would dislike him even more. This was the truth he only understood now. The third prince apologized obediently, but his eyes were full of resentment when he stared at Yuanbao. However, he was smart and hid the resentment quickly and dared not show it again. A farce ended like this. Song Jingmian came over and looked at the wound on his son's face, with a dark color in his eyes. It was the first time that his son was injured like this. Yuanbao smiled at his father and comforted him. Father, I'm fine. You don't have to worry. In the palace, Yuanbao still followed the rules and called his father. Song Jingmian touched his little face with heartache and said gently, Come on, Daddy will take you to apply medicine. As he said that, Song Jingmian picked up his son and walked away holding Yueya in one hand. Mu Yang and Hu Tianxi hurriedly followed. Situ Xuanqi, who was behind, still couldn't talk to Yueya, so he could only turn around and leave, and simply left the palace. After Yuanbao was given medicine, Song Jingmian took the children home. The princess did not go to the banquet today and waited for the children to come back at home. Seeing Yuanbao's bruised face, she was immediately scared. What's the matter? What happened to Yuanbao? Who did it? The princess was very panicked and hurriedly ran towards Yuanbao, looking at his little face with heartache, not daring to touch it for fear of hurting him. Yuanbao hurriedly comforted Grandma. It's okay. It's just a little skin injury. It doesn't hurt at all, don't worry. The princess scolded Song Jingmian, questioning why he didn't protect the child well, and also questioned why Moe and others didn't protect the child well. Moe and the others were helpless. They listened to Song Jingmian's words, saying that as long as there was no great danger, they should not show up. The child could not be kept in a greenhouse forever. They should let them solve the problems they could solve by themselves. If they could not solve the problems, they would come forward. After hearing these remarks, the princess was also helpless and hurriedly asked them to leave. She did not want to see them. Song Jingmian was also driven away. The princess herself called the imperial physician and checked Yuanbao again. Finally, she was relieved. Near dusk, the door of the palace was knocked. The visitors were Situ Xuanqi and Situ He in disguise. Song Jingmian led Yueya to the hall. As Yueya came in, Situ He's indifferent eyes instantly became warm and loving. Yueya, come here and see Grandpa. Hearing the familiar voice, Yueya was surprised.
Grandpa?
Why are you here? Yueya ran over and threw herself into Situ He's arms in surprise. Situ He smiled and caught her, and said in an unconsciously doting tone, Grandpa promised to come and see you. So I came. Yueya looked at Grandpa and found that his hair was whiter, which made her frown slightly. Grandpa, why is your hair so white? I have read a lot of medical books recently, and there are ways to turn white hair black. Wait for me to find some medicinal materials and make a dye to dye your hair black. Situ He smiled. No, Grandpa is old, and it is normal to have white hair when you are old. Yueya doesn't have to worry. Situ Xuanqi looked at the smile on his master's face and felt relieved. He didn't know what magic this little girl had that made the master care about her so much. Situ Xuanqi was a little jealous. Song Jingmian invited Situ He to stay in the palace, and Situ He didn't hesitate to agree directly. After chatting for a while, Yueya took Situ He to see her yard. Situ Xuanqi was about to follow, but was stopped by Song Jingmian. Shouldn't Master Situ go back to the post station to rest? It's getting dark. Situ Xuanqi said hurriedly. Didn't the prince just invite us to stay at the palace? I won't go back today.
Sorry to bother you.
Situ Xuanqi finally looked like a young man when he smiled at this moment. His smile was clean and clear, with a full sense of youth. Song Jingyan looked at his perfect face and always felt that he was a little too good-looking, especially his eyes, which were as bright as stars. When he smiled, people would unconsciously have a good impression of him. He was unhappy and said lightly, I only kept Mr. Situ, but not you. The master is really ignorant and insisted that I personally say the words to drive people away. Situ Xuanqi was helpless. He didn't expect that he would actually drive people away and didn't give him face at all. Okay, then I will come to see Yueya tomorrow. I have prepared a lot of gifts for her. I hope she will be happy. Situ Xuanqi really wanted to apologize, but he didn't dare to tell Yueya directly, for fear that she would blame him like Song Jingyan. Song Jingyan said calmly, the princess of Prince Ping's mansion has no shortage of gifts. It's better not to send Situ Guisher's gift. If you send it, it will probably just be piled up in the storeroom of this palace and gather dust. Situ Xuanqi heard this. A hint of disappointment flashed in his eyes, but he still smiled and said, It doesn't matter. Whether the crescent moon is missing or not, the gift I sent is my heartfelt gift. Situ Xuanqi knew that he was not welcome, so he left quickly. Situ stayed in the palace. When the princess learned that he was the savior of the crescent moon, she treated him with great courtesy and politeness. The next day, Song Jingyan received a letter from Mu Yun, saying that he would be back in 5 days, which made him feel much better these days. The people of the Jin Kingdom were in the capital, and the security was much stricter than usual. Song Jingyan had been responsible for monitoring the people of the Jin Kingdom these days. On this day, Mo Shi came to report that he had found Princess Jin Ling secretly going out alone. Song Jingyan asked someone to watch and rushed over quickly. Jin Ling had been very unhappy these past few days. The security in the capital was too strict, making it very inconvenient for her to move around. Today, she really couldn't hold it in any longer, so she changed her clothes and went out in disguise. However, she didn't know that she was still being followed. Jin Ling entered a brothel called Huanxi Pavilion in disguise. She glanced around to make sure no one noticed her before going upstairs. Song Jingyan arrived outside the Happy Pavilion. After knowing what this place was, he hesitated whether to go in. My lord, why don't you leave? Mo Shi looked at him puzzledly and asked. Song Jingyan thought of Mu Yun's possessiveness, and a helpless smile flashed in his eyes. He said to Mo Shi, The princess forbids me to go to such a place. You go in and watch. Report any situation at any time.
Ah?
Mo Shi looked at his own prince in surprise, and he couldn't believe that these words came from his mouth. Seeing that he didn't move and looked dazed, Song Jingyan frowned and said, What? Go to work quickly. What are you doing? Mo Shi nodded hurriedly and ran in helplessly. In the Happy Pavilion, Jin Ling finally saw her subordinates. She issued orders to her subordinates to take the lives of Princess Ping and the lives of the 2 children. Since Song Jingyan had betrayed her, there was no need to leave a descendant. Only by making him have no children and grandchildren can she relieve her anger. In addition, find me 2 medicines. Mo Shi listened to Princess Jin Ling's words with disdain in his eyes. This princess is really looking for death. After Jin Ling gave the order, she called another man, and then there was a shameful sound in the house.
Montag Xi, was stund?
He didn't want to listen anymore, but he was afraid of missing out on any useful information, so he was so stifled that his whole body turned red. An unknown amount of time had passed, but when the conversation in the room was over, Mo Shi was almost cooked, his whole body was steaming, his heart was pounding as he followed Princess Jin Ling out of the joyful pavilion. Song Jingyan had been waiting outside, and when Princess Jin Ling came out, he leaned away a little, and then Mo Shi walked towards him. Why did it take so long? What did she do in there?
Song Jingyan asked.
Seeing Mo Shi's whole skin was red, Song Jingyan was a little puzzled. What's wrong with you? Your face and neck are so red. What did you go in for? Song Jingnian's suspicious eyes made Mo Shi panic, and he hurriedly explained, "No, Your Majesty, I didn't do anything. I just eavesdropped on what Princess Jinling said to others." Mo Shi hurriedly said seriously, "Your Majesty, the poisoning in the inn last time was done by Princess Jinling. I heard it. She wanted to kill the prince, the princess, and the princess. She failed last time, and this time she gave the order again. It's just that the people who received the order have not been found out yet. 12 will go there to see if we can find out who they are. The identity of the person does not seem to be a Jin citizen." Song Jingnian nodded, looking at the redness on his face that had not yet faded, and continued to ask, "Anything else?" Mo Shi blushed and said, "These are the useful information." She also asked for 2 medicines. One is the love medicine, which should be given to you. The other one is called love. I don't know the effect of this medicine. After that, she called a man, and then the 2 of them did that. I was afraid of missing some useful information, so I kept listening. As a result, she didn't say anything else. The man should just be for her entertainment. After the entertainment, she left. After Mo Shi finished speaking, her face became even redder. Song Jingnian glanced at him helplessly. "You are a dignified Xuanjiao army. Look at yourself. You are so useless." As soon as Song Jingnian returned home, Song Yian rushed over in a hurry. "Cousin, you're back. Please save me. Father actually wants me to marry that Princess Jinling. How can I marry her? She is your enemy who caused you to have no descendants. I hate her so much. How can I marry her? Cousin, do you think father is getting old and confused?" Only Song Yian dared to say this. Song Jingnian strode towards the inner room and said calmly, "Don't worry. The emperor will not let you marry Jinling. Why are you in such a hurry?" Song Yian was helpless. It was true that the emperor was not in a hurry, but the eunuch was. He hurriedly said, "It's Princess Jinling. She said she wanted to cultivate feelings with me, and then my father asked me to organize an autumn outing and invite young masters and young ladies from various families. He also said that he wanted to get to know Princess Jinling better. I don't know how my father said that. Cousin, you have to save me. I hate that princess so much." Song Jingnian asked, "When?" Song Yian was stunned for a moment, then realized what he was asking, and hurriedly replied, "Tomorrow, the day designated by the princess. She said she has been stuck in the post station for a few days and is very bored, so she asked me to take her to see the customs and culture of our Xia country. Does she have no legs or eyes? She wants me to take her there. Does she think she is that important?" Song Yian was very disdainful, and his disgust for Jinling was written on his face.
"Go."
"I'll go tomorrow too. If you really don't want to marry Jinling, then marry someone else. My uncle told me that it's time for you to get engaged. Even if you don't get married, you can still get engaged first. Didn't you say that day that you have someone you like? Find a chance to tell your uncle and ask him to arrange a marriage for you, so that Princess Jinling won't have any ideas about you." Song Yian was helpless. "Cousin, I lied to my father. I don't have a sweetheart. I just made it up because I didn't want to marry Princess Jinling, who knew that the princess was so shameless. I said I had a sweetheart, but she was still eager to marry." Song Jingnian received an order from the emperor and the queen to take this opportunity to choose a concubine for Song Yian. Otherwise, according to his temperament, I don't know when he will come to his senses. As the crown prince of a country, it's better to get married early. Song Jingnian also agreed to cooperate. But he would respect Song Yian and let him choose someone he likes, so that his life will be better in the future. If you really don't want to get married, then there is only one way: to settle your marriage as soon as possible. Do you really not have anyone you like in your heart? Song Jingnian asked seriously. A green figure flashed through Song Yian's mind, but it was too fast, so fast that he didn't catch it. He shook his head. "No, I don't like anyone. I've been busy with court affairs, so where can I think about these love affairs? Cousin, you want to think of other ways. I don't want to get married so early. Look at you. You got married at such an old age. You are so late. How can you ask me to get married so early? This is not fair." Song Yian chattered non-stop, and at this time, the eldest princess slowly walked in from outside. I couldn't help but say, "You are the prince of a country, unlike your cousin, Honor. How about your aunt find a few for you? Your aunt's vision is not wrong. Much better than your father." Seeing that the eldest princess also came to join in the fun, Song Yian was very helpless. Why was he the only one who was anxious about this matter? They all looked indifferent and even urged him to get married. "Aunt, I really don't want to get married.
Please help me."
"Father will listen to you. Please tell him that I don't want to marry Jinling, nor anyone else. Please, Aunt." Song Yian started to act like a spoiled child, ran over, and shook the princess's sleeve. The princess showed a kind smile on her face, and her tone was reproachful but intimate. "You are so old, but you still act like a spoiled child. Aren't you ashamed?" Song Yian pouted and continued to act like a spoiled child. "No matter how old you are still a good nephew. Aunt, please help me. Can you bear to see me marry such a cruel woman? Maybe I will be poisoned to death by her in the future, and then she can sit on the throne of my great Xia and live a carefree life." Song Yian's unintentional words actually revealed Jinling's true intention. Unfortunately, with Song Jingnian around, all her plans would come to nothing. The princess nodded. "Okay, Aunt will help you, but you have to hurry up and get married. When you find your sweetheart, I will persuade your father not to let you marry Princess Jinling." Song Yian was helpless. Why did he still want him to get married? He shrugged and said helplessly, "Okay, I know. I won't ask you anymore. I'll find a way myself. My nephew will take his leave first." Song Yian bowed with obvious unhappiness, then turned and left. The princess looked at his angry back and smiled helplessly. If he really doesn't have anyone he likes, just wait. He's not very old, and there's still time. Don't push him too hard. The princess understood how painful it was to spend a lifetime with someone you didn't like, so she couldn't bear it. She wanted to see Song Yian be with the woman he liked and love him for a lifetime. Song Jingnian nodded. "Well, I know, Mother, Uncle just wants to try. If he really chooses someone he likes, it's good to settle down early. I know Ian's personality. If he doesn't really like it, no one can force him. Don't worry, Mother." Hearing this, the eldest princess nodded. "Okay. By the way, invite Mr. Situ to have dinner tonight. After all, he is Yueya's benefactor. We should treat him well." Song Jingnian nodded. "Okay." The next morning, Song Jingnian took Yueya to attend the autumn outing organized by the prince. Yuanbao didn't go because of the injury on his face, and Hu Tianxi and Muyang didn't go either. A few days ago, the Prince of Linen came to the door, but Muyang didn't see him, so the Prince of Linen returned empty-handed. These days, he has been asking about Song Jingnian's whereabouts and wanted to see his son, but it's a pity that the people guarding the door of Prince Ping's mansion didn't see Muyang come out these days. Muyang also knew that there were people guarding outside, so he didn't want to go out. Song Jingnian told him that if he didn't want to pay attention, he wouldn't let anyone in. The location of the autumn outing was the Royal Garden in the suburbs of Beijing. The autumn scenery here was very beautiful, with fiery red maple forests and various flowers that only bloom in autumn, blooming on both sides of the road. The scenery here is extremely beautiful and the fragrance of flowers is pleasant. Usually only the concubines of the palace and the princes and princesses are qualified to come here for the autumn outing. The daughters of the noble families who can come today are all dressed up. They cherish such a rare opportunity for the autumn outing. They can see the beautiful scenery of the royal garden, which many people can't even ask for. When Song Jingnian arrived, almost everyone had arrived, and he was the last one to arrive. Today's autumn outing only had young men and women, and there was no older elder. As soon as Princess Jinling arrived, she pestered the prince and asked him to take her out to play. Song Yian was very upset. Due to the friendship between the two countries, he could only treat Princess Jinling with courtesy and could not refuse. "Princess, there is nothing fun in this villa. Princess, you should try more of our daxia delicacies. These delicacies are not available in Jin Kingdom. They are unique to our daxia." Jinling looked at the snacks on the table and smiled. "Your Highness, in Jinling's opinion, these delicacies are far less interesting than playing with you. Are you shy? It doesn't matter. Your Highness, don't be so shy. I am a woman not like you. Are all the men in your daxia so delicate? They are not as free and easy as the women in our Jin kingdom. Song Yan was displeased, and his handsome eyebrows were slightly frowned, but before he could speak, a pretty female voice sounded. The woman who spoke was wearing a green dress and holding a round hydrangea in her hand. It was the daughter of the Qin family in the Shangshu mansion, Qin Suiwan, who Song Yan knew. Qin Suiwan had a round face, big almond eyes, and delicate features. She was cute and beautiful. Her words immediately widened Princess Jin Ling's eyes in anger, and she looked at her angrily and said, "Who are you? You dare to insult my Jin kingdom like this. You are so brave." A dark light flashed in Jin Ling's eyes, and her hand slightly moved back and touched her waist. Qin Suiwan smiled softly, her round eyes suddenly curved into crescents, and her smile was bright and bright. "My name is Qin Suiwan, from the Ministry of Industries Shangshu Mansion, Princess Jin Ling. Are you dissatisfied with what I said?" Qin Suiwan is the youngest junior in the Shangshu Mansion. She is very favored on weekdays, and her personality is also spoiled and willful. She looks cute on the outside, but her temper is very hot. There is nothing she dare not say. Jin Ling suppressed her anger and said coldly, "Miss Qin heard it from others, and you dare to tell me about it. Don't you take me seriously?" Qin Suiwan smiled. "Princess Jin Ling, I didn't hear it from others. The customs of your Jin country are known to everyone. Are you so angry because you feel ashamed? Yes, you should feel ashamed. After all, your Jin country is really too chaotic. But you feel ashamed while doing your own unique behavior. This is not right. Besides, it is said that when in Rome, do as the Romans do. When you come to our great Xia, you should abide by the etiquette and rules of our great Xia." Qin Suiwan's words made everyone look sideways. They couldn't believe that she dared to say that, and they couldn't help but look at her with admiration. Princess Jin Ling glanced around, and seeing the ridicule and mockery in the eyes of these people, she was ashamed and angry. The hand on her waist moved, and she quickly pulled out the whip from her waist and hit Qin Suiwan. The unexpected scene scared everyone. Qin Suiwan didn't expect Jin Ling to attack. She didn't know martial arts and couldn't dodge in time. She could only watch the fiery red whip coming towards her. Just when she thought she was about to be torn apart, she smelled a clear scent on the tip of her nose, and then she was embraced by someone and turned around a few times. It was Song Yan. Qin Suiwan looked up and saw his face, with a flash of surprise in her eyes. Seeing that Song Yan actually saved Qin Suiwan, Princess Jin Ling became even angrier, but she still had some reason. She knew that she couldn't attack Song Yan, so she forced herself to suppress her anger. "Prince, are you going to protect your people and then trample on the dignity of this princess?" Princess Jin Ling's face was very cold, and her eyes were full of anger that was difficult to conceal. After Song Yan held Qin Suiwan firmly, he quickly let her go and adjusted his clothes nervously. Hearing this, he hurriedly said, "Princess Jin Ling, you misunderstood. I just thought that today is a good day, and it is not appropriate to disturb your interest in the autumn outing. If someone gets hurt, the autumn outing will not be able to continue, so I tried to stop it. Princess Jin Ling, please don't misunderstand me." Princess Jin Ling snorted coldly, obviously dissatisfied with Song Yan's words. "If your Highness the Crown Prince does not want to disturb the interest of this princess's autumn outing, then let Miss Qin apologize to this princess. Otherwise your Xia country is despising and looking down on our Jin country. If these two countries live in peace, it seems that you are just talking about it. If the envoys of other countries see it, I don't know what they will think of your Xia country." Song Yan looked at Situ Xuanqi of Yen State with some worry. But Situ Xuanqi said calmly, "Actually, what Miss Qin said is right. There is indeed such a thing in the kingdom of Jin. I think there is no need to apologize. After all, Miss Qin did not say anything wrong. Since she did not say anything wrong, why should she apologize?" Qin Suiwan's eyes lit up when she heard this, and she looked at Situ Xuanqi happily. She did not expect him to say this. Yes, what the young master said is right. I did not say anything wrong. Why should I apologize? On the day of the palace banquet, Qin Suiwan was unable to attend because she caught a cold, so she did not know Situ Xuanqi. Seeing him wearing clothes from another country, she knew that he was from another country, but she did not know his specific identity. Song Yan looked at her helplessly, then said, "Miss Qin, this is the state master of Yen, Situ Xuanqi, not some young master." Hearing this, Qin Suiwan was surprised. State master? The state master of Yen is so young? Song Yan frowned and said hurriedly, "Although State Master Situ is young, he is very capable." It is normal for Miss Qin to be surprised. Qin Suiwan nodded repeatedly, "Yes, yes." It's so surprising. Princess Jinling, who was ignored, felt that her anger was about to burst out. She tightly grasped the whip and cursed these people in her heart several times. She was already imagining how to deal with these people after conquering Xia Kingdom in the future. "Enough. Your Highness, do you want Qin Suiwan to apologize to this princess? If she doesn't want to apologize, then this princess will go back to Jin Kingdom now and tell my father how your Xia Kingdom insulted this princess. Let the whole world see how the so-called country of etiquette treats guests." Song Yan hurriedly said, "Princess Jinling, I can't give an order to apologize. After all, it's hard to tell whether this matter is right or wrong. How about this? I apologize on behalf of Miss Qin, and Princess Jinling will be able to calm down." After all, it was a critical time for the two countries to visit. Song Yan thought that it would be better not to cause more trouble, so he decided to apologize himself. Qin Suiwan said, "Your Highness, you didn't say anything. What's there to apologize for? If Princess Jinling wants to hear someone apologize, I can say it, but the facts are facts. You can't use power to force people to apologize, and you can't cover up the facts. Justice is in the hearts of the people. I apologize."
Princess Jinling, I'm sorry.
Qin Suiwan said loudly, and everyone heard it. Song Yan reached out again to pull Qin Suiwan in, hugging her to avoid the whip. Song Jingyan also appeared at this time. He said to Jinling in a cold voice, "Princess Jinling, this is my great Xia, not your Jin Kingdom. It's not appropriate for you to do this." Princess Jinling said angrily, "Is it okay for you Xia Kingdom to bully me like this?" Song Jingyan said, "Everything should be based on reason. If the princess is right or innocent, then I will naturally ask her to apologize. But if the princess herself is unreasonable, then I can't force her to apologize. I hope Princess Jinling will be more reasonable when she is in my Xia Kingdom. This will be good for everyone." Jinling has never felt as humiliated as she is now. Suffering such grievances, she clenched her fists and looked at these Xia people coldly, with hatred in her heart. At this time, the eldest Prince Jin came. He was still dressed in black, and his face was a little pale. "Your Highness, Prince, my little sister is used to being willful at home. Please don't bother with her. This matter has passed. Whether it is right or wrong, let's continue the autumn outing." Princess Jinling snorted coldly and said nothing. Song Yan didn't want to make things worse, so he said, "Okay, that's it. Let's continue the autumn outing. Prince, the red maple forest over there is very beautiful. You can take Princess Jinling to have a look." Jin Kan nodded and said to Jinling, "Aling, let's go over there and have a look." Princess Jinling glanced at Jin Kan, and when she remembered her plan, a hint of ruthlessness flashed in her eyes, and then she felt better. "Well, let's go." Song Jingyan said to everyone, "Let's all follow Princess Jinling to enjoy the flowers. Princess Jinling doesn't understand the flowers of our Xia country. You can introduce them to her." Everyone naturally obeyed when King Ping spoke and followed him. Only Jinling glanced at Song Jingyan, her eyes darkened. Everyone followed Princess Jinling to enjoy the flowers. Along the way, the familiar noble ladies all went their own way and chatted. Su Qingyuan was with her cousin, and her eyes would occasionally fall on Song Jingyan. Chu Ziqian had to be on duty for today's autumn outing and was too busy to come, so Su Qingyuan could only come with her cousin. Princess Jinling, who was walking in front, suddenly turned around and pointed at Su Qingyuan and said, "You, come and introduce these flowers to this princess. And you come too." Princess Jinling pointed at Qin Suiwan again. Su Qingyuan was stunned for a moment, then walked over without refutation. Qin Suiwan also did not refute and walked over with a smile. What does Princess Jinling want to know? Let me introduce them to you. There shouldn't be many flowers in your Jin kingdom, right? I heard that you are short of supplies and the weather is very bad, so you Jin people must have never seen so many flowers. Princess, are you amazed when you see them for the first time? Qin Suiwan spoke infuriating words. Princess Jinling sneered, but she was not angry. She just said lightly, Miss Qin, just introduce it well. Whether our Jin kingdom has it or not is none of your business. Qin Suiwan smiled and started to introduce flowers to her. Just after introducing one, Princess Jinling frowned and said, Stop, don't say it anymore. Your voice is very unpleasant. It makes me lose the mood to appreciate the flowers. Let's go archery. Only the women of your Xia kingdom like these things. Princess Jinling looked proud and walked away. Qin Suiwan curled her lips in disdain. Princess Jinling, do you like to play archery? Shangguan Shi ran out and got close to Jinling. Princess Jinling glanced at her and asked, Who are you? Shangguan Shi introduced herself hurriedly. My name is Shangguan Shi, and General Shangguan Heng is my father. Princess Jinling heard her introduction, and a sneer appeared on the corner of her mouth, and she said lightly, Oh. Shangguan Shi felt a little embarrassed when she saw her like that. She looked around uncomfortably and saw that everyone was covering their mouths and laughing. She felt very unhappy. What are you doing here? What this princess likes to play is none of your business. Shangguan Shi smiled and said, I also like to play archery. Why don't we set up a competition? The kind with prizes for winning or losing. Hearing this, Princess Jinling smiled, and her mood improved immediately. Okay. Then let's set up a competition, it will be fun. The noble ladies looked at Shangguan Shi with some dissatisfaction. As ladies from wealthy families, they didn't know how to shoot arrows. What Shangguan Shi proposed was their biggest shortcoming. Shangguan Shi smiled happily. Archery was her strong point. She despised the ancient people who learned poetry, songs, and needlework. In her opinion, it was a unique skill for women to learn archery, which was both cool and beautiful, and one of a kind. Shangguan Shi happily followed and walked towards the archery range. The other noble ladies followed him gloomily. Song Yian and Song Jingyan also went there. Song Jingyan was quite familiar with Jinling's archery skills, and Shangguan Shi was too confident. The group came to the archery range. Each of them chose a bow and arrow that suited them, and decided to start the competition. Jinling stood on the line 20 meters away, confidently and proudly drew her bow and released her arrow. Her movements were smooth, and she hit the bullseye. As soon as she arrived, she showed off her archery skills. Thinking of the surprised looks in everyone's eyes, Princess Jinling couldn't stop smiling. Shangguan Shi smiled and said, Princess, what's the point of 20 meters? Let's compete in 50 meters. As she spoke, Shangguan Shi stood on the 50-meter line, confidently drew her bow, and her movements were also very graceful. Princess Jinling saw her movements and chuckled disdainfully. Is this how you people in Xia shoot arrows? Ha! It's so pretentious. Shangguan Shi paused when she heard this, glanced at Jinling with some displeasure, and then said, Princess, are you worried that I will lose face if I shoot better than you? It's okay. We're just competing for fun. Winning or losing is not important. Jinling sneered and looked at Shangguan Shi as if she was a fool. Okay, Miss Shangguan, please shoot. Let this princess see how powerful the daughter of your military family is. Shangguan Shi smiled confidently, squinted her eyes, aimed at the bullseye, and then shot the arrow out with a whoosh. Everyone looked at the target in the distance. The arrow was just a little bit away from the red bull's eye, almost hitting the bull's eye. 50 meters, it was already very impressive to be able to shoot like this, but Shangguan Shi was a little dissatisfied and frowned slightly. Her results were better before. At a distance of 50 meters, most of the time, she would hit the center of the bull's eye. This time it was a mistake. You didn't perform well today, Shangguan Shi said, with a tone of regret. The other noble ladies praised her. After all, Shangguan Shi was from their Xia country. Compared with Princess Jinling, as long as the Xia country's people won, it would be fine. Listening to everyone's praise, Shangguan Shi was very happy, smiling brightly and confidently, and subconsciously looked at Song Jingnian, but she saw that Song Jingnian didn't look at the side at all, but only talked to Yueya, bending down to teach Yueya archery, and the atmosphere between father and daughter was warm. Shangguan Shi suddenly felt a little disappointed, and her mood was not so high. Princess Jinling looked along her line of sight, and instantly understood, and couldn't help but sneer at the corner of her mouth. That's it? Miss Shangguan's archery skills are just so-so. Princess Jinling said disdainfully, then stood next to Shangguan Shi with a bow and arrow, and also drew a bow and started shooting arrows. Shangguan Shi smiled and said, I wonder how many rings the princess can shoot. We are all looking forward to it. Princess Jinling raised the corner of her mouth and released the arrow confidently. Everyone's eyes followed the flying arrow and looked, and they were surprised to find that the arrow actually shot into the red heart in the middle. Shangguan Shi frowned, a little unbelievable. What kind of princess is this, with such a noble status? Also playing archery? And shooting so well. Shangguan Shi's smile disappeared, and her face looked unhappy. She wanted to be in the limelight, but now Jinling stole the limelight. The noble ladies also lost their smiles. Princess Jinling won, which was not good news for them. Shangguan Shi pulled up a smile and said, Princess Jinling won the 50-meter race, so let's try the 100-meter race. Has Princess Jinling ever tried the 100-meter race? Shangguan Shi thought that since the 100-meter race was so far away, their archery skills were similar, so they could only compete in luck. If they were lucky, they would hit the second and third rings, which was amazing. If they were unlucky, they might even miss the target. Jinling smiled and said, Miss Shangguan wants to compete, so let's compete. Shangguan Shi stood at the 100-meter line first and looked at Jinling's calm and composed look. She suddenly felt a little nervous. Could this princess really be so good at archery? Could she hit the 100-meter race? Thinking of this possibility, Shangguan Shi couldn't accept it in her heart, and hurriedly shook her head to get rid of those absurd thoughts. Princess Jinling looked at her archery posture and continued to smile. In terms of poetry and songs, she could not compare with these noble ladies, but in archery, they were simply humiliating themselves. Thinking that they were having fun now, Jinling did not ask anyone to move and continued to play with them. Shangguan Shi's arrow shot out, and everyone looked at it. The arrow hit the second ring. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the result was not bad. Shangguan Shi also breathed a sigh of relief, and her tense body began to relax. Then she looked at Jinling with a smile and said, Princess, it's your turn. Jinling smiled contemptuously and said lightly, looking at Miss Shangguan's confident look, I thought she was going to hit the bullseye, but I didn't expect it was just the second ring. You dare to be proud of such a result. It's shameful, and you don't know it, Princess Jinling's ridicule made Shangguan Shi's smiling face collapse, and there was unhappiness in her eyes that was difficult to conceal. I'd like to see how good your archery skills are, princess. If you can't hit the bullseye, what's your bet? Jinling smiled and said, My random shots are better than yours. You're only in the second ring. As long as I get into the first ring, I'll beat you. Miss Shangguan, if you lose, you might as well marry my elder brother and be his concubine. Not everyone can be the concubine of the eldest prince of the Jin kingdom. This honor will be given to you by this princess. Shangguan Shi glanced at the sickly eldest prince. When she heard the word concubine, she felt that Jinling was insulting her. She said angrily, What if the princess loses? How about the princess be my elder brother's concubine and don't serve as the crown prince? Shangguan Shi was a little impulsive. Princess Jinling sneered, General Shangguan's mansion, right? You dare to say that you want me to be your concubine. Shangguan Shi also sneered, Princess, are you scared? Don't you dare to gamble? Jinling looked at her with disdain. There is nothing in the world that I dare not do, but this bet must be fulfilled, Miss Shangguan. Why don't we call someone to testify? Shangguan Shi was a little hesitant when she heard this.
Why?
Miss Shangguan is scared? You have so little confidence in yourself.
Huh.
With your courage, you dare to covet Prince Ping. You really don't know how to live or die. Jin Ling's words made everyone look at Shangguan Shi in surprise. She likes Prince Ping? But it's normal to think about it. There are very few women in the capital who don't like King Ping. Even if King Ping died without an heir, there was still no shortage of people who liked him. After all, his charm was there. Shangguan Shi did not feel ashamed by the looks of the crowd and Jin Ling's words. She said openly, I just like His Royal Highness Prince Ping.
So what?
I am a person who dares to do and take responsibility. I like him just because I like him. I am not like some people who dare not admit it. In this era, there is no such thing as a mistress. It is normal for a man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. She openly said that she likes Prince Ping, and no one would say anything. Everyone would just think that she has a free and easy personality. Shangguan Shi's appearance of not being ashamed but proud of it attracted everyone's attention. Some envied her for daring to say it, while others thought she was shameless. Everyone had different opinions. Seeing her like this, Jin Ling sneered, I think it's the women of your Xia country who are shameless, Miss Qin. Don't you think so? Qin Suiwan didn't expect to bring her up again. She looked at Shangguan Shi, then at Jin Ling, and said, Have you strayed off topic? Aren't you talking about the bet for the game? Jin Ling smiled and said, Yes. Thank you, Miss Qin, for reminding me. Miss Shangguan, I agree to your bet. What do you say about my bet? Shangguan Shi gritted her teeth and nodded in agreement. Okay, since you dare to agree, princess, what am I afraid of? As a princess of a country, being the concubine of her eldest brother, in comparison, she is the winner. Seeing Shangguan Shi agree, Princess Jin Ling was very happy in her heart. After all, she was the daughter of the general's mansion, and it was a gift from her, the younger sister, to her eldest brother before his death. Jin Ling smiled and said, Okay, Miss Shangguan is indeed a daughter of a general. She is bold and courageous. Then it's settled. Your Highness the Crown Prince, Your Highness Prince Ping, you two have to be witnesses. I am not cheating, I keep my word, and Miss Shangguan is the same. Song Yan looked at Song Jingnian, asking him what he meant with his eyes. Song Jingnian then looked at Shangguan Shi. Miss Shangguan, are you sure you want to bet? If you don't want to bet, admit defeat and cancel it now. It's not too late. After all, as a citizen of the Xia Kingdom, Song Jingnian didn't want to be played by Jin Ling. This was the first time in a long time that Song Jingnian looked at Shangguan Shi, and it was also the first time he formally spoke to her. Shangguan Shi was very happy, and at this time, she couldn't back down. Otherwise, she was afraid that Song Jingnian would look down on her, and she was also afraid that the attention she had finally won would be gone. If she won, Song Jingnian would definitely look at her with new eyes in the future. Shangguan Shi imagined that after she won, everyone would compliment her and Song Jingnian would favor her, and she couldn't help but have courage and confidence. Jin Ling was afraid that she would regret it, so she was about to speak, but Shangguan Shi nodded heavily. Well, I am sure I want to bet. Your Majesty, don't worry. I still have confidence in myself. Since it is a real competition, let's be more formal and start again. What do you think, Miss Shangguan? Shangguan Shi was naturally looking forward to it. She felt that she didn't perform well in the last shot, and it would be great to be able to do it again. Then Princess Jin Ling, please go first.
Shangguan Shi said.
Jin Ling said lightly, No. Miss Shangguan should go first. Hearing this, Shangguan Shi did not refuse again. This time, she was more confident. Shangguan Shi stood on the line 100 meters away, pulled the bow and arrow, looked serious, and tried to aim at the red heart on the target. Seeing her serious expression, Princess Jin Ling couldn't help but smile. Miss Shangguan, relax a little so that you can shoot better. If you are too tense, you will not shoot well. Shangguan Shi had aimed at first, but was interrupted by Jin Ling's words, and her hand loosened and she didn't aim again. She glanced at Jin Ling unhappily, then held her breath, concentrating on aiming without being disturbed by the outside world. But the arrow took a long time to shoot out. Jin Ling saw beads of sweat on her forehead and couldn't help but sneer. Being my royal brother's concubine is also an honor for you. Are you so afraid of losing? Shangguanxi ignored her, aimed at the bullseye again, and the arrow finally shot out. Everyone looked over hurriedly and saw that the arrow hit the second ring. There was no difference between this and the previous arrow. If you have to say there is, it is worse than the previous arrow. Shangguanxi frowned, staring at the arrow, feeling a little uneasy. This result was neither good nor bad. It could not be said to be bad, but it was not good either. But she still smiled and said, I haven't practiced for a long time, so I'm a little rusty. Seeing her result, Jinling smiled even more happily and couldn't help but applaud. Miss Shangguan is really amazing. You hit almost the same position twice, which is enough to show your true skill. Normally speaking, Shangguanxi's result is already good. After all, it is a 100-meter archery. Many men can't hit it at such a long distance. Although Shangguanxi was worried, she still smiled. Thank you for the compliment, Princess. It's your turn, Princess Jinling. Jinling smiled, slowly stood on the 100-meter line with a bow and arrow, and then drew the bow and arrow. The action was neat, and there was no dragging, and there was no hesitation like Shangguanxi just now. With a whoosh, the arrow flew out, cutting through the wind in the air and shooting straight at the target. Everyone looked at it nervously, and someone exclaimed, It's a ring, close to the bullseye. As soon as these words came out, Shangguanxi's face suddenly turned pale, a little unbelievable, and hurriedly ran towards the target. The noble ladies couldn't help but lower their heads and whisper, Miss Shangguan lost. So, is she really going to be the concubine of the eldest prince of the Jin kingdom? I don't know. The bet was witnessed by the crown prince and the prince, and it's hard to deny it. Princess Jinling specifically called the crown prince and the prince to witness it, just to prevent Miss Shangguan from cheating. Now she's in trouble. What's wrong with you? She's willing to accept the loss. This is Miss Shangguan's own choice. The prince advised her before, but she didn't listen. Everyone has their own destiny.
Let's not care about it.
Just watch quietly. Shangguanxi heard these whispers. She turned her back to everyone, her eyes still fixed on the arrow shot by Princess Jinling, unable to believe that she actually beat herself. How could a princess practice archery hard? It's nothing more than playing around. Shangguanxi originally thought so she guessed that Princess Jinling's archery must be just a show, not a real skill. But she didn't expect that she underestimated the enemy and was careless. Princess Jinling was smiling triumphantly at this time and said proudly, How about it, Miss Shangguan? Did you see clearly?
Who won?
The atmosphere at the scene became quiet, and no one spoke. Princess Jinling also waited patiently for Shangguanxi to speak. After a while, Shangguanxi turned around and raised a faint smile on her face. Well, it was you who won, Princess. I didn't expect that as a princess. Your archery skills are so good. It's really surprising. Jinling smiled and said, The children of our Jin kingdom, whether male or female, have all learned martial arts since childhood. Isn't Miss Shangguan aware of this? Shangguanxi didn't say anything. She didn't even think about these things. She just thought that the ancient people were all the same. Who knew that the Jin kingdom was different? Seeing Shangguanxi didn't say anything, Jinling continued. It doesn't matter if Miss Shangguan doesn't know about our Jin kingdom. You will be married to our Jin kingdom soon, and there will be plenty of opportunities to learn about it in the future. Shangguanxi's face turned pale, and she glanced at the eldest prince of the Jin kingdom. She said, It's just a joke. I think the eldest prince doesn't like me either, so don't mention it again, princess. Hearing this, Princess Jinling sneered, and the smile on her face turned cold. She said in a dangerous tone, Miss Shangguan, Are you going to break the contract? Don't forget, the crown prince and the king of peace are witnesses. If you dare to break the contract, the Xia kingdom must give this princess an explanation. Otherwise, it would be contempt and humiliation to my Jin kingdom. Miss Shangguan, do you want to destroy the friendship between the two countries by yourself? Shangguanxi choked, looked at the disapproving eyes of everyone, and couldn't say this. Now the two are living in peace, and this peace cannot be destroyed because of her. It's too insulting to ask her to marry the eldest prince, or be a concubine. Seeing that Shangguanxi was hesitant to speak, Jinling said. Miss Shangguan, it's settled. From now on, you are my eldest brother's concubine. I will report to your emperor tomorrow. When my eldest brother leaves, I will take you back to the Jin kingdom. Shangguan Xi hurriedly said, No, I don't agree, Princess Jinling. We can change the bet. I don't recognize this bet. Princess Jinling laughed angrily and said coldly, No? Change the bet? I, a dignified princess, have agreed to your bet, and you also agreed. I even invited people to witness it. Now you say no? Do you think you can still do it? Shangguan Xi ran to Song Jingyan with a pale face and knelt down in front of him pitifully. Your Majesty, I don't want to be a concubine of the Jin people. I am from the Xia country. Your Majesty, please help me. Song Jingyan was speechless. He had reminded her before, but Shangguan Xi insisted on agreeing. Now he knew he was afraid and broke the contract again, but it was too late. Song Jingyan said calmly, I can't do anything about this matter. Miss Shangguan, it's useless to beg me. After Song Jingyan finished speaking, he picked up Yueya and walked away. Shangguan Xi was very anxious when he saw him not saving her. My lord, please help me. Jinling sneered. Don't beg your lord. He is the most heartless. How can he care about you? Miss Shangguan, don't admire His Royal Highness Prince Ping in the future. Admire my brother instead. My brother knows how to love people the best. Jin Ken was silent throughout the whole process, without saying a word. Okay, the archery competition is over. Does anyone else want to compete? If not, let's go enjoy the flowers now. As soon as Princess Jinling finished speaking, many arrows flew towards them. This sudden scene scared everyone to hide here and there. Those who were slow to dodge were already hit by arrows. Seeing that someone was injured and bleeding, the noble ladies screamed in fear and fled in all directions. A group of men in black rushed out and swung their knives at everyone. Fortunately, at the critical moment, the guards brought by the crown prince and Song Jingyan rushed out and protected the noble ladies. However, the people of the Jin kingdom were not so lucky. Those men in black seemed to be specifically targeting the people of the Jin kingdom, and they slashed at Princess Jinling and Jin Can with murderous intent. The scene became chaotic for a while. After Song Jingyan, who had walked away, received the report, he handed Yueya to Beijing and returned. Yueya worriedly said, Uncle Beijing, will my father be okay? Beijing smiled dotingly. The prince is very skilled in martial arts. He will be okay. Don't worry, princess. We will go back first. It's not safe here. Yueya nodded obediently, but she was still a little worried in her heart and looked in the direction where Song Jingyan went several times. At the archery range, all the men in black attacked Princess Jinling and the eldest Prince Jin Can as if they were not afraid of their lives. The rest of the noble ladies had been moved to the house. At this time, only the guards and Princess Jinling and her brother and sister were outside. There was also Shangguan Xi, who was fighting excitedly at this time, but her kung fu was so poor that if she hadn't had the help of the prince's guards, she would have been chopped long ago. Miss Shangguan, you'd better go into the house quickly and don't come out. It's too dangerous. The guard couldn't help but speak. Shangguan, she was dragging him down like this, distracting him from protecting her, and he was almost injured several times. Shangguan, she was not willing to leave. In her opinion, how could she miss such an exciting thing? So she refused to leave. It's okay. You don't have to worry about me. I can help. After saying that, Shangguan, she continued to fight against the man in black. The guard was speechless and couldn't help but roll his eyes at her. She was not helping at all. She was obviously a burden to him. The guard didn't want to pay attention to her, so he said, Okay, since Miss Shangguan is sure that she can fight against the assassin, I will not worry about you for now. After saying that, the guard slowly moved away from Shangguan Xi. Just after leaving for a while, Shangguan Xi was injured and stabbed in the shoulder. Seeing this, the guards had to come back to help. They couldn't let anyone really die. The fight didn't last long. The men in black died or escaped, and the situation soon stabilized. Princess Jinling's sad voice rang out, Brother, are you okay? Everyone looked over and saw that the eldest prince was already unconscious. Because he was wearing black clothes, the blood color was not obvious, but the dark blue face and purple lips still scared everyone. It looked like he was in danger. I wonder if something will happen. Come, call the doctor. My brother is unconscious. Jean Ling's voice was anxious. It was the first time that everyone saw her caring about the eldest prince. Song Jingnian immediately ordered people to carry the eldest prince back to the post station and invited the imperial physician to treat him. In the end, he learned that Jean Kin was poisoned, and it was an incurable poison. The atmosphere suddenly became solemn. Jean Ling started to get angry and yelled at everyone, demanding Song Jingnian to give her an explanation. The accident happened in the royal villa, and the assassins only attacked her and the eldest prince.
This was too strange.
Jean Ling was just about to say that the assassin was sent by the Xia kingdom. Song Jingnian always had a businesslike attitude and promised to find the murderer. Princess Jean Ling kept getting angry until she was dry-mouthed and stopped talking. Song Jingnian listened to her chattering for a long time and felt bored. Seeing that she finally stopped talking, he finally breathed a sigh of relief and then said he was going to investigate the case and left. After Song Jingnian left, Princess Jean Ling raised a contemptuous smile at the corner of her mouth and said lightly, Yuxia Kingdom will definitely take the blame for this. A good autumn outing, but an assassin appeared. This incident caused quite a stir in the capital. Almost all the women from each family went to participate, but fortunately no one was injured. Only Shangguan Shi, the lady of General Shangguan's mansion, was said to be seriously injured. At this time, Shangguan family. Shangguan Shi was lying in her boudoir. The doctor had left after treating her wounds. Madame Shangguan and General Shangguan stayed with her. Madame Shangguan burst into tears, her eyes full of heartache. The maid Jinglan stood aside and watched this scene quietly, with contempt in her heart. She saw it at the scene. If Shangguan Shi hadn't insisted on being strong, she wouldn't have been injured at all. It was simply her own fault. My son, you have never suffered such a serious injury since you were a child.
Does it hurt?
Madame Shangguan asked distressfully. Shangguan Shi felt annoyed when she saw her tears, and a hint of impatience flashed in her eyes. She was already in pain at the moment, and her emotions were not as stable as usual, so she couldn't help showing such a look. General Shangguan, who was looking down from a high position, was a little surprised when he saw this impatience. When did his daughter give such a look to his wife? General Shangguan thought he had seen it wrong for a moment. Shangguan Shi said helplessly, Mom, I must be in pain after being injured so badly. I want to rest quietly. You guys go out. Mrs. Shangguan nodded and was about to get up and leave when Shangguan Shi thought of today's bet. He hurriedly said, Mother, there is one more thing. Today, I am competing with Princess Jean Ling in archery. The bet is that if she loses, she will be my eldest brother's concubine, and if I lose, I will be the concubine of the eldest prince of the Jean Kingdom. I am very confident in my archery skills, and I dared to agree because I thought there was no problem. But I didn't expect that Princess Jean Ling's archery skills were so good, and I actually lost. Now she is forcing me to be a concubine. You and Dad think of a way.
I don't want to be a concubine.
Mom, please think of a way to make Princess Jean Ling give up this idea. General Shangguan's face was immediately full of anger. You. How dare you be so willful, Xiaoxi? What happened to you in the past few years? Why are you becoming more and more unruly? You were not like this before. General Shangguan's words made Jinglan's eyes flash with joy. Did the general finally find out that there was something wrong with the young lady? Shangguan Shi was also shocked when he heard it. He hurriedly said, Dad, it's not me who wants to compete. It's Princess Jean Ling who insists on competing. Among the women of our Xia country, no one dares to accept it except me. At that time, I thought that we must not lose the face of our Xia country, so I competed with her impulsively, and the bet was also her request. Dad, I thought I wouldn't lose with my archery skills, but I didn't expect this to happen. It's useless to blame me now. The most urgent thing is to find a way to postpone this marriage. I am the legitimate daughter of a general, and it's too embarrassing for me to serve a prince of an enemy country. Shangguan Shi's face was full of resentment. She no longer looked as stable and steady as she did a few years ago. Her temperament was very different from a few years ago, and even her eyebrows seemed to have changed a bit. This was the first time that General Shangguan looked at his daughter so carefully. Thinking of the private discussions of the servants at home, he actually had some absurd ideas in his heart. Madame Shangguan hurriedly said, "Husband, she must not marry to the kingdom of Jin. She is our only daughter. We must think of a way to deal with this." His thoughts were interrupted. General Shangguan glanced at his daughter, and then said, "I'll think of a way. You should stay at home and recuperate these days." The next day, General Shangguan went to the palace and wanted to explain to the emperor about the bet between Shangguan Xi and Princess Jinling, but when he arrived, Jinling was already in the imperial study. Seeing this, General Shangguan's heart skipped a beat, fearing that something bad would happen. After General Shangguan finished his ceremony and just stood up, he heard Princess Jinling say, "General Shangguan, you've arrived at the right time. I was just telling His Majesty about the marriage between Miss Shangguan and my brother. Miss Shangguan is the daughter of a general, and it is unfair for her to be my brother's concubine, but she must keep her word. Our bet is that if I lose, I will become the concubine of the other's brother. If I lose, even though I am a princess, I will still keep my promise and marry into your general's mansion as a concubine. After all, I have to accept the loss, don't you think, General Shangguan?" General Shangguan looked a little ugly. He hesitated for a moment and said, "Princess Jinling, my daughter is ignorant and offended you. Please don't bother with her. We Shangguan family has only one daughter, and she cannot marry to the kingdom of Jin. Princess, please see if you can let it go of the bet. I, Shangguan Heng, promise to do my best to compensate you." Princess Jinling laughed angrily and said in a cold voice, "Your Majesty, my royal brother was injured in the royal villa yesterday and has been unconscious ever since. People from your country have been embarrassing us brothers and sisters. What's the intention? Do you really want to humiliate our kingdom of Jin?" General Shangguan was helpless when he heard this and wanted to explain, but he heard the emperor say, "Princess Jinling misunderstood. I have already asked someone to investigate the assassination yesterday. As for the bet between you and Miss Shangguan, that is your business. You can solve it yourselves. I won't get involved." The emperor was telling Shangguan Heng that he would not care about this matter. General Shangguan suddenly became a little flustered. If the emperor did not care, it actually meant that he acquiesced. Did he really want his daughter to marry to the kingdom of Jin? "Your Majesty," General Shangguan shouted in a deep voice, with a hint of pleading in his tone. The emperor said helplessly, "My dear Shangguan, it is really not good to go back on your word. I heard that Prince Ping also reminded Miss Shangguan not to be impulsive at that time, but Miss Shangguan was very confident in her archery skills and insisted on competing, which led to the current consequences. I can't do anything about this matter. You can discuss it with Princess Jinling. See if Princess Jinling is willing to give up the bet." General Shangguan was tired. How could Princess Jinling give up the bet? This marriage might not be stopped. "Then, Your Majesty, I will take my leave first," Princess Jinling said with a smile. She came early just to finalize the marriage and not give the emperor and General Shangguan a chance to regret. Now that her goal has been achieved, she will not stay any longer. After Princess Jinling left, General Shangguan also hurriedly took his leave and went to catch up with Princess Jinling. At the palace gate, Princess Jinling deliberately walked slowly, certain that General Shangguan would look for her. Sure enough, after a while, General Shangguan shouted, "Princess Jinling, please stay." Upon hearing this, Princess Jinling raised a smug smile at the corner of her mouth, then turned around. Her smile deliberately faded and said, "General Shangguan, what's the matter?" General Shangguan looked at her deeply and then asked, "Princess Jinling, please tell me clearly how to cancel this bet." Princess Jinling smiled. "I don't want to cancel it, General Shangguan. Don't worry, your daughter has gone to the kingdom of Jin. I will take good care of her. You don't have to worry about her not having a good life." General Shangguan frowned tightly, feeling helpless. Seeing Jinling like this, it seemed that she really didn't intend to let his daughter go. As long as the princess agrees to break the bet, the Shangguan family is willing to compensate. As long as the princess asks, how much gold and silver treasures my Shangguan family is willing to give. Jin Ling sneered and said lightly, General Shangguan, do you think I am short of gold and silver treasures? As a princess of a country, she is naturally not short of them, but no one can have too much gold and silver. General Shangguan hurriedly said, the princess is naturally not short of them, but it is useless for the princess to ask my daughter to marry. It is better to ask for some gold and silver, which is practical and useful. The princess can think about it carefully. Seeing General Shangguan looking at her expectantly, Jin Ling smiled and said, General Shangguan is right. It's not necessary for Miss Shangguan to marry him. It's just that I don't want this gold and silver. Why don't you let me think about what I want? Hearing this, General Shangguan was relieved. Okay, princess, if you have made up your mind, you can have someone pass the message to me. Looking at General Shangguan's back as he walked away, Jin Ling curled her lips and sneered. What she wanted was not very difficult. It just depended on whether General Shangguan was willing to give it. No one in the entire Imperial Hospital could treat Jin Kan's poison. Princess Jin Ling urged them, saying that if they couldn't be cured, they could only return to the Kingdom of Jin and find a doctor from the Kingdom of Jin for treatment. The next day, Princess Jin Ling sent a letter to General Shangguan, telling him the conditions he wanted to exchange. After seeing the letter, General Shangguan was so scared that his hands shook, and then he hurriedly burned the letter. He hesitated for a long time alone in the study, and finally went to his daughter's room. Shangguan, she felt a little better after 2 days of rest. Seeing her father coming, she hurriedly said, Father, these are grapes from the western regions. Do you want to try them? They are delicious. Shangguan, she knew how to enjoy herself. She lay on the couch and was served by the maid. General Shangguan looked at her like this, and for some reason, he thought of the past. He found that his daughter was really a different person from a few years ago. It seemed that it started from that fever. After waking up, his daughter changed a lot. He didn't notice it before, but now he thinks about it carefully and finds many things that he has overlooked. Father? Seeing General Shangguan in deep thought again, Shangguan, she called out in confusion. General Shangguan came back to his senses, walked over and sat down in front of Shangguan Shi's bed, then said, Xiao Shi, I'm afraid you can only follow your bet with Princess Jin Ling. His Majesty can't help us, and only told us to negotiate with Princess Jin Ling ourselves. Princess Jin Ling refused to agree no matter what. I promised her countless gold and silver treasures, but she didn't waver at all. She just wanted you to marry her. Shangguan, she suddenly lost the mood to eat grapes. She got angry and said, I don't care, Dad. I don't want to marry her. I don't like that country of Jin. First Prince, Father, go and beg His Majesty. You are a great contributor. It's just such a small matter, and His Majesty won't help you? That's too disheartening. Seeing that she said so outrageously, General Shangguan hurriedly scolded, Shut up. Do you know what you're saying? Xiaoxi, how can you say these things? If your words get out, what will His Majesty think of my Shangguan family? Why are you so outspoken? Shangguan, she curled her lips and said indifferently, There are only a few of us at home, and there are no outsiders. General Shangguan was very angry and couldn't do anything about her. Xiaoxi, you are not young anymore, and you can be responsible for what you do. I heard that His Royal Highness Prince Ping advised you that day, but it was you who insisted on competing. In this case, you must be responsible for your own actions. I have no choice. It's useless for me to beg the Emperor and Princess Jin Ling. General Shangguan suddenly didn't care, which made Shangguan Shi panic. She said in disbelief, No, Dad, I am your daughter. How can you ignore me? How can you do this? If I go to the Kingdom of Jin, how will I live in the future? Dad, can you really bear to ignore me? General Shangguan looked painful. Xiao Shi, Dad has tried his best. After that, General Shangguan left. Princess Jinling's condition was that he should betray the kingdom of Xia. Even if he died, General Shangguan could not do this. Shangguan Shi was dumbfounded, looking at the door in disbelief, unable to believe that his father was gone like this. Jinglan, who was serving on the side, quietly retreated. General Shangguan stopped when he heard the voice, turned around and looked at Jinglan in confusion. "What's the matter? Why are you so panicked?" Jinglan knelt down and said, "General, I suspect that the eldest lady is no longer the eldest lady.
Please listen to me."
General Shangguan frowned and listened to what Jinglan said. After a while, his face was very gloomy and he asked in a cold voice, "Is what you said true?" Jinglan nodded repeatedly. "Yes, it is true, General. I dare not lie. I am the servant of the General's mansion. I have grown up with the young lady since childhood. To be honest, I have regarded the young lady as my own sister, and I know the young lady's temper very well. Jingye and Jingxiang also grew up with the young lady, but now the young lady can deal with them ruthlessly. This is not something the young lady can do. General, Madam, and young master, you can all recall carefully what the young lady's temper was like before, and compare the two." General Shangguan had believed Jinglan's words, because he also began to doubt, but he doubted too late. General Shangguan took Jinglan to see his wife and asked Jinglan to tell the matter to Mrs. Shangguan and the eldest son again. The more they talked, the more they felt that Shangguan she was completely different from before. The eldest son said, "Father, Mother, we need to quickly confirm the identity of my younger sister. If she is not my younger sister, where did she go? Also, if she is not my younger sister, then whether she marries to the kingdom of Jin or not is none of our business. Why bother?" General Shangguan nodded. Only Mrs. Shangguan looked unacceptable and still unwilling to believe it, but in her heart she agreed with their guess, because she herself had felt many times that her daughter was not like her daughter before. "But how do we confirm whether she is really Xiaoxi?" Mrs. Shangguan asked in embarrassment. General Shangguan was silent for a while, then said, "I'll go. You just listen outside the room." Everyone walked towards Shangguan Shi's room. It was a short distance, but the mood of the few people walking was complicated. In the room, Shangguan Shi saw her father coming back, and she smiled again. "Father, I knew you wouldn't ignore me. Have you thought of a solution?" General Shangguan walked over and sat down, looking at his daughter seriously. Her face was still the same, but her demeanor and eyes were very different from before. General Shangguan looked at her expressionlessly and said, "I won't help you, because you are not my daughter." General Shangguan's words stunned Shangguan Shi. Her first reaction was guilty, and then she looked incredulous. She hurriedly explained, "Dad, what do you mean? In order not to help me, you said I'm not your daughter?" Shangguan Shi's face was full of disbelief and sadness, and her eyes turned red instantly, which made General Shangguan soft-hearted for a moment. After all, this face was exactly the same as his daughter. But then he thought of what Jinglan said, and he said coldly, "I know you are not. You don't have to pretend anymore. I'm asking you now, where's my daughter? If you tell me, I can help you, but if you don't, then you will marry to the kingdom of Jin all alone. I won't give you any dowry, and you must know what will happen when you go to the kingdom of Jin." Shangguan Shi was stunned, unable to believe that he would treat her like this. She spoke, her eyes fixed on General Shangguan. "What evidence do you have to say that I am not your daughter? Dad, I am so disappointed in you. I didn't expect that the hero in my heart would lie to abandon his daughter. If Mother knew, she would be very disappointed in you too." General Shangguan said in a deep voice, "She knows that you are not Xiaoxi, and we all know it. It's because you didn't disguise yourself well enough. Maybe it's been a long time, and you don't want to disguise yourself anymore, so your true nature is revealed. Shangguan Shi, I will call you that for now. I have one last question for you. Where is my daughter? You only have one chance. Princess Jinling will take the eldest prince away tomorrow, and you are on the list." Shangguan Shi's eyes were full of panic when she heard the words. She could not go to the kingdom of Jin at all. Now there was a possibility that the two countries would go to war. She had no backing in the kingdom of Jin. She would have no good life if the two countries did not go to war. If the war went on, she would have no way out. Since you don't want to talk about it, forget it. After so many years, my daughter is probably gone. I can't bring myself to kill you with this face. Just go to Jin Kingdom and apologize to her." General Shangguan was about to leave. But as soon as he stood up, Shangguan Shi hurriedly said, I'll say it, but you have to promise not to let me go to Jin Kingdom. You have to protect me. General Shangguan nodded. Okay, I, Shangguan Heng, keep my word. The people outside the door pricked up their ears nervously, only to hear Shangguan Shi say, I am indeed not Shangguan Shi, but this body is her, but the soul is not her. Once he started, he couldn't stop. Shangguan Shi continued, I am from another world, which is very different from yours. It is a brand new world. I had an accident and became Shangguan Shi when I woke up. I didn't catch her. I was also forced to come to this world. As for the real Shangguan Shi, maybe she was in my original world and became me in that world. Or maybe she is already dead. It's just that Shangguan Shi can't say this. She is not stupid. Instead of saying that the original Shangguan Shi is dead, it is better to say that she lives in her own world and becomes the one in that world. Only in this way can the people of the Shangguan family treat her well. General Shangguan, Madame Shangguan, and the eldest son outside the house were silent. They stopped eavesdropping and walked in directly. Are you telling the truth? Madame Shangguan asked, crying. After Shangguan Shi confessed, the people of the Shangguan family fell silent. Although they felt very sad that their daughter was no longer in this world, they felt relieved when they thought that she was alive in another world. In any case, at least being alive is good. Madame Shangguan asked what that world was like, where her daughter was, and what her identity was, whether she could live well, etc. Shangguan Shi felt a little guilty. Her previous life was not easy. She had no father or mother and lived in the home of her father's friend. Although the family treated her well, they were not as good as their own children. Now that Shangguan Shi had gone there, she didn't know what life would be like. Shangguan Shi didn't dare to tell the truth to the people of the Shangguan family. Anyway, the things in that world could not be verified, so it was her business anyway. She told Madame Shangguan that her parents in her previous life were very good and belonged to a wealthy family. She was the only daughter and was very favored. Shangguan Shi had no worries about food and clothing in the past and lived a good life. She also told Madame Shangguan about modern gender equality, freedom of marriage, monogamy, and the democratic era, where women can study and work freely. After hearing this, the Shangguan family was very fortunate. In such a world, their daughter must have lived a good life. The Shangguan family was completely relieved. Seeing that their faces had improved one by one, Shangguan Shi began to say, Father, Mother, I've said it before. You promised not to let me marry to the kingdom of Jin. You must keep your word. Shangguan Heng and his wife looked at each other and nodded. Okay, but this matter is not easy to resolve. Even if you don't go to the kingdom of Jin, you may have to pay some price. It is impossible to resolve it peacefully. Now it can only be the last resort. It depends on what you choose. Jinglan stood outside the house listening to the movement inside, with mixed emotions on her face. The young lady is not a young lady, but her body is. What should we do now about the revenge for Jingye Jingxiang? The Shangguan family will not touch Shangguan Shi again. What can she do now with a little maid? Jinglan was very entangled, with a bitter face, listening quietly at the door, with complicated thoughts. Shangguan Shi listened to her father's words and frowned. Father, what price do you have to pay? Just tell me directly? Shangguan Heng said. Now there is only one way not to marry to the kingdom of Jin, that is, you marry someone, but now there is no time for the 3 matchmakers and 6 betrothals. You choose a man you like, and make it a done deal. In this way, Princess Jinling will probably not let you marry again. Speaking of this to his daughter, Shangguan Heng's old face turned red. Madame Shangguan hesitated after hearing this, frowning as if she wanted to say something, but didn't know what to say. Shangguan Shi was not angry, but instead began to think about it seriously. Shangguan Heng sighed helplessly when he saw this. If it was his daughter, she would never agree to such a thing no matter what, but it was useless to think about it now. After all, this body still belonged to his daughter. If there was no other way, Shangguan Heng would not have come up with this idea. The first person that Shangguan Shi thought of was Song Jingnian, but Song Jingnian didn't like her and was afraid that he would not be willing to have a relationship with her. Seeing her thinking, Madame Shangguan asked, Do you have someone you like in your heart? If so, then call that person home. If the person is reliable and he is willing, you can get married. In this way, the princess will give up. She said, Father, Mother, I like His Royal Highness Prince Ping. Father, can you help me call His Royal Highness Prince Ping to my home? Shi's words shocked everyone. Madame Shangguan said hurriedly, His Royal Highness Prince Ping has already married, and His Royal Highness Prince Ping has never been close to women. After so many years, he only married a princess this year. Apart from this, it seems that he has never had anyone else. Even Su Qingyuan, who is known as the first beauty in the capital, has admired him for many years, but has never won his favor. If you like him, you should quickly give up. It's impossible. General Shangguan also said His Royal Highness Prince Ping is not what you want. Find a suitable person, and this matter will be easier to accomplish. How could Shi be willing? Ever since she met Song Jingnian, her heart has been entirely on him, and she has no interest in other men since then. Now she is to get married in a hurry, and she only wants to marry Song Jingnian. She is unwilling to marry anyone else. Shi said stubbornly, Father, you just need to invite someone. I will talk to the prince myself. If the prince really disagrees, I will choose someone else. Hung disagreed. I can't go and invite him. If you are really capable, then go and invite him yourself. After saying that, Hung turned his head to the side, indicating that he was powerless. Madame Shangguan also said, You should change someone. Your father doesn't have the ability to invite the prince, but it's not that he won't help you. She begged bitterly, Father, this body is still your daughter. Maybe she will come back one day. You don't want her daughter to live a bad life. Hearing this, Hung and Madame Shangguan paused, and the two hesitated. Seeing this, she felt sad in his heart, and a hint of sarcasm appeared at the corner of his mouth.
See.
They will feel distressed when talking about their real daughter. She suppressed her emotions and pleaded, Father, Mother, Prince Ping's mansion is very good. His Royal Highness Prince Ping has good character, talent, and noble status. I only ask to be a concubine and not compete with Prince Ping's wife. With the prince's character, I will definitely live a good life. It's also close to you in the capital, and if the real Shi comes back one day, you'll be able to see her in time. Hung said helplessly, It's not that I don't want to go, but the prince won't come at all. She didn't believe it and always held hope in her heart. Father, just say you have something important to discuss with the prince, then he will come. You are the general, he will give you this face. Hung frowned. You want me to deceive the prince? She rolled her eyes in her heart, thinking that her father was too stubborn and didn't know how to adapt. Father, please do as I say. The prince will definitely come, please. Madame Shangguan hesitated for a moment and said, Or, General, you go and give it a try. After all, she was still holding her daughter's body. Madame Shangguan still cared about her and hoped that she would have a good ending. What she said was right. If the real daughter came back that day, she would also have a good situation. Hung sighed helplessly, then nodded. Okay, I'll try, but I can't guarantee success. If I can't invite her, I'll choose the person, and you are not allowed to refuse again. She nodded. Okay, if I can't invite her, I will follow my father's arrangement. Hung left the house immediately. Now, he couldn't delay any longer. At the same time, he also asked someone to invite Chen Mo, the deputy general he had always valued from the army. He was a few years older than Shi, but he was a very good person. And Chen Mo had liked Shi many years ago. Hung had seen it, but he didn't know if he was still willing to marry Shi now. After General Shangguan learned of Song Jingnian's whereabouts, he ran to the road that Song Jingnian had to take and blocked him, pretending to meet him by chance. Your Highness, have you just been dismissed? General Shangguan was not familiar with Song Jingnian, and they had no friendship in private. They usually only communicated in the court. Seeing him stop him to say hello, Song Jingnian was surprised for a moment, then nodded. Well, where are you going, General Shangguan? Hung hesitated for a moment, and still said, Your Highness, it's like this. I have something to tell you. If you are free, why don't you go to my humble abode, and I will tell you everything in detail. Looking at General Shangguan's strange expression, Song Jingmian was curious, but he didn't agree and only said, I am busy and have to go back to the palace. General Shangguan can say whatever you want to say here. Hearing this, Shangguan Hung looked worried. It was difficult. He looked around and said, there are too many people here. It might be inconvenient. Your Majesty, the general's mansion is not far away. Why don't you go back with me, and I will tell you in detail. Song Jingmian noticed something strange about his two invitations. He simply turned cold and said in a low voice, General Shangguan, if it's not convenient here, then go to the tea house next door. If the tea house is not convenient either, then forget it. Shangguan Hung looked at Song Jingmian's serious look and didn't dare to continue inviting him. He obviously wouldn't go. If he said more, Song Jingmian would really get angry. Shangguan Hung looked at the location of the tea house, thought about it, and decided to fight for Shangguan Shi once. So he said, okay, trouble your Majesty. The two walked towards the tea house, and the subordinates were waiting outside. In the private room, Song Jingmian calmly and elegantly poured tea for himself and Shangguan Hung. Shangguan Hung took the tea with both hands in surprise. He didn't expect Song Jingmian to be so friendly in private.
He didn't know how to start for a while.
Song Jingmian took a sip of tea, and seeing that he hadn't spoken yet and was still fidgeting with an awkward look, he spoke first. General Shangguan, if you have anything to say, just say it. Shangguan Hung took a sip of the tea in his hand, then gritted his teeth and said, Your Majesty, I'm really sorry. Today I came here for my daughter. Please don't blame me. Hearing this, Song Jingmian just said lightly, I can't do anything about Miss Shangguan's affairs. His Majesty doesn't care about it. Do you think I can still care about it? Shangguan Hung shook his head. No, Your Majesty, what I want to ask is not this matter.
But
Shangguan Hung had some difficulty speaking, but still had to grit his teeth and said, It's my daughter. She likes Your Highness. I have thought of a way for her. Instead of marrying to the kingdom of Jin, she can find someone to marry right now. Maybe this way she can avoid marrying to the kingdom of Jin. However, my daughter likes Your Highness. I wonder if Your Highness can allow her to enter the palace as a concubine. Your Highness, rest assured, as long as you agree, the Shangguan family will be willing to serve you in the future. After General Shangguan finished speaking, his neck turned red, and he, a rough man, was very embarrassed to express his daughter's feelings. Song Jingmian had a blank expression on his face, and it was hard to tell whether he was happy or angry. After Shangguan Hung finished speaking, he spoke, This prince only loves the princess and will never take another concubine in this life. General Shangguan, did you come to see me today just for this matter? Shangguan Hung nodded. Yes, Your Majesty. Song Jingmian said indifferently, I have made my words clear. General, do you have anything else to say? Shangguan Hung wanted to fight for it, but he was touched by Song Jingmian's obviously unhappy eyes, and he swallowed his words back. He stood up and said apologetically, Sorry to bother you, Your Majesty. I will take my leave. After that, Shangguan Hung left. Song Jingmian felt that the method proposed by the Shangguan family was useless, but there was no need to say it. Shangguan Heng's behavior today made him a little unhappy. The most important thing was that Shangguan Shi coveted him, which made him very uncomfortable. It would be good for such a person to go to the kingdom of Jin. But thinking that there might be a war in the future, Shangguan Shi's presence might affect General Shangguan's ability to lead the troops in battle. Thinking of this, Song Jingmian did not return home, but went back to the palace. Shangguan Hung hurried back home, and Deputy General Chen Mo was already waiting in the hall. Shangguan Hung didn't have time to talk to him for the moment, so he just hurriedly asked him to wait, and then went to Shangguan Shi's room. Shangguan Shi saw him coming back and asked excitedly, Father, what happened? Shangguan Hung shook his head. The prince said that he only loves the princess and will never take a concubine in his life. Shangguan Shi was so angry that she threw her pillow and shouted angrily, How is it possible? Even in modern monogamy, so many men are fickle and secretly look for mistresses. Song Jingmian is an ancient man who has been exposed to the education of 3 wives and 4 concubines since childhood. He only married one person. Is he crazy? Shangguan, she couldn't understand it. She was very unwilling, angry and uncomfortable, and full of jealousy. Shangguan Heng said calmly, "Your temper can't solve the problem. Now there is only one candidate, Chen Mo, the deputy general of our army. This person is not bad, he is a good person with a good personality. I know him very well. If you marry him, your life will not be bad.
I have called him here.
He is in the hall. If you have no objection, I will discuss it with him now." Shangguan, she gritted her teeth in hatred. She didn't want to marry like this, but she had to marry. Unwillingness and resentment filled her heart, making her very upset. After a long while, she nodded, as if she had no choice but to compromise. "Okay, then I'll listen to my father's arrangements." Shangguan Heng nodded, then turned and went out. Shangguan Heng went to see Chen Mo. Shangguan, she didn't know what he said to Chen Mo. Anyway, in the evening, Chen Mo came to her room, and all the servants in her yard went down. At this time, Shangguan Shi's shoulder injury had not healed yet, but in order not to marry to the kingdom of Jin, she had no choice but to do so. Although Chen Mo couldn't bear to treat his beloved woman like this, thinking of Shangguan Heng's words, he could only turn Shangguan Shi into his woman tonight. The white handkerchief was stained with blood in the middle of the night, and then she fell asleep peacefully. The next day, Princess Jinling went to say goodbye to the emperor, saying that she would take the eldest prince back to the kingdom of Jin for treatment and detoxification. The imperial hospital of Xia Kingdom had not developed an antidote for a long time, and she couldn't wait. Princess Jinling went back to the post station first and took people to Shangguan's house. It was still early, and in Shangguan Shi's yard, both of them had already gotten up, but Shangguan Heng got the news that Princess Jinling came to ask for it, and she would return to Jin Kingdom today. Shangguan Heng hurriedly asked the maid to notify Shangguan Shi and Chen Mo to go to sleep first, and not get up. When Princess Jinling came to Shangguan's house, Shangguan Heng still pleaded again, and finally reluctantly took Princess Jinling to Shangguan Shi's yard. The yard was empty. Shangguan Heng stood outside the house with a sad face and knocked on the door. "Xiaoxi, get up. Princess Jinling is here." No matter how Shangguan Heng knocked on the door, no one answered. Shangguan Heng looked at Princess Jinling. Princess Jinling smiled. "General Shangguan, please get out of the way. Let me knock on the door." Miss Shangguan must be shy. Jinling knocked on the door twice, and seeing that no one answered, she pushed the door open. The door is not locked. "In this case, let's come in." The bed was covered by a curtain, and Princess Jinling could not see the person inside. She moved closer to the inside, but Shangguan Heng just stopped in the distance and said, "Xiaoxi, just follow the princess. The eldest prince is a handsome man and a good son-in-law. He will definitely treat you well in the future." Shangguan Heng pretended to be sad, with a sad tone. Princess Jinling smiled and approached the bed, reaching out to lift the bed curtain. But when she saw the people inside, the smile on her face disappeared immediately. She saw a man and a woman lying on the bed, hugging each other, looking at her vigilantly. Princess Jinling did not react for a while, and when she came to her senses, she immediately became angry. "Shangguan Shi, you dare to embarrass my royal brother?" Jinling reached out and pulled Shangguan Shi out. At this time, Shangguan Shi was only wearing her underwear. This pull pulled her to the front of the bed, exposing her to everyone's sight. Shangguan Heng's face was full of shock. Then, he quickly turned his back and ordered everyone to turn their backs. "No looking, get out, all of you." Madame Shangguan ran in crying and scolded Shangguan Shi. Shangguan Heng was also furious. "Xiaoxi, you disappoint me so much. How could you do such a thing?" Madame Shangguan burst into tears. "Xiaoxi, you are a good and innocent woman, the young lady of the general's mansion. And now, what should I do now?" Chen Mo quickly jumped out to protect Shangguan Shi, and then said to Shangguan Heng, "General, Xiaoxi and I are truly in love. Please help us." General and Madam. Jinling sat on the stool, looking at the family, with a sarcastic smile on her lips. The family argued for a long time, and finally Shangguan Heng said, "Princess, it's really a shame. Now my daughter is no longer worthy of your country's eldest prince. In order to make up for the loss of the princess and the eldest prince, I am willing to compensate the princess with 5,000 taels of silver notes. Please be generous and don't bother with my daughter." Princess Jinling smiled and said, "General Shangguan, there is no need to apologize. We in the Jin Kingdom do not care about the innocence of women, but the quality of women. Miss Shangguan is very qualified. Since it is a bet, it must be carried out to the end. Even if the person dies, the body must be carried to the Jin Kingdom for this princess." Princess Jinling's tone was unquestionable. Shangguan Heng was furious. Princess Jinling was too arrogant. Shangguan Xi didn't expect that even after she sacrificed to this extent, Jinling still wanted her to marry to the Jin Kingdom. Is she crazy? Chen Emo said to Princess Jinling, "Princess Xiao, she is mine now. I have to be responsible for her. She can't go with you. Please let her go." Jinling glanced at Chen Emo and chuckled, "If you don't want to leave, you can go with her. Miss Shangguan will enter my brother's palace. As for you, you can stay by my side as a guard." Chen Emo was shirtless at this time. His strong muscles and physique, as well as his handsome face, made Jinling take a few more glances. Chen Emo felt the teasing in Jinling's eyes, and suddenly felt angry and embarrassed. He hurried to the bed to grab his clothes and put them on. Shangguan Xi finally understood that Princess Jinling really had no intention of letting her go and would take her to the kingdom of Jin even if she died. Now it is impossible for the Shangguan family to protect her with all their strength, so she can only rely on herself. Shangguan Xi felt sad and had a look of despair on his face. Shangguan Heng and his wife were also distressed. They were helpless as Princess Jinling would not give in. But they didn't expect that even after all this, Jinling still wanted to marry him. The Shangguan family did not dare to take action against the Jin people, as that would provoke a dispute between the two countries. The Shangguan family cannot bear this crime. Looking at a room full of dejected people, Jinling smiled happily. She waved her hand and said, "Come here. Take Miss Shangguan with you, let's go." Princess Jinling's people took Shangguan Xi away, and the Shangguan family could only watch and could do nothing. Chen Emo did try to stop them, but he was no match for Princess Jinling's guards and ended up being seriously injured. Shangguan Heng helped him back to the mansion. Shangguan Xi was very calm. He didn't resist or shout, and followed him obediently to the post station. When Song Jingyan arrived at Shangguan's house, Shangguan Xi had been taken away for quite some time. Shangguan Heng was very surprised to see Song Jingyan coming. "Is there something wrong, Your Majesty?" Song Jingyan said, "I am here to convey the Emperor's order. I heard that Miss Shangguan and the Deputy General of General Shangguan's army are in love and have become husband and wife. The Emperor said that since Miss Shangguan has had an affair with someone else, she is no longer suitable to be the concubine of the eldest prince of the Jin Kingdom. The bet is voided, and the Emperor will compensate Princess Jinling." Hearing this, the people of the Shangguan family were overjoyed. The Emperor actually cared about it. Shangguan Heng hurriedly said, "Your Highness, my daughter has been taken away by Princess Jinling. What should I do?" Song Jingyan gave the imperial edict to Shangguan Heng and said, "General Shangguan can chase her by himself. Take this imperial edict with you. The people of the Jin Kingdom dare not resist." Shangguan Heng nodded quickly, then took the imperial edict and chased to the post station with his son and subordinates. After Jinling brought Shangguan Xi back, the subordinates were ready. She did not stop and set off directly with Shangguan Xi. After leaving the city, Shangguan Xi couldn't help but feel sad as she watched the gate of the capital city getting farther and farther away. She thought she could live a good life in this world, but she didn't expect to end up like this. If she went to the kingdom of Jin, she might be dead or alive. Jinling looked at the reluctance and sadness in Shangguan Xi's eyes and smiled happily. "Miss Shangguan, don't be sad. Our kingdom of Jin is very fun. You will definitely like it when you go there." Shangguan Xi ignored her and turned her face away. Seeing this, Princess Jinling said coldly, "But when you go to the kingdom of Jin, you must abide by the rules of our kingdom of Jin. For example, when this princess talks to you, you must not ignore her, otherwise you will be whipped." Shangguan glanced at Princess Jinling and saw her smug smile, which made her feel even worse. She hadn't even left the Xia kingdom yet, and she had to look at Jinling's eyes. If she really went to the kingdom of Jin, she didn't know how she would be tortured. At this time, Shangguan really regretted that she had to compete with Jinling. She regretted that she was too arrogant and underestimated the ancients. Seeing Shangguan crying, Jinling seemed to have seen something interesting and laughed happily.
Ah?
Miss Shangguan is crying?
Haha, it's really strange.
This princess is the first time to see a beautiful woman crying so pitifully.
Alas.
It's a pity that my royal brother can't see you like this. His beautiful concubine is so lovable that it will surely arouse his sympathy. Princess Jinling's ridicule made Shangguan even more angry. She raised her hand to wipe away her tears, put away the hatred in her eyes, looked at Jinling and said, I just think about leaving my parents, and I'm reluctant to let them go. Princess, there's no need to laugh at people like this. The upbringing of your Jin Kingdom royal family is really not good. Hearing this, the smile on Jinling's face faded instantly. She snorted coldly and said disdainfully, This princess said that I will teach you the rules of the Jin Kingdom. This is not a joke. After the words fell, Jinling pulled out the red whip at her waist and hit Shangguan. Shangguan was already injured, and her body was not flexible enough to avoid Jinling's attack, so she could only take the whip. Jinling's whip was very good, and it hurt more than anything else when she hit people. When the whip hit Shangguan's arm, the white clothes immediately showed blood. Remember, Miss Shangguan, this is the consequence of talking back to this princess. If you are not afraid of pain, you can try again. Jinling put away her whip, obviously in a good mood, with a bright smile on her face. Shangguan covered her arm, sweating all over her body in pain, but no one cared about her at all. At this moment, she had the idea of escaping. Even if she died, she could not go to the kingdom of Jin. She looked around. She was sitting in a carriage, and the others were all riding horses. The carriage was surrounded by people from the kingdom of Jin. It was almost impossible to escape, and she was still injured. Shangguan felt the feeling of despair for the first time. Stop. Princess Jinling, stay. Shangguan seemed to hear her father's voice faintly. She thought she was in too much pain and had auditory hallucinations. Princess Jinling, who was riding in front, heard the sound and looked back. Seeing the Shangguan family chasing after them, her face turned cold and she said, Speed up, don't let them catch up with us. Jinling gave the order, and the whole delegation ran away. Shangguan's carriage suddenly shook rapidly and then ran at a high speed, shaking her to pieces. The things that hit her in the carriage aggravated her injuries. Shangguan didn't expect that Princess Jinling would not only not stop, but also run. He was so scared that he hurriedly sped up, fearing that he would not be able to catch up. The people of the Jin Kingdom ran very fast, and the eldest Prince Jin Kan, who was also a patient, was also aggravated by the shaking. The subordinates hurried to report to Princess Jinling, Princess, the eldest prince can't stand such a bumpy ride, and I'm afraid he'll be more seriously injured. Jinling said angrily, The people of the Xia Kingdom want to kill us, so how can we care about so much at this time? It's important to escape. Let everyone continue to speed up and don't care about other things for the time being. The subordinates immediately nodded and passed the order down. Shangguan's voice came intermittently. Shangguan was really sure that it was her father who came. However, the sound of horse hooves was too loud, and it was a bit far away. She couldn't hear what Shangguan was shouting. Shangguan hurriedly shouted to Jinling, Princess Jinling, is my father here to look for me? Please stop quickly. Maybe he is here for something important. While Jinling was riding her horse, she looked at Shangguan and said, Shangguan, do you think your father is here to take you back? Haha, you're so funny.
You are still fantasizing at this time.
How pitiful. Shangguan stuck her head out from behind the curtain, wanting to hear what her father was shouting, but was pulled back by the maid. Miss Shangguan, please sit still. This is too dangerous. Princess Jinling said, Shangguan, don't let your imagination run wild. Your father is not here to take you back. He is here to kill us. He doesn't want me to go back to the kingdom of Jin. He wants to kill me. He doesn't even care about the life and death of your biological daughter. You actually think he is here to save you.
I feel sad for you.
She didn't believe it. Her father was not that kind of person. She calmed down and wanted to hear what her father was calling, but she could only vaguely hear the word Jinling. The rest was not clear at all. She said anxiously, Princess Jinling, my father is calling you. If you stop, you will know what he is here for. Stop quickly. Jinling roared, stupid, if I stop, I will die. Do you think I am stupid? She didn't think it was the case, but Jinling didn't listen to her. Instead, she ran faster and faster. The war horses of the kingdom of Jin were physically strong and ran fast. Shangguan hung behind, didn't expect this to happen. He was in a hurry when he came and just pulled a horse at home to chase after them. At this time, he couldn't catch up with the Jin Kingdom's team at all, but was getting farther and farther away. Seeing Shi constantly shouting to stop, Jinling said sarcastically, Shi, you'd better stop shouting. Save your energy. Do you know that I once made a condition to exchange with your father? As long as he agreed, I would not let you go to the Jin Kingdom, but he didn't agree. It can be seen that you are not important in his heart. Now you still ridiculously think that he is here to save you. Do you think he dares to disobey his order to save you? If he dared, why wait until this time? Shi shook his head unwillingly and asked with bloodshot eyes, what are the conditions for your exchange with my father? Jinling sneered, just let him promote my marriage with the prince in front of your emperor. He is unwilling to do so. He is afraid that your emperor will think he is disloyal, so he doesn't agree. He said he can give me 10,000 taels of silver in exchange for me.
Ha!
It's a joke. Does this princess need that 10,000 silver? What this princess wants is to be the queen, but your father is unwilling to help. He would rather let you marry far away to the kingdom of Jin than help, just to prevent your majesty from thinking that he is unfaithful. She couldn't believe it and shook her head subconsciously. No, my father wouldn't do this to me.
Princess Jinling laughed sarcastically. Ah.
The facts are in front of you. You still don't believe it. It's up to you. Princess Jinling looked at Shi's distraught appearance, curled her lips and smiled, then ignored her and galloped away on horseback. Shangguan was getting farther and farther away, and he was confused. What does Princess Jinling mean? Not only did she not stop, but she ran faster? General, did Princess Jinling misunderstand something and thought we were here to intercept people? Seeing that the Jin Kingdom's team was getting farther and farther away, Shangguan was angry. Running so fast, Princess Jinling must be sick. Shangguan was so angry that he couldn't help but burst into swearing, his eyes full of anger that was difficult to conceal. What should I do, General? Shangguan was helpless. Although he was angry, he still had to continue chasing. In the Jin Kingdom's team, she could no longer hear her father's voice. She felt extremely lost. She leaned against the carriage with no hope in her life. Her heart was in a mess. Seeing that the figure chasing from behind was getting smaller and smaller, Jinling smiled. She did not slow down and still asked people to speed up. Shangguan chased all the way until his horse was tired and slowed down, while Jinling and others had already arrived at the next post station, but they did not stop. They changed horses and continued to speed back to the country. Shangguan could no longer catch up. At the Shangguan family in the capital, it was already dark when Shangguan came back. Seeing him coming back alone, Mrs. Shangguan asked in confusion, "Where is Xiaoxi?" Shangguan shook his head, looking tired. "I can't catch up." Princess Jinling seems to have taken the wrong medicine. She ran very fast, as if she was running for her life. "I can't catch up at all." Mrs. Shangguan was very surprised. How could it be? They didn't walk for long and you followed them. How could you not catch up? Shangguan said helplessly. Jingua's horses are too strong and run fast. In addition, she was running for her life. No matter how I ran, I couldn't catch up. Mrs. Shangguan was very sad. She was her only daughter. Although this person is not now, but the body is. Now there is a way, but she can't keep her daughter. She is very sad. Shangguan Heng comforted. It's okay. I asked someone to send a message to the post station below to stop the people. With the emperor's decree, they will definitely be able to keep the people. Mrs. Shangguan nodded. Now there is only this way. When Song Jingnian got the news, it was already the next day. He was very surprised to learn that Shangguan Heng failed to bring the person back. After understanding it, he said, Jin Ling did this on purpose. Bai Ying worriedly said, Your Highness, what can we do now? Shangguan Xi went to the kingdom of Jin. If the kingdom of Jin threatens Shangguan Xi when the war starts, can General Shangguan still be trusted?
Song Jingnian did not speak.
He went to the palace specifically to get the imperial edict, just so that Shangguan Heng could concentrate on the battlefield in the future and not be threatened by the people of Jin. Now it is like this, he is also very helpless. The imperial edict has been brought to the Shangguan family, but they can't catch up with anyone. It can only be said that perhaps this is Shangguan Xi's fate. Song Jingnian went to the palace again. After the emperor learned about this, he was also speechless. The Shangguan family was useless, and this time they really couldn't blame others. Because of Shangguan Xi's affairs, rumors were everywhere in the capital, and the envoys from the Yan state had not left yet. Under the promotion of Song Jingnian, Situ Xuanqi reached a friendly agreement with Xia on behalf of Yan state, and it was an agreement of non-interference and trade between the two countries for 100 years. Situ Xuanqi was very happy about this. Situ He, who was hiding in the palace, was also very happy when he learned about it. This was what he asked Song Jingnian for. The trade between the two countries also had many benefits for Xia state, but these benefits were told to the emperor one by Song Jingnian. Because there were different degrees of benefits for both sides, the emperor agreed. So far, Situ Xuanqi had completed his mission to Xia state. But he didn't want to leave yet, so he didn't mention returning to Yan state. After learning that Princess Jinling forcibly took Shangguan Xi away, Situ Xuanqi had a premonition that the two countries might go to war again. But this had nothing to do with him, and he didn't care. Yueya followed Yuanbao and others to school, and there were classes every day. Every time Situ Xuanqi came, he always couldn't meet anyone. I don't know if she was really not in the mansion, or if Song Jingnian didn't want him to see her. In the courtyard of the palace, Situ He looked at his eldest disciple and said helplessly, Xianqi, it's time for you to go back. You have been out for quite some time. Counting the time, they have been out for more than a month. Situ Xuanqi looked at his master and asked hurriedly, Master, aren't you going to go back? Situ He nodded. Well, I have been in Yan state all my life, and now I find that Xia state is not bad. It's okay for me to go back. I leave all the things to you. I am relieved. You are the national teacher now, so you can't be willful. You should go back if you need to. Situ Xuanqi was extremely helpless. Master, that's not what you said when you came here. You said you were coming to see Yueya, and then you would go back. Why are you still refusing to go back now? Situ He glared in dissatisfaction. What do you mean by refusing to go back? I'm not refusing to go back. Go back quickly and do your things. I don't need you to care about me. Situ Xuanqi said angrily. Master, you can't let your temper run wild. You know your body. How can I feel at ease if you don't go back? Stop making trouble. Since you want to go back, let's go back together. The master and the apprentice quarreled over whether to go back or not. They were still arguing until Yueya and the others came back from school. When Yueya came in, the two were very unhappy about the quarrel. This was the first time they quarreled so fiercely. Situ Xuanqi could give in on other things, but he couldn't on this matter. He was worried about leaving Situ He here. This was Xia country. Everything was out of his control, which made him uneasy. Grandpa, little uncle, what are you arguing about? Yueya heard the quarreling sound at the door and walked in and asked curiously. Situ He hurriedly said, Yueya, you are back just in time. Tell me, do you want Grandpa to stay here? Your uncle is forcing me to go back to Yan state. I don't want to go back. Yueya was naturally reluctant to leave her grandfather. Grandpa always taught her a lot of things. She was very happy to be with her grandfather. Uncle, since Grandpa doesn't want to go back, then don't go back. Don't worry, I will take care of Grandpa. Yueya looked at Situ Xuanqi and said seriously. Situ Xuanqi looked at her. He had never looked at her properly since he came to Xia State and was always stopped by Song Jingyan. Yueya seemed to be taller than before, and her face was rounder. Situ Xuanqi reached out and touched Yueya's head. Looking at the expectation in her eyes, he could only refuse cruelly. No, Master is not from Xia State and can't stay here. You must go back with me. Situ Xuanqi was afraid that if Master stayed here, one day in the future he would not even see Master, and Master would leave. The doctor said that Master only had a few years to live. Yueya didn't understand why Grandpa couldn't stay. Seeing Situ Xuanqi's serious refusal, she was a little unhappy. Little uncle, Grandpa is an adult, and adults have the right to decide what to do. If Grandpa wants to keep you, you must respect his decision instead of forcing him. Did Grandpa force you to do something you don't like? Situ Xuanqi was silent. Master was very good to him and never forced him. He raised him up, taught him skills, and made him the respected national teacher of Yen State. Master was more important to him than anything else. That's why he couldn't leave him alone in Xia State. But he did ignore the Master's preferences. Situ Xuanqi didn't speak, but remained silent. Situ he sighed helplessly and said, Xuanqi, Master knows that you care about Master, but life has been suffering for decades. If you can't live the way you like in the last days, it would be too boring, and you would have come to this world in vain. So, don't worry about Master. Let Master live the last days the way he likes. Yueya listened to their words, a little confused. Situ he said it because he didn't want to hide it from Yueya. Rather than hiding it now and making her too sad in the future, it is better to tell her early so that she can be mentally prepared. Thinking of this, Situ he said, where Grandpa is sick and may not live for a few years. The previous doctor said that if he is well taken care of, he may live for 3 to 5 years, and if he is not well taken care of, he may only live for 1 or 2 years. Grandpa will not hide it from you. You are sensible now and have the right to know. Yueya couldn't believe it. Crystal tears immediately accumulated in her bright eyes. She quickly ran to Situ-he and pulled him to look left and right. Grandpa, where does it hurt? Where do you feel uncomfortable? I'll let Uncle Yu come and treat you. He's very good. Situ-he looked at the worry in her eyes and smiled helplessly. I've seen it. Your Uncle Yu has seen me and prescribed medicine for me. He said that under his care, I can live for another 3 years. 3 years is not too short. By then, you will be 7 or 8 years old and a half-grown girl. By then, Grandpa will have taught you all the medical skills he knows. You should be able to become a little doctor, and Grandpa will have no regrets. Situ-he thought everything was very good, but Yueya couldn't accept it. For her, this news was too sudden. Seeing Yueya crying, Situ-he was at a loss and could only say to Situ Xuanqi, look at you. It's all your fault. Hurry up and come for her. Situ Xuanqi was helpless, and his master put the blame on him again. He walked to Yueya and squatted down, softening his voice and saying, Yueya, don't cry. Your uncle will take your grandpa back to Yen State for treatment. He will come back to see you after he is cured. Situ-he was angry and pushed Situ Xuanqi away and threw him to the ground. You are really stubborn. I have already said that I will not go back. Situ Xuanqi refused to give in and said indifferently, Master, if you don't go back, I will tie you back even if I have to. I have the strength now. Situ-he was so angry that he blew his beard and glared and said angrily, Hey, you rascal. You dare to threaten your master. You are so capable. Yueya stopped crying and looked at Situ Xuanqi and said, Uncle, can you guarantee that Grandpa can be cured when he returns to Yen State? If you can guarantee it, I will help you and let Grandpa go back. If you can't guarantee it, then Grandpa can stay here if he wants to. I will take care of him and find the best doctor for him. Don't worry. Situ Xuanqi didn't say anything. Of course, he couldn't guarantee it. Master's illness could not be cured. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Yueya understood. Although she felt sad, she still said, Since you can't guarantee it, little uncle, let Grandpa stay here. I'm here, I can protect and take care of Grandpa, don't worry, little uncle. Situ Xuanqi laughed helplessly. tapped the little girl's forehead, and said helplessly, "You girl, you are a child yourself. Who can you take care of?" Yueya said dissatisfiedly, "I am young, but I can ask someone to take care of Grandpa. Grandma said that I am a princess, and I can have whatever I want. Daddy also said that if I tell him what I want, he will satisfy me. I can't take care of Grandpa by myself. I can tell Grandma to help her find someone to take care of Grandpa, and I'll just watch over him." Situ smiled and said, "That's right. Our Yueya is a princess. Are you still worried that I won't have a good time here? You're just worrying about nothing." Situ Xuanqi was extremely stubborn and still disagreed. Situ was annoyed by him and drove him out directly, preparing to call Song Jingnian to deal with this disciple. After Situ Xuanqi was driven away, he went back to the post station alone to pack up and then arranged for the people. Even if his master did not want to go back, he would force him to go back. He could only feel at ease when the people were with him. After Song Jingnian came back that night, Yueya went to find him. She cried and told him not to let Situ go, and said that Situ could only live for 3 years and she wanted to fulfill her final filial duty and would not let Situ go no matter what. Song Jingnian was heartbroken to see his precious daughter crying so sadly. He was busy comforting her and promised her that he would let Situ stay. After crying for a while, Yueya told her father with red eyes that Grandpa didn't want to go back to Yen's state. After listening to this, Song Jingnian said that he would leave the matter to him and would definitely let Situ stay. Yueya was relieved then. When she came back from school the next day, she couldn't wait to go to Situ's yard. She was relieved to see that he was still sitting there. "Grandpa, I'm back." Crescent Moon ran in happily. Situ looked up and smiled, and said in a gentle voice, "Well, slow down. Why are you running so breathless?" Yueya hurriedly said, "Grandpa, I'm worried that you will be taken away by your uncle." Situ smiled helplessly. "With your father, your uncle is a match, so you can only go back alone." Yueya was surprised. "Did your uncle leave?"
So soon.
Situ nodded. "Yes, he left. He came to say goodbye to me at noon and said he would come to see me during the new year." Yueya nodded. As long as Grandpa didn't leave, she was finally relieved. "Grandpa, I'll go back and change clothes and come to see you." She was sweating all over and felt very uncomfortable. Yueya wanted to go back and wash and change into dry clothes. Situ nodded. "Well, it's okay, take your time. You have a good memory and learn quickly. You don't have to be so diligent. It's okay to be lazy occasionally." Situ only took care of 2 children. One was Situ Xuanqi, and the other was Yueya. These 2 children were the smartest and most diligent he had ever seen. They were studious, smart, and diligent. They really made people like them and couldn't help but love them. Yueya smiled and replied, "I know, Grandpa. I'll come later." After washing up, Yueya went to the princess's yard. The princess was very happy to hear that her granddaughter was coming and hurriedly asked someone to invite her in. "Yueya is out of school. Come and see Grandma. Do you have a lot of homework today? You must be tired." Yueya changed into a light pink skirt with cute little flower buds on both sides, which made her more lively and cute. When she saw her grandmother, her round face immediately smiled brightly.
"Grandma."
The 2 of them hugged each other and were very close. "Grandma, I have something to tell you." The princess nodded, smiling lovingly. "What does Yueya want to tell Grandma?" "Grandma, listen." Faced with the request of her precious granddaughter, the princess naturally agreed quickly. Yueya talked with her grandmother for a while before happily going to Situ's yard. Situ felt that it was useless to just let her read medical books, so he took her to do experiments, make pills by herself, and practice various pharmacology. Soon, the people sent by the eldest princess arrived. Situ was still wondering why so many people suddenly came. When he learned that Yueya had asked for them, he was helpless. "Where? I don't need these people to take care of me. When your uncle left, he left me some people. I told your father that they will come in to serve me tomorrow. Please thank your grandmother for her kindness. Let them go back." Yueya could only nod her head after hearing this. "Okay then." Yueya told the servants to go back, and then chatted with Situ while tinkering with the herbs. After waiting for a long time, Muyan was finally coming back, but he encountered 2 assassinations on the way back. Song Jingnian was very worried when he heard the news. Fortunately, he sent people to protect her in advance, and he felt relieved, but he still wished he could pick her up immediately. But he really couldn't leave because there was news from the border that Princess Jinling had returned to the Kingdom of Jin at full speed and told the people of the Kingdom of Jin that she and the eldest prince were being hunted in the Kingdom of Xia. The royal family of Xia Kingdom not only ignored it, but also repeatedly condoned it. They suspected that Xia Kingdom wanted to kill them, so they ran back non-stop, and several horses died on the way. The royal family of Jin Kingdom was very angry and immediately slammed the table to attack Xia Kingdom to avenge Princess Jinling and the eldest prince. The encrypted letter was sent to the capital at full speed, and it was only received this morning. Song Jingnian was kept in the palace by the emperor for discussion and was not allowed to come back until the end of the day. As soon as he arrived at the door of his house, he saw a carriage with the flag of the palace slowly approaching from a distance. The people riding in front were Bai Mu and Bai Feng. Song Jingnian's tired eyes suddenly brightened, and a hint of expectation emerged in his eyes. He walked down the steps quickly and waited for the carriage to approach. "Princess, the prince is waiting for you at the gate," Bai Feng said jokingly to the carriage. When Mu Yun heard this, her eyes were stained with smiles. Counting it, she and Song Jingnian had not seen each other for more than a month. At this moment, she understood the meaning of the phrase "a short separation is better than a new marriage." She missed him very much. Mu Yun also became impatient and wanted to see Song Jingnian's face. Finally, the carriage stopped. As soon as she opened the curtain, a big hand stretched out. Song Jingnian stood in front of the carriage, looking at her with a happy smile. "Ayun," he called softly in a gentle tone. Mu Yun grinned and put her hand in his palm with a smile. The next moment, her body suddenly lost weight, and she was pulled into Song Jingnian's arms. Everyone around tacitly lowered their heads and smiled, not daring to look. This was ancient times after all. Mu Yun felt that it was a bit bad to be too intimate in public, but Song Jingnian didn't think so. He was hugging his wife, not someone else, so there was nothing wrong. He strode towards the palace with her in his arms. Mu Yun asked him to put her down, but he refused to listen. She had no choice but to nestle in Song Jingnian's arms, too embarrassed to stick her head out. In the palace, Bai Ying met two people. Seeing Mu Yun being carried, he asked worriedly, "What happened to the princess? Is she injured?" Bai Ying asked sincerely, and Mu Yun was embarrassed to answer. Fortunately, Song Jingnian did not stop to pay attention and walked back to their own yard at a faster pace. Bai Ying, who was behind, was puzzled. When he saw Bai Feng and others, he asked with concern whether the princess was injured and why she couldn't even walk. Bai Feng looked at him as if he was a fool and ignored him. In the yard, Song Jingnian carried Mu Yun back to the house and then ordered someone to prepare hot water for Mu Yun to wash. She was tired from the journey, and she needed to take a hot bath to relax. "We're at the house now. You can let me down now." Mu Yun put his arm around Song Jingnian's neck and said with a smile. Song Jingnian smiled at her, kicked his foot back to close the door, and then kissed her impatiently. The two people who already missed each other very much, once they touched each other, the suppressed desire was quickly aroused. All the senses were infinitely magnified, and the pleasant numbness and trembling sensation spread throughout the body. The long-lost feeling also made Mu Yun go crazy. She had lost all her rationality and just kept asking for more. The maid who had prepared hot water came outside. When she heard the voice, she quickly retreated with a red face. It was unknown how long the commotion in the room lasted. After school, the children knew that Mu Yun had returned, and they couldn't wait to see him. However, they were stopped by the eldest princess. The eldest princess also knew that the young couple went into the house as soon as they came back and never came out again. In order to prevent the children from disturbing them, she sent someone to watch the door and asked Yuanbao and the others to come to her yard first after school. The children thought their mother was with their grandmother, so their grandmother called them over. But when they arrived, they didn't see her. Yuanbao asked doubtfully, "Grandma, where's mother?" The eldest princess smiled and said, "Your mother is tired, and is resting. She said she fell asleep, but I was afraid that you guys would be eager to see her when you come back and wake her up, so I asked you to come to Grandma first. Grandma asked someone to prepare cakes for you. They're all your favorites. You have been tired after a day of school. You should replenish your nutrition first. The eldest princess immediately asked someone to bring cakes. The four of them liked different things, so they each had one. Although the children wanted to see their mother, they thought that she was tired and fell asleep, so they resisted going. After eating snacks and drinking milk at the eldest princess's place, they went back to their respective courtyards. It wasn't long before they all came to Muyun's courtyard at the same time, but they all hesitated and didn't go in. Seeing Zizhu coming out, Yuanbao asked hurriedly, "Aunt Zizhu, has my mother woken up?" Zizhu was very happy to see the children and hurriedly said with a smile, "The princess just woke up. Do you want to go in, Prince?" The children nodded repeatedly. Zizhu smiled and led them in, and said to the inside outside the door, "Princess, the prince and the princess, as well as Master Muyang and Master Tianxi are here." In the room, Song Jingnian was getting dressed, and Mu Yun, still wearing his underwear, was lying on the bed. She was already tired, and after all this, she was even more tired. She lay lazily on the bed and didn't want to get up. Hearing Zizhu's words, she tidied her clothes, and seeing that Song Jingnian was also dressed, she said, "Let them in." Song Jingnian said to Mu Yun, "I'll prepare food for you, and I'll eat with you in the room later." The door was pushed open, and several children ran in.
Daddy.
Adoptive father. Several children greeted Song Jingnian first. Since Song Jingnian said in public that Mu Yang was his adopted son last time, he officially adopted Mu Yang and Hu Tianxi as his adopted sons when he came back, so now the two children are also legitimate young masters of the palace. Song Jingnian nodded and said to the children, "Your mother is tired. Come back after you come to see her. Don't disturb her rest. Come back to play tomorrow." The children nodded obediently. After seeing Song Jingnian go out, the four children crowded in front of Mu Yun's bed. "Mom, you have worked hard. Adoptive mother, is Qingzhou fun?" The children said, and Mu Yun smiled and talked to them about Qingzhou. When the mother and children started chatting, they forgot what Song Jingnian said. Until he came back, they were still chatting happily. The fragrant food also came in with Song Jingnian. Seeing that the children were still there, Song Jingnian said helplessly, "Didn't I tell you not to bother your mother? Why are you still here?" Yueya said hurriedly, "Dad, Mother told us about her life in Qingzhou. I was so engrossed in listening that I forgot the time. Mother is so amazing." Song Jingnian walked over and touched his daughter's head, saying in a doting tone, "Yes, your mother is the most amazing. But didn't you notice that her voice is a little hoarse?" Hearing this, Mu Yun looked at him unhappily. She didn't know who to blame for her hoarse voice, but she had the nerve to let the children take the blame. How shameless. Meeting Mu Yun's sight, Song Jingnian smiled without feeling guilty at all. The children were driven away, and the maids also retreated. Song Jingnian picked up the person on the bed and walked to the dining table to sit down. Mu Yun had been busy in Qingzhou, and she hadn't enjoyed such delicious food for a long time. She couldn't wait to pick up the chopsticks and start tasting, and Song Jingnian first served her a bowl of soup. "Drink the soup first to warm your stomach, then eat the vegetables." Mu Yun took 2 sips of the soup, and then began to eat the vegetables. Seeing her eating so deliciously, Song Jingnian also felt hungry, and then asked her about Qingzhou while eating. Mu Yun briefly told him everything, and then asked, "By the way, have you found the assassins?" Song Jingnian said, "They should be Princess Jinling's people. She once said that she wanted to kill you." Buying overheard it. "There is also the child, but the child is well protected here. Her people probably can't find a chance to kill him, so they haven't done anything yet." Mu Yun nodded. "No wonder you sent someone to pick me up. Why would she want to kill me? Is she jealous of me? Is she still obsessed with you?" Song Jingnian smiled helplessly. "What do you mean by obsessed with you?" "She has many male lovers in the kingdom of Jin, and she also had an affair with that Duke Chai, and gave birth to a son. Even when she came to the capital, she was still restless." Buying said that he saw her find a man to go to the room. "For a person like this, I feel sick when you say she is obsessed with me." Seeing his disgusted look, Muyun said with a smile, "You still despise me? She is a princess of a country, and it is said that she is not bad-looking." Song Jingnian picked up some food for her and said in a doting tone, "I only care about Ayun's love. Others are not important." Muyun smiled and did not continue the topic. He just wanted to tease him. Song Jingnian also told Muyun about the recent events in the capital and finally said, "The kingdom of Jin is likely to attack us. I may have to go to the battlefield. At that time, I am afraid you will have to stay at home alone." Muyun did not object to his going to the battlefield. After all, it was his responsibility to defend his country. But if she had to be left alone at home, she would never agree. "I have no objection to you going to the battlefield, but you can't leave me alone at home. I want to go with you." Song Jingnian was helpless and said seriously, "Ayun, the battlefield is dangerous. I don't agree with you going." Muyun put down his chopsticks and looked at him seriously. "You are not fair. I agree with you going. I didn't stop you. Why are you stopping me? My martial arts are not low, right? I have the ability to protect myself, right? I'm not going to cause trouble. Fighting is not a matter of one day or one night. I don't want to be separated from you for so long." Song Jingnian's serious face softened immediately when he heard the last sentence, and his eyes were full of happiness and satisfaction. He held Muyun and sat her on his lap, his hands around her waist, his chin on her shoulder, and spoke softly. "Well, I don't want to be separated from you, but the battlefield is really dangerous. You haven't been there, so you don't understand. I don't want you to be in danger. I just want you to be safe and wait for me at home." Muyun struggled unhappily, but found that she couldn't get away at all. She spoke dissatisfiedly. "Song Jingnian, you should know that I can't sit still. If you don't take me to the battlefield, I will go around to do business. My shops are not all over the world yet. You are busy with yours, and I am busy with mine. But if I meet a man who is more handsome than you on the way, and I can't help but have an affair, don't blame me." The previous sentence of being reluctant to leave just touched Song Jingnian, and the next sentence of having an affair shattered his emotion. The big hand on the waist suddenly tightened, and Muyun was tightly imprisoned. The cold breath suddenly approached, and the good-looking face came closer, with a dangerous breath flashing in his eyes. Song Jingnian's nose stopped just before it touched Muyun's nose, and his voice was a little deep. "Ayun is going to have an affair?" Muyun looked at his deep and unfathomable eyes, which were filled with dangerous light. She chose to ignore it and said stubbornly, "Then you might have a life and death friend on the battlefield, or a hero who will save the beauty and promise to marry you. You have such a strong desire. It is not impossible that you can't control and cheat." Song Jingnian simply couldn't do anything with her. What nonsense was this? He was a little angry and helpless. "Ayun, what are you thinking about?"
Muyun snorted coldly. "Humph.
"I'm not talking nonsense. I don't know when you will come back. It may take 3 to 5 years. Instead of worrying about you getting hurt and cheating at home, I might as well be busy with my own things, worry less, and go out to find my own fun so that life won't be difficult." Song Jingnian was really helpless, but he couldn't be angry. "You really are." She was not afraid of him at all, and there was really nothing he could do with her. Song Jingnian hugged her and sighed helplessly, then said, "Let's talk about this later, not now." Muyun looked at him dissatisfiedly. "You just want to drag it out. It's up to you anyway. If you go without me, I will do as I said just now. If you don't believe it, go and fight for 3 to 5 years, then come back and see if your wife is still there."